Chapter 51, Battles in the Second Dungeon. 104 Chapter 51 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. The two fighters moved at the same time. Within a second, they reached the middle of the field and resumed their battle. Clang! You have sensed killing intent. Blades clashed, and sparks flew in the air. Murderous killing intent filled the air as both fighters looked to cut down their enemy. Even though their fight was gruesome, it had its elegance. Every step, every motion the dungeon ninja made was elegant and covert, while Daichi's sword swings were filled with fierce intent and brute force. But it had its own beauty as well. Every second, several swings rained down against each other. Daichi and his opponent blocked, deflected, or outright avoided the attacks while maintaining vigilance on their surroundings. Daichi's current sword skills paled in comparison to the dungeon ninja. This guy, he's far better than me. If it wasn't for my speed, he would have taken my head by now. I need to keep fighting him and improve my sword skills. That's the only way I'll beat him if I fight like this. Daichi concentrated on every motion his enemy made and tried to study it. His intelligence gave him faster understanding of not just theory or concepts, but also of the physical skills he observed. Skill sword mastery's level has risen by 1. Daichi slightly smirked as he parried another slash from his enemy. Seeing his attacks not getting through, the dungeon ninja decided to switch attack patterns. He disappeared from Daichi's field of view. He vanished. His footwork is incredible. His speed increased, and he was able to completely evade my attacks. Daichi immediately used the chakra sense skill and enhanced his eyes, ears, and nose. Suddenly, like a specter appearing out of nowhere, the ninja appeared behind Daichi and slashed down. But luckily, Daichi found his enemy in time to block the attack. The moment Daichi blocked the attack, the enemy disappeared from his view. Damn it! Disappeared again. Right now, the broken shuriken all around is definitely slowing him down. This terrain is to my advantage. His speed decreased by a small margin when he came to attack, so I was able to block it. But I doubt it will be like this for long. Daichi didn't want his enemy to take him by surprise. He wanted to be the one to make the next move. Clang! Sparks flew as Daichi blocked another sword swipe. Seeing his attacks blocked, the dungeon ninja jumped back and focused chakra into his sword. A blue hue could be seen around the weapon. What is he doing? Daichi wondered only for a second before his eyes widened in realization. The enemy ninja slashed several times in a second, sending strong gusts of wind and several wind blades. The moment he realized what was about to happen, Daichi pushed chakra to his legs and jumped as fast as he could. The next instant, the area he was standing in was blown away by several powerful wind slashes. Most of the scattered sharp metals on the ground all got blown away by the strong wind attack. Daichi safely landed several meters away from the destroyed ground. His eyes never left his foe. The ninja lowered his hand and looked at Daichi. The next instant, he disappeared and appeared in front of Daichi and slashed down. Daichi used both hands and coated his sword with chakra flow and deflected the attack. Both of them started to fight ferociously. Their blades clashed several times per second. The strength with which they clashed caused a small windstorm to be formed around them. Sparks scattered all over the place as they battled each other. Daichi was on the defensive due to his lack of sword skill. This guy's sword skills are incredible. It's not just fast. His movements, it's almost impossible for me to predict them at my level. As the battle raged on, Daichi was analyzing his opponent. He barely dodged a swing aimed for his neck, but the next second a thin line appeared across his chest. If I hadn't leaned back at the last second, that would have been a serious injury. His ability to quickly change the attack trajectory and paths, his insane accuracy, and the sword's ever-changing orbits, whoever he is, he's based on someone powerful. Skill sword mastery's level has risen by 1. Skill chakra flow's level has risen by 1. +1 sense, +1 dexterity. But I'm also getting stronger. My sword skill improvement speed is much faster than I expected. Maybe it's because I'm fighting an expert. As they clashed, Daichi's skills improved. He was starting to keep up with the ninja. He blocked a strike and deflected the sword away from him, and quickly sent a slash towards his enemy. The dungeon ninja recovered from the failed strike quickly and used more chakra to increase his speed and block Daichi's strong incoming slash. Due to the force generated from the clash, both of them were thrown away from each other. They stood opposite to each other and stared down. His speed is almost equal to mine, but his strength is slightly less. But he still successfully suppressed my attack. Unbelievable. I need to restrain him. Daichi wasted no time and rushed forward. He was a ninja before he was a swordsman, and his life was more important to him than anything else. He was going to use every arsenal he had to win. He reached the ninja quickly and tried to restrain him using chakra threads. He used his left hand to create the several threads to keep his enemy in check. His threads connected with the enemy ninja's hands and feet and rooted him in place. Daichi swung his sword with his right hand, intending to deal a huge amount of damage. But there was a problem with this strategy. The moment the ninja was restrained, he used his chakra-coated sword to cut the strings and was able to barely block the attack. Daichi's eyes twitched as he saw his strike blocked. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Grr. The dungeon ninja rushed and aimed for Daichi's heart, but Daichi, with the help of his superior senses and agility, evaded and didn't allow the attack to land. The swords clashed once again. As the battle progressed, Daichi focused on the trajectory of the enemy's sword more and more, and his mind unknowingly disregarded the enemy's empty hand. If I can just hold on and increase my sword skill, I can... Ku. Awk. Damage 2 of 16 HP, negative status, bleeding. Daichi's eyes widened and trembled as he felt a dagger stab into his side. The enemy ninja quickly pulled the dagger out and was ready to attack again. But Daichi immediately used body flicker and gained some distance. He placed a hand on the wound. Fuck! I was careless. He made me focus on his sword so much that he was able to get a sneak attack in. Bastard smart. Despite his opponent landing a wound on him, Daichi smiled. A sneaky attack like that. So it looks like you're a shinobi before you're a swordsman, too, after all. You have sensed killing intent. At that moment, the enemy ninja rushed in and began to fight using both the weapons. The ninja's swordsmanship became more dangerous and threatening as he started using two blades. The gap time between the attacks was reduced, and the path of the attacks became more complicated. Daichi responded in kind and took a dagger from his inventory. Due to using two-bladed weapons, the dual-wielding mastery skill was activated. It increases the damage inflicted, speed, critical rate, and balance of the user. Due to these buffs and the effects of the sword mastery skill, Daichi was able to match his opponent and bring the fight to almost equal terms. Both of them fought vigorously. Daichi was getting wounded and coughing up blood, but he was also able to reduce the health points of his enemy. The fight went on for several minutes, with neither side able to get in a decisive blow. They were only able to inflict non-lethal strikes on each other. But soon the tides turned, and the battle began to favor a certain side. When Daichi's health fell below 25%, the effects of the persistent stat activated. It gave an 8% stat boost, increasing Daichi's speed and power. The ninja held on, but was unable to block attacks due to the new increased speed. But he was still able to inflict damage on Daichi. His chakra flowed through his sword and dagger and blocked Daichi's attacks, and slashed at Daichi's left leg, wanting to take the boy's footing away. 355 HP, negative status, broken leg, bleeding. The powerful attack landed and Daichi went down to one knee. Ah! Fuck! Daichi desperately blocked the attacks coming his way, but he was somewhat unsuccessful due to the injury. At that moment, another skill activated, saving Daichi from the onslaught. Health points have fallen below 20%. Skill Ozark's Resilience is activated. Plus 2% to strength, vitality, and agility stats for 20 seconds. This boost, coupled with the stat boost from the persistence skill, pushed Daichi's speed and strength beyond his enemy. Daichi swiftly deflected the bladed attacks and slashed the hands of his enemy. The hand holding the sword severed, and the one holding the dagger was torn up. Minus 6 and 22 HP. Enemy negative status. Crippled buff in effect. Plus 1 persistence. I only have 14 seconds left. Need to make it count. Daichi quickly stood on one leg and started his fierce counterattack. He used chakra thread to make sure the enemy didn't escape, and attacked him with his tanto. He was able to link over 10 strikes in quick succession and activated the skill Linked Kill Strikes. Several other skills activated, and Daichi's hands became a blur. Brutal strikes landed on his enemy, and in less than 10 seconds, his health was reduced to 0. Plus 2500 XP. Plus 375 XP. Enemies killed. I won. Finally. It's over. Daichi was breathing hard. He let go of his tanto and fell on his back. He looked at his minimap to make sure there wasn't anyone around. He slowly took his sword and crawled to a nearby tree. He sat and looked at the piled-up notifications. Oh man, that's a lot of messages. He started treating his wounds and bandaging them while going through the messages one by one. Skill Dual-Wielding Mastery's level has risen by 1. Skill Ozark's Resilience's level has risen by 1. Skill Sword Mastery's level has risen by 1. Skill Deathblow's level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Thread's level has risen by 1. Skill Danger Sense's level has risen by 1. Skill Vital Strike's level has risen by 1. Skill Killing Intent's level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Enhancement's level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Flow's level has risen by 1. Skill Physical Endurance's level has risen by 1. Skill Danger Sense's level has risen by 1. Due to defeating a special enemy of this dungeon, you have received the passive skill Combat Arts. Combat Arts Passive LV1. This skill allows the user to be more proficient in hand-to-hand combat and usage of weaponry. Effects. Passively increases the user's minimum and maximum melee damage, critical rate, and balance. Make the user ambidextrous. 2% increase in damage inflicted. 2% increase in attack speed. By fighting on dangerous terrain and quickly adapting to it, the skill Light Steps has been created. Light Steps, Passive Active, LVV01. This is a footwork skill that increases the movement speed and terrain adaptability of the user. When fighting an enemy, this skill could also be used as a charging skill or avoidance skill according to the user's proficiency. Effects. Increases balance of the user when in unstable and dangerous terrain. 3% increase in movement speed. CP cost 50 min. Wow. Fighting this one guy really pushed a lot of skill to the next level. And I even got 2 new skills. Daichi looked over the details of the skills and its effects. Not bad. Not bad at all. Daichi finished his rudimentary treatment. He stood and slowly made his way back to the cave. After drinking plenty of water and eating the food stored in his inventory, he was able to replenish some of his HP. He reached his cave and took his sleeping bed from his inventory dimension. Time to take a good long rest. Daichi slowly breathed in and out. His mental exhaustion was extreme due to the battle he just went through. Since he was in a relatively safe space, within seconds his eyes closed and he fell asleep. Author's note. Sup, guys? Saw the Doctor Strange movie a few days ago. Only one word. Awesome. Now on to other matters. I realized that this dungeon run is way too long. When I first started writing this arc, I thought I would complete it in like 4 chapters. But by the time I was done with the boss battle, the whole dungeon arc was almost 9 chapters. Even I know that's way too long. But I couldn't bring myself to cut down the chapters because I had fun writing it. Especially some of the fight scenes. But fear not. There will only be a couple more dungeon runs before he becomes Genin, and I'll be sure to keep those arcs 3 chapters or less. Now, I realize the story has a slow pace. The truth is, even I didn't expect that. When I first planned out the story, even before writing the chapters, I thought I would complete the Academy arc by chapter 50, or max 60 chapters, and eventually reach the Chunin arc by chapter 100 or 120. Never did I imagine it would take so long. Once this dungeon is completed, I'll try and pick up the pace. I've also taken into consideration how often I show skill stats and whatnot. I have reduced it in the coming chapters. There will be a skill list at the end of this dungeon arc, but then there won't be any skill stat updates on for a while. Like for 20 chapters at least. And how do you like the fight scenes in this dungeon? I wanted to show that Daichi was strong, but not too OP. Anyway, guys, thanks for the reviews. I read all of it. It helps me improve my writing. Thank you for the love and support. If you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 52, New Quest and Skills, Chapter 52 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, SP, and MP have been fully restored. Daichi woke up from his peaceful sleep to the sound of the notification ringing. He let out a small yawn and got up from his bed. Daichi got ready and prepared for the challenges ahead. He left the cave and looked at his mini-map. It's been a week since I began fighting in this dungeon. Up until now, of the 168 opponents, I took down 89 enemies of this dungeon, and now I'm at level 33. Along with the skill level ups, this is turning out to be quite a productive dungeon run. Not bad for a week's worth of fighting. Daichi looked at his stats and skills, and he was satisfied with the results. He walked forward and headed to the red dots shown on the map. Daichi wanted to complete the dungeon as soon as possible, but he also didn't want to be caught off guard. But still, with the experience of fighting over 7 dozen ninjas, he was ready to face whatever this dungeon could throw at him. Days went by, with Daichi fighting several types of ninjas. Most of them were based on a genin from a clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds, but there were some that weren't from any clans. Daichi experienced what it was like going against enemy ninjas and learned their various tactics. He fought some ninjas in one-on-one combat, while others he fought were in a team of 2 or 3 or sometimes even 4. During one such fight where he had to engage 4 shinobis at once, he used the Atamagai cloak for the first time. He completely disappeared from the enemy's senses, and he successfully ambushed them within a short time. Enemies killed. You have leveled up. Yes, level 34, finally. Once the battle was over, Daichi sat down on a nearby tree stump after making sure he was safe and took off the cloak. Wow, so that's how it feels to be invisible. Daichi marveled at the abilities of the cloak. I remember in the observation info on this thing that it can respond to the user's thoughts in a limited capacity. I didn't understand what that actually meant until now. The moment I put it on, it reduced its length to match my height and size. I was just thinking that it was too big and wished it was smaller, and this thing shrunk. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of seals were used to create something like this. If anyone in the world knew that this existed, they would do almost anything to get their hands on it. During the fight, Daichi tested some aspects and abilities he thought the cloak might have, and he was satisfied with what he learned. Once I put it on, it takes 100 mana points to activate, but other than that, there is no other cost. At least not if I continuously use it. If I try to extend the time by switching off the invisibility, then I have to spend another 100 mana piece to activate it again. And it seems the moment I put it on, I can somehow tell how long the invisibility of this cloak could last. It was as if the cloak had connected to my mind. Strange. I remember that the max time I get is 3 hours, and if I stretch it, I can maybe extend it to 10 hours, but that's going to be difficult. Right now my mana is limited, so I have to use this thing carefully and maximize the usage efficiency. At that moment, a new quest box popped up. Quest created, obtain the 5th cloak. Atamagai Uzumaki created 5 cloaks with special abilities. The first 3 cloaks were destroyed. You are currently in possession of his 4th cloak. Although the 4th cloak has exceptional abilities, Atamagai deemed it imperfect and a failure due to its limitations, and thus he even refused to name it. He used the information learned from creating the previous cloaks and used it to create a perfect final work. Find out more information on Atamagai Uzumaki and obtain his masterpiece. Time limit, none. Rewards. The Abyss Cloak. New skill. Failure, none. Accept. A new quest? Didn't expect that. Daichi looked over the quest information, and he accepted it immediately. Wow. My current cloak is incredible, and this guy deems it a failure. Then what the hell does he consider perfect? I wonder what kind of abilities the final cloak has. Daichi decided he would look into the quest once he left the dungeon. Refocusing his attention to the current dungeon quest, Daichi moved forward. Daichi spent another 3 days exploring through the dungeon. He avoided traps and tracked his enemies. His stealth skills increased by a wide margin, and he learned how to leave as little evidence behind when escaping a dangerous situation. Daichi was currently battling a ninja with the abilities based on a member from the Hyuga clan. HP 421 CP 4002. A ninja created based on a genin of the Hyuga clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This enemy is immune to genjutsu and has powerful taijutsu abilities capable of destroying internal organs, capable of tracking the enemy from long distances and confronting them head-on. This enemy prefers to fight alone, and he intends to kill you. He had been fighting for a while and managed to reduce the HP of his opponent to less than 150. Daichi went through several hand seals as he evaded the palm strikes from the dungeon Hyugajinin. Water-style Hydro Blast Jutsu. A powerful point-blank spiraling water blast sent the ninja flying back to a tree. He crashed, and it took his last remaining health points. 1200 XP, plus 180 XP. Enemies killed, 168, you have leveled up. Level 35, huh? With the number of ninjas remaining, it looks like I'll be able to increase my level by 1 more by the time I finish this dungeon. Daichi looked over the experience needed to reach level 36. Almost 34,000, huh? With the experience points from the ninjas and the reward of the quest, that should be enough to get me to 36. As Daichi was looking over his stats, a new skill notification appeared. Due to defeating a special enemy of this dungeon, you have received the passive skill Absolute Chakra Mastery. Absolute Chakra Mastery, passive, LV, max. This skill allows the user to expel chakra from all chakra points on the human body. It helps the user have more control over the chakra used in jutsu and other chakra-related techniques. This skill also passively increases the speed of the user's chakra control mastery. Once the user reaches the pinnacle of chakra control, they will be capable of using yin and yang chakra in various ratios. As Daichi read the first part of the information, his mind recalled everything he remembered about the chakra points. This will come in handy. Most people are only capable of expelling chakra from the hands or feet, but the Hyuga clan, Naruto, and a few others are capable of releasing chakra from every part of their body. I figured it might be possible for me too with the gamer's body and all that, but I definitely would have needed to train more. So this skill helps in that regard, and it reduces my chakra control training time, so that's a bonus as well. All in all, not a bad reward. As Daichi read the full description, his mind boggled at the possibilities. Oh yeah, this is definitely a great passive skill. If I can use yin and yang release as I want, then theoretically it's possible for me to create and use jutsus resembling secret clan techniques. The possibilities are limitless. With a smile on his face, Daichi resumed his hunt. Another 4 days passed. Daichi took his time and didn't rush to battle his enemies. He spent several hours a day training and improving his skills, and his training bore fruit. His skills have all seen tremendous growth during the last week. It was currently noon, and Daichi was fighting a ninja based on someone from the Uchiha clan. HP 43391, CP 4064. A ninja created based on a genin of the Uchiha clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. A powerful enemy capable of genjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. Proficient in fire attacks and has a 2-Tomoe Sharingan. His speed is much greater than the average genin and is capable of exceptional shuriken jutsu and swordsmanship. This enemy fights alone and intends to kill you. Daichi blocked a punch with his palm and retaliated with a fast, strong kick. It sent the ninja several feet back. Daichi took several breaths of air within the few seconds he bought. This ninja had forced him to go all out, and Daichi pushed himself to his limits. Once he got a few breaths of air, he rushed towards the red-eyed Nin. The enemy ninja threw several shuriken at Daichi, but he deflected the weapons and defended himself with a kunai. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. That's like the 10th time he's tried to ensnare me in a genjutsu. It's getting annoying. Daichi blocked a stab from a kunai and punched the head of his enemy. His opponent exploded into smoke. Shadow clone jutsu, huh? This bastard is using my tactics against me. The copy ninja created a clone and used genjutsu on Daichi. But seeing his illusions ineffective, the clone engaged Daichi, buying the real one time to set up another attack. The real copy nin threw several shuriken with ninja wire attached to them. The shuriken wasn't aimed to hit Daichi, but rather confine him to a certain area. Once he let the ninja stars fly, he quickly weaved several hand seals. In just a couple seconds, he completed the seals, with the last one ending in a tiger seal. By the time Daichi finished off the clone, the shurikens surrounded him with flames speeding along the wire. Dragonfire jutsu, huh? You won't get me that easily. Daichi weaved signs for the substitution jutsu and landed on a nearby tree. The moment his feet touched the branch, his senses alerted him to someone coming his way. Daichi looked behind him and saw the enemy flying at him with his leg outstretched and aimed for his back. Daichi dodged by jumping down from the tree branch. He landed and looked up to see a fireball jutsu heading his way. Daichi went through several seals and slammed his hands into the ground. Earth-style rock shelter jutsu. The rock dome formed and protected Daichi from the burning ball of death. The fireball hit the rock dome and exploded, creating dust and smoke. Daichi's ears picked up movement, and he parried a kick coming from his side. The two ninjas engaged in hand to combat once again. Daichi quickly took out his dagger and sword and battled the ninja. The buffs due to using the bladed weapons gave Daichi the advantage, and after some time, the fight came to an end with Daichi as the victor. Plus 1250 A7, 5 XP. Enemies killed. When MZ8, you have leveled up. Due to defeating a special enemy of this dungeon, you have received Fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu active LV1. The user needs chakra and converts it to fire and then spits several volley of small fireballs into the air. The small fireballs move wildly through the area and quickly surround the target. With enough control over the fire element and the jutsu, the user can guide each individual flame with his chakra and direct them towards the target. Shurikens can be hidden within the flames and make this technique even more deadly. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals, rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger CP, cost 240 per use. Note, currently the user is only able to create 6 small fireballs per attack, but with enough mastery over the fire nature chakra, this limitation can be removed. This is an excellent offense. Looks like I'll have to focus on fire nature chakra control along with earth nature. One for offense, another for defense. I suppose for the moment that will create a balance in my ninjutsu skills. Daichi dismissed the blue boxes and opened his status page. Status name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class, student, age 7. Title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, apprentice, dungeon warrior. Level 36, 650, 5555 DU, HP 3995, CP 6532, 2SP 3730, MP 2395. Primary stats, strength 85, vitality 8 E1, dexterity 80, agility 83, intelligence 105, chakra 107, wisdom 55. Special stats, sense 80, stamina 97, indomitable 13, charisma 39, persistence 14, dignity. Luck locked. Stat points 505, Ryo 25 and 2000. Daichi smiled as he looked over the numbers. He was happy with the increase in stats so far. Looks like all my stats have increased by a substantial margin. I can feel the strength and power of my body so clearly. Must be due to the sense stat. And now I have over 500 points accumulated. Once I complete this dungeon, I'm going to increase the primary stats to a 100. As Daichi was pondering on his next move, several notifications appeared. You have defeated all the ninjas, and as a result, has awakened the boss of this dungeon. The dungeon boss has 100 minions. Defeat all of them to complete and exit the dungeon. Reading the message, Daichi prepared himself. The ground started shaking, and several meters in front of him, Daichi could see a rising platform made of white and red stones. And standing on it was Daichi's final opponent. About time. Let's get this over with. Daichi took out his tanto and braced himself. Author's note: if you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 53, Second Dungeon Boss Battle, Chapter 53 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. The platform rising from the ground was composed of white and red stones. They were arranged in a clover pattern, and on top of it was a menacing 6-foot figure wearing a black worn-out cloak. Daichi immediately used Observe on his final opponent. A semi-intelligent humanoid puppet created by the dungeon. This puppet activates after every ninja in the dungeon is destroyed. It is the strongest puppet and the boss of this dungeon. It has 100 minion puppets and can command them to attack the enemy. This puppet is capable of using ninjutsu attacks and is proficient in taijutsu. Favors lightning nature. It wants to kill you. A humanoid puppet with a powerful physique stood on the platform. Its face was devoid of everything except the eyes in the shape of 2 small horizontal slits. Daichi scrutinized his enemy. It had bulky arms but lean legs. The body was a combination of wood and metal. Its joints, arms, and legs were metal, but its chest and lower torso were made of wood. Bright blue eyes looked at Daichi as he looked at it. What the hell? Why can't I see how much HP and CP this thing has? Is it far beyond my level? Does that mean I can't win? Doubts slowly formed in Daichi's mind, but he quickly calmed down and regained his composure. You can do this. Keep your head in the fight, Daichi. It's just a dumb puppet. You can win. Only a couple seconds passed with both of them staring at each other, but then the puppet made its first move. It raised its left hand with the palm facing Daichi. You have sensed killing intent. What are you up to? Daichi's mind came up with several attack scenarios, and he prepared himself. The next instant, Daichi barely dodged a water blast aimed at the middle of his head. A small, thin, but powerful water blast was coming out of the puppet's raised hand. Daichi dodged and looked at the puppet. Daichi could hear the trees and rocks getting destroyed behind him. He saw a small, round opening in the middle of the palm and the water jutsu coming out of it. The puppet Raidon, seeing that his prey had evaded the attacks, stopped the water blast and then raised both hands. Blue lines of light came to life on its arms from its elbow to its wrists. It then spoke a single word. Arise. Da fuck? Daichi was gobsmacked as he looked at the puppet. It can talk? And why am I getting a strong solo leveling vibe? The ground all around them started shaking, and within seconds from the earth came dozens and dozens of puppets. Daichi jumped back and gained some distance from the new foes. The new puppets were around 5 feet tall and didn't look as strong as their leader. So these must be Raidon's minions. Observe. A puppet under the command of Raidon. A puppet under the command of Raidon. A puppet under the command of Raidon. Daichi used the skill Observe on several of the new puppets. It looks like, except for the name, everything else is the same for all of them. Looks like I'll have to take out these guys before I deal with the boss. Daichi didn't waste time and rushed towards the nearest one. His speed and strength were much greater than the minion puppets, and he was able to easily destroy them. Enemy killed. Plus 200 XP x 30. XP. All the other puppets got into action and started attacking Daichi. The battle began between Daichi and the smaller puppets. He ducked and weaved through the punches aimed his way and smashed the puppets. It broke apart quickly due to Daichi's immense strength. His senses alerted him to a stream of fire headed his way. Daichi used substitution on a nearby puppet and escaped. So using substitution on my enemies is possible, huh? I needed to confirm that. As the battle progressed, Daichi made several notes on his enemies. Each minion puppets could only use one type of ninjutsu attack, and there are several seconds delay after each attack, and they can turn their arms into bladed weapons. Daichi blocked a blade with his tanto and sent a powerful punch to the head, blasting it apart. Enemy killed. Plus 200 XP. Plus 30. XP 10 down. 90 more to go. Time to speed this up. Daichi created 2 shadow clones and all of them went through several hand seals. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Flames rushed in every direction and engulfed dozens of puppets. In seconds, several of them exploded and were destroyed while others burned to the ground. Plus 200 XP, plus 30 XP, enemy killed. Plus 30 XP, enemy killed. Plus 200 XP, plus 30 XP. The kill confirm boxes kept piling up. The clones went off to battle the remaining puppets while Daichi refocused his attention back to the boss. I need to play this smart. I can't read its level, HP or CP. That means this thing is much stronger than the ones I've faced just now. Can't make any rash mistakes. Daichi went through the hand seals for his lightning overdrive jutsu. With his body coated in small lightning currents, Daichi sped to the enemy. Daichi sent a lightning-fast punch to the center of his opponent's head, but something unexpected happened. Lightning burst forth from his enemy and he blocked Daichi's attack. The puppet stopped Daichi's powerful momentum in his tracks. The moment they made contact, a small boom occurred, and the force of the impact created small winds blowing all around them. You have sensed killing intent. Daichi's eyes widened in realization. Shit! This thing can either copy my moves, or it can already use lightning to increase its speed. The boss puppet Rhydon punched Daichi, but the boy blocked the fist with both arms. They began their battle with both of them attacking and defending against enemy onslaught. The bottom half of Rhydon's face lowered, and from its open mouth several volley of small kunais were launched. Daichi used Body Flicker to increase his speed and evade the attacks. Both of them rushed at each other. Fists met fists and knuckles met knuckles as neither one backed down. At that moment, memories from one of his clones came, and Daichi inwardly smiled. All of the minion puppets have been destroyed, and now only the boss remains. Daichi now had a plan in mind. He dodged another kick coming towards him and used chakra threads to contain his enemy. The moment the threads connected and stopped the enemy's movements, the clone who was hiding behind him came. In a second, it sent a strong, powerful punch to the back of Rhydon's head and was able to shatter the wooden skull. That was easy, Daichi thought as he looked towards his headless enemy. Rhydon fell on his knees and then a second later fell forward onto the ground. Seeing the plan work, Daichi's clone let go of the Shadow Clone Jutsu and disappeared. It's over? That was a lot easier than I expected. As Daichi was thinking about this, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Wait, if I defeated him, then why haven't I gotten the notification yet? As Daichi was pondering this question, something unexpected happened. The shattered pieces of the head moved as if it had a life of its own and rejoined the body. Once its head was reattached, it stood up and looked at Daichi. What the freaking hell? Is this thing immortal? As Daichi was freaking out, lightning coated Rhydon's body, and the puppet boss rushed at the small boy. Daichi took out his dagger and tanto, and they began their second round of battle. Lightning condensed and coated the puppet's right hand, and the current suddenly blitzed towards Daichi. Daichi used chakra enhancement to augment his speed and strength. And due to the buffs of using bladed weapons, his speed increased by a considerable margin. It was only due to these conditions that he was able to avoid the lightning attack. The spot where the lightning struck charred. Daichi evaded several strikes from the lightning and sent several volley of fireballs as retaliation. Both the puppet and the boy dodged and resumed their hand-to-hand combat. Skill Combat Arts' level has risen by 1. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. As the battle progressed, Daichi's skills leveled up, and before long he found an opening and slashed at the enemy's torso. The puppet jumped back and gained some distance. It was what Daichi was waiting for. He quickly threw his weapons a few feet into the air and created 2 shadow clones. Daichi then used the lightning overdrive jutsu and caught his falling weapons. Daichi and his 2 clones dodged the water and fire blasts coming from the enemy puppet. They surrounded it and started attacking from all sides. The puppet, while strong and fast, was not able to successfully defend against 3 enemies at the same time. One of Daichi's clones used his chakra threads to limit Rhydon's movements, and the next moment, the clone sent several strong punches from the back, while Daichi used chakra flow on his weapons and cut through from the front. Both of them attacked ferociously and destroyed the entire upper body of the puppet. What was left of it fell to the ground. Daichi was waiting for the completion notification box, but seeing it not appear, he quickly realized that his job was not done. Daichi watched as the puppet started putting itself back together. Not this time. He quickly weaved through hand seals and let out a flaming ball where the puppet lay. Watching the original Daichi attack the fallen puppet, the 2 clones joined as well. Several wind bullets and streams of flames were let loose and impacted the fallen enemy. The three didn't let up and continued attacking for a while before stopping. The ground was a burning, smoldering mess. The puppet was charred. As Daichi looked, he still didn't get a notification. What the hell? Why is it still not dead? What do I have to do? As Daichi was frustrated at the lack of victory, his eyes suddenly caught something shining. It was a small pebble-like blue stone in the middle of the charred ground. Daichi walked towards it and picked it up. He felt chakra coming from it and quickly used Observe, Raidon's core. This special sphere was created to supply near limitless chakra to the puppet Raidon. With this core, the puppet can fight forever and regenerate its lost parts. So that's the secret, huh? Daichi, having an understanding of what was going on, looked closely at the chakra sphere. Can I take this with me? A near limitless chakra sphere would come in handy. As Daichi pondered on this question, he could feel the sphere shaking in his hand, and Daichi could see several wooden and metal debris coming towards him. Daichi tried to place it in his inventory, but the action was denied. It's trying to form its body again. Letting out a sigh, Daichi closed his fist around the small sphere. It was a sturdy small ball, and Daichi had to use quite a bit of force before cracks started appearing. And seconds later, he crushed it. The core turned to dust the moment it broke, and the wooden and metal debris coming towards Daichi fell to the ground. You have defeated the boss Raidon. Enemies killed. Plus 1600 XP. Plus 240 XP. You have leveled up. Reward. Skill Lightning Style, Lightning Strike Jutsu. Quest Destroy All Enemies. Completed. Rewards. New skill, Mana Puppetry. New title, Executioner. This title will increase all your stats by 7% when fighting enemy ninjas. Rio 375,000, 1000 XP. You have successfully defeated every enemy in this dungeon. You have been granted access to the return key. Just as Daichi expected, the golden key appeared in front of him as soon as he cleared the dungeon. Daichi was in a much better condition compared to the last time he was in the dungeon. He took the key and used Observe on it. Dungeon exit key. With this key, the player can open the exit door and can leave the dungeon. Key valid for only 24 hours in dungeon time. Once the key becomes invalid, the door will be locked and the player will be trapped inside the dungeon forever. Time remaining, just as I thought. So each time I finish a dungeon, I have 24 hours to get out, huh? Daichi looked around the place. He spent over 2 weeks fighting for his life here. He let out a sigh and opened his map. Daichi decided that he would rest and check his stats and skills in his home, rather than here. Once Daichi ascertained the location of the entrance door, he left the place. He quickly reached the door and placed the golden key inside. Time to go home. You have used the return key. Would you like to leave this dungeon? YN? Yes. The door opened, and as Daichi stepped into the hallway, he was teleported back to his home. Author's note: if you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. A thumbs up always helps. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 54. Powerful Growth. Chapter 54 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi appeared in his bed. He looked at the clock nearby and saw that only 4 seconds had passed. This is really convenient. I spent over 2 weeks there and only 3 seconds had gone by here. Time to check out my rewards. Daichi opened the status page and saw that his cash reserves as well as stat points had increased significantly. He then saw the newest title. Daichi clicked on it and the information popped up. Executioner. This title will increase all your stats by 7% when fighting enemy ninjas. A very useful title indeed. I'll have to find ways to get more titles. It looks like they'll be able to increase my battle prowess by a large margin. Daichi opened the status page next. Many skills had increased several levels thanks to the dungeon battles. He wanted to go through each and every one of them and see how far they had improved. Skills. Daichi's current list of skills opened up. He went through each one and noted their improvement. His eyes landed on the skill Observe. Looks like Observe has increased. But I still only see the level, HP, CP, and info on my enemies and not their physical stats. Seems I'll have to increase it beyond level 50 or more to get that info. He moved on to the next skills with great improvement. Seems all the training these last several months and the battles inside the dungeon helped with the basic body conditioning skill. It's already level 64, but I feel that the progress will slow down soon. Daichi went down the list. He stopped on the meaner jutsu creation skill. I haven't used this skill as much as I wanted to. I'll need to get on this as soon as I finish the shape transformation training. He moved on and looked over the increase in the various sense skills. I'll have to get my senses to level 50. I wonder what an evolved skill would be like? Since Superior Sight is close to level 50, I'll focus on that first. Daichi went over the effects of the Academy Taijutsu skill next. Wow, my Taijutsu skill level went way up. I doubt any Jinin, or even Chunin, will be able to fight me in straight hand-to-hand combat now. My Shuriken Jutsu is close to max level. I'll be able to level it to 100 by the end of the next dungeon run. Physical endurance has reached level 57. It seems my damage reduction has increased greatly. And coupled with the damage reduction of the other skills, I'll take very little damage from blunt attacks from enemies on my level or below me. But the effects of the damage reduction skills decreases the higher level my opponent is, and if they have bladed weapons. Daichi moved down the list. He stopped at the skill chakra threads. Ah! One of my favorite skills. Since it's reached level 70, I'll have to start adding different applications to this technique. Soon, I'll be able to add nature to this skill. Then it'll be truly awesome. As Daichi moved on and went down the list, he saw the 3 basic Academy Jutsus. Seems I haven't been practicing 2 of the Academy Jutsus as much as I should. I need to practice the rope escape and transformation jutsu more and max them. The next skill he went over in detail was the sword mastery skill. Daichi's sword mastery skill has now reached level 21. This skill definitely saved my ass more than a dozen times. But still, should I be a weapons-type fighter or not? Questions for later, I suppose. Daichi then noted the level of his tree walking technique. I'll have to max this skill as soon as I can, and then complete the water walking skill as well. After that, I can focus on the shape transformation and nature transformation training of chakra. The Ozark's resilience skill is a powerful skill that I need to level up as fast as possible. A 14% increase in stats for 45 seconds. That's not a small effect, and it's only level 7 right now, but it only activates when my HP falls below 20. I deliberately let some attacks land on me during some fights in the dungeon to increase this thing, and I didn't like it at all. Is there another way to increase the level of this? Daichi pondered on this for a little while before moving on to the next skill. Daichi looked over the mana, affinity, and telekinesis skill. Need to start training this skill actively. Don't know when it might come in handy. He went down the list and reached the affinity skills. So earth, fire, and lightning are the 3 natures I'm frequently using, huh? I suppose that explains their increase over the other 2 natures. I can use earth for defense or escape jutsus while fire for attacking, and lightning can be switched with offense or defense. I'll leave it like that for now. Daichi then reached the last skill on the list. Mana puppetry. Implant suggestions? Daichi clicked on the latest skill he received. Mana puppetry. Active. LV01. This skill allows the user to control various animals and humans with mental commands. Mana is used to implant suggestions or orders into the target's mind, and the user can control them as they see fit. Since this skill is mana-based, chakra defenses and seals will be useless against it. Note, at the current level, you can only implant a simple suggestion into human targets, and your mental strength is not strong enough to actively control them. But with training and at higher levels, this limitation can be removed. Effects. Can implant suggestions into a target's mind. MP cost. 800 target. Holy shit! Daichi couldn't help but shout as he read the skill. His eyes widened like dinner plates as he understood the implications of the skill. This is the equivalent of Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. Daichi's mind boggled at the ideas that suddenly came to him. He forcefully calmed himself and looked over the skill. According to this, right now with this skill, I can only implant suggestions and not active control. And furthermore, even after I develop this skill, there is no way it wouldn't have further limitations. I'll have to test this out and see what it's capable of to determine the full power of this skill. Daichi made the decision to test out the skill after a few days. I'll test it on some wild animals first, and then test and check the effects on humans. After he made the decision, he opened the jutsu list. He wanted to see the details of the newest lightning jutsu he got. Lightning Style, Lightning Strike, Active LV1. This jutsu allows the user to create an electric current that can hit multiple people at the same time. Additionally, it can extend to incredible distances and can even avoid obstacles. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals, tiger, snake, dog. CP cost, 260 per use. Note, current range is 2 meters. Once the user has become more proficient in using the jutsu and lightning nature chakra, this limitation can be removed. A decent attack jutsu, not bad. Time to check out my status page. Status. Name Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class student, age 7. Title Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Beast Slayer, Apprentice, Dungeon Warrior, Executioner. Level 37, 150 to 37, Tune of T, HP 3960, CP 6532, 2 SP 3750, MP 2395. Primary stats, Strength 85, Vitality 81, Dexterity 80, Agility 83, Intelligence 105, Chakra 107, Wisdom 55. Special stats, Sense 81, Stamina 98, Indomitable 14, Charisma 40, Persistence 15, Dignity. Luck locked. Stat points. 5110 Ryo, 62 7000. A little over 37,000 XP for the next level up. Looks like the XP requirement is going up as I expected. I'll have to focus on improving my stats then. 2 more points in stamina stat and I'll probably get a new skill. Most probably a passive one. Daichi looked at the special and then the primary stat points. He decided he would raise all of the primary stats above 100 points. His eyes focused on the last 2 special stats. Dignity and Luck. Damn it. It's been 3 years and I still haven't unlocked these 2. I have a theory as to how the Dignity stat might be unlocked, but that would take years. And the Luck stat. Daichi let out a tired sigh. Damn it, I've tried everything I could think of. I learned gambling from the old man, although he wasn't very happy that I learned it at such a young age. I tried flipping coins and tried to predict the outcome. I tried to predict the lotto and it didn't get me anywhere. And several other methods that came to my mind, but nothing's worked so far. What do I have to do? Daichi let out another sigh. I'll deal with it later. Can't do anything about it now, I suppose. He started adding stat points. Primary stat, Strength, 85 equals 101. Vitality, 81, 101. Dexterity, 80. 101 Agility, 83. Oops, 101 Intelligence, 105. 111 Chakra. 107, 110. Wisdom, 55. 101. Looks like I needed to add 130 stat points. Stat points, 380 HP, 6728. CP, 7045. MP, 4310. Oh yeah, my points are way up. Chakra is still the highest with HP coming second, and SP is the lowest. But I have a feeling that once my stamina stat rises over 100, that won't be the case. At that moment, several blue boxes started appearing. Strength stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Giant Strength. Vitality stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Life Recovery. Dexterity stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Lithe Body. Agility stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Swiftness. Wisdom stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Hermit's Wisdom. Oh man, I feel so strong. Daichi clenched his hands as he felt the strength and chakra in his body increase. He punched forward and he could feel the force of his strength flowing through him. Daichi started checking out the new passive skills. Giant Strength, passive, L max. A passive skill given to the player when the strength stat has reached 100. This skill passively increases the strength of your body and the damages dealt to an enemy. It also reduces damage taken by the user's body. Giant Strength is a skill that's obtained and maxed. I definitely feel much more powerful. I need to see just how strong I am soon. Daichi closed the Giant Strength skill window and opened the next one. Life Recovery. Passive, max. A passive skill given to the player when the vitality stat has reached 100. The recovery ability of your body has been increased by 5 times. You can regain HP at a much faster rate. This skill also reduces the sleep time needed to restore your body down to 4.5 hours. Increases the HP of the user. Life recovery is a skill that's obtained and maxed. I feel like I'm becoming a tank fighter. The ability to take tons of damage and now my insane recovery speed. This will definitely help me in the tough situation to come. Lithe Body. A passive skill given to the player when the dexterity stat has reached 100. This skill increases the evasion rates, balance, and weapons handling of the user. Accuracy of several skills are increased by multiple times depending on the skills. Lithe Body is a skill that's obtained and maxed. Evasion, accuracy, balance, and weapons handling, huh? Nice. It seems my shuriken jutsu, sword mastery, and other such skills can be leveled up even faster. Swiftness. Passive. Max. A passive skill given to the player when the agility stat has reached 100. This skill passively increases the movement speed of the body by 5 times. Swiftness is a skill that's obtained and maxed. I could always use more speed. With this, I'll be able to dodge and land multiple strikes within seconds. And with this speed, I can use linked kills strikes skill more often. Closing the swiftness skill page, he opened the last one. Hermit's Wisdom. Passive. A passive skill given to the player when wisdom stat has reached 100. This skill strengthens the mind and increases the mana powers of the user. Effect, X and strength of mind skills are increased. This skill also helps the user cope with the negative side effect of the skill, Absolute Recall. Increases mana points of the user. Hermit's Wisdom is a skill that's obtained and maxed. Seems Wisdom also greatly helps with mana abilities. I have to test them soon. Looks like I don't have to worry about the negative side effects of the recall skill. That's good. Daichi went through all the skills. He was very happy with his progress and growth. Each day brings me closer and closer to my goal. Soon I won't have to fear anyone. Daichi closed the notification boxes and status page. Daichi got up from his bed and stretched his body. He could clearly feel the changes that happened. He went to get freshened up, and then feeling hungry, he went downstairs to get something to eat. Author's note. Yes, before you guys start cursing my name, I know. This was already a way too long dungeon, and you guys are in no mood for another system update related chapter. I get it, but please bear with me. This chapter is the last one with such a focus on the skills and gamer aspect in the story for at least another 30 chapters. The plot will move forward from the next chapter onwards. Well, Daichi will make some important training plans in the next chapter, and then the plot picks up after that, and it picks up steam. Stay tuned. If you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. A thumbs up always helps. Skill effects. 5% increase in speed when dishwashing. Effects. 160 increase to base HP regeneration per minute. 116% increase to base CP regeneration per minute. 116% increase to base SP regeneration per minute. Effects. 72% in damage inflicted. 73% increase in movement speed. 25% increase in physical stat growth. 50% decrease in damage taken. Effects. 25% growth rate of chakra stat. 60% strength increase to all chakra-based skills, 58% defense increase against chakra-based attacks, 45% increase to maximum CP, 28% CP cost to all chakra-based skills. Effects. Regeneration increased by 89% of base CP, 15% increase in regeneration speed, 25% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases CP regeneration to 108%. Effects. 22% success rate to create new ninjutsu, 22% success rate to create new genjutsu. 14% CP requirements for new jutsu created. Effects. 200% increase in chakra control. CP cost 1 sec. 50% CP cost to chakra techniques. Effects. 60% increase in taste, CP cost 1 sec. Effects. 86% increase in hearing, CP cost 2 sec. Effects. 80% increase in smell, CP cost 1 sec. Effects. 92% increase in sight, CP cost 2 sec. Effects. 89% increase in attack power, 87% increase in defense, 91% increase in speed, 78% decrease in damage taken. Effects. 97.3% increase in accuracy, 92.1% increase in damage dealt, Effects: 51.4% decrease in damage taken. Effects: 62% increase in critical rate. 75% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy. 61% increase in attack speed. SP cost 7 per hit. Effects: 50% increase in taste and aroma of dish. 50% increase in plating technique. Effects: 38% increase in visual appeal, plus 42% increase of accuracy in painting. Effects: 140% increase in thread control, 140% increase in thread speed. CP cost 2 sec for single thread. Effects: 75% increase in running speed. SP cost 28 SP per minute. Effects: 30% increase in success when escaping bindings. Effects: 75% accuracy increase when creating identical clones. CP cost 35 CP per clone. Effects: 60% increase in accuracy and details when transforming. CP cost 10 CP per transformation. Note, this skill requires a sword to activate. Effects: 42% additional damage when striking the target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 42% increase in attack speed. Effects: 57% additional damage when hitting target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 22% increase in attack speed. Effects: 160% increase in chakra control. CP cost 4 sec. Minus 52, 8% CP cost to chakra techniques. Effects: current range 80 meters. Effects: 184% additional attack, damage to the enemy. 30% increase in attack speed. 30% increase in critical rate. Effects: 176% increase in chakra control. CP cost 5 sec. 27.9% decrease CP cost to chakra techniques. Effects: current range 70 meters. CP cost 10 meter. Effects: 14% increase in strength, vitality, and agility stats for 45 seconds when HP falls below 20%. Cooldown time: 8 hours. Effects: enemies with a plus or minus 3 level gap between the user are paralyzed for 30 seconds. Enemies less than 4 levels and below the user are struck with terror and paralyzed for 40 seconds, as well as 10% reduction of their physical stats. Effects: passively increases the player's minimum and maximum melee damage, critical rate, and balance. 19% increase to damage inflicted. 19% increase in attack speed. Effects: 22% increase in water attack jutsu. 22% increase in water defense jutsu. 10% increase in success when creating water-style jutsu. 5% decrease in chakra cost when using water-style jutsu. Effects: 26% increase in wind attack jutsu. 26% increase in wind defense jutsu. 8% increase in success when creating wind-style jutsu. 3% decrease in chakra cost when using wind-style jutsu. Effects: 12% strength increase to all mana-based skills. 94% MP cost to all mana-based skills. Effects: 8% increase in mana attacks. 8% increase in mana defenses. 2% decrease in mana cost. Effects: 40% increase in fire attack jutsu. 40% increase in fire defense jutsu. 17% increase in success when creating fire-style jutsu. 11% decrease in chakra cost when using fire-style jutsu. Effects: 48% increase in earth attack jutsu. 48% increase in earth defense jutsu. 40% increase in success when creating earth-style jutsu. 20% decrease in chakra cost when using earth-style jutsu. Effects: 36% increase in lightning attack jutsu. 36% increase in lightning defense jutsu. 8% increase in success when creating lightning-style jutsu. 8.7% decrease in chakra cost when using lightning-style jutsu. Effects: plus 16% increase in skin sensitivity. CP cost 25 sec. Note, the chakra cost of the skill and increase in abilities depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: increase the attack and defense power. Increase strength, stamina, agility, and vitality. Decrease the damage taken. Note, the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 38% strength increase to the object, 38% increase in chakra flow, 8% decrease in chakra cost. The chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 16.5% chance when creating common grade items, 1% chance when creating rare grade items, 0% chance when creating unique grade items, 0% chance when creating legendary grade items, 0% chance when creating mythical grade items. Effects: chakra usage depends on the user of the jutsu. CP cost 490 CP clone. Effects: 38% increase in mobility. CP cost 50 CP. Effects: 12% increase in damage inflicted, 12% increase in movement speed. Effects: 5% increase in agility, 10% increase in damage when using swords, daggers, or other sharp weapons. N plus 1% increase in damage dealt for each additional strike. N represents the last consecutive attack landed on the enemy. Effects: increases balance of the user when in unstable and dangerous terrain. 6% increase in movement speed. Effects: can implant suggestions into a target's mind. MP cost 800's target. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 55. Training Plans and Shortcuts. Chapter 55 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi pondered on his next move as he sat on the porch and ate some dumplings. There were many skills he had to focus on, but he wasn't sure what to tackle first. Chakra control, my stats, the jutsu creation skill. Then there's the change in chakra nature and change in chakra form training. I have plenty on my plate already, enough to keep me busy for at least 3 or 4 more years. But what should I start with? Daichi looked at the stats again. He wanted to train his special stat stamina and raise it to 100. Currently, the SP was the only remaining one that hadn't increased significantly. Based on my training time, I'll be able to raise my stamina points by the end of the week if I really push myself. So that's one problem solved. Daichi then thought about an important skill he had neglected: the meaner jutsu creation skill. To create or modify a jutsu, I'll need excellent control over my chakra and proficiency in shape transformation and the various chakra nature. So that will be my next focus. As Daichi went through the memories of his previous life, a new thought occurred to him. During Naruto's wind chakra nature training, Kakashi said that the Rasengan was the highest form of shape transformation. Chakra spinning wildly in every direction and contained in a sphere. With mastering just one jutsu, Naruto essentially skipped several years of training. A smile slowly formed on Daichi's face as he thought about the implications. If I can master the Rasengan, then I'll have completed the shape transformation training. And it's a perfect jutsu to get me out of tight situations. That's the pros of learning Rasengan. The cons are Kakashi, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Danzo, and probably everyone else who's seen the 4th Hokage fight would have their eyes on me. That's not a good thing, at least at my current level anyway. I can keep that jutsu a secret, but I know that no secret stays buried forever. The only thing I might have any control over is how long I could keep it hidden. Daichi weighed the pros and cons of learning that technique. After a couple of minutes, he came to a decision. No risk, no reward. I'll train the Rasengan, but I'll have to tell the old man. I won't be able to train it to perfection if I keep it a secret from him. But I need a convincing story for my knowledge on the Rasengan. Daichi came up with several ways he could explain the knowledge, but immediately disregarded them due to the holes in the explanations. As he thought about it, an idea came to his mind. He got up and went to Kensei's library. Daichi started going through scrolls and books trying to find ones that detail chakra training. After a few minutes of searching, he came across a handwritten notebook detailing various jutsu. Curiosity won, and Daichi decided to check them out. This must be the old man's notes. Daichi flipped the pages and came across various techniques of all natures. Damn! Based on these notes, the old man has studied plenty of jutsu during his time. As Daichi flipped another page, he suddenly stopped. The jutsu listed on the page was the one he was looking for. Rasengan. So the old man did see it and tried to study the technique. Daichi read the observations made by Kensei. An A-rank technique created with no hand seals. Based on my observation, it is a spinning ball of chakra held in the caster's palm. Upon closer look, I concluded that the chakra is spinning in several directions. The chakra control and power needed to create such a technique must be beyond normal shinobi. I have also noticed that once the ball is formed, it maintains its shape without the chakra dissipating until it comes into contact with something. Somehow Minato is able to maintain its form once the jutsu is created. And lastly, it is powerful enough to drill through even the hardest stones. Based on my understanding, this jutsu represents the change in chakra form, shape transformation, taken to a high degree. Tried to recreate the jutsu with not much positive results. Needs further observation on the jutsu to replicate it. Oh, wow! He's figured out most of the jutsu components from just seeing it. He's a lot smarter than I thought. Daichi looked over the notes some more, and then closed the book. He started putting everything back in their place. The old man had shown me detailed notes on various techniques in this library. I had hoped it would be the case for the Rasengan too, and looks like my guess was right. This gives me the excuse I need. I'll just say that I read the notes and am now interested in recreating the jutsu. Hopefully he'll believe it. As he put the books and scrolls back in their place, something came to his mind. My chakra reserve is considerably larger than before. I have almost as much chakra as a Chunin. Currently, the only person who has more chakra than me in my age group would be Naruto. If any teachers in the academy or someone else tried to sense my chakra level, then they would get suspicious of my growth speed. I need a jutsu to mask my chakra volume. Daichi once again started going through books looking for the information he needed. Before long, he found the technique required for the task. He read the details on the jutsu. It was a C-rank supplementary jutsu. Chakra suppression technique. Lowers the chakra to the being near undetectable, but the person wouldn't be able to use ninjutsu or genjutsu while this technique is active. Daichi looked over the notes. I only need to lower my chakra to the point where I would look like I'm only above average in chakra reserves. That way I can use the jutsu and still keep myself under the radar. Daichi went outside and sat down cross-legged. He calmed his breathing and focused on his chakra. Just like when people force their chakra and unleash it so much that it becomes potent and visible to the naked eye, a person can do the opposite and suppress their chakra to hide themselves from almost everyone. By lowering the amount of chakra flowing through the chakra pathways, one can become less distinctive and can slip past the enemy senses. Daichi concentrated and slowly started reducing the amount of chakra flowing through him. He sat there concentrating on the task, and after a minute he received new notifications. Through continuously suppressing your chakra volume, the skill Chakra Suppression has been created. Chakra Suppression active, LV01. This technique allows the user to suppress their chakra volume, making it difficult for others to sense the user. The higher the level, the more chakra you suppress. This is a supplementary ninjutsu. This technique is activated with the Tiger Seal. Effects: 1% chakra suppression. Not bad. I need to see if I can use this technique while still performing basic academy jutsu. I also need to complete the tree walking exercise. Once that's maxed out, I'll raise the water walking technique to level 100. Then I'll start on the Rasengan. I have 5 days remaining before the exams begin. Better make it count. Daichi walked to the backyard of the house and walked several meters away. He went through several seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth style. Mud wall. A large wall several meters in length and height erupts out of the ground. This is the first and only B-rank jutsu Daichi currently knows. Earth style, mud wall jutsu. Active, LV2. This jutsu allows the user to create a protective wall out of earth. There are 2 ways this jutsu can be performed. The user can convert their chakra to an earthen material that they spit from their mouth. The more skilled the user, the more powerful the wall. The second method is to use pre-existing earth. By placing the hands on the ground, the user can raise the ground as a barrier in front of them. Rank B. Type ninjutsu. Hand seals tiger, hare, boar, dog, ox, snake. CP cost 280 per use. Daichi created 2 clones. One went near a tree and sat under its shade. The clones started to use the chakra suppression technique in conjecture with transformation and clone jutsu. Meanwhile, the real Daichi and his second clone jumped to the wall. I'm gonna abuse the hell out of the shadow clone jutsu. And since I have the gamer's body, I'll be up and ready in less than 5 hours. Daichi and the clones stood vertically on the wall and started their fight. Or more specifically, Daichi dodged or blocked the strikes coming from his doppelganger. Both of them were using chakra suppression as well. Daichi also wanted to level up his tree walking skill, and he figured fighting on a vertical surface while focusing on another task would be the best way to do it. He also used transformation jutsu to see its effects while performing the suppression technique. Daichi trained like that till nightfall. He mainly focused on the academy jutsu since he felt they were a bit lacking. Once he was done, he dropped down to the ground and released the clone one at a time. Immediately, several blue boxes appeared. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1, x3. Skill Clone Jutsu's level has risen by 1, x10. skill transformation jutsu's level has risen by 1. X18 skill combat arts' level has risen by 1. X7 skill chakra suppression's level has risen by 1. X26 skill tree walking techniques level has risen by 1. X6 Daichi's taijutsu skills, tree walking skill, clone jutsu, transformation jutsu, and chakra suppression technique all saw great growth. By concentrating on several tasks while fighting an opponent, Daichi was able to push himself, and this increased his skill level up speed. Leaf Academy Taijutsu, active, ELV 68, effects, 96, 3% increase in attack power, 96, 5% increase in defense, 98, 2% increase in speed, 79, 5% decrease in damage taken. Clone Jutsu active LV90 effects, 90% accuracy increase when creating identical clones, CP cost 30 CP per clone. Transformation Jutsu active LV, 48 effects, 67% increase in accuracy and details when transforming. CP cost 8.5 CP per transformation. Tree Walking Technique active passive E6. Effects 172% increase in chakra control. CP cost 4 sec. Manus 54%. CP cost to chakra techniques. Combat Arts passive L13. Effects 26% increase in damage inflicted. 26% increase in movement speed. Chakra Suppression active 27. Effects 27% chakra suppression. Perfect. It seems using clones is really efficient. In just 7 hours, I was able to level up the clone, transformation, and chakra suppression by several levels. Just at that moment, a huge fatigue hit him. Daichi's stamina and chakra points rapidly fell to less than 500. Wow. Daichi wobbled and fell to his knees. He clutched his head as if he felt it was going to explode. Oh, my head. Daichi slowly got up off the ground and made his way to his room. He slowly got on his bed and quickly fell asleep. You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, SP, and MP have been fully restored. Daichi woke up to the sound of the system message. He got up and looked around. That was nasty headache, and I only used 2 clones for about 7 hours. How in the world did Naruto survive with a 1,000 clones training without having his brain melt? Daichi sighed and stood on his feet. I need to make slight adjustments. I can't throw away such a useful training tactic. But I also can't overdo it. Daichi thought of the best way to make use of the training method. After a short while, he came up with a plan. I'll use 2 clones to train, but will dispel them after 2 hours. That way, I'll be able to reduce the strain placed on me. I'll also have another clone meditate, and that way I can bring myself to optimum level without wasting much time and can reduce the risk. If I use any more clones with my current chakra level, then my training won't be effective. Daichi went over the plan and decided to proceed with this method. Having just slept and now energized, Daichi went outside. He jumped to the roof of his home and sat down. It was a full moon that night. Daichi sat there gazing at the brightly lit moon, thinking about what the future might bring him. Author's note: if you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. A thumbs up always helps. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 56, End of the Second Academic Year, Chapter 56 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was the second semester exam week for the academy. Daichi stepped into the classroom and saw some students revising the lessons, a few not doing anything and the rest playing around. Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba belonged to the last group, while Sakura and Ino were in the first. The moment Daichi stepped into class, he knew he got their attention. Hey Daichi, come on! We're gonna prank Daikoku-sensei when he gets here. You want to join us? Naruto excitedly ran up to Daichi and asked. He had a wide smile on his face. Ever since the Yoda incident, he gained several valuable friends, and he was happier than ever. Good morning to you too, Naruto. Daichi slightly sighed, but still happily greeted his friend. And to answer your question, no, I'm not going to join you in your pranks. Ah, come on, it'll be fun. Naruto started whining. Give it up, Naruto, he's not going to join. Shikamaru came along and greeted Daichi. Hey, Shikamaru, didn't think you'd join him in pranks. Daichi smirked, looking at the young Nara. I'm bored and didn't have anything better to do. Also, Naruto threatened to dump water on my face whenever I take a nap if I didn't join him, Such a drag. Shikamaru sighed, saying this. I didn't threaten you. I only implied it, Naruto said with a devilish grin. Ha ha! Daichi let out a small laugh, hearing him. The fact that you even know the word implied is in itself scary. Have you studied for the exam? Daichi asked Naruto even though he knew the answer. I'll be fine. I studied all day yesterday. Now it's time for some fun. Let's just get to our seats before Sensei comes. Daichi moved to his usual spot in the back, but Naruto went to the teacher's chair and put some glue on it. This is going to be awesome. Shikamaru sighed, looking at his friend's antics. Our teacher's a chunin. He's not going to fall for that. Oh yeah? Then what's your plan? My plan was to sleep till the teacher got here and then answer just enough questions to pass and then go back to taking my nap. But since that's not going to happen, I might as well help you. Shikamaru had a deadpan look on his face as he said the words. Shikamaru helped Naruto set up a simple trap and went back to their seats. Meanwhile, Kiba and Choji were near Daichi watching Naruto and Shikamaru. Choji was munching on some snacks while Kiba tried to goad Daichi into a bet. Come on, Daichi. Let's make this exciting. 20 Ryo says Daikoku-sensei isn't going to fall for that. That's obvious, Daichi muttered. He wouldn't have been made a chunin if he fell for such a childish trap. What about you, Choji? Want to bet? Arf arf? Kiba and Akamaru looked at their big-boned friend. No. If I lose my money, then I won't be able to buy my snacks, Choji said, munching on the crisp potatoes. It was at that moment that Daichi saw Sakura and Ino approaching. Daichi noticed Sakura subtly pushing Ino towards him. Hey Daichi, how was the holidays? Ino asked. She had a small, almost imperceptible blush on her cheeks as she spoke. Having watched all sorts of anime and cartoons for a lifetime, Daichi was well aware of the romance cliches. Oh my god, does she have a crush on me? This can't be happening. Okay, keep cool, Daichi. Just answer the question and pretend everything is normal. Yeah, it was nice. Got to relax, and I spent most of my time reading some books, so you know. The usual. How have you been, Ino? Oh, I'm great. Was helping out at my shop and studying and all that. Say, Daichi, my father got some new flower seeds in his stock. You want to come by and check them out later? Ino asked boldly. Sure. I'll drop by the store sometime next week. Daichi nodded and politely smiled at her. Reputation increases with Ino Yamanaka. Reputation slightly increases with Sakura Haruno. Good luck with the exams, Daichi. I know you'll be first. No way. Sasuke will be first this year. Sakura chimed in. Both Ino and Sakura went back to their seats, arguing who would be first. Daichi slightly smiled, looking at them. Even though they're arguing, I can't sense any real malice. I guess their friendship didn't end, because I took Sasuke's place in Ino's mind. Another ripple effect from the Yoda rescue mission, no doubt. Ino is cute, but this feels really weird. I have no interest in a romantic relationship right now. Should I tell Ino that? No, that might complicate things. Daichi sighed and leaned back. I'll tell her some other time. That's a future me problem. As Daichi sat in his chair, he noticed Sasuke eyeing him every so often. He could sense the anger coming from the Uchiha from where he sat. Daichi gave a small eye smile and mouthed the words, good luck. Sasuke glared at him and averted his gaze. Since it was almost time for class to start, everyone got to their seats. Naruto was sitting a couple rows in front of Daichi, while Shikamaru was sitting next to him. Why did you help him set up the prank, Shikamaru? Daichi asked in a slow voice. I told you, he threatened to take away my nap time. Besides, I only gave him a few suggestions. He's the one who set it up. Daichi smirked, hearing his answer. Come on, I know you better than that. You wouldn't help him with pranking a teacher knowing you could get detention. And you and I both know Naruto was just making empty threats. The real reason you did it was because you've seen it, haven't you? Daichi stared at Shikamaru with a knowing look. Shikamaru looked at Daichi for a few seconds and then sighed. He spoke in a low voice. Nothing gets past you, does it? Yeah. I noticed that most teachers don't like Naruto for some reason. They haven't punished or yelled or even spoken harshly to him, but I can tell that they don't like him. And it's not because of the pranks. I just don't know why, but something tells me you do. I know most people in the village feel the same about him, but other than that, nothing, Daichi said with a straight face. He continued. So then you're helping him because you want to see how Daikoku-sensei reacts? Daichi asked him. Shikamaru nodded. We set up a simple, harmless prank. I doubt he'd fall for it. But it's still a prank. I want to see how he responds to it. They spoke some more, and then fell silent. After a few minutes, the bell rang, and Daikoku-sensei opened the doors. Good morning, class. I hope all of you are ready for the exam. As he said the words, he reached the chair. He then noticed something peculiar and instantly recognized it as glue. Do they actually think they can catch me with this? I'm almost disappointed. It was then that he noticed an almost imperceptible, thin ninja wire tied to the chair. It went all the way up to the top of the board, and Daikoku noticed a water balloon strapped to the wire, right on top of where he was standing. So, the glue was a distraction, huh? If I had moved the chair, the balloon would have dropped. Daikoku signed. He turned to the class and questioned them. All right, who did this? Oh man, you almost fell for it. Naruto's loud voice of disappointment could be heard. Were you the one behind this? Daikoku asked in a neutral tone. Yup, next time I'll definitely get you. Ha ha ha. Naruto boisterously said those words. Daikoku looked at him with indifference and then sighed. Just sit down, Naruto. The joy Naruto felt dimmed, and he sat down in his chair and crossed his arms. Shikamaru noted Daikoku-sensei's look. He understood what it was. Indifference. He's ignoring him and pretending Naruto doesn't exist. That's harsh. I'll have to see why everyone dislikes Naruto so much. The written exams began shortly after. The questions are easy enough. Daichi completed his exam faster than anyone else. He then meditated till Daikoku-sensei collected everyone's papers. The students were taken outside to test their shuriken jutsu skills. Daichi and Sasuke scored perfect hits. Naruto was among the lower end of the class rankings in the shuriken jutsu test. Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba were among the middle to upper tier of the class. The last part was the taijutsu spar. For the exams, the students were paired up with someone similar in their strength level. The spar started with students at the lower end ranking. Everyone knew the rules, and the spars started. A pair of names would be called every few minutes. Naruto was paired up against Hibachi. The sparring started once both of them made the seal of confrontation. Even though Naruto's book's knowledge and aim were poor, he trained his body and tried to improve his taijutsu skills. And with the added benefit of exceptional stamina and chakra, Naruto won the spar a minute after it started. He was able to knock Hibachi out of the ring, thus securing the victory. The fights continued, and before long, it was Daichi and Sasuke's turn. This time, no quest like defeat the opponent popped up. Daichi figured it must be because of his overwhelming strength. The spar began, but neither one made any moves. Sasuke observed Daichi, and seeing that he wasn't making any moves, Sasuke rushed at him. Daichi stood in his spot and easily blocked the incoming attacks. He wanted to see how fast Sasuke had become before counterattacking. He's definitely been training harder than before. Based on his current speed and strength, he could easily defeat anyone in the class, and maybe even several senior students. It seems being second has given him a driving force. Daichi casually blocked a punch aimed at his face and held on to the fist. Sasuke immediately tried to get out of it by attacking him with his other limbs, but it was for naught. Daichi easily evaded the strikes and counterattacked. Within a few seconds, Sasuke was on the ground wheezing. He looked up and saw a finger pointed at the middle of his forehead. Match over. Daichi is the winner. Daikoku-sensei called the match. He was observing Daichi much more than Sasuke. He's gotten a lot stronger since the last spar. His chakra hasn't fluctuated and neither has his breathing. This was far too easy for him. He won't learn anymore if he stays in this grade. I should speak with the Hokage. Daichi and Sasuke made the seal of reconciliation, even though Sasuke was displeased with it. And with that last spar, the exams came to an end. A couple days passed and the results were out. Daichi retained his top spot with Sasuke as the second. Naruto was somewhere in the middle to lower end of the class rankings. The last day of classes for the second year came to an end. Kensei had come home from his trip a few days prior. He shared stories with Daichi and took him to Shifang's restaurant the day the academy closed. Both of them had special meals in celebration of Daichi results. Daichi was laying in bed looking at the clock. A few seconds after it struck midnight, several notifications popped up. Ongoing quest. Path to the strongest. Second year tasks successfully completed. Distributing the special reward for clearing a dungeon. Distributing new skill reward for learning new jutsu. Special reward. Title, Dungeon Warrior. Note, Apprentice Dungeon Warrior title has been replaced by the new title Dungeon Warrior. This title will increase your stats by 15% when fighting inside a dungeon. New skill, Plunderer. Plunderer, huh? I wonder what kind of a skill that is. Daichi clicked on the skill. A new information box popped up. Plunderer. Passive, LV, Max. This passive skill allows the user a certain chance to plunder a skill, special ability, or a jutsu from the targets the user kills. The user can choose to absorb or abandon the plundered reward. The user will only get a single reward per kill if the plunderer skill is triggered. The chances of obtaining skill or jutsu from the killed enemy is 10%. The chances of obtaining special abilities or bloodline limits is 1%. Holy fuck. Daichi's eyes almost popped out of his skull. I can get jutsu or special abilities from people I kill. Is that limited to the real world, or would this skill activate if I kill dungeon ninjas? Even if there is only a 10% chance for a skill or jutsu to drop, it is still a massive advantage. I had killed 167 ninjas in the last dungeon. If I had this skill before, I could have had about a dozen new skills. This is definitely an OP passive ability. And the chance of obtaining a special bloodline limit, even if it's only a 1% chance, I need the luck stat. Have to find a way to unlock it somehow. That stat would definitely help me with this skill. Daichi thought about the usefulness of this passive ability. He wanted to test it out immediately, but he restrained himself. This skill description clearly says the targets I kill and not defeat. I can't go around killing people in the real world. But in the dungeons, it's an entirely different story. If this skill works on the dungeon ninjas, then my dungeon runs just became much more crucial to my growth. This is an excellent reward. Thank you, system. I'll be sure to put it to good use. Satisfied with the rewards, Daichi went to sleep. Author's note: if you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. A thumbs up always helps. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 57, Interlude 02, Daichi and the Rookie 6, Chapter 57 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Gah! That written exam was so tough. I didn't even understand some of the questions. Naruto sat under the shade of a tree near the academy and lightly wailed. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Kiba, and Sakura were sitting nearby. They sighed hearing him complain. Well, that's what happens when you don't study and goof off, Sakura replied. But Sakura, I did try to study. I spent all day yesterday trying to learn the chapters, Naruto said in an almost whiny tone. The pink-haired academy student just sighed and shook her head as she listened to him. Even though her mother warned her to stay away from him, she didn't. One of the few times she has disobeyed her parents. After he helped rescue Yoda, she decided to give him a chance and soon became friends with him. Calm down, Naruto. You'll be fine. You'll pass, Shikamaru said in a nonchalant tone. Why do you say that, Shikamaru? Naruto was curious as to how he would know. Because I've looked over all the questions, and some were easy enough that I'm sure even you got them right. That, along with your taijutsu results, will definitely get you a passing grade. You'll be in the lower half of the rankings, though, Shikamaru said while looking at the clouds. He found them relaxing, and it would always help sleep quicker. But I don't just want to pass, I want to be the best. I want to take the #1 spot. Naruto smiled and boldly said, Ha! Keep dreaming, that's not ever going to happen. Ino immediately replied in a haughty tone when she heard him. She was fixing Sakura's hair, and was in the middle of adding some colorful flower to match the pink hair when she heard Naruto. Oh yeah? Naruto stood up and challenged her. Yeah. Ino stood up as well and glared at him. Both of them glared at each other. Metaphorical sparks could be seen flying between them. But before it escalated, Choji spoke up. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I'm gonna have to agree with Ino on this. You could become strong and climb up the rankings, but I don't think you'll be able to take the #1 spot. Choji was eating his favorite brand of chips as he said those words. Naruto looked incredulous as he heard those words. Choji's right, you know. Besides, you do realize who you have to beat to take that spot, don't you? Kiba fed Akamaru some dog treats as he asked Naruto that question. Naruto knew the answer to that question. He sighed and sat down. I'm gonna train hard, and one day I'm gonna beat Sasuke and then Daichi too, he declared to the group. After a few seconds of silence, he asked the question that was on his mind. How is he so strong anyway? Well, it doesn't matter. Soon I'm gonna defeat him. Ino smirked hearing him. Well, it's not a crime to have wishful thinking. Now you're just asking to be pranked. Oh yeah, just try it. Ino narrowed her eyes and looked at Naruto. After a few seconds, Naruto averted his gaze and mumbled something about girls and wisely decided to keep quiet. Shikamaru listened to his friends and shook his head. What a drag. Speaking of who, where is Daichi anyway? Kiba asked the group. I think I know. Sakura had a thoughtful look on her face as she tried to recall where she saw Daichi. I saw him go to the library to take out a few books. He's probably there reading. He's always reading. You'd think after the exams he'd loosen up a bit. He hasn't even joined me in playing pranks on anyone yet. Naruto crossed his arms and said, And you wonder why he's at the top. Ino remarked from the sidelines. It was at that moment, Choji, who was eating his snacks, saw Daichi heading towards them. Speak of the devil, look who's coming. The group looked ahead and saw Daichi coming. Ino slightly panicked. Oh my god! Daichi's coming here. Sakura, how's my hair? Calm down, Ino. You're fine. Sakura smiled at her friend and her reaction to Daichi. It was obvious to everyone in the group she had a crush on Daichi. Naruto decided to get some payback and started teasing her. Looks like somebody has a crush on Daichi. Ino looked at Naruto's smirking face. You better keep quiet or I'll beat you up. Naruto was about to retort when Shikamaru placed a hand on his mouth, stopping him. Do you want her to be annoying for the rest of the day? Shikamaru whispered to Naruto. Naruto thought for a few seconds and answered, You have a point. He decided to stay quiet and quit while he was ahead. By that time, Daichi reached them. Hey guys, what are you all up to? Nothing much, just sitting around. You want to join us? Ino smiled and asked him. Sure. Daichi sat near Kiba and Choji. So what are you guys talking about? Oh, nothing interesting. Tell us about your day. What were you up to? Ino asked as she scooted closer to him. She had a small blush on her face. Everyone except Daichi looked at her and thought the same thing. Wow, she's got it bad for him. It was boring, Ino. Nothing interesting happened. Just took out a few books from the library. Daichi replied while taking some chips from Choji's bag. What kind of books? Kiba was curious. He wanted to know what Daichi took now that the exams are over. Just a few on chakra nature. Daichi replied nonchalantly. Everyone except Shikamaru didn't know the implications of that statement due to their lack of knowledge on the subject. They thought it was something that would be taught next year in the academy and didn't think much about it. But Shikamaru knew. He was keeping a calm face, but inwardly he was startled. He pretended to look at the clouds, but discreetly looked at Daichi from the corner of his eyes. Chakra nature? When Dad taught me the shadow imitation jutsu, he talked about this stuff. I remember him saying that I would only start learning about it after I became a genin or chunin. He said most people only start on it after they become chunin. Was he wrong? No, that's not it. The fact that Daichi is already taking out books on that topic means he's intending to train in it. And soon. This guy. Just how far ahead of us is he? He looked at the books in Daichi's hand and quickly memorized their titles. The young Nara watched Daichi make conversations with everyone around him. He remembered the taijutsu fight between Daichi and Sasuke. He's gotten a lot stronger than before. He was able to easily beat Sasuke, even more easily than the last time they fought. I'm sure Daikoku-sensei saw it too. So there is a chance Daichi would be allowed to skip a grade or two. How is he getting so strong so quickly? Shikamaru sighed and looked back at the clouds. It's too much of a drag to think about it. And it's none of my business anyway. Hey Daichi, since there are no classes for the next 2 weeks, you want to hang out and play? We built a kick-ass tree fort near the one we made for Yoda. You want to join us? Kiba was excited at the prospect of playing around with his friends. Arf! Akamaru walked up to Daichi and licked his palm. Haha, that tickles, Akamaru. Daichi rubbed Akamaru before looking at Kiba. He had a sheepish smile on his face as he answered Kiba. Sorry, Kiba, but I won't be able to make it. Got some training to do. You always say that. We hardly ever get the chance to hang out with you. Naruto said to Daichi. Yeah, come on, Daichi, it'll be fun. Ino joined Naruto in trying to convince him. Daichi politely smiled at them and declined. Next time, guys. I promise. Hearing his words dimmed Naruto and Ino's smiles. Seeing this, Daichi quickly added, I'm here now. Why don't we play some games? They smiled again upon hearing him. The group stayed there for over 3 hours, playing around and goofing off before most of their parents showed up. Naruto waved his friends goodbye with a smile on his face. Now it was only Daichi and Naruto left in the grounds. Once they left, Naruto turned to Daichi. It's getting late. I better head home. Naruto had a wide smile as he said those words. Daichi had an impassive face as he looked at his friend. He sighed as he saw right through Naruto's facade. It's okay, you know. He slowly spoke. Naruto looked at him with a confused expression. What are you talking about? To feel sad, lonely, you don't have to keep pretending. Daichi's words erased the smile from Naruto's face. He kept quiet and looked downcast. It hurts sometimes. Naruto spoke in a low voice. I know, but I want you to remember something. Daichi placed both hands on Naruto's shoulders and looked him in the eyes. I want you to always keep these words in your heart. Naruto looked at Daichi and waited for him to speak. No one in this world is born to be alone. No matter who tells you what, remember these words. Everyone has someone. You may not have a family, but you have great friends. Loyal friends. Shikamaru, Sakura, Ino, Choji, Kiba, and me. And you'll make a lot more in the future. Friends that have your back no matter what. So turn that frown upside down and cheer up, Blondie. Daichi smiled as he said the last part. Naruto looked at him with wide eyes. He quickly rubbed his eyes with his sleeve and smiled. Daichi could tell that it was a genuine happy smile. Thanks, Daichi. Come on, I'll walk you home. Daichi and a happy Naruto left the grounds. Naruto was elated and so happy that not even the glares of the villagers bothered him. Once he reached home, he parted ways with Daichi in a cheerful mood. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was walking alongside his father as they headed for their home. Shikaku turned to his son and noticed the pensive look on his face. You look like you have something serious on your mind. What is it? The Jonin commander asked. Shikamaru looked at his father and sighed. Yeah, can you tell me about change in chakra form and change in chakra nature? Shikamaru's question startled Shikaku. He never expected such a question to come from his son's mouth at this moment. Where did you learn those terms? I saw someone take a few books out with those labels. I was just curious. Shikamaru gave a vague reply. Shikaku looked at his son for a few seconds and then answered. Change in chakra form and change in chakra nature are an advanced form of chakra control. They're something we start to learn when we become chunin. Those who are talented learn about them when they're jinin and start training in them earlier. Those are two important aspects that deal with creating or modifying a jutsu. Shikamaru nodded as he listened to his father's words. Shikaku continued, seeing that he had his son's undivided attention. Now, change in chakra form, or shape transformation as some call it, controls the form, movement, and potency of a person's chakra. It determines the size, range, and purpose of a jutsu. Now, change in chakra nature, or nature transformations, deals with molding and defining the nature of a person's chakra. Do you remember what I told you about chakra natures? Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, you said there were 5. Wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, and each person has one of the 5 chakra natures. Yes, but there's more to it than that. I'm not going to get into all the details, so I'll be brief. Everyone has a certain chakra nature predisposed to them when they are born. It's their primary chakra affinity. Jutsu that uses this nature would be easier for them to learn and uses much less chakra. But with enough training, a person can acquire a secondary affinity and maybe even a third. But people who achieve this are usually jonins. What? It's that difficult? Shikamaru was surprised. Yes. Training these chakra control techniques takes years and years to master. Most people only acquire a secondary nature by the time they become a jonin. It's extremely difficult training. That's all you need to know about that for now. I see. Shikamaru looked ahead as he heard his father. He only now understood the true distance between himself and Daichi. Why the sudden interest in this topic, Shikamaru? It's nothing, Dad. I was just curious about something. Seeing his son not intending to elaborate, Shikaku let it go. Shikamaru was once again deep in his thoughts. He remembered Daichi's words during the first day in the academy. My goal is to be the strongest. He also remembered the scene of Daichi confronting the Anbu. When we couldn't even see those people move, Daichi was able to not only see them, but he was fast enough to react and block their strike. And their killing intent didn't even faze him. Now he's taking out books on advanced chakra control stuff. He's getting ready to take his training to the next stage. Shikamaru sighed, thinking about the goals and ambition of his other friend. Looks like your goal of taking the first spot just got a lot harder. I wish you good luck, Naruto. Author's note: if you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. A thumbs up always helps. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 58, Interlude 03, The Council Elders and Ren Uchiha. Chapter 58 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hokage Residence. In a private chamber in the Hokage Residency, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his 3 advisors were having a meeting. Homura Mitokado, a former member of Team Tobirama, sat to his right, while Koharu Utatane positioned on Hiruzen's left. And directly across from him is his friend, rival, and the commander of the Root Forces, Danzo Shimura. The meeting had a slightly tense atmosphere due to the topic of their discussion. The Uchiha are getting more and more restless with each day. It won't be long before they launch the coup d'etat. We need to handle them before anything happens. Danzo's voice was stern, and it showed no hint of mercy. The Uchiha clan are formidable. It won't be easy to do something like that. And besides, they are one of the founding clans of the village. We can't just attack them out of nowhere. It would destabilize the village. Hiruzen countered. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Counselor Homura gave his thoughts on the matter. I understand your points and concerns, Hiruzen. But if Fugaku launches the coup d'etat, then there will be severe casualties, and the village will become destabilized nonetheless, and the other nations will take that opportunity to attack us. Hiruzen grunted, hearing him. He knew Homura was right, but it didn't sit right with him to attack the clan out of nowhere like that. Both Danzo and Hiruzen make good points, but both of those plans have demerits to them as well. Koharu said. The rest turned to her. If we launch a preemptive attack and kill the conspirators, then we can stop the coup before it even starts. But it would lead to resentment from the Uchihas that remain alive. And they could plot another coup again. And also, the other clans would become wary of us. This would build a rift within the village, and any outsider would be able to take advantage of it. Koharu stopped for a moment and looked at them. She continued after a few seconds. On the other hand, if they successfully launch the coup d'etat, then there will be deaths on both sides. The village and the clan will suffer casualties, and it would weaken the village and the Fire Nation as a whole. The Tsuchikage and Raikage are currently looking for any weaknesses we might present. They would definitely attack us, and it would start another war. She stopped and sighed. Both options have their merits and demerits, so we need to proceed carefully. Hiruzen and Danzo became quiet after hearing her words. They knew she was right. This was a delicate matter that had to be dealt with carefully. Whatever decisions we make, we have to do it quickly. Time is running out. We need to come up with a plan. Homura crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. Has Itachi given any updates? Yes. They haven't yet decided when to launch the coup. But Itachi tells me they are gathering resources like battle gears and weapons and preparing themselves. But it's a slow process since they don't want to bring attention to themselves. Hiruzen replied with a downcast expression. Tobirama-sensei warned us of the Uchiha. We should have kept a much closer eye on them. If we had, we wouldn't have suffered an attack and lost a Hokage. It was a slight jab at Hiruzen from Danzo. The third Hokage reduced some restrictions placed on the Uchiha clan during his reign before the Nine-Tails attack. He believed the Uchiha would become more comfortable and integrate more with the village with time. Hiruzen didn't rise to the bait and stayed quiet. "This is no time for your old rivalry, Danzo. We need to stick together and figure out a plan." Koharu slightly rebuked the one-eyed root leader. "Right now we have Itachi working undercover, and he'll inform us if they decide to try anything. So for the moment, let's try to settle this diplomatically. The Uchiha clan hasn't attacked us yet, so there is still time for negotiations," Homura remarked, and they all sat in silence. What a truly troubling time. Hiruzen mumbled, but the other three heard it. Hiruzen looked at his advisors. "I had hoped Itachi would have been able to persuade Fugaku from this course of action, but with each day it seems more and more unlikely. Still, you're right, Homura. They haven't done any damage so far. I'll try to come up with a viable plan and settle this peacefully." He sighed and got up from his seat. "Let's adjourn for now. I still have much work to complete back at the office." The Hokage was about to leave when Danzo stopped him. Danzo looked his friend in the eyes and had a serious expression. "Hiruzen, the Uchiha is an important military force in the village. If anything happens to them, we will be severely weakened. I understand that. But if they decide to move forward with this ridiculous plan of theirs, then they will force my hand." Danzo. Hiruzen saw his resolute face and knew he wouldn't be able to change his mind. "If anything happens, I will move to protect the village, no matter the cost." Danzo stared at Hiruzen for a few more seconds after saying those words and then slowly left. "He's more extreme than usual." Koharu muttered, looking at the retreating back of their fellow advisor. "Let's just hope everything gets settled peacefully," Homura added, and both of them left. Hiruzen stood there with a heavy heart. "I should be enjoying my retirement right now, spending time with my family and smoking myself to death. But instead, I'm here trying to stop what might become the linchpin to the Fourth Great War. I can't believe I'm resenting you for dying, Minato." The Hokage then left his residence and made his way to his office. Hiruzen stamped the documents piled up after going through them. He assigned missions to the teams and went through the budget of the village. He looked over the various papers, and after several hours, he was almost done. At that moment, a Chunin walked in with his schedule for the next day and a message. "Lord Hokage, Daikoku Funeno is here to see you," she informed him. "Send him in." Hiruzen motioned. The Chunin left, and shortly afterwards the academy instructor came in. "Lord Hokage," Daikoku-sensei greeted his leader. "I take it the academy exams have been completed?" Hiruzen asked him. "Yes, sir. They went without any problems." The class instructor nodded. "So what's this about?" The Hokage asked him. "I came mainly for 2 reasons. Both of them are in my class," Daikoku started. "Go on." "The first is regarding a student named Daichi Hikima. He's at the top of the class, and I've gone through his exams papers shortly before coming here. He'll retain his top spot in the class for the 2nd year as well." Daichi, huh? I'm aware of the boy. I know he's talented. But you wouldn't be here if it was just that, would you?" "So what is it?" Hiruzen asked him. He was curious as to what the teacher wanted. "I've been keeping an eye on his progress throughout the year, and during his latest taijutsu fight with Sasuke Uchiha, I noticed that he was holding back by a wide margin. He is far above the current grade. He won't learn anything from class if he stays with the current year students. So I believe it would be best for him to skip a year and jump ahead." Daikoku stopped and looked at the Hokage. Hiruzen went over the information he had on the boy. After reading the reports from Anbu on Daichi's skills from the Yota incident, he was inclined to believe and agree with the academy instructor. "So he's grown to such a point, huh? If you're telling me he's ready to jump ahead, then I believe you. I'll take your words into consideration. I'll talk with Daichi and see if he's interested in skipping ahead." "Thank you, sir. He has great potential. It would be a waste if he stayed in the academy any longer than he had to," Daikoku said with a smile. He was always happy to spot talents and help them. "Now what's the second thing you wanted?" At this question, Daikoku's face became somewhat serious. "The next matter is somewhat more difficult to address." Seeing Daikoku's face, Hiruzen had an idea as to what it might mean. "Does this have anything to do with Naruto?" he asked in a neutral tone. Daikoku-sensei took a short breath and answered, "Yes, sir." Hiruzen sighed, hearing the answer. He knew the boy was a troublemaker. It seems the boy's antics are getting to the teachers. "What did he do?" Hiruzen asked the Chunin ninja. "Well," Daikoku knew that the Hokage looked out for the boy, so he chose his words carefully and began his explanation. Somewhere in the Uchiha clan district, Ren Uchiha was walking down the road with a solemn gaze. He had just left another secret clan meeting in the Naka Shrine. The agendas put forward in the meeting were weighing down on him. Before long, he reached his home and was embraced by his beloved wife. "You look afraid. What's wrong?" Kimiko asked him. "It's the clan's decisions. They're going to go through with the coup. They're preparing," Ren said with a tired voice. "How long?" Kimiko knew what would happen if the clan launched an attack on the village. There isn't much time left, 1 or 2 months at most. They're gathering weapons and other utilities to fight. It's going to be a bloodbath. Ren was loyal to the Uchiha, but he was also someone who deeply cared about the village. He couldn't go against the clan, but he was determined to not attack the village. Kimiko held her husband tightly. "I still don't understand why Fugaku would go through with something like this." "It's not just Fugaku. Yashiro is providing him with some top-secret information. I have no idea where he's getting them from. But he was able to convince a lot of members that this is the only way, and Inabi and Tekka are also backing Yashiro with this plan. So they were able to convince everyone. Some still disagree and think that launching a coup is extreme, but those numbers are dwindling with each day." Ren saw that his friends and coworkers were getting swayed to the other side as each day passed. "I can understand their frustration and anger." Kimiko's words shocked Ren. "What? So you agree with them?" "No, I don't agree with the coup d'etat plan. But considering how the village treats us these days, I can understand their anger. I'm not siding with them, but I get where their resentment comes from," Kimiko replied. Ren knew what she was talking about. Ever since that night 7 years ago, everything changed. Nobody trusts our clan after the Nine Tails attack. They think we had something to do with it, and now everything is spiraling out of control. It was at that moment they heard the cries of their daughter. Kimiko went to her crib and picked her up. If the clan attacks the village, one of 2 things will happen. We win, but suffer many deaths and weaken the clan. It will lead to other clans or other villages taking advantage of the situation, and it will only create more chaos. 2, we all die, or even if the Leaf decides to be merciful and spare those of us who were against the idea, the villagers would look at us as traitors for the rest of our lives. Kimiko then looked at the baby in her arms. They would look at our little girl as if she was a criminal, treat her like a traitor, like they're doing to that Naruto boy. Even if she had nothing to do with this, the people would still blame her and take their anger out on her. Hearing his wife's words, Ren closed his eyes as if he was in pain. Kimiko looked at her sleeping daughter. After a few moments, she made a choice. "I don't want that." Ren looked at his wife. Kimiko looked at Ren and spoke of an idea she just had. "I don't want our daughter to grow up and be treated like a criminal. Let's leave the village." "What?" Ren had wide eyes as he heard his wife. "When the clan launches the coup, we leave the village. Both the clan and the village will be fighting each other. That will be our opportunity to escape. Once we leave, we don't look back. We'll find someplace far away. I can't go against the clan, but I won't support their decision either. This is the only solution I can think of," Kimiko explained. "Kimiko, if we do this, we'll be leaving everything and everyone behind. And where would we even go?" Ren asked her. "I'm sure we can find some place. Don't forget, I do have some training in infiltration and espionage. I'm sure we can find someplace safe and survive. What do you say?" Ren thought about the plan. After thinking about it for a while, he wanted to make sure this was what she wanted. "Are you sure about this, Kimiko?" "Yes, for our daughter." Kimiko nodded. Ren hugged his wife and child. "For our daughter, it's decided. The night the Uchiha clan launches the coup, we escape the village, and we don't look back." In the coming weeks, they would make preparations to leave undetected. Ren memorized an escape route that would have the least resistance. They slowly liquidated their assets without attracting attention. They would go through the plan every day to make sure they covered everything. But what they didn't know was that they would never get the chance to enact that plan. Author's note: just read One Piece 11051. Superb. Who else thought Momonosuke turned into a handsome adult? If you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. A thumbs up always helps. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 59. A Decision to Make. Chapter 59 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hokage's office. Hiruzen watched Daikoku leave his office. He let out a tired breath. He rubbed his forehead as his mind went through the events of the day. Hiruzen had a lot on his plate, and he was beginning to feel the strain. More and more problems keep popping up. One headache at a time, I suppose. Hiruzen took his pipe and filled it with something strong to calm his nerves. He lit it and started smoking. I better look into what Naruto is up to right now. The Hokage took out the crystal ball and used the telescope jutsu. He focused on Naruto's chakra, and within seconds he found who he was looking for. He saw the little troublemaker playing with his classmates on the grounds near the academy. He saw the smile on Naruto's face, and it made him feel slightly better. It was then that he noticed the parents of the other children coming to collect them. Once they were gone, only Daichi and Naruto remained. Hiruzen noticed Daichi intently looking at Naruto. He focused chakra to the ball so he could listen in on their conversation. He listened to their conversation and became happy that Naruto had found such a good friend. He watched Daichi comfort Naruto and accompany him to his home. He has a good heart. I was not wrong about him. Hiruzen then thought about Daikoku's notes and request to allow Daichi to skip a year. Naruto just found a good friend. If I allow Daichi to get ahead, he'll lose that friendship. But at the same time, Daichi has great potential. Daikoku was right about that. If he stays in that class, he'll be wasting his time. Hiruzen wasn't sure about what to do. On one hand, I don't want to separate Naruto and Daichi, but on the other hand, Daichi could get more benefits from the academy if he gets ahead, and it'll also save him a year. What should I do? After some time thinking it over, Hiruzen made a decision. I'll ask Daichi. This is his decision after all. Eagle. Hiruzen called out in a low voice. An Anbu appeared in an instant, kneeling before the Hokage. Inform Kensei Yasaji and Daichi Hakima that I have summoned them for a meeting tomorrow morning. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Anbu vanished as quietly and quickly as he came. Kensei Yasaji's home. Daichi got home about an hour ago. He freshened up, ate some food, and went for a walk around the house. Daichi enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere and the beautiful nature. He sometimes missed the modern technologies he was accustomed to in his previous life, but when he thought about what he currently had, those feelings disappeared. Daichi reached the garden he had grown over the last 3 years. He started watering the plants and removed a few dying stems. It started out with 3 flowers, but as time passed by, he bought more and more and added to the garden. With how careful and meticulously Daichi worked on the garden, it wasn't long before the results started showing. He was able to grow it from a weed-filled disaster to a gorgeous wonder of nature. As Daichi watered the plants, he heard the footsteps of his grandfather. Kensei reached and stood next to his grandson. How were the exams? Daichi smirked, hearing the question. Do you really have to ask questions you know the answer to, old man? You cheeky brat. Kensei's lips twitched upwards, hearing his grandson's reply. He looked at the garden Daichi had built. He watched the boy work on it 3 or 4 days a week for the last 3 years. Daichi never missed a single week where he didn't tend to the garden. And now, after 3 years, it has grown into something magnificent. The garden reminded him of his wife, and brought back memories of Fumio standing proudly as she looked at the blossoming flowers. It's beautiful, Daichi. You've worked hard on this garden for the last 3 years. I never did thank you for it, did I? Kensei slowly asked. Daichi looked at his grandfather from the corner of his eyes. And you'll never have to. Just enjoy the view, Gramps. No need to get so sentimental. Daichi looked at his old man and smiled. Kensei laughed, hearing his reply. As both of them stood there enjoying the relaxing moment, they suddenly sensed chakra fluctuations within the barrier of their home. Someone was calling out to them via injecting chakra into the barrier. They went to the gates of the house and found an Anbu waiting for them. Kensei Yasagi and Daichi Hekima, you have both been summoned for a meeting with the Hokage tomorrow morning. That is all. The Anbu vanished after saying those words. So fast. I didn't even get the chance to use Observe on him. Wonder what that's about? Daichi looked at the empty spot where the Anbu was seconds ago. You know what that was all about? Kensei turned to Daichi and asked him. No clue. Daichi shrugged and replied. Well, he wants to see both of us, so I'm guessing this has something to do with you. I suppose we'll know when we get there tomorrow. Kensei said and went back to the house. Daichi followed him shortly after. Daichi cooked a simple meal and both of them ate dinner discussing various subjects. Daichi's mind wandered to the meeting that would take place the next day. What does he want with me? Somewhere underground. The sounds of a cane tapping on the hard ground could be heard throughout the dark hallway. Danzo Shimura slowly walked towards his office, hidden deep inside one of the many bases around the village. He reached one of the most guarded rooms in the base. Danzo's office contained secret documents and other top-secret scrolls and items locked inside. 2 Root Anbu were standing guard, along with another hidden in the shadows. Lord Danzo. They greeted their leader as he came. Danzo entered the room, and out of the shadows came a Root operative. He kneeled, waiting for his orders. Summon Nero here. Yes, sir. As the operative vanished, Danzo sat down and closed his eyes. He had a plan in mind for the Uchiha clan. As he sat there thinking about the future, a Root Anbu appeared. Danzo opened his eyes and looked at the operative. He had 2 files in his hand. Did you complete the mission I tasked you with? Danzo asked in a cold tone. Yes, sir. All the information I've compiled on the 2 targets are here. The Root agent handed the folders to Danzo and was dismissed. Danzo opened the first folder. In it was the picture of Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi's one weakness. Sooner or later we will have to go to war with the Uchiha clan. Even though right now Itachi is on the village's side, there is no guarantee that would be the case for the future, especially if his little brother's life is in jeopardy. Danzo went over the information contained in the file. He noted the route Sasuke takes from the academy to his home. He notes where he spends his time and with whom. His personality, characteristics, and even the scores he received in academy were noted in the file. In war, you must know the weaknesses of your allies just as much as your enemies. You might never know when you have a need for such information. The words Tobirama Senju once said to him came to his mind. This boy is the key to keeping Itachi under control. As Danzo looked over Sasuke's information, he noticed something he half expected. It seems he's in second place again, so I was not mistaken. Danzo placed the young Uchiha's folder beside him and opened the second one. Target number 2, Daichi Hekima. He started going through the pages inside the file one by one. When I heard that a child not from any clan was able to take the first place in a class with the heirs of most clan heads, it really surprised me. It seems my intuition was correct. This boy was able to maintain his position, and it seems based on Nero's observations, the boy is considerably stronger than his peers. His agent was able to copy the information Daikoku-sensei made as well. A great potential. His personality needs some corrections, but he will be an excellent addition to my forces. Now let's see who his parents are. Danzo stopped reading when his eyes reached a familiar name. His jaws slightly tightened, and his face had a frown as he read the name in his mind. Kensei Yasagi. Danzo read the information his agent gathered. Daichi Hekima was adopted 3 years ago by Kensei Yasagi. Why is it you're always getting in my way, Kensei? Danzo closed his eyes and thought about his last confrontation with the man. After a few moments, he let out a sigh and opened his eyes. Kensei won't forget his grudges. It seems acquiring the boy will be much more difficult than I thought. Danzo read the remaining information on the file. Sarutobi will no doubt have this information in his hand, so he would see the value of letting the boy graduate early. I'll let him go for now. When the boy graduates, I'll have one of my men be his sensei. That way I can control what missions get assigned to him. I'll test and see if the boy shows the same potential then as he shows now. And then he'll soon be mine. Danzo closed both files and locked them in a small safe, along with other documents. He then started going through the mission reports his agents had placed on the desk. Hokage's office, next morning. Daichi and Kensei stood in front of the Hokage as he placed a few documents on the table. He looked at the two and smiled. Daichi smiled back, but Kensei simply grunted. Daichi! Kensei, thank you for coming. Of course, Lord Hokage. What is this about? Daichi greeted and asked the aging leader. Daikoku-sensei came to see me yesterday. Based on his reports and your performance in the academy, I'm willing to let you skip a grade. I believe you're qualified for that. Both Daichi and Kensei were surprised. Daichi thought about the advantages of moving ahead, but he was having some doubts. He weighed them in his mind and he was leaning slightly more towards advancing. The indecision was present on his face. Both Hiruzen and Kensei noticed this. Daichi looked at the Hokage and asked, Can I have a few minutes to think this through? Of course. I'll need to speak with Kensei on another matter. You can wait outside and think it over. I'll call you back in a few minutes. Hiruzen replied. As Daichi was about to leave, Hiruzen spoke up. Daichi, before you make a decision, I would like you to hear me out. If you want to advance a year, you are free to do so. I will make the arrangements immediately. But I would like you to stay with your peers for a couple more years. I understand that it will not be much beneficial for you, but if you do this, I will owe you a favor. Daichi and Kensei's eyes widened as they heard this. A favor from Hokage was no small thing. Are you serious? Daichi couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, a small reasonable favor, but a favor nonetheless. Hiruzen smiled as he looked at Daichi. He could understand that such an offer would be tempting. Now go on, I'll call for you in a short while. Daichi left the office thinking about what had just transpired. Wow, I did not expect that. The old guy must really want me to stay with my class, huh? But why would he care if I stay with them or not? Well, it doesn't matter. I could choose to get ahead. Then I'll probably be in Neji's class, but if I stay, then the Hokage would owe me a favor. But what should I ask for? As Daichi contemplated on what he should ask for, a memory came to him. He suddenly had an idea in mind, but he wasn't sure if it would work. I need to be careful. I need to word this right, or I might get in trouble. Several minutes passed, and the doors to the office opened, and Kensei came. He and Daichi talked for a minute before they both went inside. So have you made a decision, Daichi? Hiruzen looked at the young boy. Daichi steeled his nerves and proceeded with his plan. I have Lord Hokage. I'll stay with my class. Hiruzen slightly smiled hearing the answer. Thank you, Daichi. Lord Hokage? About that favor. Can I ask for it now? Daichi cautiously asked. Hiruzen smiled at the boy. He was curious as to what the child would want. Do you already have something in mind? Hiruzen asked. Daichi nodded. What he said a few moments later shocked Hiruzen. Author's note, if you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. A thumbs up always helps. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 60. The Favor Chapter 60 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hokage Office. A few minutes ago. Kensei and Hiruzen were discussing the current affairs of the Leaf Village. Since what was going to be discussed was issues of a sensitive nature, the Hokage had already dismissed his Anbu and personal guards, hidden in the room before Kensei and Daichi came. They talked about the various ongoing events in the village and throughout the 5 great nations, and their talks were winding down. They had a disagreement at the end of their conversation regarding someone. I suppose only time will tell us who is right. Hiruzen sighed and leaned back in his chair. Kensei merely grunted. I believe we've given Daichi enough time to make a decision. Why don't you call him in? Kensei left the room and walked towards Daichi. Have you made a decision? He asked the boy when he reached him. Daichi nodded. I have, but before we go inside, I want to ask you something. What is it? The thing is, during your time away a few weeks ago, I sort of went through some of the scrolls and books in your library. Daichi said with a sheepish smile. Well, I didn't exactly forbid you from going through them, so I don't see a problem with it. But what does that have to do with the Hokage? Kensei was confused as to why his grandson was asking that. Does he know you research jutsu? Daichi asked his grandpa. He does. I was a former Anbu captain. Ninjutsu and genjutsu were my specialties. He knows I try to study any interesting techniques that appeal to me. That's not a problem. Most ninjas who are smart and capable do it. It's not a crime. Well, not unless you do something illegal. Again, I don't understand why this has anything to do with your current predicament. You'll see. Daichi only smiled at him, and they both went to meet the Hokage. So have you made a decision, Daichi? The Hokage asked. I have, Lord Hokage. I'll stay with my class. Thank you, Daichi. Watching Hiruzen smile, Daichi decided to put his plan into action. Lord Hokage, about that favor. Can I ask for it now? Do you already have something in mind? Yes, sir. Let's hear it. You've piqued my interest. Hiruzen slightly leaned forward and looked at the boy. Daichi took a small breath and continued, his gamer's mind doing an excellent job of keeping him calm and focused. You see, the thing is, I'm interested in creating ninjutsu. I want to focus on that field with taijutsu as secondary. So recently, I've been looking into some advanced chakra control exercises, and I came across 2 advanced chakra control exercises required for me to pursue my field of interest. Hiruzen was amazed when he heard Daichi. The fact that a second-year academy student would be studying such subjects was very, very rare. You're talking about change in chakra form and change in chakra nature techniques, aren't you? The Kage wanted to confirm it. Yes, sir. Daichi nodded. Daichi, I know you're talented, but those are advanced stuff. It would take years to learn, understand, and master those chakra control exercises. Hiruzen advised the boy. I'm aware of that, Lord Hokage, but I would like to give it a try. Hearing Daichi's response, Hiruzen sighed. He's talented, but it looks like it's getting to his head. If he starts on those techniques now, it might impede his growth. Daichi, do you know why most people start to work on those control techniques only after they reach Chunin strength? Hiruzen asked the boy. Daichi shook his head. Seeing this, Hiruzen started his explanation. The training required to master the change in chakra form and change in chakra nature requires a high level of chakra. A person must have at least Chunin-level reserves before starting on them. Because those chakra control exercises put immense strain on one's chakra coil and their body. If one doesn't have enough chakra and try to attempt that training, they would damage their chakra pathways. The only time someone from your age group is eligible to work on those techniques is if they have an exceptionally strong body. They must have at least Chunin-level chakra reserves and a powerful physique. Hiruzen finished his explanation, and he was surprised that there was a smile on Daichi's face. Daichi couldn't help but smile as he heard the Hokage. It seems my chakra suppression technique is better than I thought. They haven't been able to sense my true reserves. Time to loosen some of my restraints. Daichi slowly released the chakra suppression technique, but not all the way. Just enough to show the Hokage that he was capable. Hiruzen and Kensei were shocked as they sensed the chakra increase in the boy. He's been suppressing his chakra. Since when did he learn that? Kensei looked at the boy in bewilderment. I'll ask him on the way home. Reputation increases with Kensei Asagi. Hiruzen was also equally shocked. His chakra reserves have grown far beyond what someone his age should have. Only someone like a Jinchuriki would be able to surpass him in reserves amongst his peers. And not only that, the chakra suppression technique, it's almost flawless. He hasn't yet mastered it, but still, to learn and use it to such a degree, I may have severely underestimated his talent. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi. I believe I'm eligible to learn those control techniques. Daichi looked at the Hokage with a small smile. Hiruzen had an unreadable expression on his face as he looked at Daichi. His mind was running a mile a minute. This child... I made a mistake. Since he has gotten this strong, he will only be wasting his time if he stays in the academy. With his growth rate, it would be best if he graduates right now. I have no doubt he'll ace the graduation exam. But I've already set the minimum age requirement for graduation to be 11. Should I make an exception for him? No. This village already has a history of screwing up geniuses before they even reach puberty. Let him stay with his class. This is for the best. Let him grow with his friends. I don't want him to end up mentally scarred like Kakashi and Itachi. And I'm sure he'll form some strong bonds with his classmates these next few years. Hiruzen sighed and then replied, Yes, you are qualified. I take it the favor you want are some control techniques for both those exercises? He asked. Not quite. Daichi's reply confused the old man. All right, what is it you want? Hiruzen asked him with no shortage of curiosity. A few weeks ago, I was going through some notes Gramps here had in his library, and I came across an interesting jutsu that I think would be perfect for my training. As he heard this, Kensei mentally recalled the techniques he had researched and recorded in his library, but he couldn't figure out which one caught Daichi's interest. What jutsu? Hiruzen inquired. The Rasengan. Daichi's reply was completely unexpected, and it shocked both Kensei and Hiruzen, but the Hokage quickly regained his composure. Hearing the name of the jutsu, Kensei thought back to the day he studied it. The fourth Hokage was in his late teens, and he had just developed the jutsu. He showed him the technique once. I noted down everything I could remember about the technique, and I stored it in my library. Of course. So that's your end goal, huh, Daichi? Not bad. And why do you think the Rasengan would help you with this training? Hiruzen asked the boy. He wanted to know if Daichi found out the secret of the late fourth Hokage's jutsu, because that jutsu represents the shape transformation technique taken to the highest degree. At least that's my understanding after reading the notes. Hiruzen narrows his eyes. He wanted to know just how much Daichi knew about the jutsu. Tell me, what have you figured out about the Rasengan? Daichi gathered his thoughts and after a second replied. There were only a few things noted down about the Rasengan. The basics. But based on the information I've read, I came to a few conclusions. The Rasengan is a powerful jutsu that represents pure shape transformation. Based on my understanding, I would say the jutsu has three main components: rotation, containment, and power. The chakra spinning wildly in several directions represents the rotation aspect, and since the chakra is stable and maintains its form, it shows containment of chakra in a specific spot. In this case, the palm of the user. And finally, power. It was noted in the old man's book that the jutsu was capable of drilling through even solid rocks. It wouldn't be able to do that if the chakra of the user wasn't powerful enough. Hiruzen maintained his poker face as he listened to Daichi, but in his heart, he was astonished. To think a child in the academy would figure out the secrets to one of the most powerful and the signature jutsu of a Kage. Unbelievable. Hiruzen discreetly looked at Kensei to see if he had any direct hand in this. But based on his former Anbu captain's reactions, he concluded that Kensei was just as shocked and surprised as he was. Now that I think about it, I vaguely remember Kensei asking Minato for a demonstration of the Rasengan. I recall some of the information Kensei noted down. It certainly wasn't as detailed as Daichi's analysis. Daichi continued. I believe this jutsu is a shortcut to mastering the change in chakra form. The usual shape transformation exercises would help me, but it would take me much longer to master my chakra control with them. But if I master this jutsu, I'll be able to significantly reduce my time. And now I have an excuse to use this jutsu if I get into any tight spots. I have no interest in making this my signature jutsu like Naruto, but this will definitely come in handy in tough situations. Daichi thought in his mind. It seems you've figured out most of the jutsu, so what's the favor you want? Hiruzen spoke once Daichi finished his explanation. On my own, I'll be able to figure out how to learn the jutsu, and I will. But it will take me time. Time I could spend on other subjects. So it would help me a lot if you know any training methods to master the Rasengan at a faster rate. Daichi asked politely and kept a calm face. Hiruzen looked at the boy for several seconds and then sighed. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Daichi saw the notification and became excited, but he kept a cool face. I suppose I do owe you a favor, don't I? All right. It would be beneficial if you had something challenging to keep you occupied during your time in the academy. The Hokage looked at Daichi and became serious. The fourth Hokage, after creating the jutsu, invented training methods to make learning the Rasengan easier. I'll tell you those methods on 2 conditions. You must not break those conditions under any circumstances. Do you understand? Looking at the serious face of the Hokage, Daichi quickly nodded. Yes, sir. You have my word, he quickly replied. Hiruzen merely grunted. The first condition. You must never tell anyone else about the information and secrets you've learned about the Rasengan. No other party must get access to this jutsu, especially an outsider or a foreign ninja. In the wrong hands, this jutsu is capable of great death and destruction, so tell no one, not even your peers. The only people that are exempt from this condition are Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya. Remember those names. Seeing Daichi nod, the Hokage slightly relaxed and smiled. The second condition is, when you master the Rasengan, you come and show me. If you do in fact master the Rasengan by the time your next semester ends, then I'll give you some beginner change in chakra nature control techniques. Deal? Daichi's eyes widened as he heard the offer. He didn't hesitate a second and agreed. Yes, sir. It's a deal, and I'll have this jutsu mastered by the end of October. I look forward to it. Hiruzen smiled at the boy. His eagerness to learn, his intellect and ability to analyze a jutsu. He reminds me a lot of myself. Now listen carefully. There are 3 steps to mastering the Rasengan. Hiruzen began his explanation and told Daichi of the training methods. It was the methods Jiraiya showed Naruto during their search for Tsunade. Popping the water balloon for mastering rotation, destroying a rubber ball for power, and maintaining a balloon without it blowing up. It seems the training is the same as the ones I know. Good, Daichi thought to himself. The meeting between the 3 soon came to an end. Daichi left the office in a much happier mood. When I thought of this plan, I was banking on my charisma stat and goodwill with the Hokage on making this work. I had a feeling that my charisma stat would influence his decision. And I was right. Now not only do I get the Rasengan, but also some control techniques from the Hokage if I master the jutsu in about 7 months. That will be far too easy with my gamer's body. What an ultimate cheat. Daichi then thought about the real reason he asked for the Rasengan. I could have learned the Rasengan in secret and asked for any other favor. And if I had to reveal it, then when asked, I could have just said that I figured it out on my own based on the old man's notes. But this was the right choice. The Uchiha massacre will happen soon, and I see no way to stop it from happening. I'm just an academy student with no real power. If I do anything in regards to the clan, then Itachi, Obito, Fugaku, Hiruzen, Danzo, and Zetsu will be after me. I'm not ready to deal with them. If I interfere, then the outcome will most certainly be my death, and the destruction of the clan will still happen. That is their inescapable fate. The coup is already set in motion. Or at least that should be the case. There are too many powerful people involved in this. The outcome of the clan is inevitable. Once the massacre happens, there will be friction between the Hokage and Danzo. And if I prove that my talent is greater than the rest, then Hiruzen will no doubt want to make sure I don't end up in Danzo's hands. The Hokage is a valuable shield that will protect me from the root leader. Learning the Rasengan is an important part of achieving that. Not only that, staying with my year has one other advantage as well. What are you thinking so hard about, kid? The voice of his grandfather reached Daichi's ears. Daichi lightly smirked. Move your enemies, but do not let them dictate your moves. Isn't that what you once told me, Gramps? True. I did say that. I also remember saying, you also shouldn't underestimate your opponents. Don't worry, I'm cautious. I always am. Kensei didn't say anything else and kept walking. Daichi had a calculating glint in his eyes as he looked at the people around him. They think I'm a genius, but the truth is, I'm just an ordinary guy who possesses the world's greatest advantages. Future knowledge, and my greatest asset, a powerful gamer system. I so do love the gamer's ability. Daichi internally smirked as he walked down the road with his grandfather. You are right, Sun Tzu. Opportunities multiply as they are seized. Author's note, if you enjoy my story, then please take a moment to review and rate. A thumbs up always helps. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 61. First Special Stat Awakening. Chapter 61 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kensei and Daichi were walking down the cobbled street, their heads still processing what had happened. That was a dangerous game you played, Kensei said lightly to Daichi. Daichi looked at the old man from the corner of his eyes. Noticing the boy's look, Kensei elaborated. The Rasengan is a jutsu exclusive to the Leaf Village, and even then, only 2 people currently alive know it according to my knowledge. So you, asking for that technique. Kensei trailed off, and he let out a small sigh. Still, I guess everything worked out in the end. Daichi knew what his grandfather had meant. It was a dangerous gamble, but I've won. Still, he's right. I need to keep my head down and not cause any more wild waves. Now that the Hokage knows I'm much more than ordinary, he'll definitely keep an eye on me. And then Danzo won't be far behind either. I understand your point, Gramps, but this would help me with my training. So I had to take a shot, Daichi replied in a small voice. Kensei merely grunted in response. They went to a nearby store and bought enough balloons and rubber balls for the training, and made their way home. As they were nearing their home, Kensei thought about the offer the Hokage made at the end. Hiruzen knows I'm displeased with some of the elements within the village and some of its philosophies, but he doesn't have a clear understanding. He knows I'm loyal to the village, but he also knows that I'm against some of his policies. Still, he doesn't want to take any chances with Daichi. Seeing the boy's progress definitely startled Hiruzen. He doesn't want me to spread my ideals to the boy more than I already have. It's why he offered to give advanced chakra control as a reward. He wants to keep Daichi close and instill in him the loyalties he expects of a leaf ninja, just like he did with Hotaru. Kensei's fists clenched as memories of what happened to his son came to his mind. A few seconds later, his anger vanished and a small smile spread on his face. He discreetly looked at Daichi, and his mind went to their first talk in Shi's restaurant. You're going to be in for a surprise, Hiruzen. This kid won't let anyone lead him by the nose. And something tells me Daichi already saw through Hiruzen's recruitment attempt. I don't have to worry about him. Both of them reached their home and went to do their own things. Daichi was in his room, placing the balloon and rubber balls near his table. I'll start training the Rasengan once I'm done with my stamina stat increase. He opened his status page and checked. Even with 2 weeks of training, none of my primary stats have increased since the dungeon run, and my stamina stat has only gone up by 1. Now it's at 99. Just 1 more, and I'm sure it'll awaken. It was noon that day, and Daichi decided to spend the rest of the day training and increasing his stamina. Normal physical training isn't going to cut it. I need to go harder. Daichi created 4 shadow clones and had them go through each ninjutsu one by one until they exhausted their stamina. The real Daichi was wearing weighted training clothes the system gave him, and he got into a handstand and started doing push-ups. Daichi's plan was to completely exhaust his chakra and physical stamina. He was also going to train his telekinesis. In front of Daichi were several leaves. He was using his mana power to levitate them and hold them in the air for as long as possible. As he trained, his mind was trying to decipher what exactly mana powers were. Mana powers are definitely not yin chakra. In fact, they have nothing to do with chakra. My tests have confirmed that much. Then what exactly is this? The information the system gave says it's an energy produced from my mind. It specifically said an intelligent mind. Is that a clue? Daichi was doing his exercise and keeping the leaves in the air as he contemplated the workings of his powers. Daichi had studied the brain and its functions after he had received the mana power. He recalled that information. And then something else came to his mind. As I understand, mana isn't an ability exclusive to me. The invisibility cloak, Atamagai cloak, also uses mana power. That means there's a possibility that its creator Atamagai used mana, or at least understood it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to incorporate mana power usage into the seal inscribed on the cloak. So what makes us special? Daichi thought about this question for a while, and then the answer came. Intelligence. Could that be the answer I'm looking for? I doubt that guy had the gamer ability, but somehow he was able to use mana. The system said mana is an energy produced by an intelligent mind. That's the key. Sweat rolled down Daichi's face and body as he pushed himself upwards. The shadow clones using up chakra the same time he was completing physical exercise increased the pressure on him. Even as he was getting tired, a smile formed on his face. Brainwaves, that's the answer. Somehow my brain is able to produce energy that's able to interact with the world, just like radio waves, microwaves, or electromagnetic waves. They all interact with the world. We may not be able to see them, but they are there. And it seems mana power is the same case, some kind of energy or brainwave produced by my brain that interacts with the world. So that's why the system said mind-enhancing techniques would be much easier. Those types of techniques probably don't require much energy due to being used by my brain, and they might be easier to learn than techniques like telekinesis that interact with the world. Daichi's smile widened at the implications. Even if I get into a situation where I won't be able to use chakra, I can fall back on this. And not only that, with more stat points in intelligence and wisdom, I can increase my mana power. I could become OP with just this power alone. As Daichi was dreaming about his future mana capabilities, one of the shadow clones dispelled. Skill Fire Affinities level has risen by 1. Skill Tree Walking Techniques level has risen by 1. Ninjutsu Fire Style, Dragon Fire Jutsu has leveled up. Looks like my clones are trying to level up the tree walking technique too. Nice. And I have another level up in skill and jutsu. Excellent. At that moment, a wave of fatigue hit him. His hands slightly trembled, but Daichi held still. He took several breaths of air and resumed his workout. Daichi noticed his stamina points decrease a chunk. Keep going, Daichi. Almost there. He decided it was enough push-up and flipped in the air and gracefully landed on the ground. Daichi began running around the compound. He kept his speed up, but he didn't go at this fastest. He maintained his speed as he circled the compound. As he completed several rounds, the next clone disappeared. Skill Earth Affinities level has risen by 1. Ninjutsu Earth Style, Rock Shelter Jutsu has leveled up. Daichi breathed hard as his chakra and stamina went down another few hundreds of points. But he didn't stop. Daichi kept running with the weights on. Several minutes later, the last 2 clones also dispelled. Skill Water Affinities level has risen by 1. Skill Water Walking Techniques level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Manipulations level has risen by 1. Ninjutsu Water Style, Hydroblast Jutsu has leveled up. X2, Ninjutsu Wind Style, Wind Bullet Jutsu has leveled up. Skill Tree Walking Techniques level has risen by 1. Daichi was panting due to the fatigue hitting him all at once. He went down to one knee and tried to catch his breath as he looked through the blue system messages. Looks like the passive skill Absolute Chakra Mastery I got from that Hyuga ripoff ninja is really helping me. The speed of my chakra control techniques are improving much faster than I thought. Daichi took a few moments and then resumed his training. He completed several body conditioning exercises and pushed himself to go beyond his limits. Daichi watched as his stamina slowly depleted. After several hours of grueling training, Daichi was finally successful. +1 stamina. Your stamina stat has reached 100 points. You have gained the passive skill Enhanced Stamina. Your SP formula is recalculated and now has increased. Daichi felt as if he regained almost all his strength. Wow, what a rush. This feels amazing. It's like I could go on training like this forever. Daichi clicked on the new skill. Enhanced Stamina, Passive Elv-Mac. A passive skill given to the player when the stamina stat has reached 100. This skill increases the user's SP and speeds up the user's stamina recovery by 5 times. Enhanced Stamina is a skill that's obtained and maxed. Daichi looked over the skill. Not much different than the other passive skills I got, but I'm not complaining. Wow, stamina recovery by 5 times. Awesome. This will come in handy for a lot of stuff. Daichi giggled as he had some naughty thoughts. He then calmed down and looked at his status page. Wow! My stamina points shot up to 695 points. Now there is only a 100 points difference between HP and SP. Seeing that his goal for the day was completed, he decided to end the training. Daichi went back to his room to get freshened up, and by the time he came down, it was dinner time. Daichi and Kensei were eating while they discussed various topics. The majority of them were on what Daichi should be focused on in the coming years during his time in the academy. Daichi, are you planning on pursuing any other fields aside from ninjutsu and taijutsu? Kensei asked the boy. Not particularly. I planned on studying genjutsu and maybe some medical ninjutsu, but I'm not going to actively pursue them. Daichi gave a nonchalant answer. Kensei slightly narrowed his eyes as he listened to the boy. If this was before the meeting with Hiruzen, I would have agreed with him. I would have thought it would be too much for him. But now, I'm certain that he's more than capable of handling multiple subjects at the same time. He won't be able to fully and efficiently utilize his growth speed if he only studies ninjutsu and devotes himself to taijutsu. That's just wasting his potential. Daichi, what do you think about genjutsu and medical ninjutsu? The old man asked with a neutral face. Hearing his grandfather Daichi thought about the two vast fields. I'm immune to genjutsu thanks to the gamer's mind, and my gamer's body takes care of injuries with a good night's sleep. So that's covered. After thinking about it for a minute, he gave an answer. I'll study them, but just enough for me to understand them and be a bit better than the average ninja, and maybe learn about a dozen useful jutsus, but that's it. I'm not really interested in going further than that. Daichi's answer was one Kensei half expected. It seems he doesn't know the true value or the danger posed by genjutsu users and medic ninjas. It's to be expected, I guess. Kids are more impressed with flashy stuff like ninjutsu. Can't exactly blame him for that. I was the same once. But if he wants to be the best, he'll have to learn them as well. Spend time on them just like he does with ninjutsu training. A smirk appeared on Kensei's face as he thought of a plan. Noticing his grandfather's smirk, Daichi was slightly confused. Daichi, we're going to battle tomorrow, Kensei suddenly said. All right, I'll get ready for our sparring in the morning and be in the room. Daichi replied as he didn't think much of it. Kensei shook his head. No, not a spar. A battle! We're going outside. There is a private training ground near here with enough space for us to let loose. We're going to use everything in our arsenal. No limits. Daichi was shocked as he listened to the old man's words. Kensei turned serious as he looked at Daichi. Daichi, tomorrow we're going to battle, and I want you to come at me with everything you got. Fight with the intent to kill. Because I will. Looking at Kensei's face, Daichi knew the old man was serious. He didn't know what prompted this sudden change, but he was going to be ready. Daichi nodded seriously. Seeing that his grandson took the matter seriously, he internally smirked. Tomorrow, I'm going to show you the value of the ninja arts you deem unnecessary. Author's note. I was planning on posting this chapter tomorrow, but I decided to do it early. A certain milestone on a certain site that starts with P and ends with N has been completed. Thank you for all the love and support you guys show my story. Now on to other matters. I'm thinking about adding a second story. I'm not sure if I should do a One Piece story or My Hero Academia story. I already have an idea as to the powers I want my character in MHA to have, but I'm not sure about the One Piece MC. I want my guy to have a Logia DF, not the ones used in the show, but a new one. Any thoughts? They are most welcome, or I wouldn't mind if it's a cool Paramecia DF with potential for unique abilities. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 62, The Calamity Tiger. Kensei Yasagi, Chapter 62 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Private Training Ground. It was a few minutes past 7 in the morning. Daichi and Kensei stood on the training ground facing each other. Kensei was wearing a dark green vest similar to the Jonin vest. He had a kunai holster and shuriken pouch tied on his legs. And on his hands were fingerless black gloves with metal plate covering. He had a tanto strapped to his back along with arm and leg guards. Kensei had a calm but stern expression on his face. As Daichi stood opposite to him, he understood that this would be an entirely different level of battle. He could feel the presence of the veteran ninja pressing down on him. He's not kidding around. It feels as if there's some sort of pressure exerted on my body. I can't underestimate him. Daichi noticed something strange with Kensei's left leg. It was something he noticed from the moment they left the house. He's not wearing the usual prosthetics. This one looks and helps him move around like a real leg. It looks a lot more advanced than the one he had before. Maybe an advanced puppet prosthetic? Wonder where he got that from? Daichi used Observe on him. Up until then, every time he used the information gathering skill on Kensei, it wouldn't reveal anything, but today was different. Today, he finally saw information on his grandfather, and after reading it, he became even more serious and slightly nervous. LV. 75. Please open your app to see this link. The Calamity Tiger. Age 64, HP, 8533 CP, 8006. Kensei Yasasagi is a retired jonin and former Anbu captain. He graduated from the academy 1 year after Hiruzen Sarutobi. He is considered an exceptionally gifted ninja due to his knowledge and usage of several ninja arts. He rescued Fumio Aya during a mission and formed a relationship thereafter. He married her and had a son named Hotaru Yasagi. Kensei Yasagi is a talented shinobi who fought in 3 world wars and completed 100-320 missions ranging from ranks D to S. During the Second World War, due to his formidable power, he earned the nickname the Calamity Tiger. His primary chakra nature is fire, but he is also capable of using earth and wind chakra natures proficiently and has some degree of mastery in water and lightning. Even though he is loyal to the village, his philosophies regarding the place have changed due to his bitter experiences throughout the years. He is very fond of you. Due to his age and the injuries he suffered throughout his career, his level, chakra, and health points have regressed. That's a lot of info. Is it because he's related to me? Questions for later. Daichi read the information displayed as quickly as possible. As he finished reading it, Daichi became nervous. The Calamity Tiger? So he was strong enough to earn a nickname, huh? I need to be extremely cautious. I'm not going to add points to my stats, but I won't hold back either. Daichi remembered the quest that popped up when they reached the training grounds a few minutes ago. Quest created. Battle Kensei Yasagi. Your grandfather has challenged you to a battle. Fight and give it your all. Conditions. Survive the battle for over 1 hour. Force your opponent to take you seriously. Inflict an injury on your opponent that reduces over 150 HP at once. Defeat Kensei Yasagi. Bonus. Survive the battle for over 5 hours. Bonus. Rewards. 2000 XP. New skill. +2 level. Bonus. New weapon. Bonus. Reputation increases with Kensei Yasagi. Failure. -1 level. New title. Reputation decreases with Kensei Yasagi. Accept. Daichi accepted the quest without hesitation, and now he was prepared for the fight. Daichi, don't hold back on me just because I'm old and crippled. You'll learn in a short while that appearances can be deceiving. Do you understand? Kensei spoke up. I know. Daichi nodded his head. I'll come with the intent to kill. Daichi became serious. But despite the serious situation, due to his many life or death battles in the dungeon, instead of anxiety, Daichi was feeling excitement. Whenever you're ready, come, Kensei spoke up. Daichi took a short breath and let it out. Let's do this. 3 shuriken appeared between Daichi's fingers on both hands, and he flung them as fast as he could at his enemy with precise aim. In the span of mere seconds, they neared their target. Kensei stood still and looked nonchalantly at the flying shuriken. He had a smirk on his face as he calculated the trajectory of the shurikens. Head, heart, lungs, thighs, and arms. All of them aimed to kill and/or immobilize my limbs. Good. It's good that you're serious. He took a single shuriken from his weapon holster and flung it within an instant. The time for that action to take place was less than 1 second. Kensei's shuriken hit the weapon flying at the front and changed its trajectory. And then, both weapons hit the others near them and changed their paths as well. In moments, all shuriken were deflected from their original paths and flew by Kensei without ever getting near him. Daichi's eyes widened like dinner plates as he saw the scene. With just one shot, he changed the paths of all the shurikens coming at him, and the way his arm moved. It was a fluid motion. No wasted energy. Precise and strong, and yet graceful. This guy, he's no joke. So this is what a veteran ninja is capable of, huh? Incredible. Not one to waste time and let the opposite side dictate the battle, Daichi made his move. He created 2 shadow clones and surrounded Kensei. All of them threw several shuriken at the old man at the same time and then moved to attack him. The real Daichi leapt up and aimed a kunai at Kensei's head, while the clones positioned themselves at Kensei's front and rear. They ran at him with the intent to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Kensei took a single glance at the coming projectiles and deflected all of them like before, with 3 shurikens. He then got ready for Daichi and his clones and prepared for the taijutsu battle that was about to begin. He analyzed the strategy used by his grandson. A shuriken attack wave from 3 directions and now a direct attack from 2 sides. If I jump upwards, he's ready to impale me with that kunai. He internally smirked. A basic attack strategy of a 3-man team. How childish. Kensei easily blocked the punches aimed at him with both hands. The clone's real intention was to hold his arm so Kensei wouldn't be able to deflect the kunai Daichi had just thrown. Kensei tilted his head to the side and let the kunai pass him by, but suddenly the weapon changed directions and flew back at his head. Daichi smirked as he looked on. Look at that. Chakra threads is such a great skill. Kensei pushed against a hand holding him down and used a bit more force to get free, but it was too late. The kunai struck his head and was buried deep. Blood gushed out and both clones jumped back while Daichi landed on the ground. He was startled for a moment because it was the first time he saw blood and gore like that, especially when it was him that inflicted that injury. In the dungeon, due to the enemies being made up of smoke-like substance, and since they were made by the system, Daichi never felt remorse or any other feelings when killing them. But this sudden splash of blood froze him. His hands slightly shook, and he became a bit unfocused. It wasn't enough to trigger the effects of the gamer's mind, but what happened still made him lose focus. At that moment, a powerful kick hit his back, sending him flying onto one of the clones. Die 33 HP. Gah! The clone caught Daichi, but due to the force of the impact, it was dispelled. Of course, there is no way a veteran ninja would die like that. Daichi refocused his senses and looked at the fallen Kensei. It had turned into a log with a kunai buried in it. The real ninja was standing several feet away from him, looking right as rain. That was a substitution with a simple genjutsu weaved in. The genjutsu made it look real. It wouldn't fool a real ninja, but against amateurs, it's more than enough. Kensei answered Daichi's incomplete question. Daichi narrowed his eyes as he listened to the old man. When did he have time to weave signs for a substitution or that genjutsu? And moreover, I thought genjutsu didn't work on me due to the gamer's mind. What's going on? As Daichi thought about this question, Kensei suddenly appeared in front of him. Don't get distracted. Kensei yelled as a powerful kick broke through Daichi's defenses and landed on his chest. The force of the attack sent him flying backwards. Daichi quickly regained his bearings and backflipped in midair and landed on the ground. He skidded a few feet back, but used chakra to stop his momentum. During this time, Kensei attacked and easily dispatched the second clone as well. The kick had enough force to send me flying a few meters back, but it didn't do much damage. And it was a little bit weaker than the last one. Looks like the damage reduction buffs are doing their jobs. Daichi concentrated on the fight and on his enemy. A few seconds passed, and Daichi and Kensei rushed at each other. They both began their taijutsu battle. Daichi was having a much harder time against him than he had in any of the other fights. Kensei deflected Daichi's attacks and easily broke through the boy's guard and precisely landed his strikes. The first few blows Kensei dealt didn't do much damage, but as more and more attacks landed on him, Daichi noticed something. He's increasing the strength of his punches, and now he's putting enough force in each punch to surpass my damage reduction buff. Daichi's damage reduction buff worked well against enemies on his level and below, but against enemies with higher levels, the effects of the buff become reduced. The higher the level of an opponent and the power of an attack, the easier it will be for the enemy to reduce damage reduction effects and inflict more damage on Daichi. The boy figured this out during his many fights in the dungeons. As Daichi blocked another punch, he understood the old man's plan. He's testing my limits. He's trying to see just how much punishment I can take. At this moment, a notification appeared. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the attack. Kensei tried to place a genjutsu on the boy, but it was ineffective. He narrowed his eyes as he tried to figure out how Daichi quickly got rid of the genjutsu. Strange. I tried to place a balance disruption, genjutsu, on him, but as soon as my chakra came in contact with his, he negated my attack. But it didn't look like he consciously did it. I'll need to look into this. Kensei was analyzing Daichi's progress and fighting style throughout the battle. He was also trying to figure out Daichi's damage threshold. During the spars throughout the years, Kensei had learned that Daichi had a much stronger body than a child his age should have. Daichi took far less damage and was much more durable than others. He could last longer and recover quickly after a fight. Kensei was curious and wanted to know the secrets of Daichi's body, but he never asked the boy. Now's the perfect time to see just what you're capable of. Your body is abnormal and your learning capabilities are beyond incredible. I have a feeling you know the secrets behind your abnormalities, but something tells me you won't share them with me. That's fine. I'll figure it out on my own. Kensei was determined to figure out Daichi's secrets. After dozens of blows, Kensei had a rough idea as to how much force should be exerted to injure Daichi. He evaded a punch and tried to sweep Daichi's legs. The boy slightly jumped and kicked out, his knee aiming for the old man's chin. Kensei blocked the knee with a palm and punched. Daichi blocked the fist, but he was forced to fall back and take several steps back to steady himself. Both of them stood without making a move. Neither one was even slightly out of breath. For this was just a warm-up. The real battle is about to begin. Author's note. I can already picture some of you guys saying Daichi has gamer's mind and thus genjutsu shouldn't affect him. So what the hell, author? Trust me, there is an explanation for it, and it will be given in the next couple chapters. So please be patient. And I've decided that my second story would be a My Hero Academia story. But I won't be writing it anytime soon. I want to complete the first half of this story. Otherwise, I might not be able to publish chapters for either fics at such speed. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 63, The Various Ninja Arts, Chapter 63 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi looked at his grandfather and prepared himself. You're not going to take me off guard this time. Warm-up's over. Time for the real fight. Kensei rushed over as he said those words. You have sensed killing intent. In moments, he was in front of Daichi and sent a powerful punch aimed at the boy's chest. Daichi flooded his body with chakra and enhanced himself. He deflected the punch, then counterattacked. Kensei blocked and grabbed hold of Daichi's arm. First lesson. Taijutsu. Kensei twisted Daichi's arm and tried to get him into a submission hold, but Daichi, familiar with the hold, grabbed Kensei's other arm and got himself free. Daichi jumped back several feet and stood his ground. That was just a simple basic submission hold. He was only testing me. Kensei ran and quickly reached Daichi. Both of them began exchanging blows at a fast pace. Kensei targeted Daichi's joints and upper torso. He increased the speed of his attacks little by little. His speed is equivalent to high-level Jinin, bordering Chunin, and his reflexes and reaction time are nothing short of incredible for someone his age. But this fight has only just begun. Kensei's aim was to study Daichi's strengths and weaknesses and then teach him to get rid of those weaknesses. He has a firm grasp on the Academy Taijutsu style, and his instincts are good. He's not falling for the obvious gaps I left in my defenses. It's almost as if he has experience identifying the obvious traps laid out by the enemy. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he has been fighting and training with people other than me. Time to switch it up. Kensei changed his battle style in mere seconds. Daichi was fending off attacks with some difficulty, but as the time passed, it was getting increasingly harder. As the fight progressed, Daichi noticed the sudden shift in Kensei's battle style. Kensei suddenly started attacking Daichi with much more force than before. A punch that Daichi blocked contained enough power to numb his arm. Ah, my arm. That was strong enough to rattle my bones. Daichi put more chakra into his arms and blocked the next hard punches. As the fight progressed, he noticed something strange. Some of his punches contain incredible force, but some feel normal. No, they are slightly weaker than his normal punches. but I can't tell which is which. He's not trying to go faster and get through my blocks. It's as if he's deliberately allowing me to block him. What's he trying to do? It took a few moments for Daichi to figure out the old man's strategy. He's trying to wear me down, both mentally and physically. I'm using more chakra to block the powerful punches, but if I don't know which ones are strong and which are weak, I'll have to use chakra to block all the attacks, even the weak ones that won't affect me. He's trying to confuse me and wear down my stamina and chakra. You sneaky old man. Daichi grinned at Kensei as he figured out his plan. You need to be more observant and efficient in a fight. If you use what you've already learned, then you can figure it out. Kensei said nothing more as he kept up his assaults. Daichi deflected most attacks because directly blocking them would use up more energy. Daichi focused his chakra to his eyes and ears. He kept a close eye on the muscles in Kensei's arms. A punch suddenly broke through Daichi's guard and hit him in the chest. 111. Gah! Spit flew from Daichi's mouth as he reeled back from the blow. He quickly regained his bearings and defended himself against the coming attack wave. It's good to want to analyze and figure out your enemy's attack patterns and fighting style, but that doesn't mean you should let your guard down, advised the old man as he fought his grandson. The words Kensei said brought a certain memory to Daichi's mind. It was the memories of the powerful taijutsu and sword-wielding ninja he fought in the dungeon. I became focused on his sword-style patterns so much that he was able to shove a knife into me, and now I made the same mistake again. Can't let something like that happen a third time. Daichi lashed out with a kick aimed at Kensei's knee. Kensei raised his leg and blocked Daichi's kicks and forcefully locked the boy's leg in place and attacked. Shit, he has me locked down. If I try to get out of the hold, he might snap my leg. Daichi calculated the ways in which he could escape. I can't let this fight go on like this. If I do, I'll fail. Daichi quickly focused chakra to his free leg and slammed down into the ground. The ground around the two fighters ruptured, forcing Kensei to disengage and jump back. The veteran ninja didn't look as if he just fought in a taijutsu battle. Kensei maintained his breathing, and his chakra flow was calm and smooth as ever. Daichi jumped and gained some distance as well. But he was in a much rougher shape. He took in several deep breaths of air as drops of sweat fell down from his face. You're much better than an academy student. But if you want to stand at the peak, then this isn't enough. Your journey has only started. The academy, the fights you win there, it's just a playground compared to the real world. Don't let your victories till now go to your head, Kensei said as he looked at the boy. Daichi's eyes sharpened as he listened. I know, old man. The danger's lurking out in this world, much more than you. I'm strong, but I'm well aware that I'm still just a big fish in a small pond. Daichi understood better than anyone the threats roaming the world. It was why he trained so often and learned everything he could. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, so he was careful about the way he acted to the way he spoke. His cautious nature was born from his fear of an early death at the hands of someone who might find out his secret, or even just a random enemy he met on his journey. Daichi looked at the old man and spoke. I won't become lazy or let my guard down. Kensei merely nodded. Second lesson. Genjutsu. Daichi was immediately bombarded with several of the same notifications. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the attack. Seeing that the genjutsu attacks failed, Daichi smirked. I could pretend to fall under a genjutsu spell, but he would probably see through that. Kensei was bewildered as his illusion techniques failed. My chakra definitely connected with his, but the moment it did, it was flushed out of his body. He didn't look like he consciously disrupted the genjutsu attacks, but judging from his grin, he knows he's not affected. Is it possible? Is he immune to genjutsu attacks? The more Kensei studied and learned about Daichi, the more intrigued he became. No, he was fooled by the genjutsu I weaved into the substitution jutsu, so that means there are some genjutsu that affect him. Time to find out his limits. It seems you're somehow negating my illusions, then we'll skip and go straight to the next one. Ninjutsu. Kensei weaved hand seals faster than Daichi could keep up. Earth-style, mud river. Kensei spoke as the earth surrounding Daichi turned into a torrent of rushing mud and earth. Wow! Daichi was amazed at the speed with which the earth transformed. His execution of the technique is magnificent. Daichi used chakra to stay on top and not get dragged down and across the ground, but he was only partially successful. Using his chakra strings, he was able to quickly get to safety. He then decided to move away from the flowing terrain. Daichi jumped high and away and was about to land safely on the ground, or so he thought. The moment Daichi's feet touched the ground, it was as if a glass had broken around the ground where he stood. A giant hole appeared, and Daichi kept falling into the deep pit. He quickly used chakra strings and attached himself to the walls of the hole, and after several seconds, he successfully climbed out. Daichi saw the grinning visage of his grandfather. "It seems there is a limitation to your genjutsu immunity," Kensei said, smirking. Daichi was on alert and slightly confused. Looks like he figured out the gamer's mind abilities, or some of it at least. But what did he mean by limitations? Kensei didn't give Daichi time to figure it out, and quickly attacked. "Your enemies won't give you time to figure them out. You need a sharp as well as fast mind." Daichi deflected the punch and sent a swift kick to Kensei's abdomen. He then quickly went through different hand seals. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Daichi released the fireball directly at Kensei, but it was doused with a powerful water-style jutsu in seconds. Steam wafted through the air all around the two. Daichi used chakra sense to find Kensei through the mist. Suddenly, as if he was swallowed by a black void, Daichi was surrounded by blackness. He couldn't hear or see anything. What the hell? Daichi increased his senses and created 2 shadow clones that covered his back. The 3 stood back to back. What's going on? I thought genjutsu attacks didn't affect me? Suddenly, 3 of them were attacked in the darkness. Daichi suffered multiple blows to his head and body, while his clones were dispelled after the first couple of hits. "Have you figured it out yet?" Kensei's voice echoed throughout the black void. "Since I'm such a good grandfather, I'll give you 10 seconds to figure it out. Then I'll attack again." "Wait, what?" Daichi's question went unanswered. He was breathing hard and was on one knee from the assault that just took place. 9. Daichi thought as fast as he could. Why? Why did this technique affect me? 8. Daichi thought about the illusion jutsu he was trapped in now and the ones he encountered before. 7. Daichi's brain worked as fast as it could. He discarded several theories, but then one came to mind. Could it be? 6. I think I just figured out a way to get out of this. Just hope it works. Daichi made the ram seal and began gathering his chakra. He closed his eyes and concentrated. 5. Not yet. Not yet. The boy concentrated more and more chakra in his body. If someone could see Daichi, they would see a blue chakra mist covering his entire body. 4. Almost there. Come on. Daichi could feel his tensed muscles and coiled up chakra ready to burst. 3. Daichi opened his eyes as he felt his chakra raging beneath his skin. Now! He clapped his hands and released all the compressed and gathered chakra at once. He placed his hands on the ground and let a third of it flow through the earth. The violent burst of chakra broke the illusion, like a glass being shattered. Daichi was breathing hard, as he used quite a bit of his reserves. Several notifications popped up, but Daichi ignored them. Crude. Taxing on the body. Inefficient. But effective. Kensei nonchalantly remarked. So you figured it out, huh? Your weakness. Daichi nodded to the question. I'm immune to genjutsu that directly affects me, but I'm not against those placed on the surroundings. Yes, that's right. I was able to take away your sight, sound, and smell by placing a genjutsu on the terrain. It didn't directly affect your nervous systems, but you were still under its effects. Kensei answered him. When I fell into that hole earlier, you already made a pit and then covered it with genjutsu. Incredible. The foresight to see where I would land and create a trap even before I made the move. I've been playing shogi matches with him for a year now, but not once was I able to beat him. This guy is an incredible tactician, and his awareness of his surroundings and the ability to analyze his opponent, it's scary. So this is what true Anbu ninjas worth their salts are capable of. Daichi narrowed his eyes as looked at the old man and took another deep breath. Yes. You might think of genjutsu as a weak field, but you couldn't be further from the truth. The ability to take away the basic senses, that's child's play compared to what a true genjutsu master can achieve. Your sense of time, direction, movements, and much more could be altered. So just because you're immune to genjutsu that directly affects you doesn't mean you can fight skilled illusion users. Do you understand? Kensei wanted Daichi to expand his horizons. I understand. Daichi nodded seriously. I found a big gap in my skill. I need to fix it, and preferably before I take the Genin exams. Let's continue. Kensei and Daichi resumed their fight, but it was more Daichi desperately defending himself for as long as he could and trying his best to wound his enemy. Despite all his level-ups and strengths, Daichi was still unable to properly fight back against the might and skills of a former Anbu captain. As time passed, Kensei showed Daichi what he was capable of. He trapped Daichi by layering the ground and surroundings with genjutsu. His ninjutsu forced Daichi to change tactics in the middle of the fight and retreat, and his taijutsu dismantled the boy's meager defenses. Daichi was only strong enough to keep himself from getting seriously injured. But he fought at such an intense pace that Kensei had to take him seriously. But due to this intensity, Daichi was burning through his chakra and stamina quickly. During the entire fight, he was only able to land a few shallow wounds on his grandfather. But even those were ineffective, as Kensei had several medical ninjutsu under his belt. You know medical ninjutsu as well? Daichi was amazed at the skill and techniques his grandfather displayed. Daichi threw several shuriken as his grandfather healed himself. Kensei expertly dodged or deflected them. Among the ordinary shuriken was one tied with a smoke bomb. The moment it neared Kensei, it exploded, covering the area around him in smoke. Daichi rushed ahead, and using his chakra sense, he found and attacked Kensei. The old man parried the dagger in Daichi's hands with his kunai. Both of them pitted their strength against each other. Sparks flew as the dagger and kunai struggled and grinded against each other. Did you really think that would work? No, but this is the only way. As Daichi said this, he suddenly let go of his strength. The sudden change pushed Kensei onto Daichi, and he stabbed the kunai into Daichi's gut. Mida 312 negative status, bleeding. This took Kensei by surprise, and he was unable to defend against the sneak attack to his abdomen. Daichi held in the pain of the sharp metal stabbed into him, and he buried a small knife into Kensei as well. Managed 68 HP. Enemy hit. Quack. Kensei stepped back as he looked at the bleeding stomach. He couldn't believe his eyes. You deliberately let me stab you so you could injure me as well? The wound was not life-threatening, but it was still serious. Despite the pain he was in, Daichi smirked. You look surprised, old man. You told me to come with the intent to kill. We've been fighting for over 2 hours, and I haven't been able to land a serious injury. Not once. So this was my only way. Kensei grunted and narrowed his eyes. His palms lit up with green medical jutsu technique, and he started healing himself. Bold move. You're right, Daichi. Sometimes you have to sacrifice an arm or a leg to save your life. But remember this, you have to make sure when you do make that sacrifice, make sure to take the enemy down for good. Kensei finished healing the wound by the time he was done talking. He disappeared and reappeared in front of the small boy in an instant. Kensei struck Daichi's right shoulder in 2 places with 2 outstretched fingers. What was that? It didn't hurt at all. Daichi was confused by the attack. At that moment, a notification appeared. Negative buff, right arm temporarily paralyzed. Seeing this notification, Daichi tried to move his right arm, but he couldn't. I just struck the nerve bundle in your deltoid. It may not have hurt, but you won't be moving that arm for a while. Time to end this. Kensei told the boy. Kensei disappeared from Daichi's vision. The next second, all Daichi could see was blackness. Author's note, tell me your thoughts on the fight. Did you enjoy it? I wanted to show that despite being old, Kensei is still strong. And Kensei obviously didn't go all out to defeat Daichi. I hope this was a satisfactory fight. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 64, Testing the Mana Skills. Chapter 64 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Ooh, my head. Daichi groaned as he slowly opened his eyes and became aware of his surroundings. He was laid down on a mat on the porch of his house. "You woke up much faster than I expected." The voice of his grandfather came from near him. Daichi turned around and saw Kensei in his usual clothes, meditating. Kensei had changed into a more casual attire during Daichi's forced nap. "How long have I been out?" Daichi asked. "About 20 minutes. Your body is much stronger than normal, and you have an abnormally fast recovery speed," the old man said. He didn't move or even open his eyes. His chest slowly rising and falling was the only movement Daichi saw. Daichi then looked at the spot where the knife was stabbed during the end of the battle. He saw smooth, clean skin at the place where a bleeding hole should be. It didn't take a genius to figure out what happened. "You healed me?" "Yes, I did. It wasn't a critical wound. Now get freshened up and come down. We have much work to do." Hearing his grandfather's words, Daichi got up and went to his room. He saw the system messages piled up on the side, and he started going through them one by one. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. Skill Shuriken Jutsu's level has risen by 1, x2. Skill Physical Endurance's level has risen by 1. Skill Strong Hits level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Threads level has risen by 1. x2 Skill Danger Senses level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Enhancement's level has risen by 1. x3 Skill Chakra Flows level has risen by 1. x2 Quest Battle Kensei Yasaji completed. Rewards 20,000 XP. New skill Demonic Illusion, False Surroundings Technique. Reputation increases with Kensei Yasaji. Seems a few of my skills have leveled up. Looks like I didn't get the bonus rewards, but I suppose successfully completing this quest is enough for now. Daichi clicked on the new reward skill. Demonic Illusion, False Surroundings Technique. Active ELV1, a simple illusion technique that alters the appearance of a nearby object or surroundings. Rank C. Type Genjutsu. Rat, monkey, horse, hare. CP cost 210 CP. Note, the range of this technique can vary from short to long depending on the user's chakra control and proficiency. A genjutsu, and one that places an illusion on the surroundings according to the caster's wishes. Something tells me that's going to come in handy one day. Daichi reached his room and stripped down. He found that his clothes had been torn up and there were small blood stains in several places. Discarding the rags, he went to take a shower. His mind was still on the fight even as the cold water cascaded down his body. The old man had a counterattack for everything I threw at him. The chakra strings I used to tie him up were cut apart with chakra-coated kunai. His shuriken jutsu was so skilled that I was never able to land a solid hit on him. And his taijutsu. For an old guy who lost a leg, he sure can put up a fight. Every strategy I used was useless. Daichi sighed as he recalled the scenes of his beatdown. So this is what experienced Jonin and Anbu are capable of, huh? The dungeon ninjas I fought till now are nothing compared to the old man. Daichi finished his shower and got dressed. He went downstairs and had some food and walked outside. Kensei was still meditating when Daichi came outside. He opened his eyes when the boy sat next to him. "You are far ahead of your peers. Of that there is no doubt. But you have much to learn. And there is time for that, Daichi. You can utilize the time in the academy to broaden your knowledge and experience. It will help you on your journey," Kensei said, looking at the pond in their backyard. Daichi nodded slightly. Daichi remained quiet for a while, and then asked a question. "That medical ninjutsu you used, was it the only one you know, or were you a medic nin at some point?" "I know a few medic jutsu, but no, I wasn't a medic ninja. During the First and Second World War, the Anbu were in charge of many important operations, and only the most skilled got accepted. So losing even one was a blow to the village. Those of us who had the talent for it and excellent chakra control all learned a few life-saving jutsus," Kensei replied. He looked at Daichi and asked, "Are you interested in the field?" "Yes, I have a few ideas, and now seeing their usefulness in a fight, I want to learn it more than ever," Kensei hummed, hearing the boy's answer. "Complete your chakra control training. That will be your focus this year. Then maybe in your 3rd or 4th year, I'll introduce you to someone I know who can teach you some medical ninjutsu," he said to Daichi. Daichi nodded and he had a pensive look on his face. "What is it?" Kensei asked. "It's about genjutsu. I'm a bit confused. I thought. Daichi began, but Kensei interrupted him. Daichi, what do you know about genjutsu? They are illusions. When a ninja controls the chakra flow of a target's cerebral nervous system and affects their senses, genjutsu is created. People use this to confuse the senses of their enemies and trick their body into thinking it's in pain when it's not. We essentially influence the senses and control what the target sees and feels. Daichi gave the reply. Yes, you just described the broad interpretation of genjutsu, but it's much more than that. What you just described falls under one of the three main categories of this art. Daichi, based on my understanding, you are immune to most genjutsu, but not for some. I'll start you on genjutsu training when you begin your training in medical ninjutsu. I'll give you a thorough explanation about genjutsu at that time. I understand. Daichi nodded and got up. I'm going for a walk around the village. Kensei nodded and went back to his meditation. Daichi left the house and slowly walked along the village road. His fight with Kensei opened his eyes to many of his weaknesses. During the blackout genjutsu, even though I used chakra sense, I couldn't find him. He was able to mask his chakra and attack me. All the points he struck on my body could have been lethal if he wanted to. So how do I find someone who can mask their chakra? This was one of the many new problems Daichi faced. As he walked along the road, he saw a large tree nearby with birds and some squirrels scurrying about. Daichi used the chakra sense skill and was able to locate the birds and small animals around the area. These creatures can't hide chakra. It's why I was able to find them. It needs to be the case for humans too if I want to successfully track them. I need to find an aspect of a person that they can't hide. So what can't humans hide? As Daichi pondered on this question, an idea came to his mind. Mana. Is that the answer? Mana is an energy produced by an intelligent mind. But right now, only I can use mana, and my theory is Atamagai could use it too. But what about everyone else? Is it possible to sense the mind of a person with mana? Daichi got near the tree and looked at the creatures. He wanted to test his theory. Daichi used the mana in the same manner as he used the chakra sense skill. His goal was to sense the animals near him. He closed his eyes and concentrated. I know the description said an intelligent mind, but these creatures, even though not as smart as humans, still have some intelligence. So would it work on them? As Daichi focused on the birds near him, after several seconds he suddenly felt a spark of something. His eyes suddenly opened wide and he smiled. It works. I felt something. It was small. Barely there. But it's something. And the birds don't seem to notice anything. Time to test it on a person. I hope there's no negative effects. Daichi made his way to the village market. He casually walked around as if he was looking to buy something. Daichi concentrated his mana once again, and this time the effects were magnified. He could sense every person within a certain range, and some felt stronger, while some felt weaker. I knew it. My hypothesis was right. Mana is an energy similar to brainwaves, but only an exceptionally intelligent mind or someone like me who has an affinity and the gamer's ability can use it. But that doesn't mean it's limited to people like me. Everyone's mind produces small amounts of mana. The difference is they can't sense or use it. Right then, a new skill notification popped up. Through continuously concentrating mana to sense the presence of intelligent creatures, the skill Mana Scout has been created. Mana Scout. Passive 1. All minds produce some minuscule amount of mana energy. This skill allows the user to sense the presence of an intelligent mind. Effects. 10 meters, current maximum range, plus 2% location accuracy. MP cost, 15 meters. Wow. Daichi looked at the skill and was excited. Time to level this baby up. Daichi started using the skill as he went around and bought some items. He was testing the limitations and usage of the skill. So with this right now, I can tell that someone is near me, but not the exact location. But increasing the skill would increase the location accuracy. So that's taken care of. And another thing I'm noticing is that some people's mana are a bit stronger than the others. Daichi walked around and near a few chunin buying groceries. He noticed that the mana he was sensing from them were slightly stronger than the civilians. It must be because of their strong mental constitution. The last thing Daichi sensed was the amount of mana energy they produced. It's only a fraction of mine. So all of them have mana energy, but since it's only a small amount, and therefore not usable, it's probably why their mana points don't show up on my observation info. At least that's my theory. There was one more jutsu Daichi had in mind to test. It was also a mana skill. He recalled the details of the skill. Mana Puppetry, active, LV01, this skill allows the user to control various animals and humans with mental commands. Mana is used to implant suggestions or orders into the target's mind, and the user can control them as they see fit. Since this skill is mana-based, chakra defenses and seals will be useless against it. Note, at the current level, you can only implant a suggestion into human targets, and your mental strength is not strong enough to control them. With training and at higher levels, this limitation can be removed. Effects can implant suggestions into a target's mind. MP cost 800 target. At the moment, I only have a little over 4,000 MP, and the skill costs 800 MEPPs. It says per target and not per command or suggestions. Does that mean a certain target will only need 800 MP to implant suggestions? Or is there some sort of time limit? Daichi walked to a nearby fruit seller. He wanted to test the range and limitations of this skill as well. He picked a young man as his first test subject. The man was buying some apples from the fruit vendor. Daichi concentrated on his mana and tried to implant a certain suggestion. Don't buy the apples. Buy some oranges. It'll be good for you. The mana Daichi used connected with the young man. Daichi could feel that his suggestion was successfully implanted. A new notification appeared. Target has accepted the suggestion. Hey, on second thought, I don't want the apples. Can you wrap up the oranges for me? I'll buy the apples another time. Daichi heard the customer change his decision and he became ecstatic, but he kept himself under control with a calm and cool face. Time to test the limits. If I give another suggestion to the same person, will this skill cost me another 800 MP? I also need to test the range of this skill, and let's up the ante this time. Daichi walked a few feet away from the stall and concentrated on his mana. He then concentrated on the same person and gave another suggestion. Swipe an apple while he's not looking. Daichi wanted to know if the target would accept a suggestion that had some risks. It was why he gave the man such a task. A notification popped up again. Target has accepted the suggestion. Daichi discreetly looked at the guy. He saw the man looking around trying to see if anyone was noticing him. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the man swiped the apple nearest to him and put it in his pocket. Daichi was amazed at the implications. Wow, with enough level ups, this could be one hell of an OP skill. And my mana hasn't decreased. So does that mean I don't have to pay the mana cost when I implant suggestions on the same person? Or is there a time limit? One more. And this is the big one. Take the small knife in front of you and cut his hand. A small slash. Daichi once again increased the danger of the suggestion and wanted to see the results. Daichi decided long ago that while he wouldn't be a monster, he wouldn't be a saint either. This balance was his way to cope with this world and its dangers. It would be a small wound and would be healed in a few days, but let's see if he would do it. Target has rejected the suggestion. Daichi saw the man looking at the knife and slightly shaking his head. He bought his items and quickly left the place. Daichi was in thought as he saw the results. So if the danger is too high or the suggestion is too absurd, then the target would come to a rational decision and reject my suggestion. But they will accept if the suggestions are within acceptable parameters of difficulty. It's almost like I'm a little devil whispering in their ear. Daichi chuckled to himself at the thought. He continued walking around the village, testing and leveling both of the mana skills. He spent his days training these skills mainly. Daichi decided he would start on the Rasengan at the start of the 3rd year. The holidays passed, with Daichi sometimes hanging out with Shikamaru, Naruto, and the gang. But he focused on his training, and soon, March 28th, his birthday came up. He kept it a secret from his classmates due to not wanting to be bothered with a party. Days passed, and soon it was April 1st. The 3rd year of Daichi's Academy begins. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 65, Third Year and a New Teacher. Chapter 65 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. April 1st. Monday. It was early morning of April 1st. Daichi was getting ready for the day. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, his long-term quest was updated. Ongoing quest. Path to the Strongest updated. Huh. About time. Tasks to complete this year have been updated. Training clothes in your inventory have been modified. Wear them when completing the daily quests. Conditions. Complete 200 push-ups daily. Complete 200 squats daily. Complete 200 punches daily. Run 20 kilometers daily. Complete at least one dungeon before the end of this academic year. Take the top spot in your class. Learn advanced chakra control techniques, rewards, status recovery, daily, random reward, weekly, +3 stat points, weekly. Special reward for clearing a dungeon. Additional rewards for each extra dungeon cleared. New skill for successfully learning chakra control techniques. Failure, 5 stat points. Penalty dungeon, death. Except YN. It seems I'll have to spend a little bit more time on morning workouts, and it looks like the system has increased the weight of the training gear. Weighted training clothes. Rare item. A training gear created by the system to help the player. Consists of clothing garments that can be worn under the dress, made from some of the most durable materials for withstanding intense training and designed to provide comfort and aesthetic appeal to the wearer. The clothes are black in color with several red intricate patterns on them. Consists of 2 leg warmers to be worn below the knee and 2 arm sleeves to be worn below the elbow, each weighing exactly 2 kgs. Consists of 1 undershirt and 1 trouser to be worn under the clothes, each weighing exactly 6 kg. Looks like learning chakra control techniques is the theme this year. How convenient. So a total of 20 kilos, huh? Nothing I can't handle anyway. No time to waste then. Daichi wore his new training clothes and started his workout. Ninja Academy. Daichi was walking to his new classroom. As he reached, he heard a commotion coming from inside. Several people were arguing. Daichi recognized that one of the voices belonged to Naruto. What the heck is going on in there? Daichi slid the door open and entered the room. As he stepped inside, he saw Naruto standing in front of Hinata as if protecting her. He looked ahead and saw the 3 class jerks, as Daichi called them in his mind, antagonizing Naruto and making fun of Hinata. The 3 were Hibachi, Unagi, and Enji. Daichi looked around and found that most of the other future rookies were absent. Leave her alone. She didn't do anything to you, Naruto said as he stood in front of the girl. Daichi couldn't help but smile as he saw the scene. Never change, Naruto. Time to step in before it escalates. Morning, Naruto. Hinata. Daichi greeted them as he stood beside them. Daichi! Naruto was excited to see him after the break. Hello, Daichi. Hinata quietly greeted him as well. Get lost, Daichi. This has nothing to do with you, Hibachi said with a glare. Yeah, about that. You picked a fight with my friend, so I can't exactly just walk away, Daichi said with a nonchalant smile. The 3 class bullies looked angry hearing this. But they knew they couldn't beat Daichi. It was at that moment they heard several other voices joining their conversation. Man, how troublesome. Do you really have to do this on the first day? The groaned, sleepy voice belonging to the Shikamaru reached their ears. Hey Naruto, Daichi. Looks like you guys are having some fun. Mind if I join? Kiba walked up to them with a smile and looked at the 3 kids. Ino, Sakura, and Choji also came near them. Seeing that they were outnumbered, Hibachi and his gang left them without another word. Morning, guys. How was your holiday? Daichi turned around and asked his friends. It was fun, but you would know that if you had shown up. It was Kiba who said it. Sorry, I was a little busy with some stuff, Daichi replied with a sheepish smile. Let me guess. Training, Naruto said with his hands on his hips. Daichi had a sly smile in response. Naruto and the others collectively sighed hearing the predictable answer. Let's just get to our seats before Daikoku-sensei shows up, Shikamaru said and went to his seat. Choji followed him. Hey Hinata, come sit with us. Ino and Sakura grabbed the Hyuga girl and went to their spot. Daichi, Kiba, and Naruto went to their places as well. A few minutes later, the bell rang and the doors slid open. A Chunin instructor who was not Daikoku Funino walked into the room. Most of the class was surprised and didn't know who it was, but Daichi knew, and he was excited to finally meet him. The Chunin was a man of average height and build. He had brown hair, which he tied and kept in a ponytail, and had a scar across the bridge of his nose. He was wearing the standard Leaf Village ninja outfit, complete with flak jacket and sandals. Iruka Umino. Finally! So this is when he becomes Naruto's teacher. I remember that in the anime, things happened a bit differently. I guess my presence has changed some things. Daichi quickly used his Observe skill on him. Age 17 HP, 5006, CP 428. Iruka Umino is a Chunin of the Leaf Village. He spent several years in the field before joining the academy last year as its teacher. He is a soft-hearted individual who is fond of teaching. He is proficient in all forms of basic ninja skills, as well as some barrier ninjutsu. His primary chakra nature is fire, but he is capable of using water and yin chakra natures as well. Despite losing his parents in the nine-tailed fox's attack, he still maintains a positive outlook on life. Inspired by the third Hokage's wisdom, Iruka decided to become a teacher to pass on the will of fire to the next generation. Iruka walked to the podium and looked at the class. He had a wide smile on his face as he looked at his new students. Good morning, class. Let me introduce myself. My name is Iruka Umino. Starting today, I'll be your new homeroom teacher. So from now on, you can call me Iruka-sensei. Ichiraku ramen is my favorite food, and I enjoy spending time at the hot springs and reading good books. I love being a teacher, and I look forward to getting to know you all. All right, now that you know about me, it's your turn. Let's begin the introductions. At this moment, Ino raised her hand. Excuse me, Iruka-sensei. What happened to Daikoku-sensei? Iruka kept the same smile on his face, but only Shikamaru, Daichi, and Sasuke noticed the slight strain that accompanied that smile. Daikoku-sensei was transferred to another class. Any other questions? Seeing that the students were quiet, Iruka asked each of them to introduce themselves. When it was Naruto's turn, the smile on Iruka's face dimmed. Naruto boisterously introduced himself as if he didn't notice the new teacher's dislike of him. Seeing Iruka's face, Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. Great. Another teacher that doesn't like Naruto. Daichi was also immersed in his thoughts. I remember that he was a little rough around the edges when it came to Naruto at the beginning, but soon it will work out. Daichi then looked at Naruto. Soon, you'll have a role model you can look up to, and as a family, you can count on. Introduction was soon completed, and class began. Although outwardly it looked like Daichi was paying attention, inwardly, he was thinking about something else. Daichi's attention shifted to Sasuke, who was sitting a few rows in front of him. The Uchiha massacre will soon happen. The story didn't specify the exact date, but if I'm right, it should be happening this month. I thought about several ways I could warn the Hokage, but after thinking things through, it wouldn't have changed anything, and any information leak would only bring me into the line of fire. I can't save the clan, and Ren and his family will die. Daichi's fists clenched under the table as he thought about the little baby girl, Ryo, dying because of the machinations of people she never even met. I need to keep an eye on Sasuke. If I remember right, then an agent of Danzo delays Sasuke at the academy the day of the massacre. It was to give Itachi time to complete his mission. So then I'll be able to figure out when the tragedy takes place if I keep an eye on him. The day quickly passed without much happening. During Daichi's walk home, he saw some Uchiha clan's men glaring at the people as they walked by. The tension between the village and the clan is increasing, and looks like the clan will be making their move soon. Daichi reached home after a few minutes, and he saw a Genin team at the front of his house, handing a scroll to his grandfather. They left once they completed the mission. It must have been some sort of D-rank delivery mission, Daichi concluded. Kensei opened the scroll and was reading the contents as Daichi came inside. What's that, Gramps? It's a letter from an old friend. He lives in the capital. Apparently he wants to meet for a reunion, Kensei said as he looked at the scroll. So when is he coming? Daichi was curious about Kensei's friends. The old man doesn't talk about them much. He won't be coming here but has invited me to his home in the capital. Are you going? Daichi asked. Yes. He's an old friend, and it's been a long time since I last saw him. Looks like I'll be taking a trip out of the village again. How long will you be gone? I'll leave tomorrow and be back in about a week. Kensei answered, and both of them relaxed in the backyard of the house. Daichi did some light training while Kensei asked about his day at the academy. The next day, Kensei left for the capital just as Daichi left for the academy. Daichi reached the classroom and saw that Naruto and Kiba were near Shino talking about the beetles. Naruto wanted to prank the girls with the small beetles while Shino protested. Daichi looked around and saw Hinata smiling as she talked with Ino and Sakura. Looks like the Rookie 6 just increased to Rookie 8. Now, if only the resident emo would join them. It'll truly be a geek's dream come true to see them together. Daichi chuckled to himself at the thought and walked to his seat. Days passed by with nothing out of the ordinary happening. Daichi kept an eye on Sasuke to figure out the date of the massacre. With each passing day, Daichi was becoming slightly more and more anxious. But he hid his feelings so as to not arouse any suspicion. It was Friday, the last day of their first week. The day's classes just got done, and Daichi was walking through the hallways. The evening rays were shining down through the windows as he walked the empty hallway. At that moment, a quest suddenly appeared. The sudden emergence of the quest surprised Daichi. He looked at the contents and was shocked. The Uchiha Massacre. It's happening. Quest created, rescue Ryo Uchiha. Itachi has decided to kill the Uchiha clan. Successfully rescue Ryo Uchiha before she is killed. Time limit 15 hours. Rewards 12,000 XP. Reputation increases with Aiko Hikara and Kensei Yasagi. Reputation increases with Ren Uchiha and Kimiko Uchiha. Failure, death. Death of Kensei Yasagi and Ryo Uchiha. Reputation decreases with everyone. Warning, successfully completing this quest will create a ripple effect and will have unknown consequences in the future. Accept. Daichi knew that accepting this mission would be dangerous. If anything happened, then not only him, but Kensei would also die as well. At that moment, another quest popped up. Alternate quest. Quest created, follow the root agents. Danzo Shimura has assigned 3 root agents to watch the Uchiha compound and make sure Itachi completes his mission. They are also assigned with the secondary mission of collecting Sharingan eyes. Find one of the agents and follow him back to the base and steal a Sharingan. Rewards 50,000 XP. Uchiha Bloodline. Failure, death, or conscripted into the root Anbu. Death of Kensei Yasagi. Reputation decreases with everyone. Warning, successfully completing this quest will create a ripple effect and will have unknown consequences in the future. Accept. Note, player can only accept one quest. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 66, Uchiha Clan Massacre, Prelude 01, Chapter 66 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi walked with heavy, slow steps, and soon reached his destination. This is where I made my promise to Shisui, before he gave his life for everyone's sake. It was the cliff where Shisui committed suicide and the place where he entrusted Itachi with the future of the Uchiha clan and the village. Tomorrow, the clan will launch the coup. Itachi sat down and thought about the last 12 years of his life. Each important moment from the 12 years of his life flickered to his mind and vanished. He closed his eyes and the memories of his childhood appeared. It all began that day. Itachi Uchiha, who had only turned 4 recently, was standing in the rain. The rain poured down so heavily that he had trouble opening his eyes. Remember this moment, Itachi. Burn this image into your heart. This battlefield, this is the truth of the ninja world. Fugaku Uchiha's words pierced through the sound of the rain and reached Itachi's ears. Dozens upon dozens of bodies scattered all across the battlefield filled the child's vision. The ninjas wearing the leaf forehead plates and the rest from other lands. The numerous dead bodies covered the earth. All of their faces showed nothing but misery and pain. None of them at peace, as they surrendered to their inevitable death. This war will end soon, and in a few years you'll become a ninja. But the truth is, battles between ninjas never end. We kill our enemies so that our allies can live. This is the world you'll step into. Fugaku's cold-hearted voice filled his head. Itachi couldn't move as he looked ahead. Itachi felt a tightness in his heart, and he could barely endure it. His fists clenched and face tightened. He was determined not to cry. The child desperately tried to control himself, but he failed to stop the tears that came spilling out. Are the ninja arts and chakra techniques only for fighting and causing destruction? No. It can't be. There has to be more to this than senseless death and chaos. Itachi opened his eyes and brought himself out of that memory. He let out a slow, tired breath. Father wanted to show me the reality of this world. He wanted me to see what he saw and understand what ninjas are. But he failed to see what I did and what I understood that day. Itachi never accepted his father's concept of a ninja and chose to take another path. I never forgot that day. I promised myself that I would become stronger than anyone else, so that I could become a deterrent to all the wars and pointless deaths. But now, all of those efforts, meaningless. Itachi thought about the end of the Third World War and the beginning of the new Hokage's reign. The third Hokage decided to end the fighting with the Stone Village, despite the war flowing in the Leaf Village's favor. The decision to not seek reparations were opposed by many, and in order to keep the stability of the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped down from the position of Hokage and handed the title to the hero of the war, Minato Namikaze. And the village slowly began to recover. That day, when Minato was selected as the fourth Hokage, Yashiro, Inabi, and Tekka confronted my father at the house and showed their dissatisfaction. They were angry that father's name wasn't considered for the position despite his efforts in the war. That day, their meeting, it was filled with malice. It was the same as that battlefield. Itachi trained, and days turned into weeks and into months. His 5th birthday came, but he didn't care about it. To Itachi, it was just like any other day. To him, training was the most important thing. But that year, another significant change happened in his life. Meet your baby brother. His mother Makoto Uchiha said as she laid back on the floor. Itachi stared at the small creature lying before him. The small newborn baby was content with sleeping in his cozy blanket. Itachi gently touched his baby brother's cheek. The infant twitched at the sudden touch. Mikoto smiled, watching her 2 children. Sasuke Uchiha, we decided to name him after the father of the 3rd Hokage, Mikoto said to him. Itachi looked at his new brother. Sasuke. He uttered his brother's name for the first time, and in that moment his heart was filled with indescribable happiness and the desire to protect his innocent and precious little brother. As he thought about his little brother, the sunlight hitting his face made Itachi open his eyes. He thought about Sasuke and his future. I'm sorry I can't be there for you. That apology came from the bottom of his heart, for Itachi was going to walk down a path he could never come back from. At that moment, the image of his best friend and the one he looked up to as an older brother showed up in his mind. Itachi remembered the first day he met Shisui Uchiha. Itachi was training and sharpening his skills whenever he could. A grove near his house was where he practiced his shuriken techniques. Wooden targets with circles drawn on it were hung all around. Holding 8 kunais between his fingers, he jumped high into the air and let them loose. 8 flashes of metal shot to both sides of Itachi and perfectly pierced the center of all targets. Good job. That's some serious skill there. Someone spoke from behind him. Itachi looked back and saw an older boy with black hair and a leaf forehead protector. Itachi had seen the boy before in his clan grounds, so he knew the boy was an Uchiha. How old are you? The ninja of the Uchiha clan asked. 5. Itachi gave a short reply. Such mastery of shuriken jutsu at your age. You're definitely something special. I'm Shisui Uchiha. The older boy extended his hand. Itachi was about to introduce himself as well, but Shisui interrupted him. I already know who you are. Want to see something cool? Without waiting for Itachi's answer, Shisui disappeared. Itachi followed the boy's aura. Shisui was high up in the air, just like Itachi had been seconds ago, and he let out several kunais at once, almost mimicking Itachi's movements earlier. The new kunais all struck right next to Itachi's on the target boards. Itachi's eyes widened as he saw the scene. Wow. Not too bad, huh? I got some skills too. Hey, let's be friends. What do you say? Shisui held out his hand once more. Shisui's gentle smile and warm demeanor tugged on Itachi's heart. The younger Uchiha walked forward and shook the extended hand. That day he made his first and greatest friend. Itachi recalled the words Shisui said to him during his academy days. As long as you're here, the future of the Uchiha clan is safe and secure. Caw, caw. The cry of the crow above him shook Itachi from his memories. Your death was meaningless, Shisui. The Hokage and village elders didn't find a solution, and the clan didn't stop. Things have reached a precipice. There is no stopping what's to come. I couldn't keep my promise. I failed you. All of this because of that one incident. Itachi's mind went back to that night, the night that changed everything for him, his clan, and the village. Itachi stared at the full moon with Sasuke in his arms. Despite its brilliant radiance, the young Uchiha had an uneasy feeling in his heart. What is this feeling? As though feeling his brother's tension, young Sasuke began to cry in Itachi's arms. There, everything's going to be all right. Big brother is here to protect you. Itachi held his brother tightly in his arms. Itachi remembered the disaster the nine-tailed fox brought to the village. The creature rampaged indiscriminately, destroying and killing everything in its path. He remembered fleeing with his brother in his arms through the village streets. All around him were people running and shouting, trying to escape their deaths or trying to save others. He saw a man who lost his arm, a child who lost his mother, and a woman on her knees staring lifelessly at a mountain of rubble that used to be a home. He ran desperately, trying to escape the violence of the malevolent beast. It was a destruction the likes of which the village had never seen before. Itachi remembered the construction of the new clan compound and was satisfied with the location of the compound because of its close proximity with the Naka Shrine and the abundant training space. But he could see that the adults were not. They were feeling the exact opposite of content. He remembered seeing several clan members coming to meet his father throughout the weeks after the attack. False accusations and discrimination. Those were the words he often heard during their meetings. Itachi realized that one of the Uchiha was suspected of causing the Nine-Tails incident, and the whole clan was being punished for it. He understood his father's and the clan's outrage, but he couldn't accept it. That day was the beginning of the end. The village lost trust in the clan and accused us. Even in the academy, I had to bear the brunt of their misplaced anger and aggression. No one believed we were innocent and victims like them. And with each day passing like this, it pushed everyone in the clan to their breaking point. And with people like Danzo, Madara, and Yashiro scheming and plotting their own agendas, perhaps the end of the Uchiha clan was inevitable. Itachi remembered his first day at the academy. He recalled what he said to the class as the teacher asked Itachi to introduce himself. My name is Itachi Uchiha, and my dream is to become the greatest ninja ever, so I can stop all the fighting in this world. Some laughed at those words while others applauded, but none of them believed in him or his dream. To them, it was just an absurd and delusional goal that would never come true. Only Itachi believed in himself and his dream. And he worked hard every day to realize it. In the academy, Itachi displayed a level of talent that couldn't be matched by anyone. He set new records after records for each of the tests that was presented before him. His flawless shuriken jutsu, his vast knowledge, his ninja skills, all of them earned him the title of genius. But those talents and titles also made it impossible for him to make friends. His classmates hesitated to interact with him, but it was fine with Itachi. He never cared about making friends. His focus was on training and bettering himself. He had no energy to spare on something as trivial as friendship with his classmates. No, there was one person who reached out to me. As he thought about his academy days, an incident came to his mind. Some of the senior students tried to intimidate him, but at that moment someone stood up for him, spoke on his behalf. The image of a certain girl came to Itachi's mind. Despite my attitude, she stuck up for me when others tried to pick on me. She talked to me, and somewhere along the way she became my second friend, Izumi Uchiha. Itachi spent his days training and studying. In 6 months, he completed every test and homework his teachers assigned him. Itachi mastered everything the academy threw at him, and the staff decided there was nothing more they could teach him. Due to the lack of capable ninjas because of the war and Nine-Tails attack, the village was in need of talented ninjas. Itachi graduated from the academy in 6 months and began his duties as a genin. Itachi opened his eyes and stared at the sky. He could hear the rushing water of the Naka River below him. His fingers gripped the hard stone underneath him as he thought about his genin days. I thought I could change my clan and the opinions of the village by becoming a ninja. But everything I endured, it was all for nothing. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 67, Uchiha Clan Massacre, Prelude 02, Chapter 67 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Itachi remembered his graduation day as if it was just yesterday. He remembered walking out of the schoolyard and seeing his family waiting for him at the gates. It should have been easy. Become a ninja. Work with the team and impress the village. Complete enough missions and quickly become a chunin and become strong enough to change the villagers' opinion about my clan. But it didn't happen. Everything changed that day. It was on that graduation day that I met him. Itachi remembered his first meeting with the man he would later work for and come to despise. After the graduation, Itachi was about to walk over to his family and greet them, but someone got in his way. A man clad in black robes with the right side of his face covered in bandages. His single eye bore into Itachi as if he was peering down on his very soul. "Itachi Uchiha, I presume," the man said. Itachi met his gaze without flinching and simply nodded his head. "Those lines, the ones running down from your eyes to the cheeks, do you know what they represent?" the man asked cryptically. "No." Itachi shook his head. "They are called chaos lines. They represent bad luck. Those who have it, it is said that death and destruction follow them till the end. Absolute chaos." Itachi couldn't understand what this man's intentions were. Who is he? "Everyone here has said that you are the most talented genius to ever enter the academy, so I have a question for you. Will you indulge me?" Itachi stayed silent and waited for the man to speak. 10 people were forced to abandon their sinking ship. They soon made it to an island. 9 were healthy, but 1 caught a deadly infectious disease. If allowed to live, he will infect the other 9, and they will all die. If you were the captain of the crew, what would you do? What choice would you make? Itachi didn't understand why the man would ask such a question, but he had an answer, and he responded with simple words. "In this scenario, the man who got sick is destined to die. If I were the captain, my priority would be saving as many lives as possible. I would choose to save the lives of the 9 healthy crew." Itachi answered. "What would you do?" The man pushed for a concrete answer. "I would kill the 1 and save the lives of 9. Itachi answered him without hesitation. Hearing the answer of the child, a smile crossed the man's face. "Bold, and a clear, obvious solution. I look forward to meeting you again, Itachi Uchiha." He almost whispered the last part as he passed the boy. Itachi didn't understand then, but he knew there was malice in his voice, hidden, buried deep, but still prevalent for him to hear. As the man walked away, his family came rushing over. His father had an unusually serious expression on his face. What did he say? Nothing important. At the vague answer, Fugaku turned to Itachi. "Is that so? Who is he?" Itachi was curious about the man who would have such a dark aura. That was Danzo Shimura. He is the right-hand man of the 3rd Hokage. An ominous tone lurked in Fugaku's voice as he answered his son's question. "They are called chaos lines. They represent bad luck. Those who have it, it is said that death and destruction follow them till the end. Absolute chaos." The words Danzo Shimura said to him were like sharp blades and pierced his young heart. He stared at the man's retreating back until it disappeared. Itachi's memories took him to his genin days. A talentless and spiteful jonin instructor, Minazuki Yuki, a jealous teammate, Izumo Tenma, and an ordinary talentless girl, Inari Shinko. Despite having to put up with a problematic team, Itachi completed his missions perfectly. As he completed more and more missions, the attention of the higher-ups were drawn to him. Even though he was only 7 years old, his abilities were on par with the average chunin. So in order to test him, his team was assigned a mission. Normal genin teams wouldn't have been allowed. The mission to eliminate a spy. It was shortly after the attempted kidnapping of Hinata Hyuga. Due to the hostile situation between the Leaf and the Cloud villages and the urgency of the situation, the Anbu and Ki ninjas were deployed to critical areas and were on standby in the event that a fight broke out. It was during this time the Leaf discovered the existence of the Stone Spy, a spy disguised as a vegetable seller. The mission was accomplished smoothly despite some small troubles from his teammate Tenma. The higher-ups were impressed with Itachi's method and execution of the mission. Shortly after that, his father made him attend the secret clan gatherings. Itachi could feel the air of unrest and malice. He looked around and saw his friend Shisui. Shisui looked at the younger Uchiha and smiled. That smile held an inconceivable amount of sadness. Itachi smiled back as if to convey that he felt the same as the older boy. The meeting proceeded with topics regarding raising concerns with the clan compound's placement and the military police duties. Many were divided on how to proceed. Itachi wasn't accustomed to the intense atmosphere and the clan's evil intent that hung in the air. Caw. Itachi took a deep breath and opened his eyes as he heard the sound of his crow. He raised his arm and it landed on him. I saw it that day. Their dissatisfaction with the village and its policies. But it was still only in the beginning stages. Some wanted to show force to the village while some wanted to proceed peacefully. And then there were those that weren't sure what side to choose. He looked into the crow's Sharingan eye and then remembered one of the most important events that happened in his life, the day he awakened his Sharingan. A year passed, with Itachi completing normal Genin missions. Even with his team's hostility towards each other, they somehow managed to complete missions without much problems. Despite being leagues ahead of his team in skill and judgment, they still were not allowed to participate in the Chunin exams. It was during that time they were given the mission to guard the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire visited the Leaf Village annually, even during the Great War. A regular important event for both sides. Although the village resided in the Land of Fire, it had an independent government with the Hokage on top. Officially, even though the daimyo was positioned higher than the Hokage, the military strength of the village rested in the Kage's hands. Thus, the relationship between the Leaf Village and the Land of Fire was one of equal alliance. And so both the daimyo and the Hokage would meet every year to maintain this symbiotic relationship. Itachi remembered the mission debrief. So we're the ones guarding him? His teammate Tenma asked the Jonin instructor. Yes, officially it's us, but there are also the daimyo's own personal guards, the 12 guardian ninjas. Not to mention another 4-man Anbu team keeping an eye on everything from the shadows. So we're basically just for normal protocol. Yeah. Now that the war is over, this kind of mission is safe even for you three. We'll meet here tomorrow morning at 4. Don't be late. Yuki parted saying those words. The next day the mission began as normal. They were on the main road that led from the capital to the Leaf Village. Half a day passed and everything was going smoothly. It was until the team saw a mysterious man with a strange mask walking towards them. He looked non-threatening to everyone on the team, except for Itachi. His team decided to engage the person, but they were immediately caught in genjutsu. Itachi escaped before the illusion could take effect, and his teammate Tenma was capable in the genjutsu arts, so he was able to break free as well. Misjudging his and his opponent's strength, Tenma attacked and got himself killed. A ninja who cannot assess a situation will get themselves killed. The man pierced Tenma's torso and ended his life. He looked at Itachi and spoke, It seems you're not a fool who recklessly charges ahead. Good. That's very good, Itachi Uchiha. How do you know my name? I know everything about the Uchihas. The boy felt like prey in the jaws of a predator at that moment. Before the masked man could kill him, Anbu appeared and saved his life. Itachi remembered the death of his teammate and the encounter with the masked man. The reason I awakened my Sharingan and the day I met Madara Uchiha. Due to the threat of the unknown ninja, the visit was postponed. Faced with the cruel reality of the ninja world, Itachi's teammate Shinko quit being a ninja and opened a tea stall. Days passed with Itachi completing the missions with just his Jonin instructor Yuki. He trained and sharpened his skills with Shisui and waited for the day he could take the Chunin exams. He recalled the day his father gave him the news. Lord Hokage called me to talk about you. Fugaku said, "What's it about?" "The village officials have decided that you are capable, and he has decided to let you participate in the coming Chunin exams. The other examinees will be in teams, so you taking the exam on your own will put you in a tough spot. I told him you would be ready." Fugaku looked into his eyes as those words came out of his mouth. "Thank you, father." Itachi was pleased he was given the chance to move up the ranks. The Chunin exam came, and he scored the highest marks in the exam. Second highest marks in the history of the written test, only behind Minato Namikaze. It was the same for the second test as well. A new record of 5 hours and 37 minutes to complete the mission through the Forest of Death. His performance throughout the exams impressed everyone, and he successfully became a Chunin. "How long are you going to sit there and reminisce?" The familiar voice of his soon-to-be accomplice in massacring the clan came from the shadows and brought the young Uchiha out of his thoughts. Itachi didn't answer him or even acknowledge his presence, and simply looked on ahead. They stayed in silence as the sound of rushing water flowed from beneath the cliff. Itachi felt the chakra disappear and looked up at the sky. In just 5 months after becoming Chunin, the door to the Anbu organization was opened for me. Danzo was the one who made it possible. I didn't know his endgame until it was too late. Itachi remembered the second meeting he had with the man. There is resistance from several above at having an Uchiha member join the Anbu, so in order to show that you are capable and to quell the resistance, you will need some sort of an achievement. Itachi looked up at the man half covered in the shadows. "Do you mean completing a mission?" "Yes. I'll give you a mission. Complete it and your position in Anbu is secure. I'll allow you to choose one team member of your choice for this task." Danzo revealed no emotion as he laid out the details of the mission. The assassination mission of Mukai Kohinata, an Anbu-turned spy who sold secrets to the Mist Ninjas. A talented, powerful opponent. If it wasn't for Shisui and his hidden Mangekyo Sharingan, he'd have killed us. The mission was a success and I was put on Team Ro. Kakashi's team, Friend Killer. That's what those who were jealous of him called him behind his back. When Shisui and I were trying to complete the Mukai mission, we had one goal in mind. I was supposed to climb up the rank and become Hokage while he would become a strong Jonin. We would become the bridge between the village and the clan. And it would be just the start. Once the village was united, I would strengthen the relationships with all the villages. No more wars and pointless deaths. I could spend time with my brother, teach him like I've always wanted. I had so many dreams. A single drop of tear fell down his cheeks. Itachi closed his eyes and exhaled. Itachi thought about the secret meeting he attended after becoming Anbu. All the Uchiha gathered, focusing on his father. "We have tolerated the attitude of the village all this time. No more. We will take advantage of Itachi's entry into Anbu, and we will launch a coup d'etat." "Itachi!" Fugaku turned to his son. "Your objective is to investigate the village and its forces and report back to us." Itachi knew right then what his father was asking him to do. A spy? Just like Mukai? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 68. Itachi's Decision. Chapter 68 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Itachi was in shock. He couldn't believe what his father and his clan were asking him to do. Now we have a pipeline connecting our clan to the center of the village. Itachi, the information and advantage you bring us are the key to our clan's future. Don't forget that. Every clan member was looking at him, their eyes red and the Sharingan blazing in the dark. The memories of that meeting vanished from the forefront of his mind and were replaced with his meeting with Danzo shortly after joining Anbu. "So you're part of Team Ro, huh? With team leader Kakashi Hatake?" Danzo mused as he looked over the papers. "He is a powerful ninja?" "Do you know what the most important aspect of an Anbu is?" The root commander asked Itachi. Before even waiting for Itachi's reply, he answered. "It's darkness, the darkness of the heart. Without it, you won't survive being Anbu. And when I look at you, I can tell. You have plenty of darkness inside you." Itachi just remained silent as he listened to those words. Itachi's mind went through the several missions he undertook as an Anbu. Some were assassination missions, while others were simple, like guarding the Hokage. But there was one mission he wasn't prepared for, and it took him by shock. He remembered that day so clearly. In the basement of the Anbu building, several monitors were fixed together, all the screens with pictures of the Uchiha clan compound. Kakashi stood beside him. The Nine Tails attack on our village. The officials suspect an Uchiha involvement. They didn't just isolate the clan compound to the edge of the village. They've decided to monitor the movements of the Uchiha at all times. Itachi stood still as he watched his Anbu comrades controlling the screens with various buttons. There's no way I can tell the clan about this. If they found out that they were being monitored every second of the day, it would amplify their rage, and it would be the tipping point. Now that you're Anbu, this will be one of your tasks. Kakashi's voice reached his ears. You're ordering me to spy on my clan? Hearing Itachi's question, an Anbu member watching the monitor answered. A mission is a mission. Your clan summoned the Nine Tails, so they are now under investigation. Accept it, newbie. He could never forget that day. It was difficult, but I did it, and that was also when I found out the existence of the masked man. Ever since he killed Tenma, I've tried to find out who he is. I met with all the men in the clan, and no one had his chakra aura or voice. I also became sure that there was no one in the clan who could control space-time ninjutsu like that. So I concluded that this masked man was an outsider, an Uchiha who has left the clan, and I was right. Itachi investigated the identity of the masked man through several means. He concluded that it was an Uchiha and not someone who stole a Sharingan. After going through several theories and discarding the least likely, he had a suspect in mind. Itachi went through several documents in the archives to confirm his suspicion. None of these records verify the death of Madara Uchiha. It only says he died in battle with the first Hokage, but there is no other proof. Not the body or the Sharingan was brought back. There's nothing. That masked ninja. I've never encountered a ninja with such an overwhelming chakra and presence. Is it possible? Is he? He kept his suspicion to himself. Weeks passed with his time in the Anbu. It was during this time that Danzo had called him and asked him to report on the clan meetings. I need you to report to me the details of the clan meetings. If things progress as they have, then there will be chaos for everyone. Itachi hated it, but he agreed with the man. So from that day, he started reporting the ongoings of the meetings to Danzo. Soon after that, the day came when Fugaku was discussing the various strategies to be used for the coup. We need to make a detailed list of all the people ready to participate in the plan. Our assassination and attack targets and the invasion routes must be precise. If any of you have any thoughts, feel free to speak your mind. Fugaku stopped as he looked at everyone. Itachi protested against the radical methods at the meeting, and this earned him the ire of several members. Mainly Yashiro, Inabi, and Tekka. Whose side are you on, Itachi? Who's your ally? The village or the clan? Itachi looked at everyone present and answered. Isn't it obvious? I'm Itachi of the Uchiha clan. Itachi recalled Yashiro's angry roar in the Naka Shrine meeting. They didn't believe me. It wasn't long before they made their move. And they used my friend to do their dirty work. The three tasked Shisui to spy on Itachi. It was midnight. Shisui had asked him to come to the cliff. During his time in Anbu, Itachi had memorized the position and angles of the cameras watching them. He devised a path that allowed him to move without being caught on the cameras. Itachi reached the location in a short while. Forgive me for making you wait. Don't worry, I just got here too, Shisui said with a small smile. Seeing his friend's face, Itachi became concerned. What's wrong, Shisui? There's something I have to tell you. The clan suspects you of being a traitor. I know, I already figured. That's not all. They've ordered me to monitor your actions and movements. What? Itachi was shocked at the notion. I can't believe Father would... It wasn't Lord Fugaku, Shisui answered as if reading Itachi's mind. It was the three officials from the military police, Yashiro, Tekka, and Inabi. I see. Don't worry. I'll make something up and report to them. You can relax. Itachi trusted his friend's words. Both of them stood in silence for a few seconds. If tomorrow's meeting goes as planned, then we won't be able to stop the coup. Shisui said to him. So what do we do? I have a plan. I'm going to use my Mangekyo Sharingan on Lord Fugaku and trap him in my genjutsu. Itachi remembered the plan. He would be absent from the meeting, and Shisui would use his powerful genjutsu on his father and stop the plan. Shisui described the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Itachi believed it would work. So he trusted in his friend and waited for the day. I had an argument with father the night before the meeting. I was adamant that I wouldn't attend, and he was furious. It was then that Sasuke woke up and came near the room. I used him as a shield so father would drop the argument. That look in Sasuke's eyes that night, was it jealousy? It doesn't matter now. By tomorrow, the only emotions he would feel towards me are anger and hatred. Memories of him waiting on the cliff for Shisui came. He had many thoughts in mind at that time. What would we do once father was brought down? How would we proceed? As he thought about what the future would bring him, he sensed the chakra of his friend appearing behind him. It's too early for him to be here. Itachi turned around and looked at his friend. Sorry, Itachi, I failed. Blood ran down from Shisui's closed right eye. He slowly walked past Itachi and stood near the cliff. What happened to your eye? Danzo happened. Shisui turned to Itachi and looked with his single eye. Itachi. His friend looked weak, like he had given up. No, don't say it. Please don't say it. Itachi desperately pleaded in his heart. He didn't want to hear the words he knew his friend was going to say. It looks like there's no way to stop the coup. If the Leaf starts fighting itself, then the other countries would take action and use the opportunity to attack us. It'll start another war. Itachi stood petrified as he heard those words. Unaware of his friend's inner turmoil, Shisui continued. Just when I was about to use Koto Amatsukami and stop the coup, Danzo interfered. He stole my right eye. He doesn't trust me. Danzo intends to protect the village his way, no matter what he has to do. As he heard those words, Itachi felt a chill run down his spine. A man embodied in darkness. He's after my left eye. Before he gets it, I'll leave it in your hands. His friend took out his eye and gave it to him. You're my best friend. You're the only one I trust with this mission. Protect the village and the Uchiha name. I'm counting on you, Itachi. Those were his last words before he jumped into the river. Itachi opened his eyes and looked at the slowly setting sun. His 3 Tomoe Sharingan spinning and forming into a pinwheel. I failed you. I couldn't stop them. Itachi thought about the rest of the events that took place. Shisui's death temporarily halted the coup d'etat plans. The clan was banking on Shisui's strength to take out difficult targets, including the Hokage. And with his death, they had to stall and recalculate their battle plan. Itachi then thought about Sasuke. He didn't speak with his brother often those days. Even now, his interactions with his brother were far less than he'd like. But he did see him train. Train much harder and longer than before. It came as a surprise to me that there was someone who was strong enough to beat Sasuke and take first place. But it seems that motivated Sasuke to train harder and get stronger. Itachi remembered the confrontation that took place with the 3 clan members during that time. When Yashiro, Inabi, and Tekka accused him of being a traitor and killing his friend, Itachi lost his cool. He thoroughly destroyed them within seconds with minimal effort. He only stopped because of his little brother's scream. If it wasn't for Sasuke's sake, I would have killed them then and there. I can't believe Shisui sacrificed his life for people like them. He worked tirelessly to find a way to save them till the end. And yet, everyone still decided to go down the path of destruction. This clan, it isn't worth saving. Itachi confronted Danzo a few days after Shisui's death. Why did you kill Shisui? So you did know, he told you, didn't he? Danzo was calm as he answered the question. We had a plan. He was going to stop the coup. It would have brought peace within the village. Do you really believe that would have stopped the coup? You and I both know that Fugaku is just a figurehead. Replace him and another will take his place. Shisui wasn't willing to listen to my plan. That's why you killed him? Yes. Hearing that blunt, uncaring answer, killing intent burst forth from him. Itachi held a kunai and lunged for Danzo's throat. A root Anbu got in his way and shielded his master. The kunai lodged in the agent's forearm. Unfazed by the actions of Itachi, Danzo continued to speak. You already realized it, haven't you? Shut the hell up. Itachi roared at the man. How can we protect the village if we're not willing to do what needs to be done? I said shut up. Itachi struggled against the root Anbu and slowly pushed the kunai forward. This is what's going to happen if you kill me. When I'm gone, the only thing holding the Uchiha clan back will be gone, and they will act unrestrained. And not to mention, the moment you kill me, a village official, you will be branded a criminal and traitor. Even if you somehow make it out of this house alive, my men will pursue you till your death. You won't be able to stay in the village. So when the clan launches the coup, you can only watch from the outside as the village slaughters the Uchiha without mercy. This is what's going to happen if you take my life here. So go ahead if you wish to go down this foolish path. Kill me and avenge Shisui. Danzo had no intention of dying. It was a clear provocation. Itachi knew that. He also knew that killing Danzo won't solve anything. In fact, if he went through with it, the situation would only become much worse. Itachi gritted his teeth and put his kunai back in his pouch. His ambition was bigger than his desire for vengeance. Itachi sighed, thinking about the days after that incident. More than a year has passed since that incident, but nothing changed. The Hokage didn't find a solution during that time, and the clan kept their heads down and simply waited for another opportunity. The time Shisui bought with his death was for nothing. And now, after revising their plans, the clan has set a date. In 10 days, they would launch the coup. That was 9 days ago. Itachi then thought about the choice Danzo presented him. When push comes to shove, Hiruzen will take action. That's the kind of man he is. As the Hokage, his priority will be the village, Danzo said to Itachi as they stood in front of the foundation building. Itachi recalled Danzo's veiled threat against Sasuke and the outcome of the coup if it was launched. He recalled the choice he was given by the man. I want you to choose. Will you side with the Uchiha, launch the coup and be destroyed with your clan? Or will you stand with the Leaf and help us eliminate the Uchiha before the coup and save your brother's life? Whatever we do, we must do it quickly, for the sake of the village. This mission can only be given to a double agent for both the Uchiha clan and the Leaf Village. Only you can do it. Itachi. Itachi closed his eyes and let out a small breath. He turned around and walked away without saying a word. He soon reached the cliff where he promised Shisui. Tears started falling from his eyes. He cried for a long time, his tears never stopping. This is the only way, Itachi told himself. He tracked down the masked man and confronted him. Well then, this is simpler. You know who I am. Then you should know that I harbor hatred for both the Leaf and the Uchiha clan. The masked ninja said, Let's make a deal. I'll help you kill the clan, but in exchange you'll leave the village alone and Sasuke Uchiha. Those are my conditions. Itachi thought about why the man would agree to him. He must have seen my talents and skills. It's why he's agreed to side with me and made that deal. The end of the clan for Sasuke's life in the village, and then my talents and skills put to use in his organization. Itachi stared ahead and noticed that it was evening. The classes must have ended by now, but Danzo has made sure that Sasuke will be stalled in the academy. It's time. This is the only path available to me. More than 6 hours had passed as he sat there immersed in his thoughts. Several alternative ideas came to his mind, but he quickly discarded them. He knew none of them would work. Itachi got up and took a deep breath. All the preparations have been made. Time to move. All right, I'm going. Those came out of Itachi's mouth as he turned around, seemingly announced to an empty space. But it wasn't empty. Itachi made his decision. A decision he knew was born of failure. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 69. A Promise Made. Chapter 69 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi looked at the 2 quests in shock. No way. 2 quests for one incident appearing at the same time? Daichi went through the details of the first quest, Rescue Ryo Uchiha, and then the second, Follow Root Agent's quest. The rewards are only 12,000 XP, points, and reputation increase for the first quest. But the second one, if I successfully complete it, then I'll get 15,000 XP and the Uchiha bloodline, and thus the Sharingan. The logical choice would be to choose the second quest as it yields a greater reward, and I can only choose one. At that moment, the image of baby Reo smiling appeared in his mind. What the hell am I even thinking? I can't believe I'm even debating myself over this. Daichi made up his mind that instant and chose the first quest. Her life is more important, and if I get the Sharingan, it'll only bring a headache for me at this time. Daichi immediately rushed to the bathroom of the academy. Since the classes had ended a while ago, there were only a few people on the premises. After reaching the bathroom, Daichi made sure he was alone in there. I can't be too sure about the classes, but I'm pretty sure no one's spying on this place right now. He looked in the mirror and tried to come up with a strategy. I need a plan. Danzo's root Anbu is watching the clan, and Itachi and Obito are at the compound. I can't rush in without a plan. After the massacre, there will definitely be an investigation. Only the Hokage, Danzo, and the council elders will know the truth about the massacre, but they won't be able to share it even with the Anbu members. And if this matter isn't thoroughly investigated, it will create problems with other clans. The Anbu will definitely investigate everyone's movements within the village today. I need an alibi. And I need to know what I'll do with Reo once I save her. I can't bring her home. It'll bring attention to me and her. And if Danzo or Obito or anyone else figure out she's an Uchiha, all my efforts would be in vain. And I will definitely become a target. Daichi thought about saving Ren and Kimiko, but he shut that idea down. They will count the bodies to see if anyone's missing, and if they find a whole family missing, then they will hunt them down and declare them traitors or secretly dispose of them. Either way, it's not a pleasant ending. Suddenly, Daichi thought of something. He looked at the accepted quest. More specifically at the rewards. Reputation increases with Aiko Hikara. Reo will be safe there, but I'll need to convince Aiko to take her in. Daichi came up with a viable plan after thinking for several minutes. Let's just hope everything goes well. He created a shadow clone and quickly took out Atamagai's invisibility cloak from his inventory. Daichi looked at his clone and spoke. You know what to do. The clone nodded. Yeah. Get home as usual, same routes, keep minimal interactions and no suspicious movements, and make sure to not get dispelled until you get home. Daichi nodded in satisfaction. Good, go. Once the clone left, Daichi quickly wore the cloak. Special item equipped. Atamagai's cloak activated. A holographic bar appeared above the mini-map, showing how much time was left for the cloak to stay active. Right next to it was a button for on-off. Daichi looked at his MP bar and saw 300 points were used to activate the cloak. The moment the cloak activated, he became invisible. Daichi looked at the mirror and saw nothing. He didn't see his reflection in the mirror. If I use this continuously, then I'll have an invisibility of 3 hours, but if I deactivate and use this sparingly, then I can extend it up to 10 hours. After that, the cloak gets deactivated no matter what for 29 days. It's a good thing that this reactivated so soon, or I might have been in some serious trouble. Daichi used the cloak in the second dungeon, but due to spending several days in there and these last few weeks outside the cloak, was completely recharged a few days ago. Daichi wasted no more time and left the academy. The boy rushed to the Uchiha clan compound. Due to the cloak blocking the smell, chakra, sound, and visibility, Daichi didn't hold himself back. He put chakra in his limbs and sped towards his destination. I only have 1.5 hours to finish this. On his way, the boy thought about how he would convince Ren to let him have her daughter. I need to convince him no matter what. If the need arises, I'll have to use mana puppetry on him. After a dozen minutes, Daichi reached the compound. He ran through the compound and already started to see some dead bodies. I need to hurry. He quickly reached Ren's home and went inside. They were at the other side of the house and didn't hear the front door opening. Daichi saw Ren and Kimiko looking anxious and packing a few scrolls. Here goes. Daichi dropped the invisibility, and the moment he did, Ren turned around in surprise. Kimiko was also shocked. Daichi! What? How? Ren asked, bewildered. He checked Daichi's chakra signature and made sure it was the boy he knew. Daichi looked at the packed bags and scrolls. His eyes widened as he realized the situation. You guys are planning to leave, aren't you? Daichi asked, wanting to confirm his suspicion. Daichi, I don't know how you got here, but you need to leave right now, Ren said with a serious face. His Sharingan quickly came to life. I can't do that. Daichi shook his head. Kid, you don't understand the situation. You need to. Itachi is killing the clan as we speak. Daichi's words stunned the two Uchihas. Kimiko was shocked when she heard Daichi. What did you say? I saw several dead bodies on my way here, and it was Itachi. No, that can't be true. He would never. Kimiko, Ren quietly spoke. The moment he heard Daichi's words, he activated his chakra and changed it to sensory mode. His range was wide, and he felt the chakra fluctuations and disappearance throughout the compound. Ren was a smart man. He immediately understood the implications. Itachi, it's no coincidence that he would attack the clan the day before the coup. He sided with the village. They know. And it looks like there's someone else in the compound killing the members. It won't be long before they reach here. Horror dawned on his face as he looked at his wife and daughter in her arms. He turned towards Daichi, his mind running through different scenarios. He needed to save his daughter at all cost. Daichi, the clan. He started speaking, but Daichi held up his hand. They were going to attack the village, weren't they? Daichi spoke, looking at them. How do you know that? Are you a spy sent by the village? Kimiko immediately became defensive, but Ren was looking at Daichi with an impressive face. I'm not a spy or anything like that. I've seen the tension between your clan and the village. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what would happen next. Daichi replied to her question. Ren took a step forward and asked the boy. He was keeping a close eye on Daichi's chakra and the two chakras killing everyone in the compound. Why are you here, Daichi? Daichi looked at the stony face of the man. After a few seconds of silence, he answered, I came to save Ryo. The eyes of the couple widened hearing those words. Daichi continued, I can't save you two, but I can save her. I'll get her out of here safely, and I'll make sure she's safe. But I'm sorry, you two won't make it out of this alive. Why? Why do you want to save her? You could get killed if they capture you? Ren asked the boy. I want to save her because she's innocent, and she doesn't deserve to die because of the cruel plans of others. And I have no intention of getting caught. Daichi spoke in a resolute tone. But I need to get going in the next minute, so you need to make a decision now. Ren looked at Kimiko. Tears ran down her face as she held her baby tightly in her arms. She looked at her husband, and they came to a decision. They knew their plan to escape was now a failure. They would get captured and killed if they left now. Ren took his daughter into his arms and walked towards Daichi. Daichi, promise me something. Promise me you'll watch over her and make sure she's safe. Swear to me you'll guard her like she's your own sister. It was only Daichi's gamer's mind that kept him from choking up in sadness. You have my word. I won't let anyone get to her. I promise. Ren scrutinized Daichi's chakra and he looked into the boy's eyes. He saw the resolve and the determination to move mountains in them. He felt relieved in that moment. Thank you, Daichi. I'm glad I met you. Ren handed his daughter over to the boy as tears ran down his face. Kimiko at the time took 3 scrolls and came to Daichi. These belong to her. When the time comes, tell her everything and give these to her. Kimiko said, smiling even as she shed tears. What are they? Daichi asked. One contains photos of us, all the memories we made from our childhood till now. Kimiko said with a sad smile. The second is a collection of all the jutsu and techniques I learned throughout the years. And the third is the entirety of our assets, all liquidated and in cash. You can use that for her needs. It'll last till she's Jinin, Ren said. Daichi nodded and took the scrolls. He quickly placed them in his inventory. The two watched in surprise as the scrolls disappeared into thin air. Another one of your secrets, huh? Ren slightly smiled. During the course of their friendship, Ren figured that Daichi was more than meets the eye, but he just didn't know the extent of it. I sent several ninjas at the outskirts of the compound, probably to keep an eye on things here. How are you planning on leaving the compound without anyone noticing? Ren asked the boy as he sensed the movements of the killers and everyone else. The same way I got here. Don't worry, we'll be fine. I have a plan. Daichi slightly smiled at them. The couple looked at their daughter sleeping in Daichi's arms. Ren gently stroked baby Ryo's cheeks, while Kimiko hugged her husband and looked at her sleeping child. Both of them had their Sharingan locked on their child. Be good, Reo. Grow strong and beautiful like your mother. Ren spoke with tears in his eyes. His chakra concentrated in his eyes and began fluctuating. Make sure to have lots of good friends. Eat healthy. We love you so much. Kimiko was choking up as she said the last words. The chakra fluctuations within Ren's eye became stronger and stronger. He didn't care about the pain his eyes were experiencing. He kept looking at his daughter for what would be the last few moments of his life. Daichi sensed the chakra fluctuations and looked up. What he saw astounded him. The three Tomoe Sharingan in Ren's eyes spinning wildly and forming a new pattern. Daichi was having a mind freak out. No freaking way. Mangekyo Sharingan! The Mangekyo Sharingan formed and stayed like that for several seconds. Suddenly, Ren looked up and turned his head. The Mangekyo Sharingan vanished from his eyes. Daichi, you need to hide now. The enemy is coming. Ren whispered quickly. Daichi, realizing that the killer was coming, activated the cloak and hid himself in a corner of the room, away from Ren and Kimiko. He was holding Reo in his arms, so she was under the invisibility protection as well. To the Uchiha couple, it was as if Daichi and their daughter had vanished, and they let out a breath. They were now sure that Daichi would be able to keep Reo safe. They held each other's hands and waited for their assailant. The next instant, a sword pierced through Kimiko's heart, and she died before she could even utter a word. The attack happened fast and in a second. Ren turned to look and saw a masked man taking his sword out of his wife's body. He took a kunai and lunged at the man. He was surprised when he passed through the person as if he was a ghost. The next second, he felt a slash across his throat and another severing his spine. Ren fell down and choked on his own blood. In a few seconds, he passed away as well. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 70. A Safe Haven. Chapter 70 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was watching everything from the corner of the room. His eyes widened at the brutality displayed in front of him, and even more at the person committing the deed. Daichi couldn't believe what he was seeing. No way, that's not Itachi. That's Obito. The masked Uchiha brutally and efficiently killed the Uchiha couple in seconds, before they could do anything. As if feeling the death of her parents, at that moment, baby Reo woke up and started to cry. But being under the effects of the cloak, no sound was heard by anyone other than Daichi. He tried to calm the baby down while he himself was going through several emotions. His gamer's mind helped him a great deal in staying focused on the task. Daichi held Reo tightly in his arms. It's okay. I'm here. Don't cry. Everything is going to be all right. Daichi was about to leave, but then stopped as he saw Obito do something unexpected. The masked Uchiha took out 2 containers and quickly plucked the eyes of Ren and Kimiko Uchiha. The eyes are always fresh, even when plucked right after death, he said, looking at the dead couple. Once he completed his task, he left the house for his next targets. Daichi gritted his teeth in anger as he saw what happened. That bastard. He took their eyes. At that moment, a certain memory came to his mind. The image of dozens of Sharingan in containers at the mountain hideout as Obito replaced Sasuke's Sharingan with Itachi's. I can't waste any more time here. I need to leave. Without wasting time, Daichi bolted from the place. He held Ryo tightly in his arms and fled the Uchiha clan compound. Daichi pushed chakra to his limbs and used the sprint skill to increase his speed. But he made sure the baby in his arms didn't feel any major discomfort. His destination, Aiko's orphanage. Daichi had a plan in mind, and he had to make sure everything went perfectly. No secret stays buried forever. Someday this village will find out about the existence of Ryo, and then about what I did tonight. Since Ryo is going to be in Aiko's care, the village will question her, and then Aiko will no doubt tell them about me. Everything that happened tonight. Every action I took, and every word spoken. So I need to be absolutely careful not to say or do the wrong thing. I need my defense to be rock solid. Daichi thought about what he would say to convince the orphan matron. After thinking for some time, he had a solid idea. The orphanage was on the opposite side of the Uchiha compound, so it took Daichi more than half-hour at full speed to reach the place. Daichi stood in front of the building he lived in for the first 5 years of his life. He took a breath and quietly picked the lock of the front door. He entered the building without alerting anyone and used Mana Scout skill. Looks like the children are asleep, and the only other person here is Aiko. Good. That will make things easier. He made for Aiko's room, and once he reached the door, he let go of the invisibility. 50 minutes had already passed with him using the cloak, and Daichi only had 40 minutes remaining to complete the quest of rescuing Ryo. If I enter her room without alerting her, then she might react badly. She was a former ninja after all. This way she would recognize my chakra and wouldn't do anything rash. Daichi quietly knocked on the door several times. "I'm coming." The voice of the matron was heard from inside the room. After several seconds, the door opened, and Matron Aiko was shocked to see Daichi standing there holding a baby. "Daichi, what are you?" Daichi quickly interrupted her and entered the room. He closed the door behind him. "I'll explain everything." "What are you doing here? And who is that? What's going on?" Aiko was shocked at what was happening. "Okay, in order. I'm here because I need your help. And this is Ryo Uchiha, and Itachi is killing the Uchiha clan," Daichi said with a straight face. Aiko stood still as she processed what she just heard. "What?" "I'm going to need you to explain." Daichi sighed. He already had in mind what he would say to her. "I was training my shuriken jutsu in the woods near the Uchiha clan compound after classes were over. After I was done and on my way home, when I got near the clan compound, I heard a commotion. I went to take a look and saw a dead body. It looked like he died a minute or two before I got there. I went to call for the Uchiha police force, but on my way I saw several more bodies in the compound." Daichi stopped and looked at the shocked face of the matron. "What? I can't believe Itachi would... Daichi, we need to alert the Hokage." Aiko turned around as if to get ready to leave, but Daichi stopped her. You can't tell anyone." Aiko, hearing the boy's words, turned around. "Daichi, this isn't a small matter. If Itachi is killing the people of the clan, then we need to alert the Hokage. And why are you so sure it was Itachi?" "I saw Itachi kill my friends. It was him, and you can't tell anyone. You need to trust me." "Daichi, this isn't a game. I need to alert the Hokage. You stay here with that baby, and once I inform the Hokage..." "I think someone high up in the village is helping Itachi kill the clan." Aiko stood still as she heard the words. "What did you say?" "Look, you need to listen to me, please. Otherwise, there is a good chance Ryo here will die." At this moment, he used his mana puppetry skill on her. "Trust him. He's a good kid. Listen to what he has to say." Daichi could see the struggle Aiko had with herself for several seconds. At that moment, baby Ryo started crying in Daichi's arms. Daichi tried to console the baby. "Shh! It's okay. I'm here. Big brother Daichi is here for you. Don't cry." Aiko's face showed sympathy as she saw the scene. For Daichi, at that moment, a notification came. Target has accepted the suggestion. "Yes." "Okay, Daichi, tell me everything." Daichi nodded. "I didn't know who was killing everyone at that time. So when I saw more bodies, I went straight to my friend's home, Ren Uchiha. We met a while back. After I reached his place, I told him everything. He had a powerful sensor ability, so he checked the chakra of everyone in the compound. He realized I was telling the truth, and felt that most of the clan were already dead. Then he sensed the person killing them coming to the house." Daichi paused to take a breath. Aiko motioned for him to continue. Daichi looked as if he was struggling with his words. He took several breaths and then continued. "He handed me his daughter and told me not to trust the higher-ups of the village and keep her existence a secret. I held Ryo in my arms and hid. I saw Itachi killing my friend and his wife. Once he killed them, he left. The instant he left, I ran from there before anyone saw me." Aiko knelt and hugged Daichi. "Oh, Daichi, I'm so sorry you had to go through that." She then looked at the baby and took Ryo into her arms. She asked, looking at the baby, "Why do you think someone is helping Itachi kill the clan?" "On my way here, I didn't see any ninja near the compound. It was as if the whole area surrounding the compound was deserted. I thought about it a lot on my way here. I'm supposed to believe that one person is strong enough to kill an entire clan? And that too without anyone knowing about it? I think someone high up was helping Itachi kill the clan. Daichi, that doesn't make any sense. Itachi killing them doesn't mean someone from the village helped him. We need to speak with the Hokage. We need to save those people who might still be alive while we still have time. Aiko looked at the boy. It's probably too late. It took me over 30 minutes to reach here. Itachi has probably killed everyone. Going to the Hokage won't change anything. Daichi looked at her and used mana puppetry. Let's hear what he has to say. Once he's done explaining, then we can decide whether to go to the Hokage or not. After a few seconds, Target has accepted the suggestion. Are you sure it was Itachi? Daichi nodded to Miss Aiko's question. How did you get out of there without anyone noticing? Daichi used his chakra suppression skill and lowered his chakra. I learned a lot during the last 3 years, he said with a small smile. Aiko looked at him with an impassive face. You expect me to believe that you ran all the way here from the Uchiha compound while holding a baby without anyone noticing with just your chakra suppression technique? Daichi's smile vanished as he heard her question. She's smart. If you want me to trust what you're saying, then you need to tell me the truth. Aiko told the boy. Having no choice, Daichi activated the ability of the cloak. Aiko was shocked that Daichi just vanished in front of her. She quickly used chakra to sense the boy and even then couldn't find him. A second later, Daichi reappeared. How? Aiko was shocked he could do something like that. Daichi held the cloak and answered, Gramps gave this to me a few months ago. Told me if I was in any life-threatening danger, then I should use this. It can only be used a few times. I see. Aiko couldn't believe something like this was in Kensei's possession. If that could help him vanish from the senses, then he could easily have gotten out. But one thing still doesn't make sense. Why do you think someone in the village helped Itachi do something like this? What would they gain from this? Aiko asked. I don't know, but whoever helped him has some serious resources and power. My guess would be someone high up near the Hokage. Daichi was careful with his words. You don't know that, Aiko said to the boy, but doubt was beginning to form in her mind. True. I don't know for sure, but in a village full of people who can see through walls, smell blood a mile away, and have powerful sensors, you expect me to believe that none of them saw or even sensed that a clan was being killed? Are you telling me our village is that defenseless? Daichi had a stony expression on his face as he spoke the words. Aiko thought about Daichi's words. Is that even possible? Could it be true that someone... Daichi saw that Aiko was having an internal debate. Not taking any chances, he used the mana puppetry skill on her again. Danzo Shimura, he could do something like this. Daichi wanted to make sure Aiko kept everything that happened here a secret, so he gave her a possible suspect. Target has accepted the suggestion. That thought took root in her mind and it shook her. Is it possible? I know he's dangerous, but would he really kill an entire clan? She then looked at the boy. Daichi, whatever the case is, we need to tell the Hokage about her and this theory. If there is a traitor within the village committing something horrible like this, then he needs to know. Daichi, hearing her, vehemently shook his head. You absolutely can't. If Itachi or the person who helped him finds out she's alive, then they will come for her, and then possibly me for saving her, and maybe even you. Aiko was taken aback by Daichi's words. She looked at the baby sleeping in her arms. Daichi used the puppetry skill one more time. Trust him. Keep this a secret for now. It's best for everyone. Daichi waited several seconds and then saw Aiko sigh. Target has accepted the suggestion. Skill mana puppetry's level has risen by 1. Aiko looked at the boy. Fine. I'll keep what happened here a secret, but I need to speak with Kensei first thing in the morning. Gramps isn't here in the village. He went to the capital to meet his old friend. He'll only be back in a few days. Daichi said, looking at her. Aiko sighed, hearing the kid. All right, the moment he comes home, you send him my way. I'll keep what happened here quiet, but I'll need to have a word with Kensei. Daichi nodded his head. Thank you. Aiko then took the baby in her arms to her bed, while Daichi opened his quest list. He looked at the rescue quest that was still ongoing. Daichi was confused. I saved Reo, so why isn't the quest marked as completed? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Overpowered Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 71, Erasing Ryo Uchiha, Chapter 71 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was confused as he looked at the quest status. Why isn't it saying I completed the quest? Is there something more I have to do? Daichi pondered on this question for a couple of minutes. The fact that I haven't received a quest completion notification means Ryo is still in danger. But how? I made sure no one saw me coming here. So how? Daichi turned to Miss Aiko. Is it possible? Could Aiko be the threat? No, based on my memories, she doesn't seem like that kind of a person, and my observe didn't show anything problematic. Kensei trusts Miss Aiko as well, of that I'm sure. So then she must not be the problem. So then what is it? She might not be the problem, but maybe she might have an idea as to what is. Miss Aiko? The matron turned around at Daichi's call. Yes, Daichi? Ren made me promise to keep Ryo safe, so is there a possibility of people finding out about her? Daichi asked in an unsure tone. Daichi, she's a member of the Uchiha clan. People will find out about her one day. I know that. I'm just asking if there is any chance her enemies would find out about her in the coming days or weeks. Aiko thought about the question. A couple seconds later, her eyes widened as she remembered something. Daichi, seeing her face, became slightly tense. What is it? The boy asked. In the private archives, a record of every person living in the village is documented. It only has the basic information, but it will be there. The moment a baby is born, a record would be made and kept in the archives in her family files. Daichi's eyes widened, hearing Aiko's words. She continued. The baby's record would be filed with their parents' documents. Daichi now understood why the mission wasn't completed yet. He still had something to do. There will definitely be an investigation on this matter when the Hokage finds out what Itachi did. So they would check the dead bodies to the records kept in the archives to see if anyone is missing, and they would find out about her. Daichi said, looking at Aiko. The matron simply nodded. Daichi was in deep thought. He had a simple solution in mind, but he was unsure if Miss Aiko would help him. I'll have to use mana puppetry on her if necessary. Do you know where the records are kept? Daichi asked the matron. Aiko knew exactly what Daichi was going to do. Daichi, are you planning on committing a crime and asking me to be an accomplice? Hearing Aiko, Daichi pointed at the sleeping Ryo. I'm asking you if you're planning on helping me save her life. Itachi is a genius and formidable. Everyone in the village knows that. If he finds out about her, then he'll come back and finish the job. And then me for saving her. And not to mention what the unknown traitors in the village would do if they found out about her. The only way to keep her safe is if we erase her existence on paper for good. Aiko was torn between her loyalty to the village and her love and compassion for children. At that moment, the words Kensei said to her years ago came to mind. Just because Hiruzen helped you save the orphanage from Danzo doesn't mean you should trust him. He can be quite cunning and heartless when he wants to be. Kensei, how can you say that about him? Because I've seen who he really is and the hypocrisy of people like him. Don't forget, I was Anbu for a long time. I've seen the ugly side of this village. Trust me on this, Aiko. Blind loyalty will get you and the people around you killed. Daichi was about to use mana puppetry on her to make her comply, but Aiko spoke before he could. She had a serious expression on her face. I'll help you, but we need to move fast. Let's go to my office. Once Aiko made sure Ryo was asleep in bed, she led Daichi to her office. There are several people who have access to the records kept. I happen to be one of them. Aiko said as she took a key from a shelf. If we're going to save that girl, then not only do we have to erase her existing documents, we have to create new ones. So you're creating a new identity for her? Yes. Aiko started filling the new document. She looked at Daichi and spoke. I will mark her as an orphan. Daichi nodded. Do you know her birth date? She asked. January 29th. What are you going to name her? Daichi was sad that the girl would grow up under a different name than the one given by her parents. Do you have something in mind? Aiko asked the boy. Keep the first name. Ryo, Ren, and Kimiko chose that for her. I don't want her to lose any more tonight than she already has. Daichi was downcast as he said the words. He was still processing what happened to them. Aiko nodded and went back to completing the document. Daichi looked at the time remaining to complete the quest. Less than 30 minutes. Please hurry. A couple minutes later, the stamped and completed records and documents of an orphan Reo Miena were in Daichi's hands. Aiko gave Daichi a key and gave him the instructions to complete the next step. Since she's just a few months old, she'll only have a birth certificate and a couple other documents. They will be kept in the low-priority records room, so there will only be a Chunin guarding the door at this time. I'm sure with that cloak of yours, you can get past him. Each clan has a specific shelf assigned to them to keep records of their members. Go to the section where they keep the Uchiha files. Find her parents' files, and just remove her documents. Daichi nodded and knew what he had to do next. Then I place these documents with the ones assigned to this orphanage, right? Yeah. Daichi nodded as he memorized the plan. Thank you for this. He thanked her sincerely. Aiko merely nodded. Go, before it's too late. Daichi tucked the files safely in his arms and left. Under the invisibility of his cloak, he ran through the roofs of the village. Daichi headed in the direction Aiko said. Within 15 minutes, he reached his destination. He saw only one person guarding the door, just like the matron said. Daichi got near him and didn't bother wasting his time using his observe skill on him. Daichi could smell the strong scent of smoke and tobacco coming from the man. He also saw a portion of a pack of smoke sticking out of the man's pockets. Daichi had an idea. He used the mana puppetry on him. It's a good night for a smoke. I should have another one and enjoy the full moon. No one will come here anyway. Target has accepted the suggestion. That was fast. Guess he's a heavy smoker. Makes things easier for me. Daichi thought as he looked at the Chunin who left the post. The moment he turned a corner and was out of sight, Daichi took out the key to the room and quietly opened the door and slipped inside. He slowly closed the door behind him and began his search. It was a big room with dozens of shelves. This is like looking for a needle in several haystacks. Thankfully, these haystacks come labeled and numbered. He followed Aiko's instructions and had an idea as to where the Uchiha clan's files would be kept. It took a minute, but he found the Uchiha section of the records. Okay, one problem solved. Now to find Ren's family file, A, B, C, R. Now to find Ren. Daichi went through the alphabets and soon found the folder he was looking for. Ren Uchiha. Daichi took out the folder and opened it. This folder only contains the basic documents on Ren and Kimiko. Makes sense. Their other more important information, like mission records and other details, would be kept in a more secure location. And Reo, since she's only born just a few months ago, she would only have these couple of documents. Daichi took Rio's papers from the folder and stored them in his inventory. He then looked over the information on Ren and Kimiko's documents to see if it mentions them having a child. Okay, there is nothing on these documents that indicates them having a child. Good. Now, as far as the village is concerned, Reo Uchiha doesn't exist. Daichi placed Ren's folder back in its place and closed the shelf. He then started to look for the cabinet assigned to Aiko's orphanage. After a short search, he found it. Daichi looked at the time remaining on the quest. Less than 4 minutes left. Daichi quickly placed Reo Miena's files in the correct spot and closed the cabinet. Time to get the hell out of here. Daichi went near the door and used Mana Scout. The good thing about the Mana Scout skill is that no one can detect me when I use it, but if I use Chakra Sense, a sensor could pick up my chakra. But I'm not sure that applies while I'm using the cloak. Either way, I'm not going to risk it. The Mana Scout skill indicated that the guard hadn't returned yet. Seeing that the area was empty, Daichi quietly and cautiously opened the door. He got outside and quickly and carefully closed the door behind him. He let out a sigh of relief, and at that moment a notification popped up. About time. Daichi looked at the quest box. Quest Rescue Reo Uchiha completed. Rewards. 12,000 XP. Reputation increases with Aiko Hikara and Kensei Yasaji. Reputation increases with Ren Uchiha and Kimiko Uchiha. Reward invalid. I saved her. Ren, Kimiko, rest easy. Rio's safe, and I'll make sure she stays safe till she's strong enough to defend herself. Daichi then slowly walked and reached the building's exterior. At that moment, he saw 2 Anbu members and a nervous guard headed in the direction of the records room. So they found out? This is why the quest had a time limit. If I had gotten here even a few minutes later, then they would have found out about her, and then what I did. Cold sweat ran down Daichi's face as he imagined the consequences of the quest failure. Without wasting any more time lingering there, Daichi left and headed back to the orphanage. As he ran a few meters, a new notification box and a quest appeared, taking him by surprise. Daichi opened the new quest box first. Quest created: retrieve Ren and Kimiko Uchiha's Sharingan. Obito Uchiha has stolen the eyes of most of the Uchiha clan members he and Itachi killed. Retrieve the eyes of your friends Ren and Kimiko and give them to Ryo Uchiha when the day comes. No time limit. Rewards: 50,000 XP. New skill. Reputation increases with Ryo Uchiha. Failure: death. Death of Aiko Hikara and Ryo Uchiha and possibly others. Reputation decreases with everyone. Reputation vastly decreases with Sasuke Uchiha. Except YN. The contents shocked and then made Daichi happy. Wow, I can't believe it. There's no way I'm rejecting this quest. He accepted the quest immediately. Daichi's fists clenched and his teeth grinded in anger as he thought about what happened to his friends. Just you wait, Obito. I'll be coming for you one day. And unlike Naruto, mercy or the talk no jutsu would be the last things you will see from me. Daichi then looked at the next blue box that was present. He was shocked as he read the contents. You have chosen to save the life of someone you care about instead of chasing after power. You have received a hidden reward. The hidden reward was a new skill. Daichi read the details of the new skill, and by the time he was done, his eyes were wide open. Holy shit! A skill like this. It's a one-time use skill, but the value of this can't be understated. Daichi couldn't stop the small smile from spreading on his face. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 72. Dark Deals Made in the Shadows. Arrow 1, Chapter 72 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Now that his quest was complete, Daichi was running at a moderate pace. He was going back to the orphanage to check up on Ryo and talk to Aiko. One problem solved. But now when Aiko talks to Kensei about all this and asks about my cloak, I'll be in trouble. Daichi gave a long sigh as he ran through the rooftops of the village under his invisibility cloak. I could have told her it was my ability, but if anyone found out, then I would have been killed for having such a dangerous ability, or tortured or experimented to find out how it works. Saying it was the cloak would minimize the risk, but not entirely. I could have said I found it somewhere, but I doubt she'd believe that. For some reason or other, she trusts Kensei, and I needed that. What's done is done. I'll need to have a talk with him when he gets back. Daichi reached the orphanage and went inside. He reached Miss Aiko's room. She was looking at the sleeping baby Ryo with sympathy in her eyes. Sensing Daichi's chakra, she turned to him. "Is it done?" Aiko quietly asked. Daichi nodded his head. He looked at Aiko. "Thank you for this," he said after a minute of silence. Both of them had various thoughts running through their heads. "I'll try to come by every 1 or 2 months," Daichi said to the matron. Aiko nodded her head. She wouldn't mind him visiting every now and then. "It's getting late. You should head back home." "Yeah, Miss Aiko?" "I'll keep what happened here tonight a secret, but I'll need to talk with your grandfather first." Aiko replied to the question she knew Daichi was going to ask. "Thank you." The boy slightly bowed his head. He straightened and spoke. "I should go home. It's really late." Aiko went near Daichi and gave him a hug. "You're a good kid, Daichi. Get home safely." Daichi shortly left the orphanage and headed straight home. On his way, he saw several ninjas rushing in all directions. Looks like the Anbu and other forces are scrambling to keep things under control. This is the point where Hiruzen removes Danzo from power and disbands the root. Too bad for him. This will only force Danzo to go underground with his root agents. But still, I won't have to worry about him for a while. This incident will force him to keep a low profile, even if it is for a short time. Daichi reached his home a short while later. He got inside the barrier and found his clone sitting on the porch of the house. Daichi removed the cloak, and the clone looked at Daichi. "Everything all right?" the clone Daichi asked. Yeah, what about you? See for yourself. With this, the clone dispelled itself. The chakra of the shadow clone returned to Daichi, and along with it, its memories. Daichi reviewed every second of the memory since the clone left the academy. Nothing of significance happened. Good. Daichi felt relief spread through body. It's over. He was feeling several emotions at the moment, and the events of the last couple hours were taking its toll. He went straight to bed and soon fell asleep. Somewhere near the Uchiha clan compound, 3 people in masks were swiftly moving through the trees, one in the front with the other 2 slightly behind on each side. Each of them had a scroll in their hand. They were root ninjas assigned by Danzo to complete a certain mission. We need to move faster. The Anbu have been alerted. We need to make sure these scrolls reach Lord Danzo. The Anbu leading the other 2 said as they jumped through the branches. At that moment, a hand with a short sword suddenly came out of the tree trunk in front of them and beheaded the root ninja leading the team. It was an instant attack they couldn't defend against. A masked ninja came out of the trunk and took the scroll from the dead ninja before his corpse even fell to the ground. The masked ninja quickly stored the scroll in his sleeve. The other 2 stopped dead in their tracks and made eye contact with each other. Their mission and priorities were clear to them. Make sure the scrolls reach Lord Danzo at all costs. A second later, they made their decision. Split up, one of the 2 root ninjas said, and they quickly fled in different directions. The masked ninja looked at the 2 escaping targets. A deep, dark chuckle emanated from his throat. How cute. They think they can run from me. The man spoke in a voice that would send shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. The next second, the man disappeared in a swirling vortex that came from his eye. The root Anbu who was running through the trees heard the sound of several shuriken flying towards him from above. With a single motion, he took his sword and deflected all the shurikens aimed at his vitals. But it was just a diversion. He sensed his enemy coming from below and looked down. He saw the spiral mask, and in the single eye hole he saw a glowing red eye with 3 tomoe. Sharingan? It can't be! This was the last thought of the root ninja before he was caught in a powerful genjutsu. The next second, a hand pierced through his chest and destroyed his heart. Taking the second scroll from the dead man, the masked ninja disappeared. The third root ninja was getting closer to his destination. Once I reach the base, I'll have backup. The next second, he saw the masked assailant appearing in front of him. The root Anbu quickly went through several hand seals and sent a fast, lightning-style attack. The lightning strike went right through the masked figure, and he quickly rushed towards the root ninja. The root Anbu jumped down to the ground and dashed forward, taking his sword in one hand. Does physical attacks have no effects on him, or did he somehow avoid that attack? The root ninja blocked the incoming strike of a kunai with his sword and sent a kick to his enemy's chest. The kick seemed to phase through his opponent, and the next second the root ninja felt something stab his heart. How could I die so? Without even being able to complete his thoughts, the man's life vanished. The masked Uchiha searched the root ninja's body and found the scroll. The next second, the several paper bombs covered the scroll and was about to explode. A trap so predictable. The explosion that was about to happen vanished in a spiraling vortex. He rigged the scroll to be destroyed and take me out with it in case he failed. Oh well. No matter. I have enough stock to last till my plans are complete. Time to pay that old fox a visit. The masked ninja disappeared from there, leaving no trace of his existence. Root base. Danzo was in his office drinking sake, a very rare indulgence for him. He had a small smirk on his face as he poured another cup of his finest drink. Finally! It's over. My life's work is finally completed. Oh, how I had longed for this day, to rid this village of its greatest problem, the root of evil and threats that the Uchiha clan represented, and to top it off, the one with the greatest chance to become the 5th Hokage of the village will now be considered a traitor. When the time comes, I'll be the 5th Hokage of this village. Feeling pleased with how everything turned out, he drank another cup and quelled his emotions. He remembered Itachi's threats at the end, and his confrontation with Hiruzen. The Hokage had ordered to disband his root forces, But Danzo was not someone who accepted something like that. I'll keep my head down for now. Let things pass. Now with my forces moved underground, I can operate with even less restrictions. But I'll have to be careful. This is a setback for the moment, but this will be helpful in the long term. I'll need to move the funds and change the base of operations soon. As he sat there making plans, he kept an eye on the time that passed. He was starting to wonder about the 3 root agents assigned with a specific task. Where are they? Those 3 should be here by now. He was about to send some of his agents to look for them when he sensed movement from the shadows of his room. Danzo immediately knew something was wrong when his personal guards didn't come. Don't worry, I didn't kill them. Out of the shadows came a deep voice. It carried an intent that set Danzo on edge. Danzo had lived through 3 wars. He knew when a dangerous enemy was in front of him. You have quite the ability to get here without anyone noticing, and to even deal with my agents. Who are you? Danzo, while alert, was not someone who was cowed by threats. A masked ninja with a spiral mask and a single eye hole came out of the shadows. Only the upper body could be seen, and the rest were hidden in darkness. Who I am is not important to you at the moment, as to why I came, to take away what isn't yours. As he said this, the masked ninja took out a scroll from his sleeve, and lightly tossed it up a few times in his hand. Danzo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scroll. He recognized the special scroll and he knew what it contained. They were scrolls specifically designed to store organs and safely maintain them. So that's why they're not here. He got to them. I must have those scrolls at all costs. How about we make a deal? Danzo spoke. The masked ninja tilted his head as if he was interested but didn't make a sound. After several seconds of silence, Danzo continued. Give me the scrolls and the contents in it intact, and I'll get you the forbidden scroll. Hearing the proposal, a chuckle escaped the masked nin's lips. Interesting proposal, but I have a counter-offer. Forget about the Sharingan, and I'll let you live. The second those words were uttered, Danzo rushed forward, his hand already weaving sings for a wind-style jutsu. In less than a second, Danzo stabbed the man's head with a wind chakra-coated kunai. But seeing no blood or brain scattered, and sensing the chakra of the enemy still strong, Danzo immediately stepped back. A dangerous laugh escaped the masked ninja's throat. Ha-ha! The human condition. So predictable. The next second, Danzo felt a strong kick to his midsection that sent him reeling back. Gah! He clutched his stomach and looked at the man. He was sending signals for the root agents currently in his base. The masked ninja looked at Danzo and spoke. I could kill you right now, but it would be boring. Letting you live. I'm interested to see how it turns out. We'll meet again. Danzo Shimura. Danzo scrutinized the man. As the last words were spoken, Danzo saw something that shook his heart. A fully matured Sharingan in the single visible eye. As Danzo stood there, surprised at the revelation, the masked ninja disappeared as if he was never there. The second the ninja disappeared, Danzo snapped himself up from his stupor. He gritted his teeth in anger and frustration, but after a few seconds he took several breaths and calmed down. To deal with a Sharingan, one must need the Sharingan. It's a good thing I have a backup plan, but for this to work, I'll need his help. Danzo walked out of the room to find his guards unconscious on the floor. He stepped past them and walked to meet someone. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 73, Dark Deals Made in the Shadows, Arrow 2, Chapter 73 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Several miles outside the Leaf Village, the space rippled in a vortex shape and the masked man suddenly appeared in the middle of the forest. He looked at the moonlight shining down on him and went to a nearby rock and sat down. The hidden leader of the Akatsuki organization and one that goes by the name Madara Uchiha. Real identity, Obito Uchiha. Several seconds later, another figure appeared out of the ground. This creature had 2 Venus flytrap-like extensions emerging from its sides that protected the upper body and the head like a shell. The right half of the face had a completely black appearance with a single yellow eye that lacked a visible pupil, and it had no other human characteristics. The left side was made up of a white creature with human-like facial features, green hair, and a proper yellow eye. The creature was wearing a black cloak with red clouds on them. One of the members of the Akatsuki organization, Zetsu. The spy and the one tasked with collecting intelligence on enemies in other countries. Is it done? The gruff voice from the black half of the face came. Yeah, the Uchiha clan is no more. And now Itachi will work for us. Obito answered. Ooh, so did we make a new friend? The question was asked from the white half of Zetsu in a slightly excited voice. Quite, you chatterbox. And no, at best Itachi would be nothing more than a co-worker, Black Zetsu replied. Zetsu? Keep an eye on Itachi. He killed the clan to safeguard the village and his brother. He entered our organization most probably to spy on me. Obito knew a man like Itachi wouldn't leave things to chance. We'll be discreet, Black Zetsu responded. Did you get what you wanted? The white Zetsu asked Obito. Yes. I've taken almost every Sharingan I believe is valuable from the corpses. This will make sure Danzo or anyone else won't get their hands on the Uchiha Kei Genkai, and now I have spares to use in case an emergency arises. Were there any complications? Black Zetsu asked. No. I did pay Danzo a visit, though. Did you kill him? Now that the Uchiha clan is gone, he is of no use. True, he is of no value right now, and I was tempted to kill him, but I let him live. Obito said, looking up at the moon. Any particular reason? He could become a problem if left alone. Black Zetsu wanted to take every variable into consideration for his plans. Letting someone like Danzo live was not ideal for his and the Akatsuki's goals. Yes, given time he might become a thorn, but I need him alive for now. The threat Danzo poses against Itachi's brother Sasuke Uchiha will keep most of Itachi's attention on him. If I had killed Danzo, then I have no doubt Itachi would become much more focused on us, and far more of a problem for our goals in the future. Obito crossed his hands and looked at Zetsu again. If you know he's such a threat, then why keep Itachi alive? Zetsu questioned. Rarely few are born with talents like his. Just because he might become a threat doesn't mean he can't be of value. His strength, and now his feared reputation, can be put to good use for our organization. Understood. Black Zetsu agreed with that reasoning. Oh, so when can we meet him? The white Zetsu asked with a childlike enthusiasm. Why don't you head over to his location right now? You can assess him for yourself. Zetsu nodded and left Obito to find Itachi, and seconds later, Obito vanished as well. Root Laboratory. A tall man with a light complexion and shaggy black hair was looking through the microscope and taking down notes based on his observation. He was in a large room filled with several experiment containers, equipment, and rare samples. This was a research facility of the Root and under the supervision of the man named Tanuki Shigaraki. The door to the room opened and the sound of footsteps and a walking cane could be heard. The man turned his head to look at the visitor and then immediately stood and bowed. Lord Danzo. The man greeted his superior. Shigaraki, how goes the research with Hashirama's cells? Danzo Shimura asked the man. I've learned quite a bit. Thanks to Orochimaru's experiment documents and notes you provided me, I was able to further my research at a faster rate. The man was excited to share what he had learned studying the cells of the first Hokage. What about the main project? Danzo inquired. Forgive me, Lord Danzo, but that will take a long time to complete. Even with my current understanding of Hashirama Senju's cells, it will take years for me to complete that work. Shigaraki replied while lowering his head. No matter. I knew it would be a very difficult project when I assigned you to it. Right now I'm here for your progress on the cells. Tell me how much you've learned. Danzo went near the table and looked at the blood sample. Tanuki Shigaraki went to a nearby desk and picked up several papers. It's truly incredible. Based on these cells alone, I've learned that our first Hokage was on an entirely different level than any other ninja that lived. Danzo nodded his head, agreeing with the man. When he was young and shortly before the First Great War, he saw Hashirama Senju in battle and the power of his wood style. Ever since that day, he became obsessed with his strength. He convinced Hiruzen to conduct experiments with the first Hokage's blood, but since there were only casualties, the third Hokage shut down the research and declared it forbidden. But Danzo didn't give up. He restarted the project in secret inside the root and helped Orochimaru abduct leaf villagers for experiments. Danzo's goal was to understand and obtain the power the first Hokage had. Danzo spoke. "Tell me everything you've learned." Tanuki nodded. "First of all, even a small portion of his blood contains a sufficient amount of power and vitality. Whoever gets accustomed to his DNA will no doubt have wood release ability. And that's not mentioning the increased chakra reserve, vitality, and body strength." Tanuki continued. "The person would also theoretically have a longer lifespan and a strong increase in their earth and water chakra natures. I'm assuming this is what gives the ability to create and use wood-style jutsu. I'm also certain that his chakra will increase the strength and effects of any jutsu used by several folds." Danzo nodded as he listened to his researcher. He needed the strength of the first Hokage, now more than ever. "I need the Sharingan to use that jutsu, and the first Hokage's cells play a vital role in my plans." It was then that Tanuki's face turned slightly grim. "What is it?" Danzo inquired. "While it would help us, there is also a major problem. The strength of Hashirama's blood is a double-edged sword. While it would no doubt tremendously help the person who gets acclimated to it, for everyone else it's fatal. It's too powerful." Taking a breath, he continued. "The first Hokage's cells, instead of accepting or merging with the new cells, attack the host body and overpower the DNA of the person experimented on, and mutate their cells to the point it kills them. Orochimaru's experiment with the 60 children is proof of that, and it corroborates my results as well. Do you have a solution for it?" Danzo was calm and collected on the outside, but he was slightly anxious in his heart. He desperately needed this power. The first is to find someone with a powerful physique and great chakra reserves, and with compatible DNA to that of Hashirama Senju. But to find someone like that is extremely difficult. And even then, to successfully graft the cells onto this person and have him survive, the chances are slim with my current data and understanding of the cells. The second solution is if we somehow create a host body that will accept his DNA and get acclimated to its changes in strength. There are a few other methods as well, but all of these will take time. Tanuki Shigaraki was loyal to the root and its cause, and he was an excellent researcher as well, so Danzo didn't doubt the man. After thinking about it for a while, Danzo had an idea. "Give me a copy of everything you've learned on the cells. I'll take it from here." Danzo ordered. "Yes, Lord Danzo!" Shigaraki bowed and got to work. He quickly made a copy of all his findings on Hashirama's blood and handed them over to Danzo. With the files in hand, Danzo left the lab. He went outside to a secluded part of the base. He closed his eyes and stood still and waited for the arrival of someone. After several minutes, a playful voice came from the darkness. "I didn't expect you to contact me so soon, Danzo." Danzo merely grunted. "Some things have happened in the village. I'm sure you'll find out about it soon. Orochimaru." A man with pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils, and with purple markings around his eyes appeared. He was wearing plain gray garbs with black pants and had a thick purple rope belt tied into a large knot behind his back. "Ooh, now you got me curious. Still, with Sarutobi-sensei keeping an eye on things, you wouldn't have called me for something trivial. So what is it?" "I remember you telling me about an experiment you have, one with the capability to adapt to new foreign DNA? I want him," Danzo said without beating around the bush. "Ah, you're asking about Shin. Unfortunately, he died some time ago," Orochimaru said with a straight face. "His body is one of my most valuable experiments. I won't give him up before I'm done with him." Danzo's eyes narrowed as he heard that weak excuse. Danzo only flicked a finger and the area was immediately surrounded by a dozen root operatives. "Don't play games with me, boy." Danzo was in no mood to tolerate Orochimaru's antics, but he also knew he needed the snake's help, and he knew that Orochimaru knew that too. Orochimaru chucked at the show of force from the root leader. "I'm just a clone. You didn't really think I'd come here in person just because you called, did you?" Danzo was silent as he gazed at the grinning Sannin. "Regardless, you've piqued my curiosity. What's this about?" Danzo slightly waved his hand and the root ninja disappeared. "I want the Sharingan, and he will be useful in acquiring it." "I see. Unfortunately, I don't have a Sharingan with me, so I'm unable to help you, unless you have some, Orochimaru looked at Danzo questioningly. No, but I have the next best thing. Danzo took a vial of blood from his pocket and held it up. He spoke. This is Itachi Uchiha's blood. I'm sure you can create a few Sharingan using this blood and Shin's body. Danzo then took out the files on Hashirama Senju's blood work. This is the research on the first Hokage's cells conducted by one of mine. Danzo didn't say anything more and looked at the Sannin. Orochimaru looked at the two objects in Danzo's hand. A wide grin appeared on his face. He chucked, understanding Danzo's intentions. How about we make a deal? Orochimaru spoke. Let's hear the terms. You give me Itachi's blood and the files, and I'll make sure to give you several pairs of Sharingan, and I'll see if I can safely add the strength of the first Hokage to your body, Orochimaru said with a grin. Danzo looked at the man. In exchange? Funding, experimental equipment, and keeping Sarutobi-sensei's Anbu off my tracks. Do we have a deal? Orochimaru folded his arms and looked at the one-eyed man. Danzo nodded and grunted. He tossed the vial and folder expertly to Orochimaru. The snake Sannin caught both objects. Don't make me wait. Of course, Orochimaru replied with a grin. And boy, keep in mind what will happen if you double-cross me, Danzo said in a serious warning tone. Orochimaru's grin vanished, and he released his killing intent. The next second, Root Anbu were all around him, but several were affected by the Snake Sannin's murderous intent. They raised their weapons against him, but they didn't dare make another move without the order of their leader. Only Danzo and a couple others were completely unaffected by the killing intent. After several tense seconds, Orochimaru let go of the intent and disappeared. I'll see you soon. Danzo! Those words were the last Danzo heard from Orochimaru that night. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 74, Uchiha Massacre, Aftermath. Chapter 74 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hokage Residency. In a private chamber in the Hokage Residency, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting in a chair contemplating the events that took place last night. His fists clenched in anger as he thought about what Danzo did and what Itachi had to do. He thought about the conversation he had with his former second-in-command and the now rogue ninja. Flashback. Hiruzen was walking through the Uchiha clan district. Several bodies could be seen all over the place. He was surrounded by 3 of his Anbu members, all of them checking for survivors. What the hell? To think something like this would happen. How horrible. Even the Anbu members who had seen plenty of death and destruction were taken aback by the massacre that happened. The Hokage looked at the Uchiha clansmen laying on the ground. Rescue anyone still alive, he shouted the order. The Anbu checked the bodies one by one. Suddenly someone shouted, "We have a survivor!" The masked ninja was checking the body of Sasuke Uchiha. Hiruzen immediately looked at the person. Get him to the medical unit. Hurry. Another Anbu with silver hair checked the other bodies near him. No one else survived. It seems everyone else has been killed. Hiruzen had a stony expression as he looked at the bodies. Take away the corpses. All of them. Then check the buildings. Yes, sir. As the silver-haired nin got to work, another Anbu posed a question. Who could have done something like this? It was Itachi Uchiha. A new voice joined them. Danzo Shimura walked towards them and stopped. He looked at everyone present. Itachi! But why would he do something like this? The Anbu questions the man. Itachi despised his clan. He killed Shisui Uchiha and then took his eyes. He also caused infighting within the clan, and now, it seems he chose to end the clan. He is responsible for this massacre. But, as the Anbu were about to argue, Hiruzen interrupted them. Stop wasting time and get to work! All the Anbu present at the scene left. Danzo walked up to Hiruzen and stood in silence. Several seconds later, Danzo spoke. This ends our problems. The Hokage turned to Danzo. And exactly what does this end? Can't you see the troubles we're left with? I see the troubles that would arise from this as minor as compared to what would have happened otherwise, Danzo replied. You crossed the line, Danzo. I can't allow you to operate on your own authority any longer. As of this moment, you are relieved of your duties as the second-in-command and you are removed from the council. Hiruzen, don't be rash. I did it? For the good of the village? Hiruzen finished Danzo's sentence. He looked at the one-eyed man. How many times are you going to use that excuse? Hiruzen turned to look ahead, unable to look at his former teammate anymore. The Uchiha clan was part of the village. Regardless of what they were about to do, they were still Leaf villagers. And this indiscriminate massacre, we could have found another way. Do you really believe that, Hiruzen? Yes, we could have dealt with the conspirators and the ones pushing for the coup, and given the innocent ones another chance. But now, that wouldn't have worked. If that had happened, then years from now we would have the same problem crop up again. Danzo tried to justify his actions. You don't know that. Hiruzen was furious listening to Danzo's justification. He then sighed and spoke. As of this moment, I'm removing you as the head of the Foundation. The root forces will be dissolved and integrated with my forces, and until I decide how to deal with you, you are confined to your quarters. Now get out of my sight. With those words, the Hokage walked away. Hokage Tower. In a secret chamber deep beneath the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was waiting for the arrival of someone. After a few minutes, he spoke. There is no one else here. Speak your mind. Several feet behind, Itachi Uchiha was kneeling and bowed his head as he addressed his leader. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with me. Itachi, first of all, you have my gratitude. A civil war has been averted, and now peace is maintained within the village. Yes. Itachi didn't say anything else. Regardless, I regret that it had to be this way. Forgive me. I saw no other choice. No, I'm the one who should be asking for forgiveness. Itachi, henceforth you'll be branded a traitor and a rogue ninja who killed his clan. You'll be added to the bingo books as a criminal, dead or alive. I understand. I'm prepared. What are you going to do now? The Hokage turned around and looked at Itachi. There is an organization I want to keep an eye on. The Akatsuki. I intend to join them. The Akatsuki, huh? Hiruzen had heard of the organization, but he didn't have much information on them. Lord Third, Itachi started. Swear to me that you will protect Sasuke. Hiruzen looked at the teen kneeling in front of him. You have my word. He'll be safe. Your brother will continue at the academy, and when the time comes, he'll become a Leaf Ninja. But I won't be able to erase his hatred for you. I know. I'm prepared to bear his anger and hate. You should go. The Anbu had been dispatched. I'll leave the jutsu formula for the village barrier unchanged. This way you can check up on Sasuke whenever you want. Thank you, Lord Hokage. No, there is no need for thanks. I don't deserve it. It was my weakness that led us to this moment. Flashback end. Hiruzen let out a tired sigh. At that moment, the door to the room opened and the counselors Koharu and Homura entered. We just heard what happened. You removed Danzo from the council? Homura asked as he and Koharu sat down facing the Hokage. Yes, it was necessary. Hiruzen, we need Danzo to maintain the stability. No, we don't, Hiruzen interrupted Koharu. He's been acting in his own interests for a while. I turned a blind eye because I believed that he had some measure of respect for me and the title I hold and wouldn't cross certain lines. That was my mistake. I should have done this a long time ago. The anger contained in the Hokage's voice was clear to the other two. They decided not to push the subject. The three sat in silence for a short while. What do we do now? Homura asked the Hokage. I'm going to dissolve the foundation and have them integrated with my Anbu. Hiruzen replied. We should also consider what to do about the police military force. Koharu spoke up. I know. This time, instead of one clan acting as the military police, we'll have an open recruitment. Anyone capable will be selected, and we need to find a suitable leader. Hiruzen has been thinking about this for a while, and this was his solution. The three discussed the next steps to be taken to protect the village. The meeting continued for a while, and then concluded with several key decisions made. Hiruzen left the meeting and then went to the Hokage Tower. He was standing on the roof of the tower looking at the village. An Anbu appeared behind him, kneeling. You called for me, Lord Hokage? Yes, I believe it's time for you to walk a different path, Kakashi. Land of Fire, capital city. Kensei was reminiscing with his longtime friend Jin. They both grew up in the Leaf Village and were classmates. Jin moved to the capital and was once part of the 12 Guardian Ninjas. He was part of the first-generation Guardian Ninjas, before ninjas like Asuma, Chiriku, and Kazuma replaced him and his teammates. He settled in the capital once he retired. I wish I could meet this Daichi kid. He sounds interesting, Jin said while drinking a glass of sake. Yeah, me too. Kensei didn't have Jin's enthusiasm. Oh, come on. Are you still upset that I didn't tell you about it sooner? Yes, you're one of the few people left I consider as friends. So you, keeping this a secret, Kensei sighed. Well, I'm not happy about it. I'm sorry, I didn't want to worry you, Jin replied. You ever think about Ison? Kensei asked his friend. Sometimes, I still wonder, if he had just come to us, maybe things wouldn't have happened the way they did. No point in having that regret now, I suppose. Kensei looked at the sake cup in his hand and then took another mouthful. At that moment, someone entered the room and went to Jin. They spoke quietly for a minute. Kensei could see that Jin was alarmed by whatever the person had just said. Once the man left, Kensei spoke. Is everything all right? Jin looked at Kensei unsure as to how to answer. No, it's the Leaf Village. Something has happened. What? What is it? Kensei was alarmed. The image of Daichi came to his mind at that moment. Please be all right, kid. It's the Uchiha clan. They have been massacred. Jin had a serious expression on his face. Hearing those words, Kensei jumped to his feet, shocked. What? How can an entire clan be massacred? And who could? Kensei couldn't believe something like that would happen. They say it was Itachi Uchiha. The tragedy took place last night. The Leaf Village is in lockdown, and information about what happened is kept tight. I only know about it because of my contact inside the daimyo court. Jin said, understanding Kensei's concerns. Is there any other news? Did Itachi go after anyone else? Hearing his friend's anxious tone, Jin quickly replied. No, it seems the only ones who died are the Uchiha members. Is there any other news? Is he in custody? Or did he die during the confrontation with the village ninjas? Kensei questioned. Neither. Based on what my informant told me, Itachi has escaped the village. He's alive and in the wind. Kensei sat down hearing those words. How could something like this happen? I've heard of Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy and heir of the Uchiha clan. I can't believe he would do something like this. Kensei looked at his friend. Yes, it's almost too hard to believe, isn't it? Jin narrowed his eyes. What exactly are you getting at? Come on, Jin. There is just no way one person can kill an entire clan no matter how strong he is. And on top of that, he got away. I don't buy it. There's more to this. Kensei crossed his arms and thought about the matter. You should keep in mind that you're retired. This isn't your problem. Let Hiruzen deal with this headache. Kensei sighed, hearing his friend's words. You're right. Kensei finished his sake and stood up. Looks like I have to cut our reunion short. I better get back to the village. Jin smirked as he looked at his friend. You're really worried about him, aren't you? I definitely have to meet this kid one day. Kensei and Jin spoke for a little while longer, and then Kensei left for the Leaf Village. The trip took a little over half a day. Kensei reached the village gates by evening. He noticed that the ninjas patrolling were far more serious and alert than usual. The village must have issued a Level 1 emergency alert. This reminds me of wartime circumstances. The guards at the gate are far more on guard than usual. Kensei got through the village gates after a thorough checking. He quickly headed for his home. He reached his house minutes later and quickly entered the barrier. Kensei sensed Daichi's chakra in the backyard of the house. He went to look and saw Daichi doing a handstand on the water and completing push-ups. Several clones were also training in what Kensei deduced as chakra control exercises. Daichi looked at the approaching old man. Gramps, I thought that was you. You're early. Yeah, I heard what happened, Kensei said as he sat at the back porch of the house. Daichi dismissed his clones and got out of the pond. He went near his grandfather and sat down. Are you all right, Daichi? You seem down. Kensei knew something happened to the boy the moment he saw him. After several seconds of contemplating, Daichi spoke. Gramps, I need to talk to you. It's about what happened with the Uchiha clan. It's a tragedy what happened to them, and I'm sorry about Ren. I know you saw him as a teacher. Kensei thought that Daichi was upset about Ren's death. Yeah, see, the thing is, I was there when it happened. Daichi was a bit unsure as to how much he should tell his grandfather. What are you talking about? Kensei was confused. Letting out a long breath, Daichi spoke. I was there at the Uchiha compound when Itachi was killing the clan. Kensei's eyes widened as he heard those words. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 75. Half-Truths. Chapter 75 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kensei couldn't believe Daichi was involved in something so dangerous. The next second he looked around the house and then back to Daichi. Based on the fact that Anbu hasn't surrounded this place and you're not in an interrogation room right now, I'm guessing the village doesn't know you were there? Daichi shook his head. Kensei let out a sigh of relief. Good, then we need to keep it that way. Gramps, there's something else. Daichi began in a somewhat apprehensive tone. What is it? The Hokage or the village officials don't know about me, but one person does. Aiko. What? How? I saved Ren's daughter and took her to the orphanage, Daichi replied. He needed to make sure Kensei would convince Aiko to keep everything that happened a secret. Daichi thought long and hard for the whole day about what and how much he would say to his grandfather. And after several hours, he decided to tell the truth, mix a few lies, and omit some information. What the heck happened while I was gone? If Aiko knows, then I need to speak with her before she reports to the Hokage. Kensei closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He let out several breaths and then calmed down. You need to tell me everything that happened. I need to know all the information so I can do damage control. Daichi nodded and began retelling his tale with a bit of a twist. He made sure to keep his chakra calm and had to make sure there were no holes in his story. And then I left the orphanage and headed straight here. I dispelled my clone and made sure everything was fine, then I just went to bed. Daichi finished his explanation. Kensei let out a breath as he looked at the boy. He let out a sigh as he thought about the events. So let me get this straight. After your training, on your way back, when you got near the Uchiha clan compound, you saw a dead body and you went to call for the police force, but then you saw more bodies on the street? Yes. Daichi gave a curt reply. Then you decided to head for Ren's home to tell him what happened. Daichi nodded. Kensei sighed. He continued with the questioning. There, you saw Ren packing and making preparations to leave the village. Daichi nodded again. I told him someone was killing people in the clan, and then he checked the chakra of everyone in the compound. He once again explained to his grandfather. And this was when he sensed what was happening and told you about the supposed coup and their decision to leave the village. Daichi nodded to the question. Kensei couldn't believe the Uchiha would decide to do something this drastic. It should have been obvious in hindsight. The tension has been rising between the villagers and the Uchiha clan members. Still, to think they would plan a coup d'etat. Did they seriously expect to take on the village and win? Kensei then looked at his grandson and continued. Then you convinced Ren and his wife to hand you their daughter with the promise of keeping her safe. Yeah, they knew they couldn't escape, so they put their faith in me. Daichi remembered what happened to them and was only calm because of the gamer's mind skill. Yes. About that, you mentioned that you had a cloak that turns you invisible to all senses? I want to see it. Kensei was shocked when Daichi said he was in possession of an item that could essentially be the greatest stealth tool in the world. Daichi got up and went to his room to get the cloak. I knew the old man would ask to see this thing when I told him about it. I don't want him to know any more about my ability than absolutely necessary. Daichi liked his grandfather very much, but his fear of death and paranoia of a village full of killers stopped him from trusting people around him, even those closest to him. Daichi knew he had to tell Kensei about the cloak, but he wanted to keep its information to a minimum. I have to use mana puppetry on him if he asks too many questions about the cloak. He'll want to know where I got it. I'll have to keep my answers vague. Daichi got down and gave the cloak to his grandfather. Kensei inspected every inch of the cloak. He saw the Uzumaki insignia on the back. Does this kid have some kind of relationship with the Uzumaki clan? Where did you get this? Kensei was curious and wanted to know how Daichi got his hands on something so valuable. I got it shortly after that Yoda debacle. Daichi chose every word he spoke carefully. He didn't want Kensei or anyone else to know about his gamer ability. "Who gave this to you?" Kensei asked, looking at the cloak and studying it. "I don't know the person who sent it, just that this item was addressed to me." At that, Kensei looked up. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Daichi. At that moment, an old memory resurfaced in his mind. Flashback. September 3rd. Almost 4 years after the Nine Tails attack. Kensei was standing in front of the gravestone of his wife Fumio Aya. It had been a year today since she passed away. As Kensei stood alone contemplating his life, a figure joined him. "I'm sorry for your loss, Kensei." Kensei was startled as he heard the sound of that voice. "It can't be." He looked up and saw the man who saved his life during the Third World War. "You... been a long time. Wow, you sure have gotten old." Kensei could see the smirk on his face as he managed to surprise him. The man then turned to the gravestone and the smile on his face was gone. "I'm truly sorry for your loss. What do you want?" Kensei wasn't in the mood to tolerate anyone. "I'm here to collect my debt." Kensei narrowed his eyes as he heard those words. "Walk with me," the man said and turned around. Kensei decided to hear him out. "You saved my life and helped me out when I needed it. That's the only reason I'm doing this." The man nodded and they both left the cemetery. Flashback end. Kensei thought about the encounter he had with the man for a while. Could it be him? Kensei then tried to activate the ability of the cloak. Seeing that it was not responding to him, Kensei decided to ask Daichi for help. He wanted to see the invisibility of the cloak. "I can't seem to get it to work. Can you show me how it's done?" Kensei handed the cloak back to Daichi. "I can't right now. There are certain conditions for this cloak to work. There were some instructions that came with the cloak." "Tell me." "First of all, it can only be used by me. Second, once used, the cloak can't be used for a long period of time. So it's like some kind of cooldown time between each use." "How long?" Kensei asked. "Sometime under 90 days. Daichi replied with a straight face. Kensei had a pensive look. If this is him, then it might be true that Daichi may not know who sent it. After all, he told me to keep his involvement in everything a secret. "And you told Aiko that you got this from me?" Kensei raised an eyebrow as he looked at Daichi. The boy had a slightly sheepish expression on his face. "When she asked me where I got it, I kind of panicked. It was the first thing that came to mind." The old man sighed, hearing the boy's answer. "All right, enough about the cloak. So after that, Ren gave you his daughter and some scrolls they prepared for her." Kensei continued with the questioning. Daichi nodded. "The coup would have happened today, and their plan was to leave the village in the middle of the chaos. But things didn't go as they planned, did it? Still, I can't believe Itachi would do something like this." Kensei couldn't believe such drastic measures were taken against a clan. Seeing Kensei's face, Daichi wanted to know what Kensei thought about the Hokage and the people close to him. Ren said that originally Itachi was in the Anbu as a spy for the clan, but he must have turned and sided with the village. He said that Itachi was most probably killing the clan on orders of the Hokage and higher-ups. Do you really think the Hokage is capable of something like this? Kensei sighed, hearing his grandson's question. If necessary, Hiruzen would do what needs to be done to protect the village. But this is too extreme even for him. If I had to guess, the man behind Itachi would most probably be a man named Danzo Shimura. He is one of Hokage's advisors. Kensei looked at Daichi as he spoke. "Daichi, you need to be careful. You can't trust Hiruzen or Danzo Shimura. Both of them are dangerous." Daichi nodded in agreement. He saw how serious Kensei was and was slightly relieved. "So he doesn't trust them too, huh? Seems like I have someone in this village I can count on if I ever have to go up against them. Not that I intend to do that. But I suppose anything is possible." Then I hid in a corner of the room with Reo, and I saw Itachi kill both Ren and Kimiko. Kensei saw the clenched fists and anger on Daichi's face as he spoke those words. He felt sympathy for his grandson. "I'm sorry for what happened to them, and that you had to see it happen. I always thought you would only experience this part of the ninja life, only after you became a genin." Both of them sat in silence for a while. Kensei then spoke. "So then you took the baby to Aiko's orphanage and convinced her to keep her there. And you also managed to have her create a new identity for the baby and helped you falsify records?" I have to admit, that's impressive. She's usually a stickler for the rules. Kensei was skeptical when he heard that part, but he trusted Daichi. She said she'd keep Reo safe for the moment, but she wants to talk to you. If things don't go well, there is a chance she'll tell the Hokage, and that would be trouble for me. Daichi was concerned, and wanted to make sure Kensei knew the stakes of the situation. Don't worry, I'll head there right now. Something like this can't be delayed any longer. Kensei got up and was ready to leave for the orphanage. But before he left, he had one last question for Daichi. Why did you rescue the girl? You could have left, and no one would have known you were there. Why take that risk? Daichi took a moment before he answered. I've always wanted a little sister. When Ren first introduced her to me, when I first saw her, I don't know myself, but the moment I held her in my arms, I felt protective of her. It was the first time I felt an emotion like that. Daichi paused for a moment to gather his thoughts, then continued. When Ren said Itachi was killing everyone, I couldn't let that happen to her. She didn't deserve it, so regardless of the risks, I took her with me. You realize that when people find out, when the Hokage finds out about her, you might be in trouble, right? Kensei said. I know, but if I had to do it all over again, I would without hesitation. Daichi replied with a resolute voice. Kensei saw that Daichi had no regret in saving her life. He smirked at the choice his grandson made. You're a good kid, Daichi, and don't worry. I'll make sure Aiko keeps everything that happened a secret. You can't tell her about the coup. I kept that part a secret. Daichi wanted to make sure Kensei didn't say anything that would poke holes in his story. Don't worry. I'll keep that part to myself. That's the kind of information that could cause chaos within the village, so the less people know the better. I know how to handle this situation, so don't worry. Stay here till I get back. Kensei left his house a minute later. Once he was gone, Daichi let out a breath of relief. Looks like that takes care of that. I was sure he was going to be more suspicious or something, but it seems everything worked out in the end. Daichi looked at the setting sun as he sat on the back porch. I'm sorry, Gramps. I wish I could tell you the truth about myself, but that's one secret I'll take to my grave. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 76, The Shinobi of Darkness. Chapter 76 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't know Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Sunday, second day. After the massacre, Daichi was dodging the water blasts coming from the river beneath him. He was surrounded by 3 shadow clones, all using water, fire, and wind-style jutsu on him. The turbulent waves across the river due to the training didn't affect Daichi. Almost there. Daichi woke up early in the morning and went to the nearby river. The river was located not far from his house, and Daichi often used it for training his water walking technique and water-style jutsus. His goal was to improve and master his water walking chakra control training and improving his reflexes and reaction speed. Just as he dodged another water blast and zipped past a shadow clone, a notification appeared. Skill water walking technique's level has risen by 1. Water walking technique, active passive, 1100. Effects, 200% increase in chakra control. CP cost 3 sec. 30% decrease CP cost to chakra techniques. Congratulations, you have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 XP, 75 XP. Finally! Daichi let out a breath as he looked at the notification. Daichi had mainly been focused on his chakra control for the past few months, all in preparation to begin the next stage in his training. He released the shadow clones and jumped to the ground. He began walking back to his home. His mind went back to the conversation he and Kensei had last night. Flashback. Kensei arrived home late at night from his visit to the orphanage. As he entered, he saw Daichi waiting for him. So how did everything go? Daichi asked anxiously. He was concerned because the mana puppetry skill he used on the matron was not a permanent or a strong one. It was only capable of swaying her decision at the moment. If she decided to change her mind and inform the Hokage, then there would be nothing Daichi could do. Don't worry. I spoke with Aiko about what happened. She'll keep the Uchiha girl's existence a secret. Kensei told him as he sat down. So she agreed that this is for the best? Kensei nodded. She wasn't happy that we're keeping something like this from the Hokage, but she sees the wisdom in keeping everything that happened that night under wraps. Daichi relaxed. How is the baby? Fine. She was sleeping, cute kid. Too bad about what happened to her family, Kensei answered. I'm sorry about your friend. Daichi nodded. After a few seconds, he asked, You didn't tell Miss Aiko about the coup, right? Daichi knew Kensei wouldn't tell her something so dangerous, but he still asked. Of course not. If even a word of that got out there, would be such an outcry. Can you imagine what would happen if the other clans found out that the Hokage or the higher-ups ordered the execution of an entire clan? Pandemonium. Yes, that's why no one else must know. Kensei sighed as he rubbed his forehead. The old ninja let out a long breath and sat back in his chair. At first, when you said Itachi might have killed the clan on orders of the higher-ups, I couldn't believe it. But after thinking things through and the situation with the Uchiha these last few years, I'm convinced. If the Uchiha launched a coup, it would tear this village apart, and something had to be done. If the Hokage or his advisors knew about it, then I have no doubt that they would have taken drastic measures. Your friend Ren was right. Itachi did kill the clan with the help of someone high up in the village. It was to stop the coup, and I'm sure the Hokage knows about this. He looked at his grandson, and the old man had an unusually serious expression on his face. Daichi, I'm going to tell you some things that even some jonin aren't privy to. What I'm about to say is top secret, but considering the circumstances, I think you will need this information to make informed decisions in the future. Daichi was alert as he heard those words. His gaze sharpened. He nodded to his grandfather, indicating he understood the seriousness of the situation. Kensei began explaining the internal structure of the village, who was in charge of what, and the allies he had amongst the current ninja in and outside the village. He took his time and made sure Daichi knew who to go to in case something happened to him. Then there are the village elders. The Hokage's advisors, as most of them refer to. Koharu Utatane Homura Mitokado, and, lastly, Danzo Shimura. Daichi noticed the tension and anger buried in Kensei's voice when he mentioned the last name. Seems the old man really hates that one-eyed geezer. Kensei looked at Daichi and continued. Of the three advisors, the one you need to keep an eye out for and be cautious of is Danzo Shimura. Daichi was internally excited. He might be getting some information on the route that wasn't in the story. What can you tell me about him? Daichi asked his grandpa. Kensei sighed and after a few seconds answered. Manipulative, ruthless, arrogant, cold-hearted, and has enough resources and operatives to become more than a headache even for the Hokage. To the public, he is a close advisor to the Hokage and nothing more. That's what civilians and even most jonin know of him. But to the rest of us, he is the second-in-command and right-hand man of Hokage. He controls a separate secret force of agents that operates just like the Anbu. The Root. They take missions that are so dark that if known to the outside world, it would bring disaster to us. Kensei thought back to some of the operations he knew where the Root's work. That man is known as the Shinobi of Darkness. The Root Anbu under his command are merciless and would eliminate anyone Danzo perceives as a threat. Daichi narrowed his eyes as he listened to Kensei. Do they operate like that within the village too? He asked Kensei. The old man nodded. Somewhat. They deal with internal threats and leaks. They also play a role similar to the Uchiha's police force. What do you mean? While the Uchiha military police force keeps peace in public, Danzo's Root, they do it from the shadows. Danzo has over a dozen agents keeping an eye on the entire force of the village from the shadows. They collect data on every person who could be a threat, from notable civilians to academy students to jonins. His information network within the village is vast. Daichi's eyes widened as he heard this. I need to be a lot more careful, he asked Kensei. You said the people under Danzo collect data. What kind of data and how much? Kensei sighed, hearing the question. Almost everything. From one's academy scores to their strengths and weaknesses, information on their family, friends, and finances. Even their ideologies, philosophies, and psychological profiles would be compiled. Whether they are loyal or disloyal, a traitor or not, From the basic information to the deepest secrets. He knows everything about everyone. Well, almost everything. Wait, if he knows so much, then does he know about your dislike of the Hokage and his ideologies? Does he know about me? Daichi knew about the root and the reach Danzo had inside the village, but he didn't know it was to such a degree. Kensei answered, I've lived long enough to learn to keep my real feelings and thoughts a secret from even people like Danzo. He knows I hate him, and he knows I might not agree with some policies of the Hokage, but that's it. If you want to accomplish your goals and live long, then you have to learn to keep your real feelings a secret, even from people looking to pry them out of you. Kensei then sighed, looking at his grandson. Now, does he know about you? Yes, he most probably does. In your class are children of several clan heads, the future of the village, so Danzo would definitely pay attention, and I have no doubt that from the moment you took first place, he had his eye on you. Daichi's eyes widened as he heard that. Kensei, noticing the panicked look on Daichi's face, smiled slightly. You haven't talked to anyone other than me about your true goals, have you? Kensei asked Daichi. The boy shook his head, indicating he didn't. Good. Then you can calm down, Daichi. Just because he knows about your scores in the academy doesn't mean he knows your true character and motives. He is good at acquiring information, but he isn't omniscient. I doubt he knows about your desire to leave the village. Daichi calmed down and let out a breath after hearing those words. But you need to be careful. Until you get strong enough to defend against people like him, you shouldn't say anything to anyone that would get his attention any more than it has. I understand. Daichi was serious, and he made sure he understood the threats Danzo posed. Kensei then smiled as he leaned back in his chair. You don't need to be so tense. If he has information on you, then he knows you're under my protection. He won't make any direct moves. Both Daichi and Kensei sat in silence for a while. After some time, Kensei spoke. I'll be going out early in the morning. I feel that this might be a good time to catch up with a few colleagues. The old man said. Daichi nodded. Yeah, I have some training I need to complete too. I'll be heading to the nearby river for some chakra control training. Kensei nodded in understanding. You want to start on the change in chakra form training, don't you? Daichi nodded. I need to make sure my chakra control is as perfect as it can get. Then I can start the next stuff. Kensei nodded, and both of them discussed the situation in Daichi's training, and then after some time they went to sleep. Flashback end. Daichi used the Mana Scout to check his surroundings often. Its range was less than Chakra Sense, but no one would be able to detect this skill. I have to be more careful. But if there is one good thing that came out of all this is that Danzo is now probably removed from power. The Hokage would be keeping an eye on him so that guy wouldn't cause a scene. Still, he operates from the shadows. I'll have to be on guard. Daichi reached his house after a short while. He went to his room and took out a new packet filled with balloons. He looked at his watch and saw that it was only a few minutes after 10 a.m. I still have the whole day to train. Daichi reached the backyard and stretched. At that moment, he sensed Kensei entering the house. Kensei came to the back and saw Daichi preparing to begin his advanced chakra control training. I have some news, he said, sitting on the back porch. Daichi turned to the old man. Danzo has been removed from the village council and the root Anbu are being dissolved. Do you know what that tells me? Kensei asked. Danzo was the one who helped Itachi massacre the clan. Daichi spoke as if he was unsure. About time the Hokage put him in check, although this won't keep him down for long. Kensei nodded with his grandson's deduction. And he must have done it behind the Hokage's back. Looks like you won't have to worry about him, at least for a few years. But then why is the Hokage keeping him alive? If he forced or aided Itachi to kill the clan, then isn't that treason? Daichi asked Kensei. The old ninja sighed hearing Daichi's question. You're not the only one who's had those questions, he mumbled. Kensei then answered. Danzo was a former teammate of the Hokage and trained under Tobirama Senju. Perhaps it's sentimentality, or maybe he thinks Danzo may have more use in the future. Not bloody likely. Daichi knew the future events, so he knew Danzo's usefulness to the village had ended. Regardless, for the moment beyond removing him from power, Hiruzen has decided to do nothing else. Now enough about him. Let's begin your training. Kensei spoke. Daichi nodded and then looked at the water balloon in his hand. Once I master this jutsu, I'll be one step closer to my goal. Kensei nodded. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 77. Shape Transformation Training 1. Chapter 77 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi held the water balloon in his right hand. He gazed at it as his mind went through the first step of the training. The first step of the Rasengan. I went over everything in my old memories and everything I learned from Kensei's notes. Naruto completed the 3 steps and learned the Rasengan jutsu quickly. Well, if you could call 4.5 weeks quick. But there was a problem with the way he learned it. Because he used shortcuts to master the jutsu, he needed 2 hands for it to work, and that limited his combat capabilities. He took a breath and let it out. Unlike Naruto, I'm in no hurry. I'm going to complete the Rasengan quickly, but I'll make sure I master each step to perfection. Refining my chakra control and mastering the shape transformation is my goal. It's why I delayed learning this for so long. But still, this first step, I really want to master it in one day. Daichi went over everything in his head. He checked the direction of the chakra flow in his body a few days ago. Based on the direction his hair was growing, Daichi concluded that his chakra was rotating to the right side in his body. Daichi held the balloon and started applying chakra to his hand. I need to spin the water with my chakra in multiple directions to make this pop. But first I need to spin in a single direction to get the feel of this. The water in the balloon quickly started rotating in a clockwise direction. Feeling the chakra spinning with no problems in one direction, Daichi decided to keep it up for a few minutes. He wanted to see if he would get a new skill. And after a minute, a new skill emerged. Daichi stopped applying chakra and looked at the new skill. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously concentrating chakra to the palm of your hand and rotating it, the skill Chakra Rotation has been created. Chakra Rotation, Active-Passive. L1, a skill that helps the user master their chakra and use it more proficiently. This skill is one of several advanced chakra control techniques to help the user increase their chakra control and movement of their chakra. Effects, plus 2% increase in chakra movement and form, plus 1% increase in chakra control. CP cost depends on the user. Excellent. So that means I'll get 2 more control skills when I start the next 2 steps as well. I'll start the next step after I max this out. Daichi began the rotation exercise again and kept going. At the moment, he was only rotating his chakra in the palm in one direction. He increased and decreased the speed of rotation. Daichi also kept an eye on his chakra level. Kensei was sitting on the porch watching Daichi train. This kid is really something else. His improvements in the ninja arts are astounding. If it weren't for the graduation age limit, he definitely would have been a genin by now. But this is also a blessing in disguise. Now he has a few years to train in relative safety. Kensei thought about the mysterious man and the conversation he had with him. Did he know about the kid's talent when he asked me to adopt Daichi? Were they related? I have no doubt that the invisibility cloak was from him. It's the only possible explanation. I do remember him saying he would send a few of his things to Daichi. I'm sure Daichi isn't his son. So what is their relationship? Kensei sighed and looked at the clouds. Maybe one day I'll find out. His mind went over what Aiko had said the previous night. He let out a breath and looked at his grandson. Aiko was certainly convinced by Daichi, but I'm not that easily fooled. Out of all the days, he picked the one day Itachi decided to kill the clan to train near the Uchiha grounds. I don't buy it. Either that incident was a very big coincidence, or Daichi knew something was about to happen. Maybe I'm just grasping at straws here. Regardless, Daichi knows more than he said. Of that, I'm sure. Still, I trust you, kid. Maybe one day you'll let me in on your secrets. Kensei watched Daichi practice with the water balloon with a stoic face. One thing I absolutely believe was his desire to save that girl. It was pure and genuine. He risked his life for her. Since the kid saved her life, he is also now responsible for her. I'm sure he knows that. When that girl awakens, the Sharingan, the village will know what he did. I hope you're prepared for that day, Daichi. Kensei didn't say anything to help Daichi with the training, and Daichi preferred it that way. Both of them stayed in silence as Daichi continued the training. Over 15 minutes passed by as Daichi trained. He was looking at the new skill as he controlled his chakra rotation. He was surprised that the new chakra rotation skill was leveling up quickly. Skill chakra rotation's level has risen by 1, x 10. The skill quickly reached level 10. This must be because I've maxed out the tree walking technique and water walking technique. Now that I'm familiar with the chakra rotation aspect, time to increase the difficulty. Daichi closed his eyes and visualized his chakra spinning in clockwise direction, but in different angles. He began with rotating his chakra to the right in 2 angles. The balloon in Daichi's hand stretched up, down, and sideways. He kept the rotation to the right, but he kept spinning his chakra in 2 angles. The level of the skill kept going up as Daichi practiced. As several more minutes went by, Daichi was beginning to feel the strain on his body. He kept up for a few more minutes and then stopped. He opened his eyes and took several deep breaths. This isn't easy. Even though I have the gamer's body, I'm already feeling some pain, and I've only just begun. For Naruto to relentlessly keep going, his threshold for pain is no doubt much higher than normal. Not to mention the 9 tails healing him, and with the chakra volume of the Uzumaki body, one could almost call him a cheat. Daichi smirked as he thought that. How hypocritical of me, calling someone else a cheat. Daichi went to the shade of the nearby tree and sat down. So how is it? The voice of his grandfather came. It's not easy, but I expected that. To be honest, I'm kinda enjoying this. I think I might be a training addict. Daichi said with a small laugh at the end. Kensei smirked and didn't say much more. He remembered the instructions for the Rasengan as he was with Daichi when the Hokage revealed them. Kensei pondered on the difficulty of the training Daichi was attempting. This training is done by applying the tree walking and water walking techniques, by gathering chakra and then releasing it in a steady stream. And this step even takes it further. I remember that the chakra in the Rasengan was rotating in different directions. So to complete this step, he has to let out a steady stream of chakra and burst the balloon by spinning his chakra in multiple directions. A difficult task. The 4th created this in 3 years, and I heard that it took Jiraiya 1 year to learn, and Kakashi mastered it in less than 6 months. I wonder how long it would take Daichi to master this jutsu. Daichi was unaware of his grandfather's thoughts. He was sitting down cross-legged and started to meditate. Naruto may have the 9 tails to heal him, but I have something much better. My gamer ability is a far greater cheat than anything else. Daichi meditated, and slowly the pains and aches his body felt disappeared. His chakra bar began to refill, and before long he was at it again. It wasn't just the chakra rotation skill that leveled up. His other chakra-related skills got a boost as well. Skill chakra regeneration's level has risen by 1. Skill chakra affinity's level has risen by 1. Skill chakra manipulation's level has risen by 1. Skill chakra rotation's level has risen by 1. x 5. Daichi trained for 3 hours while taking short meditation breaks. In just 3 hours, his chakra rotation skill leveled up to 37. Daichi altered and increased the rotation angle a few more times. He kept spinning his chakra in several angles, and he started to see the balloon stretch in multiple directions. I'm going to completely master this step in 1 day. I have to get this skill to level 100. Daichi, come on, time to eat. You'll feel better with something delicious in your belly. Kensei called out to his grandson. Daichi nodded to his grandfather and went to get something to eat. After a while, he resumed his training. He sat cross-legged and held the water balloon. I've been spinning my chakra in a few directions, but it's not enough. I need to do more, and I need to keep the chakra flow steady. Daichi began focusing his chakra and started rotating the water in the balloon. As each minute flew by, he increased the directions his chakra was moving. Sweat rolled down his face as he concentrated. His eyes were closed, and his mind was on nothing else but the rotation of his chakra. He gritted his teeth and increased the rotation direction of the chakra. Kensei was watching everything from the sideline. He saw the balloon starting to bulge in several directions, as if bumps were forming on it. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Is he really going to master the first step in a single day? Daichi was in the zone. He didn't even hear the sound of notifications popping up. All he felt was his chakra and the water spinning around in the balloon. Pop! In the quiet backyard, the sound of the balloon popping was loud. The sound startled Daichi, but a wide grin quickly formed on his face. Yes, Puya! Kensei was astonished. Unbelievable! He learned the first step in a day. I thought he would take a week, or maybe even 10 days, but a single day. No, it hasn't even been a day. Well done, Daichi. Kensei couldn't help but congratulate his grandson. He marveled at Daichi's talents. Thanks, Gramps. Daichi had a wide smile on his face. His right hand was slightly shaking and in small pain, but he was laughing. You've learned the first step in less than a day. That's impressive. Are you going to start the next step right now? Kensei praised Daichi's efforts and asked him. Thanks, Gramps, but I've only learned it. I'm going to master this first step, and only after that will I start on the next one. Daichi replied with a smile. Good choice, Kensei agreed with Daichi. Daichi looked at the skill and saw that it was up to level 51. Just as I thought. I learned how to pop the balloon, but I haven't mastered the technique yet. I want to get this to level 100 by the end of the night. Daichi decided to increase the intensity of the training. He stood up and went to take 2 balloons and then filled them up with water. Kensei was surprised at this move. Is he going to use both hands? Daichi now had 2 water balloons, 1 in each palm. He concentrated and began spinning his chakra. He slowly increased the directions of the rotations in both palms. His chakra drained rapidly, but he kept going. Daichi's concentration level was far greater than someone his age. As he increased the directions of his chakra, small bumps started forming on both the balloons. Almost there. He kept up the spin, and the balloon on the right side popped, but the balloon on the left remained without bursting. Daichi looked at the intact balloon. I was almost there. He let out several exhausted breaths as his chakra was almost depleted. Daichi put the intact water balloon down and started meditating. After half an hour, he resumed his training. Kensei watched Daichi push himself. This kid is relentless. Time flew by as Daichi trained the first step of the Rasengan. It was almost 8:30 in the night. Daichi was standing in his backyard panting. He struggled to take his breaths and both his hands were trembling. But Daichi was chuckling as he stood there surrounded by dozens of destroyed water balloons. In front of him were the stats of the chakra rotation skill. Several of his other chakra skills increased as well, but Daichi had his eyes on the one skill that currently mattered to him. Chakra rotation, active-passive. Effects, plus 200% increase in chakra movement and form. Plus 100% increase in chakra control. CP cost depends on the user. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 XP, plus 75 XP. Finally, it's done. I've mastered the first step. Daichi suddenly swayed on his feet, but Kensei appeared and steadied him. Well done, kid. Time for you to rest. He slowly took Daichi inside the house. As he walked into his home, he looked back at the destroyed balloons and then to the child in his arms in wonder. Incredible. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 78, Shape Transformation Training 2, Chapter 78 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Monday, you have slept in a bed. HP, CP, SP, and MP have been fully restored. Daichi opened his eyes and let out a small yawn. He stretched his hands and legs and got off the bed. All the pain I felt is gone. I feel good as new. Both mind and body. Thank you. Gamer ability. Daichi smirked as he got ready for the day. He thought about everything that happened during the Uchiha massacre and the speech the third Hokage gave the next day. After the Uchiha massacre, the Hokage held a village announcement the next day. It was to address what had happened, and he said some comforting words to reassure the people of their safety. The academy is also closed for the whole week. People are afraid of letting their children out of sight. I don't blame them. An entire clan was killed in a single night, and one of the strongest too. He must think a week would be enough to calm them down. There are also a lot more ninjas on patrol, a show of force for the villagers. Daichi put on some new clothes and got ready. This week, I'll be focusing on nothing but Rasengan training. I need to complete it quickly and then move on to the next tasks. Daichi then thought about the events and his mind wandered to two particular people. Ryo, I wonder how you must feel. You must miss them, huh? Sasuke, will you walk down the path of the Avenger, or will you choose a different road? As Daichi thought about those two, he was in a dilemma. Should I reveal her existence to him? After thinking about it for a while, Daichi made a decision. He went downstairs and saw Kensei sipping his morning tea. Good morning, Kensei greeted his grandson. Morning, Gramps. Daichi sat down and ate some breakfast. How are you feeling right now? Kensei asked the kid. Daichi raised an eyebrow at the question. Kensei elaborated on seeing Daichi's expression. You were pretty worn out. You've greatly exhausted your chakra by the time you were done yesterday. So, Daichi nodded as he heard Kensei. I'm good. I'm feeling much better. And I'm ready for the next step. I'll be spending the week on this training. Well, after I've had my morning workouts. Daichi quickly finished his breakfast and went to complete the daily tasks of the long-running quest. Kensei sighed as he had already predicted this. He sensed Daichi's chakra the moment he woke up. His chakra is fully recovered. I knew it. His body can heal and recover to peak form even after such intense chakra exertions after a single night's rest. I suppose I'll add that to the rest of the abnormalities of his body. And it's not just that. His chakra volume had grown again. Kensei thought back to their last fight. Even though he is only 8 years old, his physical strength and chakra level is almost equal to a high Chunin. I've had to use much more force than usual to even bruise him, and he hasn't even hit puberty yet. What kind of a beast would he be by the time he becomes a genin or he reaches 16? I can't see his limits. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Only time will tell, I suppose. The old ninja sighed and continued sipping his tea. Once he was done, he went to the porch and sat in silence. Daichi was going through his morning workouts. He thought about yesterday's gains. Got a new skill, and several of my chakra-related skills have gone up, not to mention the 5-point increase in my chakra stat. Now it's at 115. I have a feeling it will keep increasing as I complete this training. He completed the workout shortly after and then meditated. Daichi wanted to be in top form before starting the second step of the Rasengan. After half an hour of meditation, Daichi went to get the rubber balls. He took one and then stood in the middle of the backyard. He had a single rubber ball in his right hand and he let out a breath. Time to get started. Daichi concentrated his chakra into his palm and started rotating the energy. The rubber ball started to show small bulges here and there, but it didn't break. As Daichi focused more chakra into the ball, the bulges became more and more, but the ball still remained intact. A minute after he began, as he expected, a new notification box appeared. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously concentrating chakra to the palm of your hand and forcing more and more to flow, the skill Chakra Potency has been created. Chakra Potency, Active-Passive, LV01, a skill that helps the user master their chakra and use it more proficiently. This skill is one of several advanced chakra control techniques to help the user increase the size of their chakra volume and potency of their chakra. This skill also helps with controlling the size and range of a jutsu. Effects: plus 2% increase in chakra size and range, plus 0.1% increase in chakra potency and CP. CP cost depends on the user. Daichi read the details of the new skill. Chakra Potency, this skill increases the potency of my chakra and my chakra points. That's big. It looks like instead of control, this skill focuses on increasing the strength of my chakra. Makes sense. Daichi looked intently at the rubber ball. The academy is closed for 5 days and reopens next Monday, so that gives me a full week of training time. I have to complete this step and then the last part of the Rasengan in these 7 days. With a renewed determination, Daichi pushed forward. He gathered his chakra to the center of the palm and started rotating it. A few hours went by as he trained. The chakra potency skill increased little by little. He trained till his whole CP was down to single digits, and then he would meditate for an hour. His chakra stat point increased by 2 due to the intensity of the training. Sweat was pouring down Daichi's face as he concentrated on the ball in his hand. Come on. Come on. As he gritted his teeth and forced more chakra into his hand, the rubber ball bulged more and more, and then a light pop was heard. Skill chakra potency's level has risen by 1. Daichi was breathing hard as he looked at the result. It popped. He looked at the small hole in the ball. Well, it's a start. And the chakra potency skill has reached level 10. Not bad. Not bad at all for almost 4 hours of work. Kensei, who was quietly sitting on the porch reading a book, was also surprised when he heard the ball pop. He actually managed to do it. Amazing. Keep it up, kid. You got this in the bag. Daichi then noticed the growling sounds of his stomach and went to get something to eat. Once he had his fill, he quickly returned and began to meditate under the shade of the tree, and after his chakra was fully recovered, he resumed his training. The key is to increase the amount and use more chakra. Daichi resumed his training while Kensei narrowed his eyes and sensed Daichi's chakra. This training forces the chakra coils in the body to expend more chakra quickly and thus expand. This will increase the chakra reserves and the power of one's chakra. But anyone with insufficient chakra reserves would never be able to complete this training, even in a few months. And this type of training also puts an enormous strain on the body. After a while, you would be unable to move a finger, let alone keep training. Kensei kept looking at Daichi as he forced more chakra and tried to pop the ball. Anyone training this control technique would be in pain and completely exhausted. They would need to rest and recover. But this kid, he is able to recover his chakra and heal much faster than normal, especially when he meditates. I've heard that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had similar abilities. Able to recover chakra and heal quickly, but he was a freak of nature. And now, looking at Daichi and his speed of improvement, I have a feeling he'll one day be in the same league as the first Hokage. Daichi kept training till it was nightfall. Just like before, he took turns taking rest and then resuming his training. He was only able to increase the skill to level 32 by the time he was done. Pop! A loud sound resonated through the backyard of the house. Daichi fell to his knees and was breathing hard. His entire body shook as he took each breath. Damn, only level 32? I thought I would be able to complete this by now. Daichi looked at the last ball he burst open. The hole in it was much wider than the first one. It indicated the improvement in his skill, but Daichi wasn't satisfied with it. I need to do better. Daichi took several breaths and stood on shaky legs. Arg! He hissed in pain. My whole body feels like it's on fire. Do you need help? His grandfather asked him. Daichi shook his head. Determined to do it on his own, he took shaky steps into the house and went straight to his room. After cleaning himself up, he went straight to sleep. Tuesday. Ding! You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, SP, and MP have been fully restored. Daichi opened his eyes as he heard the notification sound of the system message. He got out of bed and got ready for the day. He quickly freshened up and went downstairs to get something to eat. Morning, Gramps! He greeted Kensei and quickly started eating. Kensei greeted him like normal, but he was amazed at Daichi's recovery ability. His chakra reserves are back to full capacity, and it doesn't seem like he's in any pain whatsoever. Incredible! To be able to heal with one sleep. This must be one of his abilities, like immunity to direct genjutsu attacks. I'm sure of it, but how? Is this some kind of new Kekkei Genkai ability? Or was he born with his body like this? I'm sure I'll find out one day. Kensei didn't address his thoughts as he knew he might not get an answer from Daichi. Kensei knew Daichi loved him, but he also knew Daichi wouldn't share his secrets. He knew the child had trust issues, but he didn't know what caused it. For the moment, he was content with how things were going between them. Daichi began the second step of the Rasengan training after he completed his workouts. He took the rubber ball and concentrated. As time went by, Daichi's progress increased. He also gained 2 stat points in chakra and was able to level up several chakra-related skills. Hours passed by as he pushed himself to complete this step. It was evening around 6. Daichi stood with several rubber balls around him. He took a new one and focused his chakra. He narrowed his eyes and concentrated as much as he could. His chakra was rushing to his hand with great force. The ball bulged more and became unstable. Boom! A loud blast sounded out through the area. Kensei, who was asleep, woke up with a startle. What the f... He then turned his attention to Daichi. The rubber ball exploded in Daichi's hands. There were small burn marks in his right palm, and it hurt, but he didn't mind. He had a huge smile on his face as he looked at the shredded pieces of the ball. Yes, I did it! His loud shout brought a smile to Kensei's face. Well done. You've exceeded my expectations. Now come on. You're done for the day. Time to get some rest. Daichi nodded and slowly went into the house. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 79, Shape Transformation Training. Final Chapter 79 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was in his room, meditating. He spent much longer than usual due to the mental fatigue he accumulated throughout the day. He wasn't at 100%, but the pain and trembling throughout his body subsided. Ha! He let out a breath and got up. He joined his grandfather as they ate their last meal for the day. I didn't think you'd successfully master it in such a short time. Even after all this time, Kensei was amazed at the talent Daichi displayed, and it was evident in his voice. Daichi nodded, but he didn't say much. What's wrong? You don't seem satisfied, Kensei asked the kid. Daichi took a few moments before he answered. It's just that I did learn the second step of the technique, but I'm nowhere near mastering it. Kensei quietly listened. Daichi gathered his thoughts and explained. I did make the rubber ball explode, but I had to concentrate hard and use up a lot of chakra. It took almost over a dozen seconds to make the ball blow up. Kensei nodded as he understood Daichi's intentions. So you want to reduce the time taken and refine your control over this step? Daichi nodded. Yeah. Right now my chakra potency skill is only at level 51. I have to get it to 100 before moving to the final step. But that's easier said than done. It's not just the time, but you have to increase your chakra reserves as well, Kensei said to the kid. Daichi looked at his grandfather. Kensei explained his thoughts. Only someone with above normal reserves would be able to properly use the Rasengan. To destroy the rubber ball, the person must have sufficient chakra reserves as well as have a strong chakra. So mastering the second step would definitely improve your chakra abilities. This kind of training forces your chakra coils to expand, and it increases the power of your chakra as well, giving an overall boost to your strength. Daichi nodded with the assessment. He rested and didn't continue training that day. Wednesday. Boom. It was nighttime and the sound of a rubber ball bursting was heard. Daichi fell on his hands and knees, gasping for air. He looked at the chakra potency skill. Level 60? That's it? I've only increased about 9 levels? Daichi then opened his stats and looked at the chakra stat. It looks like I was able to increase my chakra stat by another 4 points. Daichi tried to get up, but wobbled and fell down. He grunted in pain as his palm touched the hard soil. Daichi looked at his right hand. Chakra burns. It stings like hell, and my whole body feels like sharp needles prickling on my insides. Due to the intensity of the physical punishment Daichi put himself through, even the physical endurance skill increased in level a couple of times. Daichi laid on the ground, unable to move and in pain. At that moment, Kensei walked towards him. I would tell you to take it easy and not overdo it, but I know that's not your style, the old man said with a small smile. He then kneeled beside Daichi and extended his hands. What are you? Before Daichi could even finish the question, he saw the old man's palms lit up in green color, indicating the use of medical ninjutsu. Warm and cool chakra entered Daichi's body, numbing his pain. Ooh, wow, that feels so good. Daichi almost moaned as he felt the pain recede. Kensei focused on Daichi's hand and healed the burned skin. He then focused on the rest of the body. Daichi saw his HP increasing. He looked at the green chakra flowing into his body. Daichi wanted to learn medical ninjutsu, but due to the gamer's body, he didn't put much priority on it. But the last few days have changed his mind. Hey, Gramps, Daichi slowly called. Kensei looked at the kid sprawled on the ground. Let me guess, you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Kensei had a smirk on his face as he anticipated such a thing. Daichi pouted as he heard the teasing tone of his grandpa. Now you're just showing off. A couple more seconds later, Kensei let the green chakra flow die down and stood up. How do you feel? He asked. Much better, thanks. The academy student answered as he stood up. He looked at Kensei with a questioning look. So, can I? Kensei nodded. Yes. I know your wounds heal much faster than normal, but having some medical skill under your belt would be beneficial. But we'll begin your medical training next year. When your 4th academic year begins, I'll introduce you to someone I know. By that time, you'll have a much bigger chakra volume and perfect control. Daichi nodded and they went inside. Thursday. Kensei was watching Daichi blow up another rubber ball. He's getting better at that. The speed and power of the explosion is increasing. His chakra reserves are expanding at an incredible rate. It's as if his body is sensing the stress and limitations and adapting itself accordingly. Hey, Daichi suddenly called out to Kensei. What is it? How do I build up my chakra faster? Kensei thought about it for a couple of seconds and then gave the answer. Concentrate the chakra in your body into a tight spiral. This will help you familiarize the way your chakra moves and helps build up chakra reserves over time. Daichi nodded at that and got back to work. Kensei looked over to the second Daichi that was meditating under a tree. To think he would use shadow clones like that, it's actually brilliant. Daichi took a page out of Naruto's book and created clones at several intervals that rested and gathered chakra. The created clone meditated and kept himself in optimal shape. But Daichi, having his reserves halved, had to force every ounce of his chakra as he trained. But still, this method did help cut down the time needed to rest. Daichi started his training at dawn, and by late afternoon, he was able to increase the chakra potency skill level to 70. Boom! Another rubber ball blew up in Daichi's hands. Daichi let out a breath as he looked at the remains of the ball. He wasn't nearly as tired as before. The boy then looked at the clone and dispelled it. The chakra of the clone came back to Daichi and was ready to increase the difficulty. He now had no problems destroying the rubber balls with his chakra, but the skill only reached level 70. Daichi wanted to perfect the skill before moving on to the last step. This time, he took out 2 balls and held them in both hands. And just like he did with the first step, he wanted to blow up both balls at the same time. This refined his skill to perfection. Daichi continued training like that for the remainder of that day and the next. He got closer and closer to his goal, and it only motivated him to keep pushing himself. He endured chakra burns and severe body pains and chakra exhaustion, but he never stopped. With only 5 hours of sleep needed to be back to his best, Daichi pushed forward like a maniac. It was Friday night. Millions of stars lit up the sky. It was a magnificent view, and Daichi was laying sprawled on the ground, enjoying it. Chakra potency, active-passive, LV, max. Effects, plus 200% increase in chakra size and range, plus 10% increase in chakra potency and CP. CP cost depends on the user. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 XP. Plus 75 XP. Finally! It's done. Daichi had mastered the second step to perfection. The chakra potency skill was now leveled up to 100. He also gained another 6 points in chakra stat in the last 2 days, bringing his chakra points to 129. It wasn't the only stat to grow. The stamina and vitality stats also gained several points during the last week. After a few minutes, Daichi sat up and meditated. Once the fatigue left and his chakra was somewhat restored, he stood and went to a nearby giant rock. I remember Jiraiya showing Naruto how the Rasengan attack would look like after mastering the first 2 steps. Daichi stood in front of the rock and gathered chakra into his right palm. Within a second, a powerful torrent of chakra swirled into life and spun in Daichi's right hand. Without wasting a second, Daichi thrust his hand into the rock. The Rasengan made contact and blew a few chunks of the rock away. The rock didn't crumble, but it had a deep spiral groove etched into it, the mark of the incomplete Rasengan. Daichi looked at the results. It's similar to what Jiraiya shows Naruto. I've successfully mastered the first 2 steps. Took me 6 days to complete them, but now I'm ready. Time for the last one. Daichi then looked at clouds blocking the moonlight and the stars. Okay, maybe tomorrow. Saturday. Daichi blew air into a balloon and soon tied the end and held it in his hand. He remembered the principles of the first two steps, rotation and power, and now the final one, containment. Daichi began gathering chakra, and in seconds the empty balloon had bulges forming on its surface, and the next second it exploded. Need more control. He took another balloon and repeated the process. Each time the balloon exploded, Daichi felt that he was getting closer and closer to his target. After a couple more tries, a new skill appeared. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously concentrating chakra to the palm of your hand and trying to contain it, the skill Chakra Confinement has been created. Chakra Confinement, active-passive, ELV01, a skill that helps the user master their chakra and use it more proficiently. This skill is one of several advanced chakra control techniques to help the user control and confine their chakra to a specific area. Effects: plus 2% increase in chakra form, plus 2% increase in chakra control. CP cost depends on the user. Even though the third step was the most difficult, once Daichi got the hang of it, he was able to make quick progress. By late night, Daichi had leveled up the latest skill to 62, Sunday. It was Sunday. Daichi woke up early and got ready. He wanted to complete the last step today as the academy would resume classes tomorrow. Once the classes start, I wouldn't be able to dedicate my time to training like I had been this week. The moment Daichi began training the third step, he knew it would be a challenging task. Daichi took another balloon as the one in his hand popped. This is by far the most difficult step. Combining the previous two aspects is not easy. It's no wonder there are only a handful of people who can use the Rasengan. Daichi created several shadow clones to speed up the control training, and it helped. All of them used both hands and trained hard all day. It'll take too much time if I don't train like this. Since this part is all about the containment and control aspect of chakra, the shadow clones would be of great help. Each time a shadow clone made significant progress, Daichi dispelled them. To counteract the fatigue he got from the clones, Daichi had a couple clones meditate as well. The level of the skill was rising much faster as Daichi had perfected his previous chakra control exercises. Daichi also had the absolute chakra mastery skill working for him. It tremendously helped in speeding things up. Skill Chakra Confinement's level has risen by 1. Daichi didn't use shortcuts like Naruto, yet by dusk, he was able to level up the skill to max. Even though it was difficult at first and the most difficult step, Daichi managed to complete it in a single day. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 exp, plus 75 XP, Chakra Confinement, active-passive, LV, max. Effects: plus 200% increase in chakra form, plus 200% increase in chakra control. CP cost depends on the user. Daichi looked at the motionless balloon in his hand and grinned. The balloon didn't make a single ripple, indicating that Daichi had mastered the technique. He then let go of the technique and went to the nearby rock, the same rock that had the spiral pattern on it. Daichi held his hand and gathered his chakra. Within a second, a bright blue ball of swirling chakra came to life. Kensei, who was watching Daichi, was gobsmacked. That's the Rasengan. He did it. He actually did it. In a single week, he mastered what it took others months and even years to learn. Watching the blue ball of chakra in Daichi's hand, Kensei's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Daichi looked at the blue ball of chakra in glee and amazement. One of the most iconic jutsus in the world, and I'm holding it in my palm. Daichi was unable to hold back any longer. His eyes narrowed and he thrust the ball towards the rock. Rasengan! He excitedly shouted. Boom! The chakra ball completely crushed the giant rock as if it were brittle glass. Only a few small chunks of it survived. At that moment, he read several notifications that appeared. Daichi read the messages and his grin widened. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 80. Origin of a Teacher-Student Bond. Chapter 80 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was walking through the somewhat quiet streets of the Leaf Village. Even though a week had passed, the villagers were still reeling from the Uchiha incident. Daichi slightly shook his head as if to get rid of the memories of that incident. His mind then went to the messages he got last night. Not only did I get a new skill, with all the experience points I was able to level up to 38, there are 4 more years before my class graduates. If I decide to graduate with them, then I'll have plenty of time to master all the 5 chakra nature elements. But should I wait that long? Daichi let out a short sigh. I'll decide when the time comes. Before long, he reached the academy grounds. It didn't take long for him to reach his classroom. As Daichi entered the room, he saw some kids whispering and pointing towards Sasuke. He could somewhat hear their discussion. As Daichi looked at Sasuke, he thought about the question Kensei had asked him that morning. Flashback. Are you going to tell Sasuke Uchiha about the girl? Kensei asked the question as Daichi was about to leave for the academy. Daichi halted as he heard the question. He had been thinking about it for a while and made a choice. No. Right now, the only thing keeping Ryo safe is her anonymity. If I tell Sasuke, there is a chance he'll go and see her, and that would put her at risk. I'm not going to do that, Daichi replied. Kensei nodded after hearing him. It's your choice. Flashback end. Daichi looked at the brooding Uchiha sitting in the middle row looking out the window. It's also because I don't trust Sasuke. If things follow as it did in the story, then Sasuke will turn against the village. When that happens, his character is unpredictable. He might try to take her away from the village or try to kill her. He's not someone I can put my trust in. I wouldn't be able to turn him away from the path of vengeance. And he needs Orochimaru's training to prepare for the future enemies. Or does he? Daichi gave up on that line of thought. Problems for later. He took his seat in the back and leaned back in his chair. It wasn't long before Shikamaru, Kiba, Naruto, and the others arrived. You heard about what happened, didn't you? Shikamaru asked Daichi as he sat next to him. Yeah, and even after a week, the villagers are a bit tense. Daichi replied in a low voice. It's not surprising. Something like that has never happened before. My mom didn't even let me go out of the house for the first few days after it happened. Shikamaru didn't say anything more and laid his head on the desk to take a nap. Daichi noticed that Naruto was unexpectedly subdued. He quietly went to his seat and leaned back in his chair and just whistled. Perhaps he read the situation and felt that it was not the best time for antics. Or maybe he's just tired, and I'm reading too much into this. Iruka-sensei came and classes started. A few days passed and things somewhat returned to normal. Sasuke competed with Daichi at the academy, and Naruto resumed his pranks on Iruka. Daichi was focused on improving some of his current skills and leveling them up to 100. He decided he would start on the nature transformation chakra in a week. It was at this time another incident took place. It was Friday morning, and Daichi was on his way to the academy. As he reached the academy, he saw Shikamaru and Choji running towards him. Both of them quickly reached Daichi and were slightly out of breath. Daichi was surprised. What's got you two excited? He asked the two. He then noticed the serious expression on Shikamaru's face. What's wrong? It's Naruto. He went into the back hills, Shikamaru said. Daichi was confused. What? Why? Classes are about to start. It was Hibachi. He tricked Naruto into thinking you're there searching for some secret treasure and was looting the enemy ninjas' corpses. But seeing as you're here, it looks like Hibachi played a bad prank on Naruto, Shikamaru answered. What? Daichi's eyes narrowed as he listened. Yeah, we overheard them talking and saw Naruto taking off. We were on our way to the academy to tell Iruka-sensei, Choji replied. Daichi was momentarily confused, but then memories of a certain episode came to his mind. Fuck! Daichi's face immediately darkened. Both of you listen. You need to get to the academy quickly and tell Iruka-sensei what happened. I'm going after him. Wait, what? Without waiting to explain, Daichi bolted from there. He had explored most of the village areas several times over the last few years, so he knew how to get to the back hills. As Daichi was running through the streets, his mind went through certain memories. This incident must be the filler episode incident, the one with Iruka and those Taki ninjas. I thought since I changed some things in Naruto's life that it wouldn't happen. Looks like I was wrong. Is this the universe correcting itself? And this also confirms that fillers are real. And that Hibachi. How dare he use my name? I'll deal with him when I get back. Daichi increased his speed and quickly reached the hills. He stood for a moment and concentrated. He used the chakra sense skill. After a couple of seconds, found him. Daichi opened his eyes as he sensed the massive chakra of his friend. He quickly jumped and took to the trees. Within minutes, he saw Naruto and jumped down near him, startling the kid. Ah! What the? Daichi? Naruto fell on his butt, startled by Daichi's sudden landing. He quickly regained his composure and jumped up. Aha! I found you, Daichi sighed, hearing him. Idiot! I'm the one who found you. Hey, you find the secret treasure yet? Naruto excitedly asked. There is no secret treasure, and I wasn't even here. Hibachi tricked you. He did what? Naruto lowered his head, then clenched his fist. That bastard. I can't believe he did that. Yeah, now come on. We better get back to the academy. Naruto then looked at Daichi with a serious expression. Hey, you think it's true? What are you talking about? That there might be treasure hidden here? I heard that some enemy ninjas were fighting here in the forest a couple days ago. Want to go find it? Despite being tricked, Naruto had a smile on his face as he looked at Daichi and asked that question. Daichi had been keeping an eye on his surroundings and hadn't sensed any enemy chakra yet. He was about to decline and bring Naruto back, but stopped himself. He thought about the situation. The safest and most rational option is to bring this knucklehead back to the academy and let the ninjas handle the situation. But if the enemy ninja has stashed documents here, like in the story, then without anyone to intervene, the Taki ninjas might find it, and sensitive information could fall into enemy hands. On the other hand, if I decide to help him, then we can find the documents and quickly get out of here. If I remember correctly, then it was 3 Chunin-level Taki ninjas who were here. Based on what I remember, I won't die or even get hurt by weak people like them. But since my existence has changed things here, is there anything else that has changed? Does the butterfly effect still exist? Do they have reinforcement? Or this time, instead of Chunin, could it be Jonin? After thinking about it for a few more seconds, Daichi made a choice. The best and wisest course of action is to get out of here. Hey! Anyone home? Earth to Daichi. You there? Daichi saw an impatient Naruto with hands crossed and foot tapping on the ground. I'm sorry, Naruto, but we better leave. Classes have already started. Not to mention the troubles we'd be in if there are enemy ninjas here. Naruto had a downcast expression as he heard Daichi's answer. At that moment, a new quest appeared for Daichi. Damn it! Why system? Why? Daichi mentally screamed as he looked at the quest. Quest created, retrieve the documents. Successfully retrieve the documents stashed by the enemy spy and defeat your opponents. Rewards, 3000 XP. Reputation increases with Naruto, Iruka Umino, and Kakashi Harake. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kensei Yasagi. Failure, reputation decreases with everyone, except... Daichi looked at the quest details. I could refuse the quest, but those XP points, can't refuse that. Ugh. Daichi let out a long sigh. Fuck it. Daichi accepted the quest. Fine, let's search the place. Hearing Daichi answer, a wide smile spread on Naruto's face. Yes. He pumped his fists and screamed. But at that moment, someone else joined them. Iruka landed next to the 2 academy students. Thank God I found you 2. Iruka-sensei? Why are you here? Naruto frowned as he asked the question. Looking for the 2 of you? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is here right now? Naruto, it was foolish to come here for such a stupid reason. And Daichi, it was reckless following him here. The academy instructor admonished the kids. Daichi looked sheepish and replied, Sorry, sensei. Iruka let out a small breath. All right, you 2 back with me. No way, Naruto shouted. Naruto, you need to come with me to class. You don't even like me. You only want me there because it's convenient for you, Naruto shouted. Daichi noticed that Naruto's words had an impact on the Chunin. Iruka was taken aback by what the boy had said and looked down in sadness. He thought about everything that had happened with his parents on the night of the attack and his life since. He then remembered the reason why he became a teacher in the first place. A moment later, he looked at Naruto with a softer face. Naruto, I'm still taking you back to the academy. You too, Daichi. Follow me. Naruto, hearing this, suddenly had a mischievous grin. Daichi, seeing the look on Naruto's face, knew he was up to no good. Alright, plan B? Sexy jutsu. Naruto yelled, and quickly used the transformation jutsu. Smoke covered his body in an instant, and then he turned into a naked teenage girl version of himself wearing only bikinis. Gah! You little brat! A stunned Iruka fell down with a giant nosebleed. Ha! Grown-ups are so easy to fool. Naruto was laughing as he looked at his teacher. Daichi looked at the whole scene with utter bewilderment. Huh! He really fell down because of the nosebleed. I thought it was just some comic relief. Some things just don't make sense. Or maybe they're not meant to. Daichi shook his head and looked at the transformed Naruto. I don't get what the big deal is. It's just a bikini body, and I know it's Naruto. Feels kinda gross just thinking about it. A shiver ran up Daichi's spine. Naruto looked at the fallen Chunin and then to his friend, who was looking at him with a deadpan expression. You resisted my sexy jutsu. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The amazement in Naruto's voice was unmasked. Why do you sound so surprised? Don't think this dumbass jutsu will work on me. Come on, let's get out of here before he wakes up, Naruto said before running away from there. Daichi looked at the fallen Chunin teacher and sighed. He then followed Naruto deeper into the forest. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 81. Enemy Ninja Attacks. Chapter 81 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. 3 shadows swiftly moved through the trees of the back hills. They were searching everywhere their teammate had come in contact with inside the forest. We need to find those documents quickly. The one leading urged to the other 2. Itachi Uchiha killing the Uchiha clan has left the village severely weakened. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it this far. Our village superiors know this. It's why we were given this task. We need to complete it before the leaf gets back on its feet. The person led the 3-person squad and was thoroughly searching the forest. As they were searching the area, suddenly they heard some voices. Shh! Hear that? The 3 quietly went to investigate and found 2 children searching for something as well. Daichi and Naruto were looking through the woods. As they looked through the area, they came across a field littered with shuriken, kunai, and a couple of swords. There were burn marks on the woods indicating the use of fire jutsu, and the 2 could see some trees that were destroyed by what was most likely an explosive paper bomb. This must be the battlefield, so whatever is hidden has to be near here, Naruto exclaimed. Daichi looked at the area and nodded. He was keeping an eye on his surroundings as they searched. Getting caught unaware could be deadly. Daichi had learned this lesson in the dungeon on multiple occasions. As Naruto and Daichi looked around the place, he suddenly sensed 3 chakras slowly coming near them. Daichi didn't make any outward indication that he sensed their presence. Daichi used the chakra sense skill and tried to gauge his enemy discreetly. He also enhanced his sense of hearing and smell. To the world, Daichi was simply looking through the bushes, rocks, and trees, but he was secretly analyzing his soon-to-be opponents. 3 chakra signatures, moving from the east. I don't sense any other enemy signatures here, and I don't hear or smell anyone else other than the 3 and Naruto and Iruka in the forest. So this team is most probably the same as that in the story, and based on their chakra level, they won't be that much to handle. That's good. Hey Daichi, pick up the pace, you slowpoke. We got a lot of places to search. Naruto yelled from above the tree branches. He jumped and resumed his search elsewhere. Yes, boss. Daichi saluted in a mock style and calmly looked through the place. He wanted to make sure these 3 let their guard down around him. I already found the nest and saw the top of the kunai. If things happened the way they did, then the kunai containing the documents must be there. But I can't just walk up to the nest and retrieve it. It has to be Naruto. And also I need to test something. Since Daichi was openly helping with finding the documents, he wanted to minimize the risks. The Hokage wouldn't think twice about how he found the secret documents, but still, the cautious approach is the best one. Having Naruto retrieve the documents reduces the chances of any suspicion to 0. And not only that, if I have to engage the enemy ninjas in a fight, I can't let Naruto get involved, so he should be the one to hold on to the information. Daichi was making plans as to how to best neutralize the threats. Naruto was eagerly searching the place, but after 20 minutes had passed, he was starting to get tired. He searched for a few more minutes before sitting down on the ground tiredly. "Oh man, there's nothing here. What a waste of time," Naruto said dejectedly. "Sorry, Naruto. Maybe on our next adventure," Daichi said with a small smile. "Come on, look at the nest. Should I use mana manipulation on him?" At that moment, Naruto's stomach grumbled. Daichi was happy inside as he heard the kid's tummy rumble. Yes! Saved by hunger. Man, I'm so hungry. As Naruto looked around, he saw a nest on the tree branch. Well, we may not have treasure, but at least we'll get some fresh eggs. Naruto quickly climbed the tree and reached the nest. It was at that moment something shiny caught his eyes. Yes! He shouted with excitement. Daichi held in his smirk and quickly went near his friend. Look at that! You found it! Well done! Yeah! I was about to give up there for a minute. Naruto exclaimed as he looked at the weapon. He took and looked at it from different angles. What a weird-looking kunai. And it looks like there's something tied to it. Whatever it is, I bet it's important. Naruto was excited to share his findings with Daichi. As Daichi looked at the kunai, he also kept a close eye on the 3 chakra signatures. He could hear them speaking, and could hear someone ordering the other 2 to move. Daichi's eyes narrowed. They're coming. You got that right, kid. And they are more important than you know. So hand it over, and you can live to see tomorrow. 3 masked ninjas quickly appeared, and the one in the middle spoke to Naruto. Their faces and headband was covered, concealing their origin. No way. If it's important, then I'm definitely not giving it to you. Naruto was stubborn and looked unafraid. The one who spoke then looked at Daichi and spoke. Hey you! You look like a smart kid. Do you really want to die because of your friend's stubbornness? Either take it and give it to us or run away. Do that and we'll let you live. Daichi frowned at the arrogant tone in which it was said. He quietly looked at the 3 of them. Observe. Age 20 HP, 475 CP 40-35. A Chunin Kunoichi affiliated with the village hidden in the waterfalls. Hina is assigned as the team's healer for this mission. Primarily uses fire nature attacks. Capable in shuriken jutsu and some simple medical jutsu. Knowledgeable in herbs. Age 25, 4733 CP 4187. A Chunin Kunoichi affiliated with the village hidden in the waterfalls. Ichiko is assigned as the team captain for this mission. Primarily uses fire nature attacks. Capable in shuriken jutsu and swordsmanship. Has some experience infiltrating enemy lines. Akari, age 25 HP, 49902. CP 42 Kunoichi, affiliated with the village hidden in the waterfalls. Assigned as additional strength to the team. Primarily uses fire nature attacks. And capable in shuriken jutsu and swordsmanship. Daichi stayed silent and quickly read the information. To everyone else, he was looking at the 3 as if he had no cares in the world. Because of his sunglasses, they couldn't see his eyes, and his silence made the scene awkward for a few seconds. Hey kid, you deaf or an idiot? One of the 3 couldn't help but ask. He's probably petrified in fear facing real ninjas. You leaf kids, so pathetic. The 3 laughed, looking at the silent Daichi. Hey, you take that back. You don't know us. Naruto was angry after hearing their remarks. He was about to say more, but Daichi raised his hand and stopped him. He looked at the 3 and only uttered a few words. Bunch of fools. Although it was said in a soft tone, in the quiet forest, everyone heard it clearly. The 3 ninjas quickly became angry hearing him. What did you say, you brat? Let's just get rid of these 2 and get the documents. Yes, I agree. The 3 spies were getting ready to attack the 2 students. Daichi quickly looked at Naruto and said, Zeus formation. Naruto heard Daichi and smirked. He nodded, and both of them immediately took off into the forest. The 3 enemies quickly chased after them and started hurling shurikens at the 2. Both of them nimbly dodged the sharp throwing stars aimed their way. They lured the 3 into the trap-filled portion of the jungle. Naruto and Daichi had been through the back hills several times, so they were aware of the different traps that were hidden in the forest. Naruto smirked as he remembered the day his friend taught him a few code words in case of any troubles. Flashback. Daichi brought Naruto to an empty room in the academy. and told the kid he was going to teach him some code words, in case they were ever in trouble. Now I need you to pay attention, Naruto. Do I really need to remember this? Yes, so pay attention. Now the first one. If we are ever in trouble and the enemy is about to attack us, then the code for that is Zeus formation. Got it? Yes, so if we hear Zeus formation, then we attack the enemies before they attack us? Naruto asked in excitement. No, we run away. This code is there if the enemy outnumber us or is stronger than us. But I don't want to run, Naruto said with a pout. It's called a tactical retreat. We can try to lure them into a trap or just run to safety as fast as we can, depending on the situation. Now for the next one. How many are there? Just a couple. I'll tell you the rest later. Don't want to fry that small brain of yours, Daichi said with a smirk. Hey, flashback end. Both of them set off the hidden traps in the forest, hindering the three enemies. Naruto and Daichi quickly gained distance, and while they were running, Daichi created a shadow clone. Is that a solid clone? Naruto asked with amazement. Yep, he'll be a distraction when the time comes, Daichi replied. So I never got the chance to ask, who is Zeus? Naruto asked Daichi. I read in an old storybook that says Zeus was the god of the sky and ruler of thunder and lightning. The reason I gave that name to this code is to remember to run like lightning. Daichi replied, That's a dumb reasoning. You know, it's kinda lame giving the name of a god to a running away tactic. Naruto said with a small laugh. An invisible arrow hit Daichi's heart as he heard that. I can't believe I just got called dumb by Naruto of all people. Maybe I was just too bored to think up another cool name, Daichi replied with a sad smile. As both of them were jumping through the trees, Daichi sensed Iruka's chakra signature closing in on them. Within a few seconds, the teacher appeared in their view. He body flickered in front of them, and all of them came to a stop. You two, I found you at last, Iruka said with relief. We need to get going, Sensei. We have enemy ninjas after us, Daichi quickly said. What? Iruka's eyes widened. Daichi sensed the three catching up to them. Too late. The three ninjas quickly jumped down a few meters away from them. Iruka looked at the three ninjas. Most of their face was covered by a black cloth, but he knew the gear they used was not ones used by the Leaf Ninjas. You three, you're not from the Leaf Village. What's your purpose for entering the village without permission? Iruka asked them, like we'd tell our goals that easily. Hand over that blonde kid and walk away. As the three got ready and stood in a fighting stance, Daichi and his clone looked at each other and nodded. One of the Daichis looked at Iruka and Naruto and spoke in a low voice. Iruka-sensei, you can't fight all three of them while protecting us, so we need to retreat. When I drop the smoke bomb, I'll use my clone as a distraction, and we run as fast as we can. Iruka looked at the two Daichis and was impressed. He's right. I can't fight the three and protect both of them. It's best to leave here. Still, to think he can make shadow clones. He must be planning on using the clone to fight them and buy time while we escape. Not a bad plan. If we rush out of here, we can leave the forest and get some backup. Both of them nodded to the plan. Daichi immediately dropped a black ball and covered the area in black smoke. Daichi, Naruto, and Iruka ran out through the forest while another Daichi stayed behind. The three spies jumped out of the smoke and stood on a tall branch. They looked at the lone student standing in their way. You think a mere clone will stop us? How stupid. You will pay for delaying us. You two go after them. We can't let them out of this forest with those secrets. Understood. The other two ninjas were about to leave when several shuriken were coming towards all of them with precision. Evade! The team leader shouted. All three of them jumped and barely dodged the projectiles aimed at their vitals. We'll deal with this clone swiftly and then chase after them, one of them said. You're mistaken. The voice of Daichi suddenly interrupted them. What are you talking about? I'm not a clone. I'm the real deal. It's true that I did create a clone, but it's to distract them. They wouldn't have left if they knew I would stay behind to fight, so I used the clone as a distraction. A distraction for them, that is, Daichi said with a smirk. You brat. If that's true, then you're a bigger fool than I thought. Just because you joined the Ninja Academy, do you think you can take on real ninjas? How dumb. You will pay for your overconfidence. All three of them took out their swords and pointed them at Daichi. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 82. Show of Strength. Chapter 82 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi smirked, hearing their comments. Like I said before, a bunch of fools. This kid is getting on my nerves. The leader of the team was aggravated hearing the child. Daichi looked at the three nonchalantly. A cold smile grew on his face as he looked at them. Based on your outfits, I'd say you're not from the Leaf. And judging by your voice and the pheromones you give out, I'd say you're females. Ages approximately between 23 and 28. Based on your chakra level and shuriken jutsu skills, I'm guessing Chunin ranks. The enemy spies stiffened as they heard the child speak. Daichi looked at the three who were now cautious. He continued. You're not from the other great nations. I'm absolutely sure they wouldn't send amateurs like you three to infiltrate this village. Daichi smirked as he could see the signs of anger as they heard that. I also heard rumors that an enemy infiltrator died fighting here in the forest. A single enemy. And your timing here in the village. Less than 2 weeks after the Uchiha massacre. You wanted to take advantage of the temporary blind spot in the Leaf's security. So predictable. You're a lot smarter than you look, brat. Too bad. You could have lived if you had just walked away from the beginning. But now, we can't let you leave here alive after knowing about us. The leader who Daichi knew as Ichiko spoke. And just because you made a few deductions about us doesn't mean you know what we're capable of. Daichi smirked. Don't I? Assuming that person who died was your friend teammate, I'd say you guys are a 4-person squad from one of the minor villages, and I'd say you're the leader of the team. Daichi pointed to Ichika. He then pointed to the one his observation said was Hina. And you're the healer of the group, aren't you? I can smell the faint scents of several herbs on your fingers. And then there's your chakra. Based on what I sensed and the properties of your chakra, I can tell that you're all fire-style jutsus users. Daichi smirked as he finished. Daichi remembered one of the lessons his grandfather imparted onto him. Flashback. It was an evening day and Daichi and Kensei were having a shogi match. In a battle, attacking your enemy's mental state is just as important as attacking their body, Kensei said as he moved another piece on their shogi board. Daichi looked at the move his grandfather just made and cautiously chose his next step. You're talking about psychological warfare, aren't you? Yes! If you are able to unbalance your opponent, affect his mental state, no matter how big or small, it will have an effect on the battlefield. And sometimes that could be the deciding factor in a life or death battle. I see. Flashback end. Daichi looked at the three. Tell me, have I gotten anything wrong? The three spies couldn't believe that a child would be able to analyze them so quickly and with minimal interactions. They took the child in front of them much more seriously. No, you're right about everything. The leader took off her face clothes, revealing her face and headband. The other two followed. The village hidden in the waterfalls. Daichi said, looking at their headbands. That's right, you're smart. Much smarter than we gave you credit for. Letting you leave here will be a mistake. The leader Ichiko clenched her sword and got ready to attack. You have sensed killing intent. Daichi just smiled. He raised a single-hand seal and released the shadow clone. As the chakra and memories of the clone came, Daichi slightly grimaced. Yeesh! Naruto and Iruka are not happy with me. Need to find some way to pacify them after I'm done with these three. Daichi then focused his attention on the enemies in front of him. Make the first move, Daichi. Don't let them dictate the battle. Several shuriken appeared in Daichi's hands. The next instant, they flew at the three spies, aimed with precision. Dodge! Ichiko shouted, and the three were able to dodge most of the shuriken, but a few still struck them in non-vital areas. The three landed surrounding Daichi. All three of them were now wary of the child. The team captain, Ichiko, looked at the child in horror. The speed and strength with which those shuriken came. If we were even a second late in dodging, we'd be dead right now. I was wrong. This kid is definitely not some weakling academy student. The team healer Hina looked at her wounds and then the wounds on her teammates. Her heart was pounding in her chest. All the injuries seemed non-lethal, but it was only luck that we escaped with such minor wounds. Those shuriken were aimed at our vitals. This child, he was aiming to kill. The last member of the team, Akari, looked at Daichi with newfound caution and slight fear. His shuriken jutsu skills show that he's fought with other highly trained ninjas before. The skills and the deadly precision, he was looking to kill us. There is no way he's an academy student. With revealing their secrets and unbalancing them mentally, and with just one show of force, Daichi put pressure on the 3 enemy kunoichis. You have sensed killing intent. Attack! The team captain Ichiko gave the order and rushed towards Daichi with her sword aimed at his head. The other 2 followed suit. 3 of them rushed towards Daichi as fast as they could, but to Daichi they were painfully slow. He was on alert and looked at the 3 coming. His face showed no signs of distress. Why am I not feeling any fear? These 3, even though I'm outnumbered and they intend to kill me, I don't sense any threat from them. My heart is beating normally, and I'm so calm. It's as if my body isn't registering them as a threat. Is it because they're pitifully weak? Or have I gotten that strong? Daichi sidestepped and evaded the sword swings with minimal effort. He continued dodging the slashes while keeping the same bored expression on his face, which only infuriated the enemies. After dodging a few more swings, Daichi suddenly disappeared from their view. What? Where'd he go? The 3 looked around and after a few seconds found Daichi sitting on a branch looking down at them. Who are you? There is no way you're an academy student. What are you? Some kind of secret jonin? The leader Ichiko shouted at Daichi. No, I am a student at the academy, 3rd year now. Daichi said with a smile. Bullshit, like I'd believe that. She didn't speak anymore and quickly threw several shuriken at Daichi. The other 2 attacked as well. Almost 24 shurikens flew at Daichi. He smirked and took 2 shuriken and aimed them at the weapons coming at him. The 2 shurikens launched by Daichi hit the ones in the front and changed its path, striking the others, and starting a chain reaction. In moments all the shuriken were hit and their paths slightly changed and struck the trees surrounding Daichi, and none even got close to him. The eyes of the 3 ninjas widened as they saw the scene. No way. He was able to deflect all of them with just 2 shuriken of his own? The ninja Akari's eyes widened as she saw what just happened. At that moment, a certain memory and an image of a child came to her mind. Several years ago, she was attending her Chunin exam, and she saw a child several years younger than her, participating. At first, she felt pity and contempt, but after seeing his skills throughout the exams, she felt fear towards him. She also remembered the cold, remorseless eyes of the child as he defeated his enemies with ease. The child's skills, name, and image was forever imprinted on her mind, a child she vowed to never go up against. Akari looked at Daichi with renewed fear. Sweat rolled down her face as she looked up in horror and remembered the memories of her Chunin exam. This child, his shuriken jutsu skill, his speed and strength, and that cold expression, he reminds me of Itachi Uchiha. There is no mistaking it. This child, he's just like him. Captain, forget about the mission. We need to leave now. Akari shouted toward Ichiko. What? The team captain couldn't believe her ears. She wants us to leave? Sure, this kid has some skills, but is she that afraid of a child? Akari looked at Daichi in fear. I have to tell the village superiors. They have to know there's another monster hiding in the Leaf Village. You think you can come and go as you please? What exactly do you take the Leaf Village for? None of you are going anywhere except back to the village under custody. Daichi said as he heard the words. He jumped down and looked at the 3. They instantly got ready for the second round of battle. I've seen your shuriken jutsu skills. Now let's see how good you 3 are at taijutsu. Daichi disappeared the next second after saying those words. Where'd he go? As Ichiko looked left and right, she felt a blow striking her back. She was sent flying forward and her sword fell out of her grasp. Akari and Hina turned around and tried to slash Daichi. He evaded the sword strikes and chopped at their wrists holding the swords. The 2 were forced to let go of their weapons, and Daichi quickly sent the swords flying away from them. You're both Chunin, aren't you? Let's see how good your hand-to-hand combat skills are. Daichi attacked the 2 enemy ninjas. Both of them struggled to defend themselves, let alone land an attack on Daichi. Daichi was holding back by a wide margin. He was analyzing their fighting style and came to the conclusion that they were weak in taijutsu skills. Even though they have higher levels than me, their strength is far below mine. So this is why I didn't feel any sense of danger from them. These three, they're just pitifully weak. I've seen enough. Daichi sent 2 powerful blows, and it sent the 2 flying, and they leaned near their captain. All of them were in pain and struggling to get up. I'm only going to say this once. Surrender now and come quietly. Daichi's tone showed no indication that he felt any mercy for them. The 3 stood on shaky legs and looked at the boy in front of them. Ichiko spoke in a low voice. We can't let him take us. He's strong in taijutsu and shuriken jutsu, so he must not be very good in ninjutsu. We have to use synergy jutsu to finish him. Use everything you've got to finish him. Then we'll leave. The 2 besides her nodded. What they didn't realize is that Daichi heard every word. Amateurs! You want to fight me in ninjutsu? Go ahead. The 3 ninjas from the hidden waterfall village weaved several signs. Synergy jutsu, fire style, fire dragon jutsu. They converted their chakra to fire and spit it out. The 3 chakra combined to form a single large fire dragon, and it headed straight for Daichi. Seeing the fire dragon coming for him, Daichi's hands went through several seals as well. Earth style, mud wall. A strong wall of earth immediately rose from the ground and stood tall. It was several meters tall and over 2 meters wide. The giant, powerful wall took the full force of the fire dragon attack, and a second later there was an explosion. A couple of seconds later, the winds blew and the smoke cleared, and the enemy spies saw that the giant wall was still there. Aside from a few scorch marks on the wall, there was no other indication that it had been attacked. No way. Their eyes widened looking at him. We can't beat him. Let's get out of here while he's distracted. Ichiko said, and as she turned around to leave, she saw Daichi a few feet in front of her. She froze as she looked at the smiling child. The other 2 were also petrified seeing him. Sup, Daichi greeted them. He disappeared and struck their pressure points. Within a second, all 3 of them fell on the ground unconscious. Daichi looked at the 3 bodies on the ground, and then looked up to a certain tree. How long are you going to hide there and watch me like a creep? Daichi asked the unknown person who was watching everything that had happened. Seconds later, a figure stepped out of the shadows. A ninja with spiky silver hair and left eye covered with his forehead protector and wearing the standard leaf jonin flak jacket stood on the branch looking down at Daichi. Both of them stared at each other and didn't say a word. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 83, Meeting the Copycat Ninja. Chapter 83 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi looked at the jonin standing on the tree and internally smirked. He was sure that man was there since the beginning of the skirmish. Daichi could have ended the fight with the 3 Chunin spies in seconds, but he wanted to put on a show for his hidden spectator. The reason was that Daichi wanted to cement his strength early on. He thought about the moment when he sensed the man lurking in the shadows. Flashback. Daichi threw his shurikens and watched the 3 ninjas clumsily dodge them. They luckily were able to avoid lethal strikes to their bodies, but were still wounded. Daichi could see the fear spreading on their faces. As Daichi was focused on the 3 in front of him, he was also keeping an eye out for anyone else that might be there. Based on my memories, Kakashi should be here by now, but I can't sense his chakra, nor can I smell or hear him. Daichi then had an idea in mind. He used Mana Scout, and the moment he used it and expanded the range, he sensed the presence of a powerful mind. One which belonged to someone of Jonin-level strength. I knew it! Kakashi is here. But for how long? I'm guessing probably since before I threw the shurikens. And he was hiding his presence. So that's why I couldn't detect him earlier. The fact that he is only observing means he wants to know what I'm capable of, and then everything that happened here will be reported to the Hokage. I need to make a solid impression. Flashback end. Observe. Of course I can't see his level, so that means he's even stronger than the old man? No, I'm not so sure about that. My observe showed that Kensei's level regressed due to the injuries he received in the war. But he has a ton of battle experience. If he and Kakashi fought, I'm pretty sure the old man would come out on top. Daichi then sighed and relaxed his posture. Since a Jonin is here, I don't have to interfere with this matter anymore. I'm sure you can take these three back to the village. The silver-haired ninja tilted his head as if he was curious. What makes you think I'm a Jonin, and that too from the leaf? I could be an enemy in disguise. Daichi had a small smile when he heard that question. I can sense your chakra level along with its distinctive nature, lightning chakra nature, but also has a strong earth nature as well. You got two natures going for you. So I'm pretty sure you're a Jonin, and I'm certain my fight with these three had drawn the attention of the patrolling ninjas. I have no doubt they'll be here in less than a minute. If you were someone from another village, you would have either attacked me as soon as possible, or left without alerting your presence to me, so... The ninja put his hands in his pocket and leaned against the trunk of the tree. He looked at the kid below. He's smart. What's your name, kid? He asked. Daichi Hekima. Yours? You're a smart kid. Find out for yourself. With those words, the ninja jumped down and looked at the three unconscious spies, and once he confirmed they were alive, he took an orange book from his pocket and started reading it, completely ignoring Daichi. Daichi's sweat dropped as he saw the iconic comic scene. He let out a small sigh. He hasn't changed from the show. That's a good thing, I guess. I better get going. Look, I need to get back to Iruka-sensei and Naruto. I'm sure they're pissed off with the stunt I pulled, so if you don't mind, I'll take my leave. Daichi said and waited for a response, but other than a small grunt, he didn't get anything from Kakashi. Daichi left the place and headed back to the academy. Kakashi watched the child's disappearing form from the corner of his eyes. I've only seen one other person with such shuriken jutsu skills and strength at his age. Itachi Uchiha. And based on what I've seen today, I have a feeling this kid's talent is on the same level as Itachi's. Who is this child? Shortly afterwards, several patrolling ninjas appeared, and they took the three spies into custody. Kakashi then quickly made his way to the Hokage's office. The Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was stamping away at the documents as usual. With the removal of Danzo from power and the loss of the Uchiha military force, his workload had increased significantly. Lord Hokage, Kakashi Hatake is here to see you, his secretary informed him. Send him in. Sarutobi looked up from the papers and saw Kakashi casually walking in with his usual book in his hands. Kakashi then closed the book and greeted his Kage. Lord Hokage. What brings you here, Kakashi? A couple of things. First, we found the teammates of the enemy spy that infiltrated a week ago. They are currently incapacitated and being taken to the interrogation rooms. Good work bringing them in, Kakashi. Ibiki will get everything we need from those three. Yeah, that's the second thing. I'm not the one who dealt with them. It was a student in the academy named Daichi Hekima. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he heard the name. Daichi? What was he doing fighting enemy ninjas? Tell me everything. Yes, sir. Kakashi began reporting even from his point of view. Flashback. Kakashi was running through the tree and headed for the back hills as fast as he could. He met Shikamaru and Choji earlier, while they were roaming outside the academy, and heard what had happened. He instructed them to head back to the academy and left for the hills. There is a possibility that enemies could be lurking there. If that's the case, then Iruka won't be able to keep the children safe while fighting them. I need to get there before anything happens. Kakashi entered the forest and was able to track their location. He neared Iruka and the two students, and before he could reveal himself, he heard one of the students mention that they were a shadow clone. Kakashi could see the surprise and then anger forming on Iruka and Naruto's face. But he didn't stick around to find out what happened next. Kakashi silently leapt through the trees and headed in the direction Iruka and his group were running from. That reckless kid. He's going to get himself killed. He then sensed the presence of several people ahead. He quickly landed on a nearby tree and hid. What are you talking about? Kakashi heard the spy asking the boy. So that's the kid, huh? I'm not a clone. I'm the real deal. It's true that I did create a clone, but it's to distract them. They wouldn't have left if they knew I would stay behind to fight. So, I used the clone as a distraction. A distraction for them, that is. Kakashi could see the smirk forming on the child's face as he said those words. Kakashi was good at reading one's body language. He saw no presence of fear or anxiousness on the child's face. Originally, he was going to intervene, but he was curious as to what made the child think he could take 3 ninjas on his own. You brat. If that's true, then you're a bigger fool than I thought. Just because you joined the Ninja Academy, do you think you can take on real ninjas? How dumb. You will pay for your overconfidence. Kakashi saw the 3 spies aiming their swords at the child. He had to agree with what they said. Sadly, I have to agree. Learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu is impressive at his age, but all it shows is that his chakra level is a bit larger than his peers. These 3 look like they're Chunins. Even if they were on the weaker side of the Chunin rank, taking 3 of them alone will be difficult for anyone below High Chunin or Jonin rank. Kakashi saw the child smirk. Like I said before, a bunch of fools. He then listened as the child analyzed the 3 ninjas in front of him. As Kakashi listened, he became more and more impressed with the boys' analytical skills. From just one interaction, he was able to deduce their age, gender, rank, and even the nature of their chakra. He was also able to analyze their team structure, pinpointing the leader and the healer of the group. All right. Maybe this kid has some skill after all. Kakashi watched the 3 spies take off their face masks. The hidden waterfall village. What is Hisan thinking? Sending spies to infiltrate the village at a time like this? He must know there will be repercussions to this. Kakashi decided that he would watch the fight and only intervene if the life of the child was in danger. He wanted to see where the boy's confidence came from. He then saw Daichi forming a seal and sensed a spike in his chakra. He must have released his shadow clone. What he saw next impressed him. Kakashi watched the kid send shurikens with deadly precision, wounding them. He saw the fear appearing on the enemy's faces. He watched Daichi dodge their sword swings with ease. He looked on as the kid disappeared and reappeared on top of a nearby tree. He's toying with them. He's also a lot faster and stronger than he looks. He looked on as Daichi then engaged the 3 in taijutsu. He saw the kid dismantling their abysmal defenses with practiced ease. He's had some serious training. Whoever he is, his skills are far beyond that of an academy student. Kakashi then saw the 3 getting ready to use ninjutsu. He was about to intervene, but he stayed put when he saw Daichi making hand seals as well. A giant wall quickly sprung out of the ground, protecting the kid from the attack. The speed with which his chakra responded and created that earth wall, and the strength of the wall itself. Except for a few scorch marks, there's no indication it had been attacked. The speed and strength of his chakra. It resembles someone who's trained in shape manipulation exercises. I'm sure of it. He then watched the kid incapacitate the 3 by striking the back of their necks. What surprised Kakashi the most was when the boy turned to face his direction. How long are you going to hide there and watch me like a creep? He knows I'm here? Seems there's no point in hiding myself. Kakashi stepped forward from the shadows. I made sure to hide my presence. To think I would be made by an academy student. Either I'm getting sloppy and made a mistake, or this kid has some exceptional senses. I'm betting it's the latter. Since a Jonin is here, I don't have to interfere with this matter anymore. I'm sure you can take these 3 back to the village. The child spoke. What makes you think I'm a Jonin, and that too from the leaf? I could be an enemy in disguise. Kakashi wanted to see if he could glean any more information on the child's abilities. As Daichi laid out his explanation, Kakashi came to a conclusion. To even pick out a person's chakra nature with such accuracy, he must have a powerful sensory ability, and his intelligence and observational skills. This child, he's smart. What's your name, kid? Kakashi asked the child. Daichi Hakima. Yours? You're a smart kid. Find out for yourself. Kakashi saw the slight twitch in the kid's eyes. He slightly smirked under his mask at being able to irritate the boy. Flashback end. After that, he left. Kakashi completed his verbal report. The Hokage leaned back in his chair. I see. After a few seconds, Hiruzen made a decision. He made a hand gesture, and a second later, the Anbu and guards hidden in the room left without a word. Daichi is one of the most talented students currently in the academy. He's at the top of his class, and if these were wartime circumstances, then he would have graduated long ago. And you were not mistaken in your observation of his skills. He's been training in shape manipulation technique, and based on what you said, I'm assuming he's completed it. Sir? Kakashi, what I'm about to tell you next is information about Daichi not known to others except his grandfather. Kakashi realized the seriousness of the situation and paid close attention to the Hokage's words. Shortly after the academy exams last month, Daichi's teacher approached me with the proposal to move Daichi up a grade. I had a talk with the boy afterwards about it, and what I learned at that time startled me. His skills have already grown beyond that of academy students, and he was preparing to train in change and chakra form, and then nature transformations. But such training for someone his age? Is he ready? Kakashi asked with some doubts. I had my doubts as well, but he understood the risks, and he showed me he was ready. Despite his talents, I wanted him to stay with his classmates due to his close friendship with Naruto. So I said he could collect a favor from me if he stayed with his class. Daichi agreed, and the favor he asked truly surprised me. Hiruzen stood up from his chair and went to the windows of the room. He looked at the people below, and a moment later he continued. He asked me for instructions on how to master the Rasengan. Kakashi's eyes widened. What? Hiruzen nodded. Yes. Apparently, when his grandfather was away on some trip, he went through his jutsu library and found some mentioning on the Rasengan. Just a few basic notes from what I understand. But Daichi was able to accurately figure out the secrets of the Rasengan with just the information on those notes. He figured out that mastering the Rasengan is a shortcut to mastering one's change in chakra form. I have no doubt that with time he would have been able to learn the Rasengan even without my help. So I made the choice to give him the steps for learning Minato's jutsu. Kakashi couldn't believe his ears. Lord Hokage, no offense, but are you sure that was wise? He's just a kid. If someone learns about the secrets of that jutsu, then... I'm aware of the risks, Kakashi. I haven't grown senile yet. It was a calculated move. He's growing too strong, too fast. I needed to make sure he formed some strong loyalties to the village. It's one of the reasons I wanted him to stay with his peers. And this way I can keep tabs on his progress. I thought I had an understanding of his talents, but it seems I've underestimated him again. Hiruzen then turned to look at Kakashi. Even though it's only been a few weeks since I told him how to perform the Rasengan, I have no doubt that he's already learned the technique. I'm sure of it. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. But that's... incredible and frightening. Such talent is indeed amazing and yet fearsome at the same time. Hiruzen then looked back outside and saw Iruka, Daichi, and Naruto entering the tower. They're here. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 84, The Rasengan Chapter 84 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi ended his conversation with Kakashi and left. He headed straight for Naruto and Iruka-sensei. Naruto's chakra is like a beacon for any competent sensor ninja. Even in this large forest, it's easy to find him. Within a minute, he reached his classmate and teacher. Iruka was relieved to see his student come back unharmed. Daichi, you're safe. Are you hurt anywhere? You're back. Naruto ran up to him and gave him a tight hug. Daichi chuckled and pried Naruto off of him. Yes, I'm here, and I'm fine, you guys. You worry too much. Confirming that Daichi was uninjured, Iruka started grilling him for the stunt he pulled. What were you thinking? You could have gotten hurt or worse. Yeah, what's the big deal? I thought you would escape with us. Naruto also questioned him. Calm down. They would have defeated the clone easily, and I knew you two wouldn't agree to me staying behind, Daichi said with a calm tone. Iruka narrowed his eyes. So you decided to lie to us? Technically, I didn't lie. I said I'd use my clone as a distraction, but I never said they were the ones who'll be distracted, the boy said with a sheepish expression. You could have gotten hurt, Daichi. If you had intended to fight them, then I could have helped. I had it handled, Sensei. The boy let out a small sigh. I figured the documents Naruto found were important, since they were willing to attack us for it. And if all of us had stayed, then there was a chance they would have used us against you. He continued. Besides, my clone told you that he sensed a Jonin was nearby. I'm sure he would have saved my life if anything had happened. Who was it? Naruto asked curiously. Daichi shrugged. Don't know. He had silver spiky hair and wore a face mask that covered everything except one eye. Iruka's eyes slightly widened as he heard that description. Kakashi? He was here? The academy instructor pinched his nose and let out a long, tired breath. Let's go to the Hokage's office. We need to report this matter. Naruto, Daichi, and Iruka entered the Hokage's chamber shortly after they reached the tower. Gramps! Naruto greeted the Hokage. Lord Hokage? Iruka and Daichi also quickly greeted their Kage. Hiruzen looked at the two kids in the room. He had a warm smile on his face as he addressed them. So what troubles have you two gotten yourselves into this time? He asked, smiling. Naruto excitedly recalled everything that happened, from how he was tricked to Daichi finding him, to Iruka showing up, and then escaping the three enemy ninjas, and finally finding out about Daichi's clone, and then anxiously waiting for him. Hiruzen patiently listened to everything, and now had a clearer understanding of what had happened. He looked at Daichi. What you did was reckless. But since you're here safe and sound, I won't speak on the matter any further. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Daichi slightly bowed and said nothing else. Hiruzen then asked Naruto for the kunai he found in the forest. Naruto gave the weapon to the Hokage. The old Kage untied the document from the weapon, and his eyes slightly widened as he looked at the contents. Confidential information on the patrol routes and number of guards. If this had gotten out, it would have caused me quite a headache. Seems this little adventure of theirs yielded some really positive results. This is secret information regarding the security of the village. If it had gotten out, then it would have created a lot of problems. Good work finding and bringing this back, you two. Hiruzen smiled at the kids. Thanks, Gramps. Naruto grinned as listened to the Kage's praise. At that moment, a quest completion notification popped up in front of Daichi. He mentally closed the blue message box and stood still without making the slightest move. All right, Iruka. Naruto, you two are dismissed. Daichi, a moment. Hiruzen looked at Daichi after he dismissed the two. Gramps. Naruto slightly whined, thinking his friend might be in trouble. Don't worry, Naruto. Daichi will be along shortly. I just need his report on what happened with the three enemies. Go on. Hiruzen smiled as Naruto left the room. As Iruka was leaving the room, Hiruzen spoke up. Iruka, wait outside. I need a word after this. Yes, sir. Iruka bowed and left the room. The door closed, and Daichi stood in attention as the Hokage's gaze focused on him. Hiruzen had a small smile on his face as he looked at the upcoming prodigy of the academy. A grandfatherly smile that would have many drop their guards around him. I know I said I wouldn't speak of the matter, but I have to know. You stayed behind to fight them alone. Why? He asked calmly. Iruka-sensei loves teaching. He really cares about us, his students, so I knew he wouldn't have let me fight them no matter what. And he wouldn't have been able to defend himself and protect us if he fought. Not that I needed much protection. And if we had engaged, then there was a possibility that Naruto would have gotten caught in the crossfire. And I figured those documents were pretty important, so I couldn't let them get their hands on that. A clone wouldn't have done the job, and I was sure I could handle them and come out unscathed. That's why I stayed behind, Daichi replied. Hiruzen smiled for a few seconds hearing the response. An apt answer, certainly enough to fool young Naruto and Iruka. Then the smile vanished from his face. Now why don't you tell me the real reason? Daichi was slightly startled. He saw through me. I guess he wouldn't have made a competent Hokage if he couldn't see through people's bullshit. Have to give him credit for that. Too bad this perception doesn't extend to Danzo. Lying to him is pointless now, and I would only jeopardize a useful relationship if I do. Best come clean then. Due to the gamer's mind, Daichi kept his composure. The academy student let out a small breath and rubbed the back of his head. Gramps may not agree, but you and him are really alike. I can't get away with anything with that old man either. It's kind of annoying sometimes, Daichi said with a small, sheepish smile. When you've lived for as long as we have, you learn a lot of things. Hiruzen nodded and replied. Daichi then turned serious. I didn't lie altogether. I really didn't want Naruto or Iruka-sensei to get hurt. But that's not the whole thing. The truth is, I wanted to fight them, on my own with no help or outside interference. Why? The only person I've been sparring with, and I mean really sparring with, is the old man Kensei. I know he was a jonin before he retired, and I have a rough estimate of my strength because of our fights. But I wanted to see for myself where I stand in the real world. Those three were the perfect opportunity. You could say that I was selfish and got excited at the prospect of a fight, and I wanted to fight them myself without anyone's help. Daichi let out a small breath as he was done with his explanation. Hiruzen nodded. He then smiled at the boy. In our world, we're surrounded by people who lie and cheat for a living. You'd be surprised at how far honesty could get you sometimes. Daichi tilted his head. You're not angry. I didn't tell you everything? Hiruzen shook his head. No. I would have been disappointed if you had still lied, but everyone is entitled to their secrets. As long as it doesn't cause harm to the village, I don't mind. I understand, Lord Hokage. Daichi slightly bowed. I almost forgot to ask. How far have you come along with the Rasengan? Hiruzen was looking forward to the results. I mastered the jutsu. Daichi replied with a straight face. I'm impressed that you learned the jutsu so quickly. Daichi shook his head after hearing the Kage. Hiruzen was confused at that. I didn't just learn it. I completely mastered the jutsu. Hiruzen was shocked when he heard that. Learning the Rasengan was hard enough, but it was only the beginning. Mastering it would also take several more months. He was somewhat skeptical. Show me, Daichi nodded and brought up both hands. In a single second, a perfect Rasengan formed on each palm. Hiruzen and the hidden Kakashi were shocked when they saw this. The old Kage was quick to analyze the blue swirling balls of chakra in Daichi's palms. He created them together, and in an instant, the speed with which the Rasengan formed and the countless chakra nodes spinning inside it, it shows his perfect chakra control. It must be even higher than most medic ninjas. And he created the Rasengan on both his hands. It shows his chakra volume. And then there's the power I can feel emanating from them. He completely mastered the second stage. The size and shape are the same as when Minato completely mastered the jutsu. And if he hadn't mastered the third step to perfection, then it wouldn't keep its shape perfectly like this. Impossible. How did he do it so quickly? How long did it take you to master this, Daichi? Hiruzen asked while trying to keep his emotions neutral. Daichi let go of the two swirling orbs of chakra. A week? Well, technically 8 days, Daichi said nonchalantly. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he heard it. 8 days? It only took him 8 days to learn and master the jutsu? I began training the Rasengan a couple days after the Uchiha incident. With the academy shut down, I had the whole week to train non-stop. Daichi looked and understood the Hokage's reaction. It was a jutsu that required months to master. Him completing it in a week would be a shock to anyone who knew the secrets and specifics of the technique. Hiruzen looked at Daichi with renewed focus. This is insane. I keep underestimating his talent. If he could master change in chakra form so quickly, then it stands to reason that he could master the change in chakra nature just as fast. Coupled with Kensei's training, by the time he graduates the academy, he'll be as strong as a jonin. This boy could become a great asset to the Leaf if guided correctly, or he could become one of the most dangerous enemies of the village. His path is unclear. Now more than ever, I need him to form bonds with the village. Hopefully, Naruto and his classmates will be able to accomplish just that. You've certainly exceeded my expectations. I take it you're going to start on the change in chakra nature training. Hiruzen asked just to confirm. Yes, sir. I was planning on starting with earth and then fire. I intend to master these two elements by this time next year. Daichi revealed a small part of his training plan. I see. Do you know what your chakra affinity is? Hiruzen asked the boy. Earth. A powerful element indeed. Hiruzen got up from his chair and headed for the nearby shelf. He opened a small portion and took out 2 scrolls. He locked the cabinet and then gave the scrolls to Daichi. I did tell you that I would give you some change in chakra nature techniques if you learned the Rasengan quickly, These 2 scrolls contain nature transformation training techniques for fire and earth elements. It also has some of my personal notes, so make sure to keep them safe and locked up, and use them wisely. Daichi received the scrolls with a wide smile. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded. Shortly after, Hiruzen dismissed Daichi, and he was looking out the window as the hidden Jonin in the room appeared behind him. Do you now understand, Kakashi? Yes, his talent is indeed frightening. To master Minato-sensei's jutsu in a week, it's absurd and should be impossible, and yet he did it. I've seen his skills firsthand, and now I'm almost positive that he's just as much of a genius as Itachi or Minato-sensei. Kakashi could spot talent a mile away. And when he looked at Daichi, he saw an ocean of untapped potential. Hiruzen didn't say anything about Kakashi's assessment. I have a feeling we're still underestimating his talent. There is a possibility that he could be a genius beyond even Minato. It also means there's a possibility that the village would have someone who would one day possess even greater strengths than the 4th. Whether that's a boon or a nightmare, only time will tell. I need to keep an eye on him. And under no circumstances can I get Danzo anywhere near the boy. That's just a recipe for disaster. Danzo may be keeping his head down for now, but if he finds out about Daichi, finds out what the boy is really capable of, then he would stop at nothing to get to him. And if Daichi becomes Danzo's subordinate, I don't even want to think about that scenario. Kakashi, keep an eye on that kid, but make sure you're discreet, Hiruzen said with a hardened tone. Yes, sir. I understand. Kakashi nodded and disappeared. Hiruzen looked out the window and looked at the Hokage monument. One of the hardest choices a Kage has to make is to question and surveil their own shinobi, even when they have done nothing wrong. Hiruzen let out a long breath and returned to his seat. He then called back Iruka. The academy instructor came and gave a report on what had happened, and after a while, he left the office, leaving the old Kage to his thoughts. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 85, Fear. A powerful motivator and deterrent. Chapter 85 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi quickly reached the academy. By the time the whole ordeal with the enemy ninjas was over, it was already noon. When he reached the academy, the students were on their lunch break. Daichi quickly found Naruto and the others sitting in their usual spot under a tree in the corner of the academy grounds. We then gave the information to the Hokage, and I quickly came here. Daichi heard Naruto describing the tail end of the incident to his friends. As he got near the group, Kiba noticed Daichi and greeted him. Daichi, you're back! Arf! Kiba's exclamation drew everyone's attention from Naruto to Daichi. Most of them had an awed expression on their face as they looked at Daichi. Hey guys, I see Naruto here has filled you all in on the details. Daichi sat down under the shade. Are you all right, Daichi? Did you get hurt fighting them? Ino's worried tone was evident in the question. She got near him and checked him for any wounds. I'm fine, Ino, don't worry. Daichi smiled, but inwardly he was troubled. I'm not sure how to deal with this predicament. Should I tell Ino that I'm not interested? That would definitely hurt her, and it could affect my friendship with her and probably others. For the moment, I'll let things be like this. After graduation, we won't have time for things like this, not until after. Daichi slightly shook his head as if to rid of the future memories of the war and events that's to come. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm good, Ino. Really. Daichi said with a wide smile, reassuring the Yamanaka girl. Hey Daichi, can I ask you something? Shikamaru looked at Daichi with an unusually serious demeanor. What is it? Why did you stay with us? The question confused Daichi and everyone else. What are you talking about, Shikamaru? Naruto asked the young Nara. Shikamaru ignored Naruto's question and focused on Daichi. I'm sure Daikoku-sensei saw just how strong you are during your last taijutsu spar with Sasuke, and now you've proven that you can defeat adult ninjas. Where are you going with this, Shikamaru? Daichi asked. I'm certain Daikoku-sensei must have informed the Hokage of your strength, and he most certainly would have recommended you for advancing a grade and going higher. I thought for sure you would have taken that chance and you'd be in the grade above us. It's the logical thing to do. But you're here. Why? Shikamaru wanted to know why someone like Daichi, who prioritized training and getting stronger over everything else, wouldn't make use of such an opportunity and get ahead. Why does that matter? Yeah, what gives Shikamaru? Ino and Naruto were indignant at the question. Some others, like Sakura and Shino, looked at Daichi and waited for an answer. The rest were curious but didn't care either way. They all knew Daichi's goal and were curious to hear his answer, though. Daichi smiled as he heard the question. Would you believe me if I told you that I wanted to stay among my few friends? No. Try again. Shikamaru crossed his arms and gazed at the boy. You don't have to answer him, Daichi. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Ino glared at Shikamaru for putting Daichi in such a spot. It's okay, Ino. He just wanted to know. It's no big deal. Daichi sat down and gently petted Akamaru, who was lying near him. Yes, it's true. The Hokage asked me if I wanted to jump ahead and skip a year, but I didn't take the offer. Daichi took a moment before he continued. I didn't lie, you know. Aside from you guys, I don't have anyone here I can call my friends. If I had skipped a grade, then I'd be kind of lonely and I would have to make some new friends all over again, and in your words, that would be such a drag. But as you've probably guessed, that's not the whole reason I stayed. Daichi looked at everyone, and he turned serious. The reason I stayed is to buy some time for myself. The moment I put on the leaf headband, I'd be walking into danger on every single mission. If I'm not prepared, then there's a great possibility that I could die. Being strong here in the academy doesn't mean much out in the real world, so I need as much time as I can get before I start on that dangerous path. That's why I stayed. Yeesh, you're being too grim, Daichi. You're going to be fine. We all are, Naruto said with a slight smile. Daichi looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. There were many things he wanted to say to the blonde boy, but he refrained from speaking them. Instead, he wanted to see if he could get Naruto to understand the dangers of the world and start taking his training more seriously. Itachi Uchiha massacred the entire Uchiha clan except Sasuke in a single night. Nobody thought something like that could happen. Someone killing scores of people inside the village and then getting away with it. So what makes you so sure that we'd be safe outside the protection of these walls? Naruto's smile dimmed, and he didn't have an answer for that. The first Hokage created this village to stop conflicts, but instead it created great wars. 3 of them have already ravaged the lands and people, and there will be a 4th one in our lifetime. Not to mention the countless dangerous missions we'd be going on after we become genin. If we're not prepared, we will die. Or we'll have to watch the people we care about bleed to death in our arms. I'm going to make sure I'm ready to face those days when they come. Daichi's speech turned the mood solemn. Shikamaru looked at Daichi and then sat down without saying a word. Seeing that he spoiled their mood for lunch, Daichi decided to take a walk. I'm gonna head to the library. Need to check some things out. Daichi walked away before anyone could say anything. He thought about the things he said. It's true, the Rasengan wasn't the only thing that affected my decision to stay. I need to make sure I'm as strong as possible when I become a genin. I still have much to learn. Most of my choices since I was reborn here are because of my fear. My greatest fear. Fear of death. I know it's inevitable, but I don't want to die before my time, like... Daichi let out a long sigh. He didn't want to remember the final day of his past life. As Daichi turned around a corner, he saw Hibachi with his 2 friends. Daichi narrowed his eyes as he saw the class bully laughing without a care. There was no one around, and Daichi made a choice. He walked towards them. One of Hibachi's friends saw Daichi coming and pointed to him. Daichi, what do you want? Hibachi asked him in a nervous tone. Daichi didn't say a word to him. Instead, he looked to the other 2 near him. Daichi released a bit of killing intent. Even though it was only a fraction, the 3 became terrified. I'm only going to say this once. Get lost. Daichi looked at the 2 and spoke. Without wasting time, Hibachi's 2 friends scrambled from the place. You... what are you? Before he could even complete the question, Daichi placed his right hand on the boy's shoulder. Daichi had a menacing tone as he spoke. I could say something like, If you do this again, I'll kill you or something. But you and I both know that won't happen." Hibachi was petrified as he felt the killing intent and the chilling sound of Daichi's voice. The grip on his shoulder tightened, to the point it was beginning to hurt. "What I'm going to say is this. If you do something like this again, I'm not going to kill you, Hibachi. I'm going to break you, not your body. No, I'm going to break your mind. In ways you couldn't fathom. In ways not even the best Yamanaka will be able to put you back together. And by the time I'm done, you'd be nothing more than a living corpse. And if you had even a piece of yourself intact, then you'd spend every second wishing for death." Daichi slightly increased his killing intent to get his point across. Tears, snot, and sweat fell down Hibachi's face. He had never experienced such a terrifying feeling before. He was totally petrified and couldn't even move or say anything. Daichi let go of his killing intent. Nod if you understand. The moment the intent was lifted, Hibachi gasped for air and then frantically nodded. Daichi didn't say a word and kept looking at him for a few more seconds. He let go and took his hand off the boy's shoulder. "Get lost." Hibachi ran like a bat out of hell from the area. "Che!" As Daichi was about to leave, someone else spoke up. That was a little harsh, don't you think? Daichi was startled and swiftly whirled around while he took a kunai in his hand. It took a second later for him to recognize the voice and then the face of the person that spoke. Daichi saw Kakashi reading his usual orange book with the same laid-back expression. Daichi held in a breath he didn't even know in his chest. "Shit, is he following me? I didn't even sense him. Was that really necessary? What you did to that boy?" Kakashi asked while keeping his eyes fixed on his book. Daichi slightly relaxed and put his kunai back in his pouch. He then answered, "He used my name and sent Naruto into a place he knew could have enemies. Naruto could have died there. I'm not someone against harmless pranks, but this was anything but. So yes, this was necessary, and I didn't hurt him. I just needed to put the fear of God in him. I'm sure he won't pull something like that again." Why are you following me?" Daichi asked Kakashi after a few seconds of silence. "You're mistaken. I wasn't following you." "Oh, really? Then you're here because—" At that, Kakashi looked at Daichi and then put on his iconic eye smile. "I just got lost, on the road of life." Daichi's eyes widened and his jaw dropped at that line. "You—" The Jonin chuckled at Daichi's incredulous face. Before Daichi could say anything, Kakashi vanished from his view. Daichi stood there with a slack-jawed face. "I can't believe that just happened." Daichi shook his head and regained his composure. He didn't see a notification that said reputation decreased with Kakashi, so he concluded that Kakashi wasn't necessarily against what just happened. He checked the nearby area and found no trace of Kakashi. He's really gone this time. With that, Daichi left the place and went back to his classroom. Kakashi was outside the academy grounds and walked down the streets. He thought about what he had learned about the kid. Kakashi silently followed him and heard him speak to his friends and heard the reason he stayed behind. As someone who fought in the Third World War, he could agree with Daichi's reasoning. Kakashi tensed when Daichi released his killing intent, but he wanted to see what the child would do. He was impressed with the tactic used, at least for a child who hasn't left the academy. There was also a reason he revealed himself to Daichi. He wanted to know if the kid had sensed him and was just ignoring him, or if he was able to evade Daichi's senses this time. And watching Daichi's genuine reaction, Kakashi found the answer. It seems after the battle and around his friends, he let his guard down. And it looks like his sensing ability is not something that automatically activates. It seems like he'll have to consciously search to find chakra signatures like most. Kakashi closed the book and put it back in his pocket. He recalled the information in the boy's file and everything he learned a few minutes ago. "I think I'm starting to have a better understanding of you, Daichi Hekima." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 86, Legendary Ninjas. Chapter 86 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Classes were over for the day, and Daichi decided to return home quickly. As much as he liked spending time with his few friends, he was much more invested in getting stronger. On his way back, he opened his status page. Name Daichi Hekima Gamer, class student, age, title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, dungeon warrior, executioner. Level 38, 6023, 388895. HP 6946, CP 7962, 75 SP 6957, MP 4360. Primary stats: Strength 101, Vitality 105, Dexterity 101, Agility 101, Intelligence 113, Chakra 130, Wisdom 101. Special stats sense: 81, Stamina 103, Indomitable 14, Charisma 40, Persistence 15, Dignity, Luck. Stat points: 406, Ryo 6435A2. Based on the information I gathered from observing other ninjas, my chakra level is at normal Chunin level, but that's not going to be enough. For someone my age, it's impressive, but compared to people like Naruto, this amount of chakra is abysmal. Daichi looked at the stats, and then his eyes fell to the points he had saved up till now. I have 406 points. If I don't use them now to increase my chakra reserves, it won't help me speed up the nature transformation training. It took Naruto several hundred clones training for over an hour to master the first stage, and I have only a fraction of his chakra. I must increase my chakra points. Before long, he reached his home. Kensei was near the garden admiring its beauty when he sensed Daichi entering the house. "You really are a magnet for trouble, aren't you?" The old man had a smirk on his face as he looked at his grandson. "You heard? Hiruzen informed me of what happened, and what he gave you after." Daichi nodded and was about to go inside, but Kensei's next words stopped him. "Be careful who you trust, Daichi." Daichi nodded. "I know, Gramps. I'm well aware that the Hokage agreed to help me with my training only because he wants to keep an eye on me. I'll be careful." "As long as you understand." Daichi went to his room and freshened up. He opened his status page again and decided to add 30 points to his chakra stat. Chakra 130, the 160, stat points 376. Wow. Daichi immediately felt his chakra reserves expand. It was not painful, but it was still somewhat an uncomfortable feeling. It only lasted a few seconds. Daichi took several breaths of air and he felt like he was on adrenaline. He could feel the chakra flowing throughout his body. This is truly incredible. He quickly checked his HP, CP, and SP. H33, CP 14. 327572. Wonderful. Now my chakra is on the low end of the Jonin level. With this much, I'll be able to increase my shadow clone use. Daichi opened the brown scroll that contained the training for the earth element. He read the information on it a couple times, even though he memorized it on his first try. From the show, I know 2 steps to the change in chakra nature training. In the case of wind, the first step was to cut the leaf in half, and the second is to cut off a waterfall. It seems based on this, the training for the earth element is going to be similar. Daichi placed the scroll on the table and went near his window. Even though it was evening, Daichi had no intention of not training. He recalled the information on the scroll he just read. The change in chakra nature of the earth element. The first step is to use my chakra to crumble a leaf to dust. Seems similar to the wind chakra training. Instead of cutting, I'm using chakra to turn the leaf into mostly dirt and earth and have it crumble. The second step is to split the waterfall. But since earth is stronger than water, this step will be easier when compared to the other elements. But in the scroll, some personal notes of the Hokage indicate that there is another higher step for those who mastered these first 2 steps. However, it's not given here. I wonder what that might be. Wasting no more time, Daichi went downstairs and to his backyard. Kensei looked at Daichi in understanding. He knew Daichi was not one to push things to the next day. "So you're going to start your training right now, I see." "Yeah, no point in delaying it." He went near a tree and plucked several leaves. "You're starting with earth nature, aren't you?" Daichi nodded. He then asked Kensei about the hidden third step to the training. "After cutting the waterfall, is there another advanced step beyond that?" Kensei tilted his head curiously. "Why do you ask?" The Hokage had made some mentions of an advanced step beyond the waterfall cutting, but he didn't clearly specify it. Kensei narrowed his eyes when he heard it. That sly son of a bitch. He knows the kid will want to perfect his control, so he's banking on Daichi coming to him for advice. A slow but effective way to cultivate trust and thus form a relationship with the target. Hiruzen can be cunning when he wants to be. And people say Danzo is the one who emulates Tobirama Senju the most out of the two. Kensei knew how cunning and pragmatic Hiruzen could be. He didn't want Daichi to feel like he owed the man anything. And luckily, he also knew the answer to the question Daichi was asking. Yes, it's true. There is another step beyond the training with the waterfall. There is one for each element, but it's different for each one. The reason most people don't train the third step is because, one, this knowledge isn't common. Most jonin know the first two steps, but only a few know about the one beyond that. The second reason is mastering the first two is difficult enough, and once they are mastered, you'd have enough control over your chakra nature that you wouldn't bother with the last one. Because the third step is on an entirely different level of difficulty than the first two, so most give up. Do you know anyone who could have trained and mastered the third step? Not just for earth nature, but the other natures as well. Daichi wanted to know if there were people currently alive who had absolute mastery over the 5 main chakra natures. I do, but I'm not sure knowing their names would help you, Kensei replied cryptically. Daichi raised an eyebrow in confusion at that. There are 6 people throughout history that have mastered the most advanced step of change in chakra nature. At least they are the 6 that I know of. Daichi was listening with rapt attention. Seeing Daichi's focused gaze, Kensei smiled. For the water element, there were 2 people who completed the third step. Our first and second Hokages, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. What? Daichi was surprised. Okay, this is new information about them. I'm pretty sure this wasn't in the story. Yes. The second Hokage Tobirama Senju could pull water out of the atmosphere and create powerful techniques. He didn't need a water source to use A and S rank water-style jutsus. He had an extremely powerful water affinity, but that was only part of his strength. It was because he completed the third step that he was able to achieve such mastery of the water element. Of course, he had mastery of other chakra natures too, but they weren't nearly as strong as his water nature. Wow, amazing. So that's how he was able to create such strong water-style jutsus. Kensei knew he had Daichi's undivided attention now and kept going. Now, the first Hokage used wood-style ninjutsu. He was able to combine earth and water and use his chakra to create and use wood-style. But since neither his descendants nor any other Senju showed powers of wood-style ability, it was concluded that it was a genetic mutation that was special to him. His talent and power was beyond even his younger brother. He mastered earth and water nature to their highest point. Not to use them individually, he could of course, but he mainly trained them to help increase the strength of his wood-style ninjutsu. Daichi was learning information not shown in the show, and he was hearing first-hand accounts of the strength of the men who are now hailed as legends. Have you seen him? In battle, I mean. Daichi asked with great curiosity. Kensei nodded to the question. Yes, and it's something I'll never forget. Trust me when I say this, Daichi, you couldn't even begin to comprehend his power. His chakra level, jutsu, healing, they were all in an entirely different league. He earned the title God of Ninja, and he deserved it. None could match him. Well, except one anyway. Daichi partially agreed with that assessment. Old man, I know what you're talking about. If he's anything like in the story, then I agree that he was an absolute beast. But I plan on reaching and surpassing him. It may not be anytime soon, but I will. One day. Kensei continued. Now Hashirama had a rival, the only person who could match his strength and force him to go all out, Madara Uchiha. As he said the words, his face turned slightly grim. Just like the first Hokage, Madara was leagues ahead of others. His skill and talent was immense, but he had a falling out and left the village shortly after it was founded. Now Madara mainly used fire-style jutsus. Just like the first and second Hokage, he mastered an advanced step beyond the waterfall training and used it to increase the strength and power of his fire-style jutsus. As Daichi heard this, images of Madara unleashing his fire-style jutsu on the allied shinobi forces came to his mind. His mastery of fire nature was second to none. There was a nickname for Madara Uchiha amongst us. Madara of the Inferno style. Damn, that sounds badass, Daichi unknowingly exclaimed. Kensei chuckled at that. Yes, I suppose it does sound badass, doesn't it? He was a man who was born for war and destruction. You have no idea how right you are, old man. Daichi thought to himself. Kensei had a sad smile as he thought about the events that happened after Madara Uchiha left the village. A couple seconds later, Kensei continued. All right, moving on. The 3 people I mentioned above are ones who I know for certain have mastered the 3rd step. The next 3 are just speculations based on their strength and the ability of their jutsu. Daichi nodded. Now the next person is someone who completely mastered the lightning nature transformation. The 3rd Raikage? Now all the Raikage are quite proficient in using lightning nature, but the 3rd was even more capable at using it than others. The reason was, he had a heavenly blessed body which could withstand all kinds of punishments. His chakra level was also comparable to Kensei stopped himself. He didn't want Daichi to know about the tailed beasts yet, so he quickly corrected himself. Well, let's just say he had chakra reserves that could match an army. He's someone who most probably mastered the 3rd step of lightning nature. Because of that, his control over the lightning nature increased, and coupled with his abilities, he's known as the strongest Raikage in history. His nickname, the one who possessed the ultimate shield and spear. Now the last 2 are both Tsuchikage. The 2nd and 3rd, Daichi. Do you know what Keketota is? Kensei asked his grandson. Daichi nodded. It's a combination of more than 2 chakra natures, something even more rare than Kekkei Genkai. Kensei nodded. Yes, a combination of 3 elements to be precise. Both the 2nd and 3rd Tsuchikage were able to use something called dust release. It's a combination of wind, fire, and earth nature. But based on what we've learned, the 3rd and 2nd are not blood-related, so it's not something that's genetically passed down. Based on this and the abilities displayed by them, we've come to the conclusion that to perform dust release, one must master either 2 or 3 elements of the 3 used in the jutsu. It's most likely 2, because mastering 3 elements to such a degree seems unlikely. One of them would definitely be earth. What makes you say that? The 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki is someone who is also known as Onoki of both scales. The reason for this title is that he's someone who can increase or decrease the weight of an object without affecting its shape or mass. He can manipulate the weight to both scales, plus or minus. He uses this technique to fly too. Or at least, that's our theory. Someone without absolute mastery of Earth Chakra nature wouldn't be able to accomplish this. And without mastery of one more, creating the dust release jutsu seems unlikely. Daichi crossed his arms and had a pensive look. So the only person who is currently alive who has mastered the 3rd step is the 3rd Tsuchikage. Unfortunately, yes. Of the 6 people I mentioned, 5 are dead, and the last one is the leader of a village that is not on friendly terms with the Leaf. I told you that learning the names wouldn't be of any help. Kensei agreed and spoke. Why didn't the 3rd Hokage learn it as well? Daichi asked. Kensei had a serious expression as he answered. Daichi. This is one of the most difficult things in the world to master. Its difficulty makes the Rasengan look easy. Hiruzen was focused on learning more and increasing his knowledge and arsenal. If he had focused on that singular aspect and trained, then I have no doubt he would have accomplished it. I may not like the man, but I have to admit that much. Kensei wanted Daichi to know just how difficult of a task mastering the final step was. Daichi. For the moment, I want you to forget about the 3rd step. Focus on completing the first 2, then try and master the other elements. After that, if you are still interested, then you can begin training in the 3rd step. Understood? Daichi nodded. Yes, sir. Good, let's begin. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 87, Nature Transformation. Earth Chapter 87 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi sat down under the tree and looked at the leaf in his hand. He then looked up at Kensei. Any advice, Gramps? Kensei thought about it for a few seconds and then replied. Every element is unique. For earth, the goal is to turn the leaf into earth to the point it crumbles. When you're focusing your chakra, I want you to combine your chakra. Instead of spreading it out, combine it and harden your chakra. You've used several types of earth jutsu, so you know what your earth nature chakra would feel like. Concentrate on that. Daichi nodded and placed the leaf between both palms. He remembered how his chakra nature changed and felt when he used earth jutsu. He concentrated and focused his chakra into the leaf. He kept up his concentration and continuously poured chakra into the leaf. After a minute, he heard the familiar sound of the system message notification. Daichi opened his eyes and looked at the leaf. A tiny portion of the tip of the leaf had turned to earth. He smiled and then looked at the new skill he got. A new skill is created with a specific action. Earth, leaf crumbling technique. Active-passive, Level 1, an Earth Chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to a leaf to turn it into dirt. A basic technique to help the user increase the strength of their Earth Nature Chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill Earth Affinity. Effects: 1% increase in Earth Chakra control. CP cost: 30 sec. Interesting. So this skill increases my Earth Affinity skill too, huh? Makes sense now that I think about it. I thought there would be more effects to this skill. Daichi then mentally opened the skill page and went through the skill list until he found what he was looking for. Earth Affinity, Active-Passive, LV24. Earth Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Tiger Hand Seal. At higher levels, the user can control the several minerals saturating the earth. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Primary affinity of the player. Effects: 48% increase in Earth Attack Jutsu, 48% increase in Earth Defense Jutsu, 40% increase in success when creating Earth-style Jutsu, 20% decrease in chakra cost when using Earth-style Jutsu. So training the leaf control technique increases this skill, which in turn increases the power of my Earth nature. You already picked it up, I see. That's impressive. But it will still take a while for you to master it. Kensei sat down on the porch and watched his adopted grandson train. Daichi agreed with that statement. I know. Even with my speed, it will take a long time if I go like this. But fortunately, I have a shortcut, he said with a grin. Kensei raised an eyebrow at that. Daichi made the hand seals for the Shadow Clone Jutsu and created 4 clones. One went to mediate a little ways away from the group. The other 3, along with Daichi, picked up a leaf and started training. Kensei's eyes widened as he saw this. To think his chakra had already grown to such a point. To create 4 clones and have them train, impressive. The chakra of the Shadow Clone will return to the user when it is dispelled. And along with it, the memories and experiences. Since he uses 3 clones, then his training time will be reduced by 3 as well. This is an ingenious training method. But thinking about it, there is also a risk to this type of training. Along with the experience, he will also feel their combined fatigue. Of that, I'm sure. It will push him to his limits. At that moment, Kensei looked at the clone meditating, and his eyes widened in realization. He knows? He figured out the drawback and created a countermeasure. He's using his clone to combat the fatigue as well. And after fighting him, I can say that his body and mind are abnormally strong. Seems he knows what he's doing. Kensei didn't say a word and was content with watching Daichi practice. Daichi's control over his chakra was far superior than anyone currently in the village. He also had the skill Absolute Chakra Mastery to aid him. Daichi was making slow but steady progress with the technique. He trained until a little after midnight before deciding to rest. Skill Earth. Leaf Crumbling Techniques level has risen by 1. X12. Skill Earth Affinities level has risen by 1. X2 Daichi then looked at the clones and had them dispelled one by one with a few minutes of interval between them. As the experience and fatigue came, Daichi wobbled and fell to his knees. His eyes clenched shut as if he was in pain, but it only lasted for a couple seconds. +1 stamina. Daichi looked at the stat point he just got. Unexpected, but not unwelcome. He was breathing hard and then dispelled the last clone. The one that was meditating, and it rejuvenated Daichi by a small margin. Skill Meditates level has risen by 1. He took the leaf he trained last and showed it to his grandfather. A small portion of the leaf was missing and the edge was covered in dirt. You're progressing faster than I expected. Still, don't overdo it and strain yourself. Daichi nodded. You didn't have to stay up with me, you know. Don't take me for an old man who has a bedtime and needs to be tucked in, you brat. Daichi smirked at that response. Thank you. Kensei merely nodded. Come on, let's get something to eat. I'm starving. Daichi created 4 shadow clones and trained the Earth Nature Control technique. While he was in class, instead of training, he would try and meditate. He didn't want the class to see him exhausted and out of breath while doing nothing. Combined with his clones, he would spend over a total of 50 hours a day training. Several of his skills improved along with his Earth affinity, and his stamina, vitality, and chakra stats also gained some points. Several days went by with the same routine, but Daichi does take a single-day break every 5 days or so to mentally recharge himself. With his gamer ability, he could train every day without any problems, but Daichi didn't want to do that. Even he had some limits. Daichi meditated most of the time, and Shikamaru noticed Daichi's odd behavior. The young Nara narrowed his eyes as he saw Daichi crossed-legged and meditating during the lunchtime. Strange, is he meditating? For a guy who spends every free second reading or training, this is surely strange. He's doing nothing except meditating. He's doing it in class too. Wait, I heard that meditation improves chakra control. Could that be it? Is he doing a chakra control exercise? It wasn't just Shikamaru who noticed Daichi's behavior. Naruto and the others also took note of Daichi's new behavior. The future Rookie 8 was having their lunch and were chatting about one thing or another. Suddenly, Naruto and Kiba came up with an idea to prank Daichi. Hey, what if we throw a water balloon at him? Do you think he'll be able to catch it? Naruto asked with a devilish grin. Probably. But if we do it when he's not expecting it, then we might be able to get him. You guys better not go disturb Daichi with your stupid pranks. Ino narrowed her eyes at the two. Come on, Ino. It'll be fun. Besides, I bet if his clothes got wet, you'd be able to take a closer look at his body. Don't you want that? Naruto said with a teasing grin. Ino was flustered hearing that. Her cheeks went red as she imagined that scene. Yes, and no. I mean no. She vehemently shook her head. Naruto, you're gonna pay for that. Ino yelled at the whiskered boy, embarrassed. I can't believe you got her. Here. Kiba handed a candy to Naruto, who happily took and ate it. You tricked me, the blonde Yamanaka realized. We made a bet, and I won. You're so easy to fool when you're angry. Ha-ha. Naruto and Kiba laughed at Ino's furious face. Why you? Just as she was about to walk over to the two and give them a piece of her mind, Shikamaru spoke up. He had an unusually serious demeanor. Hinata! He looked at the Hyuga girl. Yes, Shikamaru? Can you use your Byakugan? Shikamaru asked her. Yes, but not for long. Hinata answered meekly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and focused on Shikamaru. He then turned his attention to Daichi, who was meditating on the other end of the academy ground. I need you to use your Byakugan on Daichi right now. Hinata was hesitant to use her visual power to spy on a classmate. What? No way. Hinata, don't do it. Ino protested. I just need her to confirm something for me, Ino. No way, I won't allow it. Seeing Ino's adamant refusal, Shikamaru gave up. What a drag. He let out a sigh. Why do you want Hinata to use her Byaku? Whatever. Naruto asked in confusion. Hinata's entire head turned red as she heard Naruto talk about her. I have a feeling he's doing a lot more than just sitting around. I think he's training. What, really? You believe he's doing chakra control training. Why? Because meditation helps strengthen the mind and thus the spiritual aspect of chakra. Shino spoke up. Gah! Naruto and Kiba were slightly startled. Forgot he was even here. Naruto then got excited. Hey, Hinata, can you really tell if he's training with your eyes? He asked the blushing girl. Hinata, not having any words, simply nodded her head. Come on, can you do it? Please. Naruto looked at her with a big smile. Absolutely not, Naruto. Ino was against the idea of another girl peeking at her crush, but Hinata, unable to resist Naruto's charm and plea, made a hand sign to activate her eyes and looked at Daichi. A second later, shock was evident on her face. No way. Everyone seeing Hinata's reaction got extremely curious. Well, don't leave us in suspense now. Ino slightly yelled at the girl. He's molding his chakra at the center of his belly and then running it throughout his body. And Daichi's chakra is increasing at a steady rate and it's in perfect harmony, Hinata said. What do you mean? Shikamaru asked. His mental energy and physical energy are in perfect harmony, and his control over his chakra, I don't know how to say it except it's perfect. It's even beyond anything I've ever seen. Not a single ounce of his chakra is being wasted. Not even my father has such precise control over his chakra network. Shikamaru thought about what Hinata just said. He then asked her, how large is his chakra? His chakra reserves are huge. I've only seen adult ninjas with his chakra volume. And his chakra coils, they're much bigger than the normal person's. She fibbed as she said the last part. She had seen one other person amongst them with a greater chakra reserve than Daichi. And he was the blonde sitting right next to her. That much? Sakura and Ino were shocked. He is the #1 in class, and he did beat those 3 adult ninjas a few days ago. I guess we should have expected this, Choji said, munching on his chips. Just as I thought, he's doing chakra control exercises. Shikamaru was slightly confused, but I thought he would start on the change in chakra nature or change in chakra form training. Did he give up because of its difficulty or... No. Daichi isn't the type to give up. If he really is training in that, then this meditation must be a part of it. As the group was discussing their findings, there was another person who was listening to their conversation unseen by everyone else. Sasuke clenched his fists as he looked from the group to Daichi. No matter how much I train, I can't get close to him. And the gap only seems to widen. Now his chakra reserve has already reached Jonin level? How is he getting so strong so quickly? Is there some shortcut, or is his talent that much better than mine? He's just like... Sasuke gritted his teeth and quietly walked away. No matter how hard I have to train, I will defeat you one day, Daichi, and then I'll come for you, Itachi, and I will make you pay. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 88, The Truth Is, My Ability Is. Chapter 88 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was the second weekend of May. Daichi was at home completing the first step of his Earth Nature training. It has now been 3 weeks since he started the training. Come on, just a bit more. Skill Earth, Leaf Crumbling Techniques level has risen by 1. Yes! Earth, Leaf Crumbling Technique. Active Passive. Effects, 100% increase in Earth Chakra Control. CP cost, 3 sec. Congratulations, you have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 XP, plus 75 exp. I did it, it's finally completed. Daichi sat down to meditate and soon was back to prime condition. At that moment, Kensei came to the training field. I completed the first step. Gramps. What? So soon? Yup. Daichi picked up a leaf and placed it between his index and middle finger. He only injected a small portion of his chakra into the leaf for a second, but it was enough. The leaf instantly turned to dirt and earth and crumbled with the wind. Kensei was astonished as he watched the scene. I thought I had gotten used to his talents and growth speed, yet he still managed to surprise me. For ordinary people, it would take 5 to 8 months to master this step. For someone capable, it would take 2 or 3 months. And yet, you were able to complete it in 3 weeks. You used the shadow clones to speed up the process. But still, truly impressive, boy. Kensei had a smile on his face. Daichi had a smile when he heard him. I'm going to take the next 2 days off and do some light training and relax. I'll start the second step after that, truth be told. I'm exhausted. Kensei understood and simply nodded. I'll be back. I'm gonna get something to eat. You want anything, Gramps? Kensei merely shook his head. He watched Daichi go inside the house for some snacks. For the past 3 weeks, Kensei had seen the boy training relentlessly, with only taking a couple days in between to rest. At that moment, he tried to sense Daichi's chakra, and what he felt was within his expectations. He only had a small amount of chakra left after he was done with his training, but his body is regenerating his chakra at an astonishing speed. His chakra is replenishing at 3... No 4? Times faster than before. Kensei had a complicated expression as he looked at Daichi, who came back with some fresh steaming buns. I can't delay it any longer. The secret of his incredible growth, I want to know. I'm sure Daichi knows the secrets of his body, or at the very least he has an idea. The question is he willing to share those secrets with me? Kensei came near Daichi and sat down. He had a serious expression which confused Daichi. Daichi, I'm going to ask you a question. I'd very much like for you to answer me. But if you don't want to answer, then I'll understand. Daichi was on guard as he heard Kensei. What is he? What does he want to know? Daichi, do you have any special abilities that help you with your growth? Kensei kept his eyes on Daichi. He saw that the kid had become defensive the moment the question was asked. It was the subtle signs. He's learned how to mask his reactions far better now. A trained interrogator would still be able to see through him, but he'd be able to fool the average Joe. Daichi was startled. He knew the old man would ask this question one day, but he didn't think it'd be so soon. In hindsight, I should have expected this. With everything I've learned and shown, and my speed and strength, now that I think about it, I'm kind of surprised it took him this long to ask. Still, should I tell him? Daichi decided to respond with a question of his own. He had a wide smile and asked, Come on, what makes you say that? Kensei sighed as he heard the question. Daichi, the way I see it, your secrets are yours. Like I said before, if you don't want to tell me, it's fine. But don't think of me as an idiot. Daichi's smile fell, and then he sighed. Fair enough. Daichi mentally struggled with the decision. On the one hand, he's helped me a lot, much more than I ever expected. On the other hand, do I trust someone else with my secrets? Daichi was silent for several seconds. Kensei could see that the boy was struggling to make a choice. Seems those secrets will stay with him. The old man let out a small, slightly sad sigh and was about to walk away when Daichi spoke up. Yes! Daichi looked at Kensei and replied to his question. To answer your question, yes. I do have some abilities, at least I think so. Kensei was surprised that Daichi admitted that much. He felt happy that Daichi decided to open up to him. What are they? Kensei asked with great curiosity. Before I answer that, how much have you figured out about my abilities? Daichi asked while sitting down on the back porch. Kensei joined him. He looked at the setting sun and began to recall the observations he made on Daichi over the course of the last 3 years. Over the years, I noticed that your chakra reserve increases at an exceptionally faster rate. Despite being 8 years old, you only need at most 5 hours of sleep each day. No matter how exhausted, bruised, or wounded you are, you completely recover with a single night's rest. Your chakra and stamina recovery after exhaustion is incredible, but when you meditate, that recovery increases by several-fold. For some reason, your natural recovery has become much faster this year. You're immune to genjutsu. Well, most genjutsu anyway. You have a steep learning curve. Your body is far more durable than most chunins. And finally, based on my observations, your body has the ability to adapt and become stronger when pressured. It's as if your body detects that it needs to improve to survive. For example, when you lack chakra, your body increases your chakra volume and expands, so on. I don't know if you're the one consciously doing it, or if it's your body's automatic response, but I know there is a limit. Otherwise, you'd already have surpassed me by now. Kensei concluded and turned to look at Daichi. He saw that the kid was wide-eyed and jaw-dropped. Kensei smirked at that. Seeing your reaction, I take it, I'm right? Daichi didn't have any words to speak of at that moment. He was having a mental freakout. Holy fucking shit! How the hell is someone so perceptive? He knows all that. I thought he only knew about my genjutsu immunity and my growth speed, but this is insane. He figured out the immunity aspect of the gamer's mind and several aspects of the gamer's body. He was able to sense my HP, CP, SP recovery, and he was able to note that it increases during my meditation. He figured out that I heal wounds with one night's rest, and somehow he came to the conclusion that I was able to increase my strength at will. By using points, I can increase my strength and chakra volume. But he's not sure if I'm the one doing it, or if it's my body's natural response. Still, I can't believe he figured out something like that. Despite not knowing about the gamer's ability, he was able to deduce several of its aspects from just observing me. His intuition, Perception and observational skills are incredible. Daichi opened and closed his mouth several times, but no words came out. Neither of them spoke for a couple of minutes. After a minute, Daichi gathered his thoughts and answered. "I can't believe you figured out so much," he said in a low voice. "Well, you have been living under my roof, sparring with me and training in my backyard for the last 3 years. It's only natural that I'd notice your anomalies." Daichi nodded at that. "I need to be more cautious from now on." "Yes, you're right, Gramps. I only need to sleep for about 4 hours to be fully healed and be at peak form. And my body does have a limited ability to adapt to stressful situations by increasing my strength and chakra. It's an automatic response. And I pick up jutsus and techniques at a much faster rate than others. And meditation does help me recover chakra and stamina faster after a workout." "You're right about everything," Daichi said with a small smile. "Reputation increases with Kensei Asagi." Kensei had a gentle smile on his face. "He trusts me. I could see how difficult revealing this was for him, but the fact that he did means he trusts me with his secrets. Thank you, Daichi. I'll make sure not to betray this trust." Kensei only smiled and didn't say a single word of his thoughts to Daichi. Actions speak louder than words, after all. "The truth is, my ability is a special Kekkei Genkai, or at least that's my understanding. I don't know anyone in the village that has abilities like mine. I don't think there is any." So, Daichi told the old man. "I see." Kensei pondered on that. "You might be right about that. I haven't heard of a person, let alone a whole clan, that has shown your uniqueness. You figured out this much about my powers. Think you have a theory?" Daichi inquired with genuine curiosity. Or, at least, that's what it looked like. Daichi knew no matter how smart Kensei was, he would never be able to figure out that Daichi possesses an ability that could interact with the world itself. The gamer ability. Because the concept of a gamer itself didn't exist in this world. "I might have an idea." Kensei thought about Daichi's question and answered after several seconds. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju had the power to use wood style. It was a unique ninjutsu that only he could use. From what I know, neither his brother nor his descendants possessed the ability to use this Kekkei Genkai. It was concluded that it was a mutation specific to him. My guess is, you're the same case. Your ability might be a rare genetic mutation. I'm sure your parents didn't have your abilities, but you might be able to pass it on to your descendants. Or you might not. We can't know for sure, but what I'm sure of is that you're probably the only one in the world who possesses a body with such capabilities." Daichi crossed his arms and thought about what Kensei said. He nodded along with his grandfather's assumption. "That's an interesting idea. If someone... No, when someone in the future asks these same questions, then I can say that I have a specific mutated Kekkei Genkai. They can't exactly disprove it. And by that time, I'll be strong enough to handle most people that come my way." Both of them sat in silence for a while and enjoyed the last rays of the sun as it disappeared over the horizon. "Thank you, Daichi." Kensei looked at the kid. "For trusting me with your secret." Daichi smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. They both retired to their rooms shortly after. Kensei was happy that his grandson decided to trust him, but unknown to him, happiness was not what Daichi felt. As Daichi closed the door to his room, he had a complicated feeling in his heart. "I'm sorry I can't tell you the whole truth, old man. It's just..." Daichi clenched his fists in anger and sadness. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Despite everything he's done for me, I still can't bring myself to completely trust him. Why?" Small trails of tears started rolling down his eyes as he sat in a corner of the room. The gamer's mind activated and calmed him down more than once. But Daichi's tears didn't stop for several minutes as he sat there in silence without an answer. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 89, Inner Fears. Chapter 89 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi tilted his head and dodged the fist that was aimed at his face. He then raised his left hand and blocked the punches and kicks Sasuke sent his way. Daichi had a bored, nonchalant expression on his face as he parried the strikes of the Uchiha, Sasuke jumped back after a few seconds and glared at his opponent. Don't just stand there. Fight back. Daichi let out a sigh which infuriated the Uchiha child. He raised his vigilance and senses and prepared for Daichi's attack. But those precautions didn't change anything. 1 second Sasuke was looking at Daichi, the next he felt a punch ram into midsection, and then all he felt was the blackness surrounding his eyes. Daichi looked at the unconscious Sasuke in his arms and gently laid him down on the ground. You didn't have to knock him out, Daichi. Iruka came and checked Sasuke's condition. If I had held back any more, then Sasuke would have only gotten angrier, and I'm in no mood to deal with his bitchiness today. Iruka-sensei let out a tired breath hearing Daichi's reply. Daikoku was right. Lord Hokage should have let Daichi skip a grade. There is no one here that can give him a challenge. Now that the fight is over, you still need to make the seal of reconciliation when he wakes up. Sensei, he's not going to do it, and frankly, I'm not going to either. But I'm going to meditate, so if that's all, Sensei. All right, just go to your spot. Iruka was confused and let out a tired sigh. Daichi turned around and left the ring. Iruka looked at Daichi and was concerned. Unusual. He's irritated. Strange. I wonder what happened. Daichi went to the nearby tree on the training ground and sat down. He began meditating while the sparring between his classmates continued. Shikamaru and the others noticed his behavior. Shikamaru slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked at his classmate. Is it just me, or is something bothering him? Have you noticed that he's been doing nothing but meditate these last few weeks? Ino quietly asked Sakura and Hinata. Yeah, he doesn't even go to the library anymore. And even in class, he's meditating. I wonder what kind of training would need him to meditate so much? Sakura wondered. Sasuke woke up a few minutes later and looked around. He seethed in anger as he looked at Daichi, who was meditating under the tree. He clenched his fist and went to another corner of the academy ground. As Sasuke kept looking at Daichi, his anger slowly vanished. He too had seen Daichi's odd, long meditation sessions. And he was more than curious as well. He's not someone to sit around and waste time, so this must be some kind of training. Question is what? Chakra control? I read that meditation helps the yin aspect of the chakra. Is that it? Is he trying to increase the strength of his yin chakra? If he's so invested in it, then it must be important. Should I start meditating? Naruto gazed at Daichi as well. My goal is to be the strongest. Those words rang in Naruto's head like a bell. He then thought about his own goal, the dream to become Hokage one day. He reads all kinds of books at the library and trains so much and so hard every chance he gets. But I'm here playing pranks and goofing off. I said I want to become Hokage, but have I really worked for it? Naruto clenched his fists and made a decision. He turned to Sakura, who was near him. Hey, Sakura, can you help me out with my homework? Please. Naruto sheepishly smiled as he made the request. Sakura, Kiba, Ino and the others were shocked hearing that, but they quickly figured out the reason. They realized that Daichi's fight motivated Naruto to try harder. Sakura looked at Naruto and narrowed her eyes. She then let out a sigh and agreed. Fine, but only for an hour or two, and no funny business. Yes, thank you, Sakura. You're the best. Naruto was excited and had a wide grin. Hinata had her head down as she heard this. Ino noticed this and then looked at Naruto and then back to Hinata. After a couple seconds, her eyes widened in realization. Oh my god! Hinata, you like... Before Ino could complete that sentence, Hinata clamped her hand on Ino's mouth, silencing her. Quiet. I don't want him to know yet. Hinata mumbled to Ino. Ino quietly nodded her head. What is it, Hinata? What do you like? Naruto and Kiba asked with a grin. The shy Hyuga girl took her hand off Ino's mouth. See Cinnabuns. Ino found out I just really tea Cinnabuns. Hinata stuttered and replied, looking down while having a small blush. Oh, I like Cinnabuns too, Choji replied. You like everything that counts as food, Kiba retorted. Hey, quiet you all and pay attention to the spars. Iruka shouted at the group, and he had his signature big head jutsu to back him up. Naruto and the group stayed silent and focused on the fights. Meanwhile, Daichi was still in deep meditation. One of his clones dispelled and he was feeling the fatigue of the clone. But due to the passive skills he received after his vitality and stamina stats reached 100, his recovery rate had increased exponentially. It had been a week since Kensei had confronted him on his powers. Daichi was bothered by the fact that he couldn't bring himself to truly trust the old man. But thanks to the gamer's mind, he was able to keep a calm and cool facade near the old man, but it still weighed on his mind, and this distracted him from his training. Luckily, Daichi found the solution in meditation. His meditation helped him confront his deep inner thoughts and fears, and Daichi was now becoming much more in tune with his emotions. He realized that his trust issues were born from his fear of an untimely death at the hands of a powerful enemy or even an unknown stranger. Daichi realized that the knowledge of being reborn into a world that was once known to be fictional and where killers rule with an iron fist has had an impact on his psyche on a far deeper level than he ever thought. For the past several days, Daichi entered deep meditation and confronted the fear in his mind, and he slowly and steadily began to control it. The fear in Daichi's mind wasn't like another self with a negative persona or consciousness or anything of the sort. It was just a culmination of negative thoughts and emotions. Hours passed by, and the spar and class came to an end. Naruto and the others came near Daichi to wake him up, but it was unnecessary. The moment they neared him, Daichi opened his eyes. He was much calmer, and his heart felt much lighter. He had finally confronted and overcome most of his fears. Several notifications popped up. You have confronted and won against the fears that have been deeply rooted in your mind since the day you were awakened. Your mental fortitude has become stronger. You have achieved a brief enlightenment. +10 wisdom. Daichi looked at the message boxes and then dismissed them. He smiled at his friends as they reached him. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru noticed that Daichi was a lot calmer now, and he had a genuine happy expression. Ino had seen people come to her father for help with their mental troubles, and she had seen the faces of people who got a lot better. It was how she realized the change in Daichi's aura so quickly. "You're secretly training, aren't you? All this meditating, it's training, right?" Kiba asked at that moment. Daichi chuckled. "Yes, something like that. I'm doing a chakra strengthening exercise, and this is part of it." Naruto and Kiba got excited hearing that. "Hey, can you teach me?" "Me too?" Daichi got up and stretched his arms and legs. "Meditation isn't all that difficult. Well, once you get used to it anyway. But I doubt either of you has the patience for that." Kiba and Naruto pouted hearing that. At that moment, Ino stepped forward with a smile. "Classes are over. Would you like to walk home with me?" Daichi smiled at her childish crush. He didn't want to break her little heart by refusing, so he indulged her. "Sure, Ino." The group then split up. Naruto and Sakura staying back at the academy so she could help with Naruto's homework. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino heading to their clan compound together, and Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, and Daichi heading the opposite way. Ino talked about several topics to Daichi and paid little attention to the other two following behind them. Daichi smiled and nodded and gave his input whenever it was needed. Soon they reached Ino's flower shop, and Daichi bid farewell to his friends. As he walked home, he thought about telling the real truth about his powers to his grandfather, but decided against it. The old man is satisfied with the answers he has now, and we're in a really good place. I don't want to jeopardize that. If the need arises, I'll tell him. His mind then wandered to his training. He thought about the second stage of the earth change in chakra nature technique. He thought about the skill he got after the first day of training. Earth, waterfall cutting technique. Active-passive, LV1. An earth chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing the chakra to cut off the flow of water. An advanced technique to help the user increase the control and strength of their earth nature chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill earth affinity. Effects: 2% increase in earth chakra control. 3% increase in power of earth chakra nature. CP cost 99 SEK. Till now, I haven't been able to focus, but now I'm ready. Based on my memories, it took Naruto over 8 days of training, and with hundreds of clones to master the second stage. So for me, it should take several months. My chakra has increased due to the intense training, and now I can create 5 clones. Instead of adding the 5th clone to training, I'll have him meditate and improve other skills. That way, I'll recover much faster, and can keep training for a lot longer in a day. Daichi got home and saw Kensei watering the garden. "Hey, Gramps." Kensei turned and saw Daichi with a wide smile. He was relieved. Even though Daichi tried to hide it, Kensei saw that Daichi was uncomfortable after sharing his secret. He felt bad that he put Daichi in such a position, and didn't want to upset the boy any further, but now after seeing Daichi's genuine smile, he felt a weight off his shoulders. It seems he's accepted what happened and came to terms with it. I'm happy for him. "Anything interesting happen while I was gone?" Daichi asked while he placed his school bag on the porch. Kensei smirked. "Nothing much. Who has time nowadays to see a week-old crippled man?" He made a sad face so fake that Daichi deadpanned. "Yeah, right. An old cripple that I'm pretty sure can kick a jonin's ass," the boy retorted. Kensei laughed, hearing him. He enjoyed the banter with his grandson. He then turned to a more serious topic. "How goes the second step?" "It's a lot harder than I thought, but I suppose I should have expected that." Daichi replied, admiring the beautiful flowers of his garden. Kensei nodded. "Earth nature is strong against water nature. So compared to the second step of the other natures, this is the easiest. And you don't have to rush. This is a step that would take years to master. But you're a talented freak of nature." "Thank you for that compliment, you old geezer," Daichi replied in a dry tone. Kensei cheekily smiled. "You're welcome. Now I'd estimate that you'd be able to complete it in maybe 7 to 9 months. Daichi had thought about that time frame. "It won't take that long if I really push it. I need to master the fire chakra nature too this year. Then there is the dungeon run. Gah! I've got a lot on my plate, but I'm really excited for it. But for now, I'm going to take a rest." Both of them stood there and enjoyed the relaxing atmosphere of their garden. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 90, Third Dungeon, Chapter 90 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. 197, 198, 199, 200. Daichi stood up and let out a deep breath as he finished his daily 200 push-ups. His daily workout was completed, and now Daichi was ready for the day. He opened the ongoing quests and looked at the conditions of his third-year quest. Complete 200 punches. 200 punches. Complete at least one dungeon before the end of this academic year. Take the top spot in your class. Learn advanced chakra control techniques. I'll be able to complete the daily quests, no problem. I've learned 2 advanced chakra control exercises, and by the time this year ends, I plan on learning 2 more. And I'll be able to take the top spot this year as well. So the only thing remaining is the dungeon. He decided that it was time for the 3rd dungeon run. Several months had passed, and Daichi was steadily increasing his strength. The October semester exams at the academy ended yesterday, and now Daichi had a 2-week break. He also recently completed the 2nd step of the Earth Change and Chakra Nature Control training. Along with completing the first 2 steps of nature transformation, I learned plenty of Earth-style ninjutsu as well. Now I just need experience using them in battle. The next dungeon should be a decent start with that, and I think I know which dungeon I should go to this time. Daichi gets random rewards for completing the daily quests. Most of the time it's common ordinary items, but sometimes he would get Jutsu Scroll or something of similar value as rewards. But these types of rewards were rare. Several months ago, Daichi got an instant dungeon key as a reward, the dungeon key to the 0th ground. Daichi recalled the limited information he knew about the training ground. It was designed as a training ground when it was built, but now it's a wildlife preserve. I wonder how its dungeon version will look. Whatever the case, I'll be ready. Daichi checked his status page. His level was the same as before, but he was able to increase points in several stats with just training. He then opened the skill list and went through them. His eyes landed on the Earth Waterfall Cutting Technique. Earth Waterfall Cutting Technique, Active-Passive, LV Max. An Earth Chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing the chakra to cut off the flow of water. An advanced technique to help the user increase the control and strength of their Earth Nature chakra. Note, Increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill Earth Affinity. Effects: 200% increase in Earth Chakra control, 300% increase in power of Earth Chakra nature. CP cost: the strength of my Earth-style jutsu have gotten a lot stronger. It took me almost 5 months of non-stop training, but it was totally worth it. And my Earth Affinity has improved as well, so that's a bonus. Earth Affinity, Active Passive, LV76. Earth Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Tiger Hand Seal. At higher levels, the user can control the several minerals saturating the Earth. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Primary affinity of the player. Effects: 182% power increase in Earth Attack Jutsu, 182% power increase in Earth Defense Jutsu, 5% increase in success when creating Earth-style Jutsu, 60% decrease in chakra cost when using Earth-style Jutsu. Excellent. It is so gratifying to see my progress like this. Daichi headed back home from the training ground. He quickly reached the house and went to his room. He took the necessary supplies and got ready for the 3rd dungeon run. The old man went to see Shi and won't be back for an hour or 2. Now's the perfect time. Daichi took out the key and activated it. He was teleported and landed in a hallway that was similar to the hallway he saw in the first dungeon, but it had some key differences. It had vines and roots growing all over the place. But it also had carvings of exotic animals on the walls. Daichi looked at the carvings with fascination and walked forward. Within a minute, he reached the end and inserted the key into the door. You have reached the entrance to the dungeon, 0th ground. Would you like to enter? Yes. Yes. Let's get on with it. The door opened and Daichi stepped inside. The title Dungeon Warrior is now active. All your stats are increased by 15% while inside the dungeon. His title's activated and his stats increased. Daichi smiled as he felt the power flowing through his body. The first thing he saw was a vast expanse with little plants. Observe. 0th ground. This dungeon and its beasts are based on the wildlife sanctuary previously known as Zeroth Training Ground. This dungeon is much larger and comprises different terrains that are home to various species of animals. The beasts inside the dungeon are unique and are a stronger and more evolved and powerful version of their strongest counterparts. At that moment, as Daichi expected, a quest appeared. Quest created. Kill the 68 unique beasts inside the dungeon. Time limit, none. Rewards 50,000 XP, Rio 150,000. Failure, death. Daichi read the details and was slightly confused. These rewards don't seem like much. And 68 unique beasts? That's not a lot of enemies. Daichi looked ahead and started walking forward. Well, whatever the case, I don't plan on losing. Daichi walked through the large expanse while keeping his senses on high alert. Daichi decided to not use the minimap or his observe skill for this challenge. He wanted to increase his own observational and analytical skills and rely on his senses instead of being completely dependent on the gamer abilities for everything. He kept walking for over half an hour, and then his senses picked up something. He heard the sounds of footsteps, and they were getting louder and louder with each second. Before long, Daichi saw the cause of the sounds. It's a fucking bison, but it's huge. The bison was covered in brown fun with a yellow stripe running down the middle and had 2 large horns on either side of its head. The most noticeable feature was its size. It was almost 3 times taller than Daichi. Rah! The bison let out a roar as soon as it saw Daichi and rushed at him. Daichi immediately went through hand seals. Earth Style, Mud River. Earth Style, Mud River Jutsu, active, LV3. A common Earth Style Jutsu that converts portions of the floor or ground that the user and their opponents are standing on into a raging avalanche of mud and earth. The opponent quickly loses her standing and starts being dragged along the flow of the river. Rank B. Hand seals, tiger, ox, dog, 133 per use. The ground around the charging bison turned from flat rock formation to a raging flow of mud and soft soil. It quickly lost its footing, and due to its large size, it quickly began to get dragged underground. Daichi again quickly went through several seals. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Bomb. A dragon head made of mud appeared out of the earth, and several mud projectiles were launched out of its mouth. The mud projectiles struck the bison, and it roared in pain. Unable to defend itself, and due to the force of the impact, the bison was dragged down, and in seconds was completely submerged under the Earth River. After several seconds, Daichi placed his hands on the ground and let the jutsu go, and turned the earth back into a solid rock formation. He waited for several seconds, and then a notification appeared. Enemy killed. Plus 1000 XP. Enemy FP. Enemies killed. Not a bad start. Daichi jumped back and evaded the sharp claws of Black Panther. He covered his hands with solid rock and struck the giant cat the next second, sending it several meters away. It was in the middle of the night, and Daichi was traveling through the jungle. It was there he encountered the ferocious creature. Bisons, giant spiders, and eagles, a 4-armed ape, and now a panther. This place is truly one of a kind. The Black Panther was quick to recover and looked at Daichi with anger in its eyes. The most noticeable feature about the panther was that it had 2 tails. It circled Daichi while trying to find the best way to attack its prey. Daichi was unusually calm as he faced the giant creature. He had gotten used to the ferocious intent, and due to his plentiful life or death battles, he was not nervous. The panther jumped with lightning speed and tried to claw at Daichi's head. Daichi dodged and quickly sent a powerful blow to its underbelly. The force sent the giant feline flying into a tree. Daichi smirked at seeing the effects of his attack. This jutsu is perfect for taijutsu users. Earth Style, Fist Rock Jutsu, active LV2. The user encases the arm in a rock formation and deals a strong hardened punch against an opponent while being protected from direct contact with their target. The weight of the rock can be increased to further increase the power of the attack. Type Seals, Snake, Ram, Dog, Rat, Snake. With this I can punch as hard as I want without getting my hands wrecked, but the negative side effect is this slightly reduces my speed. Against enemies who rely on strength, this is perfect, but for people like Lee, I'll need something else. You have sensed killing intent. The panther got up and shook its head. It glared and then ran at Daichi full speed. Daichi was faster than the beast and avoided the strikes while dealing damage to the beast. A powerful uppercut to the jaw staggered the animal, and Daichi sent a powerful double blow to its head the next second. The strike ended the animal and it burst into smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 1200 XP, plus 180 XP. Enemies killed. 60 more to go. There were several environments in this dungeon. From lush jungles to barren wastelands and snow-covered hills to a small desert. Several large lakes were in between them. Daichi realized that even though the number of enemies he had to fight was small, this dungeon was the biggest one he had encountered yet. He fought powerful animals of all kinds throughout the various habitats. Daichi was currently in the snowy hills battling a mammoth. He dodged the fast trunk and jumped back and gained some distance from the animal. The mammoth, seeing its target avoiding its strike, took in a lot of air and used its trunk to shoot it out like bullets. Daichi's eyes widened. Wind bullets. This thing can also use ninjutsu too. During the battles in this dungeon, Daichi found out that some animals were capable of using elemental attacks mimicking ninjutsu. Daichi evaded and ran to his right to take cover under a large rock. I've been attacking it for a while. It has some significant wounds and it's slowing down. This is the perfect time to finish it. He quickly created a lightning clone and had it run in the opposite direction. The mammoth was a simple creature and followed the clone. Daichi created 3 shadow clones and quickly and silently surrounded the giant beast. The lightning clone was chased and backed into a corner, or at least that's what it looked like. The mammoth used its trunk to grab hold of Daichi, and the moment it did, the clone released itself and electrocuted and paralyzed the mammal. Daichi and his clones quickly capitalized the moment and let loose some of their powerful attacks. One clone used lightning attacks to keep the animal paralyzed, while the others used earth, fire, and wind attacks. They used attacks that were suitable to be used as combination attacks and quickly finished the job. Enemy killed. 1532, 5 XP. Enemies killed. 60. Each beast in the dungeon was unique. There were no two of the same animal. Daichi realized that it was this reason that the dungeon had so few enemies. He traveled through the place for over 12 days and battled all types of creatures. He defended himself against attacks that came from the sky and down from the earth. He had to find and kill some enemies that were deep beneath the lakes, which were some of his most difficult tasks in the dungeon. But on the 13th day, he finished off his last opponent, and the return key was delivered to him. Author's note: originally I planned on writing a 3-chapter dungeon run, but then I scrapped the idea. Why drag things out? We're 90 chapters in, and Daichi still hasn't left the academy. That was not part of my plan when I started writing the story. Honest to God. So I'm going to be speeding things up a bit, but not too much that it'd seem like I'm suddenly skipping things. I can't wait for his graduation, his missions, and I'm most excited about the Chunin arc. I already have his opponents in mind, but still, that's a long way from now. I already have an end goal in mind. Just a matter of reaching it. Hope you guys stick with the journey to the end. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 91, Fire Affinity. Chapter 91 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi stood with his eyes closed and felt the cool breeze on his face. He got the quest rewards and was currently thinking about the battles he went through in this dungeon. I didn't suffer any serious injuries in this dungeon like I did in the other two. It's proof? I've gotten a lot stronger. His mind went through the different types of creatures he fought these last 2 weeks. There were about a dozen beasts that used ninjutsu on me, or at least techniques that mimicked ninjutsu. I was able to counter most, but some still overpowered my techniques. I have several strong defensive jutsu, and some that can be used to trap multiple enemies, or to use as long-range attacks. But I don't have a strong attack-type jutsu, or the ones I have aren't strong enough. It seems I made the right choice to train fire as my next chakra affinity. If I master the first 2 steps of change in the chakra nature of fire, then my fire ninjutsu will definitely get a boost. Daichi opened his eyes and called upon his status page. Class, student. Age. Title: Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Beast Slayer, Dungeon Warrior, Executioner. Level 41 to 700 4445. HP 1 through 68 5. SP 8435 165. Primary stats: Strength 108, Vitality 113, Dexterity 104, Agility 107, Intelligence 117, Chakra 175, Wisdom 112. Special stats: Sense 85, Stamina 121, Indomitable 14, Charisma 41, Persistence 15, Dignity. Luck, stat points 52. My stats have increased a lot, and now I have over 450 stat points. Should I use them now? No, I'll use a few during the next few years, but I'll think about adding the remaining points to my stats after I become a genin. I wonder who my teacher and teammates would be. Daichi returned to the entrance and placed the return key inside the entrance door keyhole. You have used the return key. Would you like to leave this dungeon? Yes. In seconds, Daichi was back in his room. He freshened up and went downstairs to make something to eat. It was his way to decompress and relax. He hummed a simple tune and made his dish. A couple hours later, his grandfather returned. They both ate, and a while later both of them were sitting on the porch talking about several topics. Among them was Daichi's visit to the orphanage a couple weeks ago. How was the baby? Kensei inquired. She's all right. Miss Aiko is taking good care of her. I've already given her some funds from Ren's scrolls to cover her needs, but I told Miss Aiko it was from you. Daichi replied, with a small smile. Kensei nodded. After several seconds of silence, he spoke. You need to be careful with your visits. Daichi looked at his old man with a questioning gaze. Seeing Daichi's face, Kensei elaborated on his thoughts. For the moment, she is safe. To the world, she is just another orphan without any ties. But if you make your visits regular and the wrong people find out, then they will know you have a connection to that orphanage. Once you become strong enough and make a name for yourself, That connection will put either Aiko or that baby in danger. People like Danzo would no doubt use them as leverage against you, if he decides to come for you anyway, so you need to be careful. Daichi nodded and agreed with that statement. Not to mention she is an Uchiha. When she awakens the Sharingan, it'll be a headache for me. But I'll handle it. Well, you have a few years before that happens, so I wouldn't worry about that for now. On a different topic, have you decided the next nature you're going to train in? Kensei asked the boy. He knew Daichi wanted to learn and master every chakra nature. Daichi nodded to the question. Fire. That will be my second change in chakra nature training. You have mastered earth chakra nature. It would increase your defense and close-quarter combat power. So now you're looking for something with serious attack power, huh? Kensei concluded. Yeah, I have about 2 weeks of free time. I was thinking about starting the training now. Kensei smiled hearing that. Daichi, it's good that you want to improve and get stronger, but it's not a bad thing to slow down and relax once in a while. But I know that advice will go through one ear and out the other. Daichi looked at Kensei with a neutral expression. You say something, Gramps? Arr. Kensei let out a groan and shook his head. Daichi laughed, seeing the reaction. I've always wanted to do that. Now I know why Kakashi finds this so funny. Daichi then got up and went to pick up a leaf. He then looked at Kensei. Got any words of wisdom for me, old man? Kensei rubbed his chin and then answered a few moments later. Fire is a fundamental element which makes up this world. It nurtures life and gives warmth to all living things. But just as it is a blessing, it can also be a curse. It has the ability to annihilate all things in its path. If it can't burn through, then it burns around. Sometimes just a single spark is enough to set a forest ablaze. A dangerous and powerful element. Daichi paid attention to every word Kensei said. It's indeed a strong element. If harnessed, could increase my strength by a wide margin. Kensei continued. Now, in Earth Chakra nature training, you had to combine and harden the chakra. But when it comes to fire, you have to split the chakra and then rub them against each other. Your intent should be to produce heat. So split your chakra and rub it against each other, and rejoin them to produce heat and then burn the leaf. Daichi nodded and began his second chakra nature training. He placed the leaf between his palms and concentrated. He visualized his chakra being split into 2 halves. He proceeded, and his chakra responded accordingly. Due to Daichi's perfect chakra control, his ability to manipulate and move his chakra was far easier when compared to others. He split his chakra and started rubbing it against each other. The friction created energy, and after a minute, Daichi combined his chakra, and the result was that heat was produced. Several tiny portions all over the leaf burned. This showed that while Daichi understood how to do the technique, he didn't have the necessary control of fire nature chakra. Several notifications alerted Daichi, and he opened his eyes and then his palms. He smiled looking at the result. He showed the burned leaf to his grandfather. Reputation increases with Kensei Asagi. Kensei nodded but didn't say a word. But Daichi knew he was impressed based on the reputation increase notification. Kensei was calm on the outside, but he was deeply impressed and surprised. He got it on the first try. Even Hiruzen wasn't this good when he first attempted this training, and his primary nature was fire. I thought the reason Daichi grasped the earth nature training so quickly was because he had an unusually powerful earth affinity. But it seems I'm wrong. Could this kid really master 2 chakra natures in a single year? That would be something unheard of. What monstrous talent! A new skill is created with a specific action. Fire, Leaf Burning Technique Elvu 1, a fire-higher chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to a leaf to burn it. A basic technique to help the user increase the strength of their fire nature chakra. Note: increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill Fire Affinity. 1% increase in fire chakra control. CP cost. Daichi looked at the new skill he received. The chakra cost is much larger when compared to the earth skill. It must be because earth is my natural affinity. During the leaf crumbling and the waterfall training, I used 4 clones to train and another to meditate. But even this wasn't enough. Due to the intensity of the chakra cost, my clones had to meditate often. It's a good thing my clones can use chakra regen as well. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. But now, with this much chakra cost, I won't be able to create 5 clones and train properly. Now I get why Kakashi said that only Naruto would be able to do this kind of training effectively. Without a massive amount of chakra, this type of training won't work. Daichi thought about adding some points to his chakra stat, but after thinking about it for a few seconds, he decided against it. Daichi created 2 clones. The speed will be slower, but I have time. The old man is right about that. I don't need to rush. Daichi had 1,168 chakra points. Split that evenly amongst Daichi and his 2 clones, then each would have roughly 3,790 points. So Daichi and his 2 clones would only be able to use the chakra and burn the leaf for roughly a minute before they had to meditate and restore their chakra. But this simple calculation didn't take Daichi's normal chakra regen speed into consideration. He sat down and began his chakra training. Daichi dispelled the clones every couple hours to increase his level and understanding of the technique. He would then meditate and rest and create new clones and continue training. It was rinse and repeat. While it was a monotonous process, Daichi still made progress. It took about 5 weeks for Daichi to completely master the first step of the Fire Nature skill. Fire, leaf burning technique, active, passive. 100% increase in fire chakra control. CP cost. The last week of November began, and Daichi was in the academy library. He was reading information about different villages and their landscape and terrains. Daichi wanted to increase the wealth of his knowledge and learn about the formation of other villages that interested him. In his hand was a book on the hidden grass village. At that moment, the image of a red-haired girl with glasses came to his mind. Karen! I can't believe I didn't even think about her. She's in that village and her mother is probably being forced to heal the grass ninjas. She's either dead, or it won't be long before she dies, and Karen is forced to take her mother's place at the hospital. Daichi closed the book on the grass village and crossed his arms. There is no point in thinking about people I can't help. Come to think of it, would I even help her if it came to it? If I helped her, would that lead to a different future? She will be a crucial element in the future. If I do anything regarding her situation, what will happen? Will I create a timeline that could be even worse than the one shown? Answers to that are unknown. Because of these reasons, I barely help Naruto, and he's at arm's length from me. Daichi shook his head and stood up. I need some air. Daichi left the academy and entered the nearby forest. He walked aimlessly for several minutes before he reached a clearing. He saw a giant wooden stump in the middle of the clearing. Huh, I haven't been here before. Daichi walked closer and inspected the wooden stump. There were indicators that someone was training here. Daichi didn't think much about it. He walked under the shade of a nearby tree and started meditating. What he didn't realize was that this is where he would meet another prominent ninja of the future. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 92, Meeting Rock Lee and third year end Chapter 92 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. About an hour went by as Daichi peacefully meditated under the cool shade of the tree. His mind was on the second step of the fire chakra control technique. It will take me a lot longer to master the second step. I only have 4 months before this year ends. I'm not sure I'll be able to complete it by then. Looks like I slightly overestimated myself. It seems mastery of Rasengan and the earth element at such a quick pace has gotten to my head. Daichi let out a sigh. He sat there and composed himself. At that moment, he started hearing the sounds of footsteps. It was faint, but as the seconds went by, it got louder and louder. Daichi focused on his senses, and he realized that the person was a child, and was headed to the clearing. He used chakra sense, and after a few seconds, came to the conclusion that it was just a civilian child. Daichi believed it was just some random child, and decided to keep meditating and not interact with the person. His mind was focused on how to improve his training efficiency. Several seconds later, a small figure reached the clearing. The child looked at the giant training stump and was about to walk over when he noticed a boy his age sitting under a tree and meditating. The child, not having seen this person here before, decided to introduce himself. He walked up to Daichi and after a couple seconds of silence spoke. Hi. Daichi felt the child approach him. He didn't want to interact with the kid, but hearing his voice, Daichi immediately opened his eyes. When Daichi took in the image of the boy in front of him, he was astonished. No way, it's him! The boy had long hair fastened in a braid. He wore a white kimono-sleeved shirt with dark pants and a martial arts belt. The most prominent features about him were his round eyes and thick eyebrows. Daichi stared at the kid and didn't speak for several seconds. The child shifted on his feet and looked at Daichi with uncertainty. Hi! I've never seen you here before. My name is Rock Lee. Daichi snapped out of his stupor and introduced himself with a small smile. Hi, I'm Daichi. Daichi Hikima. The moment Lee heard the name, his face got slightly serious. Daichi Hikima? So this is the underclassman the teachers call a prodigy. He's probably like the rest. He'll just make fun of me when he finds out who I am. Excuse me, but I'm going to train here. Lee gave a short, quick bow and walked to the stump before Daichi could say another word. Daichi was observing every emotion on Lee's face. Daichi saw recognition in Lee's eyes the moment he mentioned his name. Seems this kid has heard of me, and his attitude. He's shy, but he's also unusually serious. Makes sense. All those insults and mockery at the academy didn't do him any good. He needs that might guy motivation and training to have that unbreakable will and bursting confidence and smile. Daichi watched as Lee got into a basic punching stance. He began punching the stump, and Daichi heard Lee counting the strikes. Daichi, not wanting to intrude on the training, decided to leave. It was nice meeting you, Lee. Good luck with your training. With those parting words, Daichi left the clearing. Daichi had a smile as he heard the sounds of fists hitting the wooden stump. Lee is one of my favorite characters. His will and determination is far above that of normal people. With sheer brute training, he was able to stand toe-to-toe with people who had powerful bloodlines and inborn talents. Train hard, Lee. I'm sure you can reach those heights once more. The days quickly passed, with Daichi trying to master the advanced fire nature chakra technique. 3 clones were currently trying to separate the waterfall with fire nature chakra. The whole area was covered in steam. In the second step of the fire nature, Daichi had to expel the fire chakra and turn the water to vapor, and thus separate the water flow. This is a lot harder than before. That's obvious. Fire is weak against water, so this step would be more difficult when compared to other elements. I'm out of chakra. I'm going to dispel myself so the original can recover. One of the 3 clones burst into smoke, and the other 2 gained its knowledge. Before long, they both dispelled themselves as well. Daichi was in his backyard as he felt the clones dispel and the chakra returning to him. He was breathing hard, but he endured it. His chakra and stamina regeneration was absurd when compared to a normal person. Daichi was going through the memories while his body recovered. He opened the skill and took a look at his progress. Fire, Waterfall Separation Technique, active LV18. An advanced fire chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing the chakra to heat and separate the flow of water. An advanced technique to help the user increase the control and strength of their fire nature chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill fire affinity. Effects: 36% increase in fire chakra control. 54% increase in power of fire chakra nature. CP cost: 100. Only level 18, huh? And that's with a month and a half of training. The new year will begin within a couple days. Seems I might not be able to max level this skill by the end of March. Daichi sighed and got up. It was nighttime and he decided to finish for the day. He looked at the night sky and saw countless stars shining. He pondered on the question he had for a while now. I wonder, if this world is real, isn't it possible that the others are too? After several seconds of just staring into the black sky, he went inside. Leaf Shopping District. It was early morning, and Daichi was looking through a shop in the Leaf Shopping District. He pointed at several objects and was browsing for something special. Yes, I'd like that one as well, Daichi said, pointing to the small white tiger plushie. All right, that'll be 4,600 ryo total. Daichi paid the cash and headed for Aiko's orphanage. It was January 29th, and it was baby Ryo's birthday. He wanted to get her something on her birthday. Even though she won't remember this moment, Daichi didn't want her to feel alone. He quickly reached the orphanage and met with the matron. Hello, Miss Aiko. Daichi! I had a feeling you would show up today. You're here to see her, I take it? Daichi nodded. The matron took Daichi to Ryo's room. The room had several other young children as well. Along the way, Daichi brought a few sweets and toys for the other kids as well. There were 2 reasons. One, Daichi wanted to keep his relationship with Ryo under wraps for as long as possible. This way people wouldn't be able to quickly connect him to Ryo. And the second was that he occasionally got gifts and candies when he himself was a ward here. He wanted to return the favor and do something nice for the children. Daichi spent the day at the orphanage playing with the kids and answering their questions about the academy. He gave Ryo the white tiger plushie and stayed with her for hours. The matron and the kids celebrated Ryo's first birthday. Daichi had a gentle smile as he looked at the small child. Happy birthday, Ryo. He only left at dusk when Ryo went to sleep. Daichi clenched his fists as he walked home. You're going to pay for what you did, Obito, and if you go anywhere near her, Danzo, I don't care what happens. It'll be the last thing you ever do. Lee jumped backwards and barely avoided the blow to his torso. He was breathing hard while his opponent looked fresh as a daisy. Not bad, Lee. Your taijutsu style is getting better. Let's stop for now. Your muscles need rest. Lee nodded and bowed. Thank you for the spar, Daichi. Daichi waved him off. I told you, you don't need to do that. After their first encounter, Daichi and Lee began meeting occasionally in that same clearing. Lee, understanding that Daichi was not like the rest of his classmates who mock or jeer him, quickly warmed up to him. They became friends, and after a while, Daichi decided to help Lee improve his taijutsu skills. Lee was extremely happy that there was someone who finally believed in him, and he trained with renewed vigor. Both of them went to rest under the shade. Daichi took a few snacks from his bag and gave them a couple to his friend. Lee, after taking one bite, had sparkles in his eyes. These are so delicious. I can't believe you can also cook. You're so awesome, Daichi. Daichi had a smirk and rubbed his nose. Well, I'm not one to brag. Lee laughed, seeing his friend's attitude. They ate and talked about various things. The topic of the final exams came up. I still can't use any ninjutsu or genjutsu, so I can only rely on my taijutsu and written grade to pass. Lee looked down as he said those words. Everything will work out as long as you don't give up. You need to have faith in yourself. As long as you don't give up, I have no doubt that you can be something amazing in the future. Daichi said words of encouragement as he ate his snack. Lee's eyes widened as he heard those words. A bright smile appeared on his face and he lunged and hugged Daichi as hard as he could. Oh, my good friend Daichi, thank you for your words of encouragement. I will remember them forever. Oi, oi, get off me. Daichi tried to pry the laughing Lee off him. Daichi didn't fail to notice the system message he got just before Lee jumped at him. Reputation massively increased with Rock Lee. March 14th, Iruka was supervising the class as they had their final exams. The students were writing the answers as fast as they could. He saw some struggling with the questions, Naruto, while others having an easy time, Sakura. His eyes then landed on 3 particular students. All 3 of them were doing nothing. That's not entirely accurate. One was meditating while the other was glaring at him, and the last one was taking a nap without a care in the world. Iruka quietly sighed as he looked at the 3 of them. Daichi, Sasuke, and Shikamaru, those 3. Their intelligence is above the others in the class, but only 2 of them seem to take this seriously. Well, one of them takes it too seriously. Being second place has really motivated Sasuke to improve himself, but I feel that this rivalry is being too serious. And then there is the 3rd one. Thankfully, he knows to keep himself in check. Daichi and Sasuke finished all the questions quickly, but Shikamaru answered only just enough questions to get him a satisfactory grade, and now he's taking a nap. Why did I expect him to do anything else? Iruka let out another sigh and supervised the exam. Before long it came to an end, and with it their 3rd year at the academy. Daichi hung out with his friends, and after a while he left for his home. Time passed quickly, and he was in his room going over his skill list when he noticed that it was almost midnight. A few seconds after the clock struck midnight, the blue system message boxes came. Ongoing quest, path to the strongest. 3rd year tasks successfully completed. Distributing the special reward for clearing a dungeon. Distributing new skill for successfully learning chakra control techniques. A-grade item blueprint. Daichi's eyes widened as he looked at the reward. An A-grade item? The Atamagai cloak is an A-grade item and its functions are incredible. Does this mean I will get an item with extraordinary abilities? No. This says blueprints. That means I have to build it or find someone who can build it for me, depending on what this blueprint says. And moreover, it says I only have 1 part out of 3. So I need 2 more, huh? If this item is anything like the cloak, then I can wait. I'm sure it'll be worth it. A blue paper appeared in his inventory slot. Daichi took it out and used Observe on it. Special item, rank A. Item and functions unknown. Need complete blueprint for more information. Daichi then looked at the new skill he got. His eyes widened as he read the details of the skill. What kind of sick, shitty skill is this? I'm ready to die stance. Author's note. Rock Lee and Might Guy are 2 of my favorite characters in the series. No matter what anyone says, they're awesome in my view. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 93, Interlude 04, and the ripple effect continues. Chapter 93 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi couldn't believe what he was reading. He went over the skill a couple more times just to be sure he didn't miss anything. Who the hell would design a skill like this? I'm ready to die stance. Active, LV. Max. This skill is a unique one-time conditional trigger skill that can only be activated in a certain scenario. This skill activates when the user has mentally prepared himself to sacrifice his life. Once this skill activates, the CP, HP, SP, and MP of the user are restored to 50% of maximum for 20 seconds. The user must die in these 20 seconds. If not, the body of the user will violently explode. Conditions for activation. 1. Health points of the user must be below 10%. 2. Chakra points of the user must be below 10%. 3. User must be resolute in his decision to die. Only then will this skill activate. Effects. HP, CP, SP, MP of the user are restored to 50% for 20 seconds. 300% increase in effects of all techniques used during the 20 seconds activation period. All stats will gain a 20% boost for 20 seconds. Dafak? Well, at least if anyone comes close to killing me, then I can be sure that I'll be able to take him with me to the afterlife. Daichi then thought of the skill he acquired after saving Ryo. His eyes slightly widened as he recalled the details of that skill. It seems this skill is designed to be paired up with that one. Interesting. Daichi closed the system messages and laid down in his bed. He crossed his arms behind his head and just laid there thinking about the next year. I need to complete the 2nd step of the Fire Nature Chakra. I was able to separate the waterfall, but it wasn't perfect. I was only able to increase it up to level 64, and I'll need to start on medical ninjutsu this year. Have to ask the old man if he knows anyone, but I also need to keep myself off Kabuto's radar. I definitely can't have him knowing about my abilities. 1 step at a time, Daichi. Take 1 step at a time. The boy let out a long breath and closed his eyes and soon went to sleep. Hokage office. An Anbu wearing a mask with a bear pattern was standing silently in front of Hiruzen. You took your time, Bear. Over a year to investigate a single spy? Report. At Hokage's command, the Anbu ninja began his report on a certain spy. I was able to identify the spy within the first 2 weeks of my assignment, Lord Hokage. But the reason it took so long to compile the report is because of his background. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Go on. Based on the description we received, I identified the suspect as Kabuto Yakushi. His rank is Jinin, and he works at the hospital as a medic ninja. Nothing out of the ordinary about him. That's the first impression anyone would get when investigating him. Yakushi? Where have I heard that name before? Hiruzen asked himself. Nono Yakushi. She was a jonin and a medic ninja, and was the former captain of the medic corps. The Anbu explained. Ah, yes. Now I remember. She was also part of the Foundation, and for a while worked undercover for Danzo. Hiruzen said as he recalled the face of the woman. Yes, sir. And it seems this Kabuto Yakushi has followed in her footsteps. The Hokage raised an eyebrow at that. He didn't realize that Orochimaru's spy also had ties to Danzo. Tell me everything. When I first investigated Kabuto Yakushi, I found out that he was a child adopted by Nono Yakushi. She was assigned to heal the wounded from the Battle of the Kikyo Pass, and it said that it was there that she found a young child. She adopted him, gave him the name Kabuto, and taught him medical ninjutsu. But I later found out that some of this story is false. Some? Yes, sir. The part about Miss Yakushi finding the child and teaching him medical ninjutsu was true, but the rest of it is false. During my investigation, I learned that Lord Danzo had made contact with Nono when she was running the Leaf Orphanage. I'm not sure how, but Kabuto ended up en route and they trained him. What? Hiruzen couldn't believe Orochimaru's spy was a former root agent. Bear nodded. Yes, I surveilled him for weeks and I learned that he is much more than he seems. He knows advanced surveillance and counter-surveillance tactics. Most of the methods he employs, I've only seen one group use those tactics. The Root Forces. At that point, I established that he had connections to the Foundation and dug deeper into his history. I had to infiltrate the Root Archives room. I found out the information needed there. The Foundation trained Kabuto in espionage, and he's quite talented. I retraced his steps and paid a visit to the other great nations. I learned that he infiltrated the Sand, Stone, Cloud, and Mist villages and posed as one of their shinobi gathering intelligence. An excellent infiltrator. On paper, he is a Jinin, but I estimate that he's at least a high Chunin or low Jonin level. Hiruzen clasped his hands as he listened. This Kabuto sounds like he could become a major problem. I'll need to handle this carefully. The Anbu continued. During one of his infiltration missions in the Stone Village, he was found out and they pursued him. The person who pursued him was none other than Nono Yakushi. What? It's the truth, sir. Turns out Lord Danzo employed Miss Yakushi and fed her false information about Kabuto, convinced her that he was safe and doing something else, even created false photographs to make the story believable. The Root used both of them as spies, and when Lord Danzo deemed them to be too dangerous, he assigned them on a task that would force them to kill each other. The gears in Hiruzen's mind spun. He quickly deduced what had happened. The mission in the Stone Village. Danzo told me that the Stone Village found out that Nono was a spy and killed her. But you're telling me. He lied, sir. According to the Stone Village records, it was an enemy spy that killed Nono. Danzo also sent Orochimaru to kill whoever remained, tying up loose ends, no doubt. I believe that Kabuto killed Miss Yakushi without realizing her identity, and Orochimaru, instead of killing Kabuto, told him the truth and turned him against us. Bear concluded his report. He gave the Hokage a thick folder containing various documents he copied from the Root Mission's records room and from the other great nations. Hiruzen clenched his fists as his mind went through all the information he just learned. I've known Nono since she was a child. She would never have betrayed this village. But now we have one of our own ninja allied with a known traitor and working against us. All this mess because of Danzo's paranoia. And not only that, but he also had the gall to lie to me. Sir, there's more. What is it? I heard that you ordered Lord Danzo to disband the Root after the whole Uchiha debacle. Hiruzen slightly narrowed his eyes. I did. It was during this time I was able to infiltrate the Root base and get the information I needed. But I learned something else. Lord Danzo has been moving funds and making a new base of operations. I believe he still has a sizable portion of his operatives working for him. Not only that, I learned that he made contact with Orochimaru. What? Bear, are you sure about this information? You need to be 100% accurate before you make accusations like that. I didn't want to believe it myself, but it's the truth, sir. It was shortly after the Uchiha massacre. The aging Kage clenched his fists as he heard his ninja. Bear was one of his most trusted and loyal Anbu, so Hiruzen didn't doubt his words. Danzo, it seems I've been far too lenient with you, Not only did you go behind my back and force Itachi to kill his clan, but now you're disobeying my direct orders. If he's lied to me about Nono's death, then what else has he lied about? Hiruzen gritted his teeth, and killing intent slowly started to roll off him. The Kage had dismissed his 3 personal Jonin guards, but there were still another 2 Anbu hidden in the room. They, along with Bear, felt the murderous intent rising from Air Leader. Bear looked at the Hokage and slightly trembled. He's pissed. I do not want to be Danzo right now. After a short while, Hiruzen took several deep breaths and calmed down. So you plan on colluding with a traitor behind my back, huh? I can no longer tolerate you, Danzo. It was my inaction that led to Orochimaru's escape. And now he's one of the biggest threats to the village. If I let my emotions rule me again and do nothing, then Danzo might become just as much of a problem, if not more. I knew he always wanted to be Hokage, but to think he would do something like this. He's tried to kill me before, and I have a feeling he'll try again. I won't give you a second chance for that. Hiruzen made a resolute decision. Dear Snow, he called out. 2 Anbu appeared out of the shadows. Yes, sir? You 2, along with Bear, are my most loyal, capable, and some of the best ninjas at infiltration, surveillance, and interrogation. Only you 3 can complete the missions I'm about to give now. The 3 stood in attention and in silence. Bear, I need you to infiltrate the root forces, but make sure not to get branded by Danzo's curse seal. I need the identities of his operatives, his resources, and the origin of his funds. Every organization needs money to function, and the root is no different. I don't need to say this to you, but make sure to have a backup plan in case you are compromised. The village can't afford to lose someone with your talents, not in the state it currently is. I understand, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded and turned to the Anbu referred to as Deer. I need you to keep an eye on Kabuto Yakushi. You've heard what he's capable of. Make sure he doesn't notice you. I need to know everything about him. From his friends, to contacts, to his favorite foods, and right down to his breathing habits. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Hiruzen then turned to the last one. Snow. If Danzo has disobeyed my orders and Root is still active, then he most likely would have operatives hidden amongst the Anbu, Jonin, and Chunin forces. I need you to investigate all of them and find out the identities of men. Such a task will take time. Take as much as you need. But be careful and be thorough. Understood, sir. Hiruzen then addressed the 3 of them. Now, all of you listen carefully. If one of you gets caught by the enemy, then the chances of the other 2 getting caught increases dramatically. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Danzo are like the 3 ends of a triangle, all connected. If one of you gets compromised, then they will know I'm the one behind it. And while Orochimaru and Kabuto won't make any direct or rash moves against me, I'm not sure that would be the case for Danzo. If he attacks me, or in the event I somehow die, make sure that the next Hokage would have all the relevant information needed. Assuming the next one isn't Danzo. The eyes of the 3 ninjas widened as they listened to the scenario described by their leader. Anbu Agent Snow spoke up. Sir, if you're that worried about him, then why don't we take him into custody right now? I'm sure Abiki and Inoichi can find out everything in his head. Hiruzen shook his head. It's not that simple. Danzo has acquaintances in several high places in and out of the village, including the daimyo court. If we rashly move against him, then... Sir, are you saying there would be a civil war within the village if we arrest him? Bear exclaimed in shock. Hiruzen sighed and didn't say anything, but that silence was enough of an answer for the 3 Anbu ninjas. Now you 3 know the gravity of the situation. Make sure you're all careful. Go. The 3 masked ninjas bowed and disappeared from Hiruzen's view. He stood from his chair and walked to take in the view of the village, as he always does when he has troubling thoughts. With those 3, I can take control of my internal forces, and when the time comes, strip Danzo's resources completely. But it's not enough. I need to deal with the allies he has outside, and I know just the person to do it. It seems you might have your revenge on Danzo after all, Kensei. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 94. Academy 4th Year, Chapter 94 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was jogging along the woods early in the morning, and he had a companion who was just as obsessed with training as he was. Yosh, that's over 30 kilometers. This was a wonderful idea, Daichi. Lee exclaimed with a wide smile and haggard breath. At the moment, he was not the person that could fight and train with great intensity, and Daichi knew that. Both Lee and Daichi slowed down and slowly came to a stop. Daichi woke up early and went to the forest where Lee trained and found the boy at his spot as usual. Daichi decided to have Lee as his workout partner. They both completed several sets of exercises, which took over a couple hours. Reward: status recovery. The blue system reward message appeared in Daichi's view. They were both resting at the moment, and Daichi discreetly opened his quest, Path to the Strongest. Ongoing quest, Path to the Strongest, updated. It was the first day of Daichi's 4th year at the academy. And as Daichi expected, he got the quest update notification when he woke up. Tasks to complete this year have been updated. Training clothes in your inventory have been modified. Wear them when completing the daily quests. Conditions: complete 400 push-ups daily. Complete 400 squats daily. Complete 400 punches daily. Run 30 kilometers daily. Complete at least one dungeon before the end of this academic year. Take the top spot in your class. Learn advanced chakra control techniques. Improve at least 6 skills to LV max. Daichi looked over the details of the quest the moment he got them. It seems other than increasing the workout, there doesn't seem to be any other major change. Improve at least 6 skills to max. Huh? That's going to be tricky, but doable. He then looked at the rewards. Rewards: status recovery daily, random reward, plus 3 stat points weekly. Special reward for clearing a dungeon. Additional rewards for each extra dungeon cleared. New skill for successfully improving at least 6 skills to LV. Max. There is no skill reward for learning advanced chakra control this time. Oh well. Maddie 5 stat points. Penalty dungeon. Death. Accept. The system also increased the weight of Daichi's training clothes. Daichi's eyes focused on the weight of the clothes. Rare item, rank C. Consists of 2 leg warmers to be worn below the knee and 2 arm sleeves to be worn below the elbow, each weighing exactly 4 kg. Consists of 1 undershirt and 1 trouser to be worn under the clothes, each weighing exactly 12 kg. 40 kilos total, huh? I can handle much more than that, but I'm not complaining. I must be the strongest 9-year-old currently alive. Daichi closed the quest box and got up. I'm heading home, need to get cleaned up. Don't want to be late for the first class of the year. Lee nodded, and they went their separate ways. Daichi, after disappearing from Lee's view, used the status recovery reward. His body was instantly refreshed as he made his way home. Many children join the academy in the hopes of becoming a powerful, famous ninja, but only a portion of them even graduate, and even less become genin with a jonin teacher. In the academy, there are divisions among the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd year classes due to the number of children. But these numbers reduce during the first 3 years. Some children will find that becoming a ninja would be much harder than they thought and quit, while some would have no talent or ambition to improve themselves. At the end of the 3rd year, the teachers assess the students based on the total marks of their first 3 years, their skills, talent, and willingness to improve in the shinobi arts, and separate them into 2 groups at the beginning of the 4th year. Students who have absolutely no skill, talent, interest, or drive in becoming a ninja are separated from the ones that show potential. This was to maximize resources and priorities. The students who show no potential in becoming a shinobi are transferred to a class that is designed for civilians. These classes would teach them the basics of subjects like math, science, business, marketing, economics, and other essential aspects needed for the village. Now, for the students who show talent or the willingness to improve themselves and could potentially become a ninja, are all placed together in a single class. Daichi was in class listening to Iruka's lectures. He looked like he was paying attention, but his mind was on something else entirely. I need to complete the 2nd step of the Fire Nature Chakra in 2 or at most 3 months. Then I need to start learning medical ninjutsu. I'm sure the old man would help me with that. Need to complete a dungeon, as usual. That's no biggie. Last but not least, I need to improve 6 skills to max level. I need to choose the skills which are close to being maxed out, so that takes care of this year's quest. Daichi looked around and saw several new faces. He used Observe on them one by one and saw nothing noteworthy until he reached the last one. Daichi used his Observe skill and found something unexpected. Age, HP, 2764 CP, 2350. Tuma Asai is an orphan who was handpicked by Danzo Shimura for the Root program over 2 years ago. He has received basic training from his handler. His talents lay in taijutsu and swordsmanship. He is here to keep an eye on Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Daichi Hekima. Daichi was calm on the outside, but he was nervous in his heart. What the fuck? This guy is Root? That means Danzo knows about me. It even says this guy is here to keep an eye on me. Well, there is Naruto and Sasuke on his list, but that's understandable. One is a Jinchuriki and the other is the last Uchiha. Still, Kensei was right. The moment I got the top spot, Danzo must have had his eye on me. But will he come for me? No. With everything that's happened last year, he won't make any big moves. I hope. Daichi also used Observe on Naruto and Sasuke. He went over Naruto's information. Age, 8. HP, 4 to 130. CP, 1755. Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the late 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki. He is the current host of the Nine Tails. His status as a Jinchuriki caused him to be shunned by most of the Leaf citizens. He is an orphan who longs for a family. He has a positive and friendly attitude despite his harsh circumstances. His dream is to become Hokage of the village. He has a powerful chakra that is currently dormant. Wow. His chakra is more than twice his health points, and it's almost near mine. I had to train my body every day and add points to my chakra stat just to increase it over 11,000 points. But this kid, without doing anything, his chakra level is almost near mine. And once he hits puberty, his reserves will increase massively. Is this what they call protagonist halo? Some information has changed. Powerful dormant chakra. It didn't show that the last time. I remember seeing this only in Sasuke's Observe info. Must be talking about Ashura's chakra. Daichi then looked at Sasuke. Age, HP 322, CP 2769. Sasuke Uchiha is the son of the Uchiha clan head Fugaku and his wife Mikoto. He is the youngest of 2 children. His goal now is to become strong enough to kill his brother Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha has a vast amount of hidden potential and talent. He trains hard every day to become strong enough to defeat the player. He has a powerful chakra that is currently dormant. Sasuke's level is much higher than Naruto, but he has nowhere near Naruto's chakra reserves. His level indicates that he's the strongest in the class, and just like Naruto, some information about him has changed. It seems that Root Kid is almost as strong as Sasuke. I'll have to keep an eye on him without getting myself caught. I wonder how this year will go. Only time will tell, I suppose. As the classes for the first day came to an end, Daichi went to meet Iruka-sensei. He thought about what skill he could completely level up within the year, and one came to mind. Daichi met Iruka in his office. Daichi! Thought you would be out with your friends. What brings you here? Iruka asked while going over some student reports. I was wondering if I could get some scrolls on Advanced Leaf Academy Taijutsu. I feel like I've hit a barrier with my current understanding of the taijutsu style. Daichi, that scroll is only for the final year students, and even then it's only given to those that show talent in taijutsu. Are you saying I lack talent in taijutsu? Daichi raised an eyebrow at that. No, it's not that. Iruka quickly corrected himself. He had seen Daichi fight, and he would be a fool to say that Daichi didn't have any talent in that field. He then let out a small sigh. Look, Daichi, I know you're strong, but that scroll is only given to 6th year students or genins. I get that, but I could improve my skills in taijutsu if I could get the scroll. Iruka shook his head. Sorry, Daichi. Rules are rules. And if I break the rule for one student, then I'll have to break them for all. Daichi let out a sigh. I understand. He bowed and left the office. That was a bust. But I'm sure the old man would have the scrolls I need. I just didn't want the hassle of answering questions on where I learned advanced taijutsu style only taught to 6th years. That night, Daichi asked for the scrolls, and Kensei gave them to him. Some rules in the academy need to change. I've seen your skills. You're more than ready to learn the advanced forms of this style. Daichi spent the months of April and May trying to complete the second stage of his advanced chakra control training. Even though he got the scroll for the taijutsu style, he focused on his chakra control training. He didn't like the fact that he hadn't completed the fire nature control training before the end of March, so he decided to finish the second step before starting anything else. Daichi and his clones were standing on a small rocky bridge, trying to separate the waterfall. With each passing day, the skill leveled up, and by the end of May, he leveled it up to maximum. Fire Waterfall Separation Technique, Active, Passive, Max, an advanced fire chakra affinity training skill, obtained through continuously focusing the chakra to heat and separate the flow of water. An advanced technique to help the user increase the control and strength of their fire nature chakra. Note: increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill Fire Affinity. Effects: 200% increase in Fire Chakra Control. 300% increase in power of Fire Chakra Nature. CP cost. Finally, Daichi released his shadow clones and jumped down from the stone bridge. He took several breaths and steadied himself. He quickly weaved several hand seals and shot a fast and powerful fireball at the bridge he was previously standing on. The fireball struck the bridge and destroyed it and still didn't stop. It traveled a bit further and struck the waterfall. There was a small explosion, and the water parted ways around the exploded area due to the force of the attack. Daichi could see the scorched rocks behind the waterfall for a couple seconds before it was once again covered by the rushing water. Not bad. The speed and strength of that fireball was on a completely different level from when I first used it. And there is still a third step remaining. Daichi smiled at the results of his work. In a happy mood, Daichi left for his home. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 95, The Hokage's Visit, Chapter 95 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hokage Office. The moonlight was shining through the glass window of the Hokage's office. Hiruzen was looking over the top-secret report sent by his Anbu agent Bear. His eyes narrowed as he read information regarding a certain root spy. Tuma Asai, 8 years old, orphan, recruited by Danzo into the root program 2 years ago due to his high aptitude for taijutsu and weaponry. Has above-average memory retention and intelligence. Currently in the 4th year of the academy with the mission to spy on Sasuke Uchiha, Daichi Hakima, and Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen smoked his pipe as he carefully read the details of the report. Bear is doing excellent work. Danzo knows that Sasuke is untouchable as long as Itachi is alive, and that I have my eyes on Naruto. He won't risk going after either of them as long as they are within the village. But Daichi, on the other hand, even the threat Kensei poses won't hold him back for long. It's been almost 2 months since I assigned those 3 with their tasks. It's time I had my chat with Kensei. Time to see if he's as motivated as before. In the event he won't help me, I'll have to persuade him or find someone else. Jiraiya has his own tasks, and I can't ask him to take on more work. Hiruzen sat in his chair and then looked at the Hokage hat on the table. I need to think about a successor. There is no one capable in the village that can become the 5th at the moment, and Jiraiya has no intention of wearing the hat. If I can hold on for another 5 or 6 years, then maybe Kakashi might be ready by then. Hiruzen let out a smoke-filled breath and stood up and paced around the room. There is one who is capable, but that's impossible. She might never set foot here, let alone lead the village. He returned to the table and secured all the documents and left the Hokage Tower shortly after. He was headed home. Due to the Hokage residency being near the tower, it didn't take him more than a couple minutes to reach the place. He opened the doors to his home and was met with silence and darkness. A reminder that he had lost his wife and of a strained relationship with his son. After having some food, Hiruzen went to his bed. I'll speak to Kensei tomorrow. I might also be able to see how far Daichi has come along in his nature training. Root base. Underground. Danzo was reading the report written by Tuma Asai. It contained information not only on Naruto, Sasuke, and Daichi, but also on the clan heirs. What is Hiruzen thinking? Why hasn't he let Daichi get ahead? Did he not think the child was capable, or did the boy reject the offer? His character says otherwise. He is obsessed with getting stronger, training every day and expanding his knowledge. I doubt he would turn down an offer to skip a grade. Or am I missing something? And then there is Sasuke Uchiha. Being in second place has certainly had an effect on him. He's constantly training to keep up with the boy. If I can get him on my side, things will get a lot easier. But as long as Itachi is alive, I can't do that without him doing damage to the village. Damn you, Itachi. Danzo clenched his fist as he thought about the Uchiha. He then looked at the blonde whiskered boy, and his face had an expression of contempt. How could the child of one of the greatest geniuses of an era be a complete idiot? He has no talent, and his skills are worse than even the normal students. Looks like his only worth is the 9 tails inside him. I need the Sharingan and the power of the first Hokage before I go after him. It was Sunday morning. The streets of the village were less busy than usual. A plain, unassuming man was walking through the road. He traveled for a while before he reached his intended destination. He met a barrier at the front of the house. Nostalgia filled the man as he remembered the day the barrier around the house was set up. He injected chakra into the barrier, and it wasn't long before the occupant of the home came out to greet him. Kensei was reading a book when he sensed a fluctuation in the barrier. It only took him a moment to recognize the chakra, and his eyes slightly widened. Why would he be here? He stepped out of the house and went to meet the unexpected guest. He looked at the man and realized it was a transformation jutsu. Hiruzen, is that you? What's with the getup? Hiruzen released his transformation jutsu. Hello, old friend. Certain circumstances have forced me to use cautious methods. We need to talk. The tone in Hiruzen's voice sent alarm bells ringing in Kensei's head. He opened the barrier and let the Hokage in. Hiruzen smiled as he entered the place. I still remember the day Lady Mido helped you set this up. Truly something else. Kensei hummed in response. He looked at his once close friend. What's going on, Hiruzen? Why do you ask that? You're here in disguise and without your guards. Do I need to say more? Hiruzen sighed. Kensei was always sharp. Not that I did much to hide my suspicious behavior anyway. Let's go inside. There are some matters of importance we need to discuss. Kensei looked at him for a few seconds and then led him inside. He prepared some tea and poured 2 cups. Where is Daichi? The Hokage asked. He's out training. He is quite dedicated. Hiruzen replied, sipping his tea. Both of them sat and said nothing for several seconds before Hiruzen broke the silence. I'm investigating Danzo and the route. Kensei's eyes widened as he heard the news. What? Are you serious? Yes, but there is more. Kensei looked at Hiruzen with slight confusion. Hiruzen spoke, seeing Kensei's questioning look. I'm also investigating someone with ties to Orochimaru. I believe Danzo and Orochimaru are still in contact. I thought you took care of Root? I ordered Danzo to disband the Foundation, but he has disobeyed my orders. I can no longer tolerate his actions. I need to cripple his power inside the village. For that, I need to know exactly what he's capable of. I've tasked some of my Anbu with the job, but something like this will take time. Hiruzen took another sip from his cup as he finished explaining. Kensei knew that Hiruzen considered Danzo as a close friend, so he couldn't believe he was actually going through with something like this. You're actually doing it. I can't believe it. Does this have anything to do with our last conversation? The conversation where you said Danzo would betray me and one day would be the death of me? It might have played a small part. So what do you need me for? It sounds like you have everything under control. You and I both know it's not that simple. Danzo has associates he can use outside the village, especially in the capital. Hiruzen finished and looked Kensei in the eye. Kensei's eyes narrowed in realization. So that's what this is about. You want to use my contacts in the daimyo court to help you. Tough luck there, Hiruzen. They're not going to help you. I know. I know they won't help me. They're your friends and not mine. They don't owe me anything. Kensei frowned as he heard the Hokage speak. He knew Hiruzen would always have a plan when trying to negotiate. Hiruzen looked at Kensei and smiled. They won't help me. I'm well aware of that fact, but they will help you. So you want to drag me into this, huh? And why would I get into the middle of this mess? Revenge, for Hotaru. Don't say his name. You have no right. Kensei was angered that Hiruzen would bring up his son's name at a time like this. Hiruzen sighed and spoke. I'm sorry about what happened. I know that deep down, if you had the chance, you wouldn't hesitate to kill Danzo. I'm giving you that chance. Kensei gripped his knees as he thought about it. He's partially right. If I have the chance to kill Danzo, I would, but I won't. Kensei let out a breath and looked at the Kage. You're right. The need for revenge is still there in my heart, but I'm not going to take your offer. Because if anything happens, if anything goes wrong, then I'm not the only one who gets affected. Hiruzen only needed a second to realize the implications. Daichi, you're worried about his safety. Yes, Kensei answered after a few seconds of silence. Hiruzen smiled as he looked at his former Anbu commander. You would turn down the chance to get even with the person responsible for the death of your son for someone else. You really have changed. I'm glad young Daichi has had such a positive impact on you. Kensei grunted, but had a small smile on his face. He's a good kid. I never thought I would feel like this again. Yes, he has a good character. Hiruzen looked at the last bit of tea in the cup as he remembered the moment when Daichi comforted Naruto at the playground. From all the reports he read, he knew that Daichi was someone who would stand up for his friends. Hiruzen, the Hokage looked up at Kensei. Daichi currently has a carefree life. The only thing he's concerned about is his training and academics. But if I get involved in this Danzo business, then sooner or later Daichi will be dragged into it as well. And you and I both know Danzo has no qualms about fighting dirty. Daichi will get caught in the crossfire, and I don't want that. Hiruzen sighed hearing Kensei's reasoning. I'm afraid it might be a bit late for that. What are you talking about? Danzo already is aware of Daichi and has his eyes on him. I figured. I know he'll keep an eye on all the talented kids in the academy. I figured Danzo already knows about Daichi and he's aware of the kid's talents. Hiruzen shook his head. No, you don't understand. I mean, Danzo has already sent one of his agents to spy on Daichi. What? Kensei's eyes widened as he heard this. He has sent a child in the Root program to infiltrate the academy with the sole purpose of spying on Daichi and getting close to him. Danzo is efficient when allocating his Root forces. He wouldn't send one of his ninjas for nothing. I believe Danzo will make a move on young Daichi before he graduates. Kensei was silent as he processed this information. After several seconds of silence, he asked, How accurate is this information? Hiruzen took out a scroll from his sleeve and opened it. The scroll had several folders. Hiruzen took one folder and gave it to Kensei. It was the folder containing documents on Tuma Asai. Before Hiruzen came to speak with Kensei, he had dug up more information about the child, and with Bear's report, it presented accurate and thorough information about the child. You may not want to engage in a fight with Danzo, but soon you'll have to. He'll be coming for young Daichi, just like he did with your son. Kensei clenched his fists in anger. That bastard. He then looked at Hiruzen. What about you? Are you just going to sit and do nothing? Root shouldn't even be active right now. So are you going to let him go after the kid? Danzo knows I won't let him operate his forces again, but if he manages to get backing from the royal court, then he can make things difficult for me. Or he can wait until I die and go after young Daichi. Regardless, no matter what, Danzo will go after your grandson. It's not a matter of if, only when. Kensei knew Hiruzen was right. Danzo was not someone who would back down once he had his sights set on something. He let out a breath and looked at Hiruzen. So what's the plan? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 96. Hiruzen's Plan. Chapter 96 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kensei's home. Kensei let out a long sigh, and after thinking about what Hiruzen said, made a decision. So what's the plan? I've already tasked some of my best agents to investigate Root and Danzo's allies within the village. I need you to investigate his ties to the royal court. During these last few decades, Danzo has cultivated a few assets near the daimyo. I need you to find their identities, their strengths and weaknesses. See if they are truly loyal to Danzo, or if they can be turned. What about Jiraiya? He has an extensive spy network. Why don't you ask him for help with this? He has a lot on his plate at the moment. The Nine Tails attack, and now the Uchiha massacre has significantly reduced our strength. Jiraiya is currently working on minimizing information leaks and spreading false intelligence. With everything that's happened, we need to show strength. I can't ask him to take on any more at the moment. That's why I need your help. Kensei pondered on what the Hokage just said. There were a lot of things that could go wrong with an operation like this. Hiruzen, we're about to conduct an investigation on the members associated with the Fire Daimyo. If he gets wind of it before we complete the investigation, if anything goes wrong, then it will impact the village as a whole. You realize that, don't you? Hiruzen nodded. I'm well aware of the risks, Kensei. Don't forget, I led this village for decades. I know just how much our relationship with the Fire Daimyo means to the village. But I've decided to go forward with this investigation nonetheless. I'm here asking for your help to minimize the risks. You have some businesses in the capital, so there wouldn't be much suspicion if you moved to the capital under the guise of running your business in a more hands-on capacity. Kensei crossed his arms as he thought about the proposal. I don't want to leave Daichi alone here. I'll make sure Daichi is safe. Kensei looked at Hiruzen and he had a downcast expression. I trusted you once, and I paid the price. I can't take that chance again. Hiruzen looked down as he heard those words. I'm truly sorry about your son. I can't change the past, Kensei, no matter how much I want to. Both of them sat in silence and contemplated what to say next. I'm going to get us something to drink. Kensei stood up and went to the kitchen to get a bottle of sake and 2 cups. He returned shortly after and poured 2 cups. Both of them took a cup and drank the alcohol in it in silence. After a minute, it was the Hokage that broke the ice. How is young Daichi? Energetic and training as usual. He's been going at it for months without stopping. But unlike most, he actually enjoys pushing himself beyond his limits like this. He's the best in his class, and the teachers in the academy even know that he's stronger than most of the senior students. They just don't know how much. Kensei smiled and nodded with that assessment. How far has he progressed with the change in chakra nature training? Hiruzen drank another cup and asked. He completed the first 2 steps of both earth and fire chakra. Kensei smirked as he answered that question. What? The Hokage was shocked. The first step alone would usually take 3 to 7 months to learn. For talented geniuses, that time would be reduced to 1 to 3 months. And it was merely the first step. To learn the second step would take much more time. And the fact that Daichi managed to learn the 2 steps of 2 chakra natures in a single year astounded him. Are you sure, Kensei? Of course I'm sure. He showed me after he completed his training. He was able to master the first step of his earth nature in just 3 weeks. Hiruzen's eyes widened as heard that. Kensei looked at the dumbfounded face of the Hokage and chuckled. Such speed. Yes. It's incredible. He makes you look like an ordinary chump, Hiruzen. Kensei chucked at that. Hiruzen turned serious and looked at Kensei. Danzo must not learn the true extent of Daichi's talents, and we absolutely can't let Daichi be dragged into the Foundation. If Daichi becomes part of the Root, then it won't be long before Danzo makes a move on the position of Hokage. If someone as talented as Daichi comes under his command, then he will become bold enough to challenge me or whoever comes after me. Kensei nodded. Yes, on that we can agree. For the moment we can rest easy. Danzo won't make any moves on the surface, and recruiting someone like Daichi will draw attention to him. So for the moment, he'll only be observing. And he's also in the middle of creating a new base and moving his assets, so he'll be focused on that for now. The Hokage said after thinking about the current situation of Root. Danzo is not one to be sloppy with his movements or information. Who exactly did you send to infiltrate Root? He or she must be good if you're getting such precise details. One of my Anbu, codenamed Bear. You know him. You even trained him for a brief period of time. Kensei's eyes slightly widened as realized who Hiruzen was talking about. Ah, so it's him. If it's that brat, then you won't have much to worry. If I'm going to help you with this, then I need 2 things in return. Kensei knew Hiruzen would only come to him for help if he didn't have many options left. The Kage sighed hearing that. I had a feeling you didn't agree, just because of the goodness of your heart. What is it? I want Aizen out of Hozuki Castle. The Hokage was shocked at what Kensei was asking. That's impossible. No, it's not. The prisoners in that containment facility can be released if the village sends an official request. Kensei then took another mouthful from his sake cup. You forget. Danzo has spies in that facility as well. He was the one who put Aizen there, and if I get Aizen out, Danzo will know, and he will send a kill squad to finish him off. And besides, what good will it do to have Aizen out? He doesn't have his memories. He won't be of any help. Kensei sighed as he remembered what happened to his friend and once fellow Anbu member. One of the few times Danzo showed mercy. Aizen was loyal to the village just as much as you. He knew that. But he also knew Aizen uncovered several of his corrupt deeds. Aizen had knowledge on Danzo's illegal assets. What? Yes, but he was too angry at that time to bring that information to you because of what happened during his mission. And then he fell into Danzo's trap. For his lifelong loyalty to the village, instead of killing him, Danzo sealed his memories, and with the charges against Aizen, he was able to imprison him in that castle, while you just sat there unable to help him. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at that accusation. Do you think it was easy for me to just let that happen and do nothing about it? Aizen attacked Danzo and the daimyo's minister in public. It was a trap for Aizen, but like a blind fool, he walked right into it. The daimyo got involved. If Aizen wasn't punished, it could have caused friction between the village and the capital. Kensei sighed as he heard the justification. The Hokage continued. Besides, who do you think it was that convinced Danzo to spare his life instead of outright killing him? Who do you think convinced him that Aizen would be far less of a threat if he didn't have his memories and was imprisoned in a prison away from the village? Kensei was shocked as he looked at his Kage. You? Yes. Don't think I didn't help. I made sure Aizen would live to see another day. Fat load of good that did. He's alive, but everything that made him is gone. Kensei looked down and poured another cup for him. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Kensei looked up at Hiruzen and saw the Kage with a small smirk. I'm the one who gave Danzo the memory seal formula. I told him it was permanent. Once used on the target, it would erase all the memories forever, and he checked it to make sure before using it on Aizen. The thing is, I lied when I said it would permanently erase the memories. Kensei leaned forward and looked at Hiruzen. You mean? The memories are still there inside his head, just locked away from everyone. A subtle but complex sealing jutsu courtesy of Lady Maito. The seal is essentially a lock. Anyone with the key would be able to undo that seal at any time. I figured it would be best to keep that information to myself. Kensei shot up from his seat as he heard those words. You bastard. You mean I could have saved him and got his memories back all this time? Why didn't you tell me? Because I knew you would react like this. And if you had tried to save him, Danzo would have interfered and killed Aizen. And with the eyes of the daimyo on the whole situation, I couldn't do anything to jeopardize the stability of the village at the time. Kensei let out a breath and sat down. After several seconds, spoke. We have to save him. I agree. But we need to do it without raising any suspicions. If we want to save Aizen and get him out of there, then first he has to die. Kensei narrowed his eyes. He figured out the meaning of those words in seconds. Fake his death. Hiruzen nodded. I have an idea, but I need some time to create a concrete plan. Okay, whatever you need. I'll help you with this. For Aizen. Kensei spoke with a smile. He was excited at the prospect of rescuing his old friend. For Aizen. Hiruzen raised his sake cup and Kensei joined in toasting for their friend's freedom. You mentioned 2 things. What's the second? Hiruzen asked as he took another swig of the alcohol. I'm thinking about having someone at the hospital teach Daichi some medical ninjutsu. Kensei replied. I managed to pique the kid's interest in the field. I told him I would start him on that this year. Hiruzen had a frown on his face when he heard this. Kabuto is working at the hospital. If he learns about Daichi, then Orochimaru will also learn about the child, and that's just as bad. Noticing Hiruzen's frown, Kensei had an uneasy feeling. What's wrong? You can't take Daichi to the hospital for training. Why not? The Hokage side. The spy I mentioned that has ties to Orochimaru, he works at the hospital. If Orochimaru gets information on Daichi, that would bring trouble for the boy. Kensei grunted at that. Daichi has a lot of potential. Learning medical ninjutsu would benefit him greatly, and he would only need a fraction of the time to learn the techniques needed. Yes, I'm sure he's capable, but do you really want to take that risk? Kensei's silence was his reply to the question. Hiruzen spoke after a short while. I'll come up with something. Give me a couple weeks. Kensei nodded. I was hoping to meet young Daichi, but it seems he's busy with his training. Maybe another time. Hiruzen had his eyes glancing at the door. He might not be back for a while. Hiruzen nodded. Then it's time for me to leave. I'll come back once everything is planned out. Kensei nodded, and both of them stood from their chair. Hiruzen reapplied his transformation jutsu and walked out of the house. Before long, he left the place. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 97, The Art of Genjutsu. Chapter 97 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hi guys, fair warning. Bit of an info dump chapter. This is my take on Genjutsu. It may be right, it may be wrong, or maybe it's something in the middle. Daichi was fighting his clones in the forest while being blindfolded. He relied on his other senses and wanted to improve them. He wanted to evolve his sense skills as quickly as he could. But Daichi's clones were just as capable as he was. So the battle lasted for some time before he was able to successfully defeat and dispel his clones. After meditating and recovering his strength, he opened his skill list. Daichi's eyes went to the skills related to the six senses. They're almost at level 50. Maybe another 2 or 3 battle sessions like this and they'll be ready to evolve. Daichi closed the skill list and headed home. During the battle, he received a notification that indicated that reputation had increased with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Daichi was confused and not sure why that notification would show up at this time. Well, as long as it's not a reputation decreases notification, I don't mind. There was also something else he wanted to ask his grandfather. Before long, he reached his home. He noticed Kensei on the porch, and he seems to be immersed in deep thoughts. Hey, old man, you seem like you have something important on your mind. Daichi's voice snapped Kensei out of his thoughts. He smiled and replied, It's nothing you need to worry about. Daichi looked at Kensei for a second and then nodded. Daichi at that time smelled the faint scent of tobacco lingering in the air. He also smelled the heavy scent of sake. He knew Kensei didn't smoke. Was someone here? Daichi asked. Kensei looked at the kid and sighed. His senses are getting sharper and sharper. I was planning on keeping Hiruzen's visit to myself for now, but... Yes, Daichi. I had an unexpected visitor this morning. But it's nothing you need to concern yourself with. I'll tell you when the time comes. Daichi was slightly confused, but then nodded and let it go. He had something more important on his mind. Hey, Gramps. I'm thinking about working on my taijutsu and genjutsu and then some medical ninjutsu this year. What do you think? Kensei thought about the question. The warning Hiruzen had given him about Orochimaru's spy was prevalent in his mind. Focus on your taijutsu and genjutsu and sharpen the skills you already possess. Learning too many things without mastery of anything won't help you. Daichi nodded and agreed with that assessment. Can you tell me about genjutsu? I want to focus and improve my awareness on it as well. Kensei smiled. He motioned for Daichi to come and sit near him. So you're finally interested, huh? The art of genjutsu. This will take a while to fully explain. Daichi focused and paid attention to every word Kensei was going to say. Genjutsu, or the art of illusions, is the third and least common of the basic combat specialties for a shinobi. Now, taijutsu and ninjutsu both apply damage or alterations to the physical world, while genjutsu mainly targets the mind. Daichi was confused. But during our fight, you changed the terrain. How is that? Kensei chucked. What I did falls under genjutsu, but let me remind you, I did not alter the terrain with genjutsu. I merely placed an illusion on the hole on the ground I created with ninjutsu, I'll explain. As I said, genjutsu cannot affect non-living or environmental things and physically alter them. Now, genjutsu is the most versatile of the three, but it is also the most difficult to use effectively. Our mind, our imagination, it's limitless. So are the possibilities of genjutsu? It depends on the user. Whether it's a simple distraction, or traumatizing someone, or an outright powerful attack on the psyche of a person, a capable genjutsu user can accomplish it all. Daichi was attentive to every word. In the show, most characters that genjutsu were used on had a bloodline limit or something else that helped them negate it. Mainly the Uchiha and their Sharingan, the Hyuga and the Byakugan, the Rinnegan and Jinchurikis, who are partners with their tailed beasts. Compared to the number of shinobi in the world who are not immune to genjutsu, this number is very small. While illusions won't be useful against powerful A or S rank enemies, they will definitely be useful against most people below those ranks. I can't ignore this field. Kensei continued. Now, just like ninjutsu, genjutsu requires usage of hand seals and precise control of chakra. There are 3 ways to utilize genjutsu. All the techniques of the illusion arts fall under these 3 categories. The first is sensory-based illusions, the most common type of genjutsu. They can target a single or multiple opponents, and they have great potential. Many techniques used by the shinobi fall under this category. A manipulation of the target's perception of reality. Chakra enters a person's body and manipulates their senses. The 5 major senses of the body? Yes. The most common is manipulation of our vision, the sense of sight. The genjutsu that affects what you see. Make something invisible or change the appearance or make you see something that doesn't exist. Then there is somatic sensation. It's the sense of touch. We can induce pain, numb the body, change the perception of temperature, and much more. Auditory sensation, the sense of hearing. Manipulating what the enemy hears. It can be used to feed false intelligence to create outright throbbing headaches. It can be used to annoy your enemy or take away their sense of hearing entirely. Gustatory, your sense of taste. Now, this is one of the rarer types of genjutsu, but with a creative mind, it could be very effective. Then manipulating the olfactory senses. It's the sense of smell. It could be something as simple as creating the smell of smoke to go along with fire or something similar. Then there's the vestibular sense. It dictates our balance and movements. Our hand-eye coordination will be disrupted if this sense is affected. Now, these types of genjutsu are usually B rank and above. Now, the remaining 2 main senses are the temporal and kinesthetic sense. The former deals with controlling the victim's perception of time, and the latter can manipulate the spatial awareness of the body. With this, you can make your victim lose the feeling of a limb or more. Depends on a creative and slightly sadistic mind. Kensei smirked as he said the last part. Daichi slightly grimaced as he looked at the creepy smile on the old man's face. Yikes. Now, these jutsus can affect more senses, but they can be easy or difficult to notice. Although these techniques are strong, they are limited to the minds of those affected after activation. Now remember, all the above fall under the first category of genjutsu, sensory-based illusions. The important thing to remember is that these jutsus need a trigger to work. Trigger is an action or an object which catches the attention of the target's senses. The exception is the wide area effect genjutsu. They use space as the medium. Wow. What they teach us at the academy are peanuts compared to what I just learned. Kensei replied, hearing the kid. Yes, they only teach the basics. And information on not just genjutsu, but all the ninja arts is restricted. Once a student graduates, only then will they have access to more information and techniques. Daichi nodded. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want powerful techniques to fall into the hands of an irresponsible kid. So what's the next 2 categories? The second category is memory-based genjutsu. Like the name suggests, it affects our mind, specifically our memories. Now, these types of genjutsu require time to activate and need great focus to utilize it on the battlefield properly. These types of techniques are mainly used in interrogation, planting false memories, and thus false intelligence. This type is only used by the Yamanaka clan due to their strong affinity towards yin chakra and mental manipulation. Kensei stopped and looked at Daichi. Now I believe you can defend yourself against genjutsu of these two categories. Because these two types of genjutsu are direct type genjutsu that attack the brain, and you have immunity against them. Now comes the third category, the type of genjutsu you are susceptible to. Daichi paid close attention to every word his grandfather spoke. He needed to be aware of these types of illusions. Seeing he had Daichi's undivided attention, Kensei continued. Optical-based genjutsu. Chakra is used to bend or refract light to modify or create images. These illusions are based on natural illusions in nature like rainbows or mirages. Jutsus such as false placement or haze clones fall under this category. The jutsu I used on you also falls under this category. These types of jutsus create images out of chakra, but do not send them directly to the enemy's mind. It essentially creates a physical illusion that everyone can see. But if we're creating physical images out of chakra and layering them over objects, then doesn't that fall into the category of ninjutsu? I thought genjutsu cannot be casted on objects with no chakra network. Daichi questioned the old man. You would think so, but no. First, this isn't classified as ninjutsu. These are still illusions. For these types of techniques, we use a small amount of yang chakra in conjunction with yin chakra. This also answers your second question. Daichi nodded. Kensei continued with his explanation. These types of genjutsu are used to alter the appearance of wide area terrains and such. They are easy to dispel, but difficult to notice. But they can't be used to hide or mask a person. Now I want you to know that optical illusions do not interfere with your other senses. Daichi's eyes widened as heard the last part. Wait a minute. When you used that blackout genjutsu on me, you said you took away my sight, sound, and smell, but now you're telling me... I lied. I took away your sight. That's true. But what I did was make sure to reduce the amount of any sound or smell. The sounds and smell present were muted, but they were still there. In the heat of the battle, when you heard that I took away 3 of your senses, you didn't think to double-check. That's a lesson I want you to keep in your mind. Never trust your enemy, and be vigilant of your allies. Daichi thought back to that battle. He's right. He only took my sight away, but I believed him when he said he took my sense of sound and smell. The root cause of that mistake is trust. In a world full of killers and backstabbers, I'll have to be careful not to let my guard down around anyone. Don't worry. With enough training and experience, you'll be able to identify optical genjutsu. Daichi looked at Kensei and nodded. He then asked his grandfather something that was on his mind. What about emotions? Can genjutsu be used to control a person's emotions? Genjutsu can affect the senses, but it can't control or change one's emotions. They are only capable of indirectly inspiring one's emotions. You can create a giant fearsome snake with the intent to scare the target, but whether she gets scared or not, how that person reacts, it all depends on them. Kensei took a moment for Daichi to digest all the information. After a while, he began explaining the last and crucial part of the genjutsu arts: how to dispel them. Figuring out you're in a genjutsu is only half the battle. Now there are a few methods for negating genjutsu, and they aren't very difficult. Pain or physical trauma, either self-inflicted or afflicted by the enemy. Now, what you need to keep in mind is that the pain must be strong enough to overcome the mental attack. The second method is the genjutsu release kai. The person stops all flow of chakra in their body and restarts their flow. The amount of chakra required depends on the jutsu used. The third method is if you are freed by another party. If you have a teammate, then he must realize that you're caught in a genjutsu and help you out. This person must make physical contact with the person trapped in the jutsu. These are the 3 major ways someone can escape genjutsu. Now, some people have natural resistance to illusions, like those with Sharingan and Byakugan. And ordinary shinobi too, over time can develop resistance to certain genjutsu techniques. Now you have a thorough understanding of the genjutsu arts. Since you're immune to most, you won't have to worry that much, but it's still prudent that you learn and master the field. Kensei completed his explanation and workings on the field of genjutsu. Daichi was grateful. He now had much better understanding and knowledge on the subject. I understand, thank you. This seems really interesting. The only limit to genjutsu is one's imagination. I wonder how far I can take this field. Author's note. So now that you guys have an understanding of my take on genjutsu, I would love to hear yours. Thanks for listening, narrated by Overpowered Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 98. Sense Evolution and Skill Progress. Chapter 98 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Days went by as Daichi trained and honed his skills. His main focus was leveling up his sense skills. They would evolve once they reached level 50. Daichi concluded that evolving those skills would help with completing part of this year's quest. He was training in the forest near his home. He was in the middle of a battle with his clones, and after some time he got a few system notifications. Skill Superior Hearing's level has risen by 1. Skill Superior Hearing has reached level 50, evolving skill. Skill evolved into Acute Hearing. Acute Hearing Active Passive LV Max, a skill obtained through evolving the skill Superior Hearing. This skill is a LV Max skill with various effects. The hearing of the user is sharpened and becomes more acute. The user can increase the range of his hearing as he needs, but this has limitations. Note, negative side effects associated with having a more sensitive hearing does not apply to the user. Gamer's mind will neutralize negative side effects of sensory overload. With training, more and more effects can be added onto this skill. Effects gives the user the ability to focus hearing to a certain area or filter out everything but the wanted sounds. The user is able to determine the location of the target with more accuracy. Range of hearing depends on the user. CP cost depends on the user. Congratulations! You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Wow! Daichi couldn't help but exclaim out loud. He read the details of the evolved skill and was impressed. It says I can add more effects to this skill with training. And unless I'm mistaken, there doesn't seem to be a limitation to the number of effects that can be added. I'm guessing the only limitation is it must have something to do with hearing. Interesting. Reading the gamer's mind's negation of any negative side effects also brought a smile to Daichi's face. If the gamer's mind negates sensory overload for this skill, then it's possible it will do the same for other evolved skills. Daichi concluded. He then thought about the memories of Naruto winning against Kiba during the Chunin exams. I don't care what anyone says. That was a pathetic way to win. Thank God I don't have to worry about anything like that. Daichi then used the new skill. He only slightly focused and he could hear far better than before. Daichi tried out his new skill and he quickly learned how to discard unwanted sounds and focus on what he wanted to hear. His range was much better than before, and when he focused his chakra, the range of his hearing expanded. Daichi felt that the chakra used to increase his hearing was negligible. Wow, this is truly incredible. Is this what those with super hearing feels like? I can hear almost everything in this forest. Daichi spent a while getting used to the skill. A short while later, he stopped and decided to evolve the rest of his senses. After learning what an evolved skill can do, he was even more eager. The next sense he was going to evolve was superior smell. Daichi took several small stones that he coated with unique scents. He jumped high up in the air and threw them deep into the forest. He landed a second later and then closed his eyes and concentrated chakra to his nose. There were many scents in the forest, of plants and other small animals. The stones were only coated with a very weak scent, so Daichi would need absolute focus and concentration. His goal was to track and find the stones through the weak scents they emitted. He was blindfolded, but his other senses were heightened. After some time, he was able to successfully find all the stones and was able to level up the skill. Skill Superior Smell's level has risen by 1. Skill Superior Smell has reached level 50. Evolving skill. Skill evolved into Absolute Smell. Absolute Smell Active Passive LV Max, a skill obtained through evolving the skill Superior Smell. This skill is a LV Max skill with various effects. The sense of smell of the user has increased beyond normal. The user can increase the range of this sense as he needs. But this has limitations. Note, Negative side effects associated with having a more sensitive nose does not apply to the user. Gamer's mind will neutralize negative side effects of sensory overload. With training, more and more effects can be added onto the skill. Effects. The user will never forget the sense of the targets it has detected once. The user is able to determine the location of the target with more accuracy. The range of this sense depends on the user. CP cost depends on the user. Congratulations! You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 exp, 75 XP, yes! Just as I thought. Even though this is a max level skill, I can train and add different effects to this. Just like the other one, since all these are passive skills, even if my chakra somehow gets cut off, I'll be able to effectively track an enemy or defend myself if the need arises. Daichi used the new absolute smell skill and he was impressed. He was able to block out unwanted or repulsive smells in an instant and focus on what was needed. Daichi picked up new scents that were previously hidden from him. Incredible. Truly incredible. Now I understand why the Inuzuka clan were called one of the best trackers. Now that I think about it, Kakashi must also have such an excellent nose. To be able to improve his sense of smell to such a degree, that's impressive. Daichi thought about the different new effects that can be trained and added to the skill. He was a fan of all comics. He had seen plenty of heroes and villains use their different powers. Daichi had several ideas he wanted to work on. He was extremely excited at the prospects of improving his abilities just like them. The next on Daichi's list was the sense of sight. Daichi created several shadow clones. He then stopped chakra flow to his ears and nose and concentrated on his eyes. He sharpened his vision and began fighting his clones. They were using skills that drastically increased their speed, and Daichi's goal was to track their movements without the help of his other senses. He dodged shurikens, blocked lightning-fast attacks, and was able to keep track of his opponents at all times. It wasn't just his vision, but Daichi also needed to be aware of his surroundings. An hour passed by, and as he defeated the last clone, he got several blue system message boxes. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. Skill Shadow Clone Jutsu's level has risen by 1. Skill Strong Hits level has risen by 1. Skill Sprint's level has risen by 1. Along with an increase in his sight skill, Daichi's combat-related skills also increased. Skill Superior Sight's level has risen by 1. Skill Superior Sight has reached level 50. Evolving skill. Skill evolved into Dynamic Vision. Dynamic Vision Active Passive, LV, Max, a skill obtained through evolving the skill Superior Sight. This skill is a LV Max skill with various effects. The user possesses a sense of sight far beyond normal, allowing them to see far with great clarity and details. The user can increase the range of this sense as he needs, but this has limitations. Note, negative side effects associated with having more sensitive eyes do not apply to the user. Gamer's mind will neutralize negative side effects of sensory overload. With training, more and more effects can be added onto this skill. Effects. The user will be able to see even underwater and even during night with little lights. The user is able to see the faintest distinctions and easily track things too fast for the normal eyes. The range of this sense depends on the user. CP cost depends on the user. Congratulations, you have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500x 75x. Daichi felt the changes in his body in real time. He felt that his body has physically improved his eyes. He looked around as if he was seeing everything for the first time. The feeling of seeing all the details and the clarity with which he could see everything around him couldn't be expressed in words. Not a bad skill. Would definitely come in handy if I ever have to go for a deep sea dive. Night vision, huh? Neat. Daichi then sat down and began to focus on the last sense he was going to evolve today. He took out several small dishes he bought from Shi's restaurant from his inventory. These were dishes he asked Shi Feng to prepare with specific ingredients. All the dishes were made with some special ingredients and as such had hidden flavors that Daichi needed to identify if he wanted to improve the skill to the next level. Daichi slowly tasted the dishes and took his time identifying each flavor. These taste delicious. My health, chakra, and stamina are quickly recovering. Focus, Daichi. Daichi focused his chakra and extracted the flavors. He spent a while just sitting there tasting all the dishes, and he was successfully able to identify all the ingredients used. Skill Superior Tasting's level has risen by 1. Skill Superior Tasting has reached level 50. Evolving Skill. Skill evolved into Hypertaste. Hypertaste, Active Pelv Max, a skill obtained through evolving the skill Superior Tasting. This skill is a LV Max skill with various effects. The user possesses an extremely keen sense of taste, allowing them to sense both harmful and beneficial things. Sweetness helps to identify energy-rich food, while bitterness serves as warning signs of poisons. The user can increase or decrease the effects of this sense. Note: negative side effects associated with having a more sensitive tongue do not apply to the user. Gamer's mind will neutralize negative side effects of sensory overload. With training, more and more effects can be added onto this skill. Effects. The user is able to discern all tastes. The power of this sense depends on the user. CP cost depends on the user. Congratulations, you have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 expa. 75 expa. Yes, I'm immune to poisons, and this skill won't be of much use in combat, but it's still nice to evolve it. All that's left is the sense of touch, but it's nowhere near level 50. And I wonder if my chakra sense skill will evolve. It is one of my senses. And what about Mana Scout? Questions for later. I suppose I'll find out sooner or later. Daichi then opened his skill page and started going through them one by one. 1. Gamer's Mind, Passive, Max. 2. Gamer's Body, Passive, Elzv, Max. 3. Gaia's Blessing, Passive, Pax. Observe, Active, 49. 5. Dish 150% increase in speed when dishwashing. 6. Meditate, Active. Effects: 154% increase to base HP regeneration per minute, 154% increase to base CP regeneration per minute, 154% increase to base SP regeneration per minute. 7. Basic Body Conditioning, Passive LV80 effects: 76% increase in damage inflicted, 74% increase in movement speed, 5% increase in physical stat growth, 50% decrease in damage taken. 8. Minimap. Inventory. 10. Chakra Manipulation, Active Passive, LV70. 11. Chakra Affinity, Passive Active, LV80. Effects: 28% growth rate of chakra stat, 71% strength increases to all chakra-based skills, 68% defense increase against chakra-based attacks, 50% increase to maximum CP, 30% CP cost to all chakra-based skills. 12. Chakra Regeneration, Passive, LV80. Effects: regeneration increased by 95% of base CP, 22% increase in regeneration speed, 28% growth rate of chakra stat. Note: meditation increases CP regeneration to 100%. 13. Minor Jutsu Creation, Active, LV12. Effects: 24% success rate to create new ninjutsu, 24% success rate to create new genjutsu. Minus 15. 5% CP requirements for new jutsu created. 14. Leaf Concentration Technique, Active Passive, Max. Effects: 200% increase in chakra control. CP cost 1 harsec, 50% CP cost to chakra techniques. 15. Hypertaste, Active Passive, LV, Max. Effects: the user is able to discern all tastes. The power of this sense depends on the user. CP cost depends on the user. 16. Acute Hearing, Active Passive, Max. Effects: gives the user the ability to focus hearing to a certain area or filter out everything but the wanted sounds. Range of hearing depends on the user. CP cost depends on the user. 17. Absolute Smell, Active Passive, Effects: the user will never forget the sense of the targets it has detected once. The user is able to determine the location of the target with more accuracy. The range of this sense depends on the user. CP cost depends on the user. 18. Dynamic Vision, Active Passive, Malvi. Effects: the user will be able to see even underwater and even during night with little lights. The user is able to see the faintest distinctions and easily track things too fast for the normal eyes. The range of this sense depends on the user. CP cost depends on the user. 19. Leaf Academy Taijutsu, Active, LV79. Effects: 138.7% increase in attack power, 138.7% increase in defense, 138.7% increase in speed, 80% decrease in damage taken. 20. Shuriken Jutsu, Active, Max. Effects: 100% increase in accuracy, 100% increase in damage dealt. 21. Physical Endurance, Passive, 75. Effects: 56x 3% decrease in damage taken. Note: damage decrease depends on enemy level and strength. 22. Strong hit, active, 65. Effects, 65% increase in critical rate, 92% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy, 70% increase in attack speed. SP cost, 5 per hit. 23. Cooking, active, 32. Effects, 64% increase in taste and aroma of dish, 64% increase in plating technique. 24. Painting, passive, LV20. Effects, 44% increase in visual appeal, 48% increase of accuracy in painting. 25. Chakra threads, active, LV. Max. Effects, 200% increase in thread control, 200% increase in thread speed, CP cost, 1 sec for single thread. 26. Sprint, active, L61. Effects, 92% increase in running speed, SP cost, 22 SP per minute. 27. Rope escape jutsu, active. Effects, 9% increase in success when escaping bindings. 28. Clone jutsu, active. Effects, 100% accuracy increase when creating identical clones. CP cost, 7 CP per clone. 29. Transformation jutsu, active, LV max. Effects, 100% increase in accuracy and details when transforming. CP cost, 5 CP per transformation. 30. Mana manipulation, active, passive, LV6. 31. Sword mastery, passive, LV29. Note, this skill requires a sword to activate. Effects, 58% additional damage when striking the target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 47. 6% increase in attack speed. 32. Vital strike, active, L52. Affects 68% additional damage when hitting target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 26% increase in attack speed. 33. Tree walking technique, active, passive. Affects 200% increase in chakra control. CP cost 1 sec, 65% CP cost to chakra techniques. 34. Danger sense, passive, alpha 40. Affects current range 83 meters. 35. Death blow, active, 29. Affects 187% additional attack damage to the enemy. 33% increase in attack speed. 33% increase in critical rate. 36. Water walking technique, active, passive, 100. Affects 200% increase in chakra control. CP cost 3 sec. 30% decrease CP cost to chakra techniques. 37. Chakra sense, active, LV33. Affects current range 77 meters. CP cost 8, 7 meter. 38. Ozark's resilience, active, LV10. Effects, 20% increase in strength, vitality, and agility stats for 60 seconds when HP falls below 20%. Cooldown time, 8 hours. 39. Killing intent, active, LV25. Effects, enemies with a plus or minus 3 level gap between the user are paralyzed for 60 seconds. Enemies less than 4 levels and below the user are struck with terror and paralyzed for 80 seconds, as well as 13% reduction of their physical stats. 40. Dual wielding mastery, passive, LV19. Effects passively increases the player's minimum and maximum melee damage, critical rate, and balance. 19% increase to damage inflicted. 19% increase in attack speed. 41. Water affinity, active, passive, LV19. Effects, 38% increase in water attack jutsu. 38% increase in water defense jutsu. 12. 5% increase in success when creating water-style jutsu. 8. 1% decrease in chakra cost when using water-style jutsu. 42. Wind affinity, active, PAF 17. Effects, 34% increase in wind attack jutsu. 34% increase in wind defense jutsu. 10. 8% increase in success when creating wind-style jutsu. 6. 5% decrease in chakra cost when using wind-style jutsu. 43. Mana affinity, passive, active, 9. Affects 18% strength increase to all mana-based skills. Mana 6% MP cost to all mana-based skills. 44. Telekinesis, active, Elder 7. Effects, 14% increase in mana attacks. 14% increase in mana defenses. 35% decrease in mana cost. 45. Fire affinity, active, passive, 77. Affects 154% increase in fire attack jutsu. 154% increase in fire defense jutsu. 80% increase in success when creating fire-style jutsu. 45% decrease in chakra cost when using fire-style jutsu. 46. Earth affinity, active, passive, ELF 79. Affects 182% increase in earth attack jutsu. 182% increase in earth defense jutsu. 83. 6% increase in success when creating earth-style jutsu. 62. 6% decrease in chakra cost when using earth-style jutsu. 47. Lightning affinity, active, passive, of 18. Affects 36% increase in lightning attack jutsu. 36% increase in lightning defense jutsu. 15. 8% increase in success when creating lightning-style jutsu. 8. 7% decrease in chakra cost when using lightning-style jutsu. 48. Superior Touch, active LV19, effects plus 38% increase in skin sensitivity. CP cost 16 sec. 49. Chakra Enhancement, active and 29. Note: the chakra cost of the skill and increase in abilities depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: increase the attack and defense power, increase strength, stamina, agility, and vitality, decrease the damage taken. 50. Chakra Flow, active. Note: the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 48% strength increase to the object, 48% increase in chakra flow, 10% decrease in chakra cost. 51. Creation, active LV03. Note: the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 16. 5% chance when creating common grade items, 1% chance when creating rare grade items, 0% chance when creating unique grade items, 0% chance when creating legendary grade items, 0% chance when creating mythical grade items. 52. Unyielding Spirit, passive max. 17. 53. Shadow Clone Jutsu, active LV24. Effects: number of clones depends on the chakra reserves of the user. CP cost 490 CP clone minimum. 54. Body Flicker Technique, active 32. Effects: 72% increase in mobility. CP cost 41 CP. 55. Absolute Recall, passive LV max. 56. Combat Arts, passive M-teen. Effects: 34% increase in damage inflicted, 34% increase in movement speed. 57. Linked Kill Strikes, active L5. Effects: 5% increase in agility, 10% increase in damage when using swords, daggers, or other sharp weapons, N plus 1% increase in damage dealt for each additional strike. N represents the last consecutive attack landed on the enemy. 58. Absolute Chakra Mastery, passive ELV max. 59. Light Steps, passive active ELV2. Effects: increases balance of the user when in unstable and dangerous terrain, 6% increase in movement speed. 60. Mana Puppetry, active LV effects can implant suggestions into a target's mind. MP cost 742.61. Giant Strength, passive 62. Life Recovery, passive max 63. Lithe Body, passive max 64. Swiftness, passive. Hermit's Wisdom, passive 66. Chakra Suppression, active, effects 35% chakra suppression. 67. Plunderer, passive. Effects: the chances of obtaining skill or jutsu from the killed enemy is 10%. The chances of obtaining special abilities or bloodline limits is 1%. 68. Mana Scout, passive active, ELF 10. Effects: 20 meters, current maximum range 10% location accuracy. MP cost 13.5 MPF per 2 meters. A small smile formed on Daichi's face as his eyes landed on the next skill. I hope the day won't come when you're activated. 70. Chakra Rotation, active passive LV max. Effects: 200% increase in chakra movement and form, 100% increase in chakra control. CP cost depends on the user. 71. Chakra Potency, active passive max. Effects: 200% increase in chakra size and range, plus 10% increase in chakra potency and CP. CP cost depends on the user. 72. Chakra Confinement, active passive. Effects: 200% increase in chakra form, 200% increase in chakra control. CP cost depends on the user. 73. Rasengan, active X. Note: the user can create variations of this jutsu with training. Effects: deals 1500 damage points when it strikes the target. CP cost 250 CP, minimum needed. 74. Earth Leaf Crumbling Technique, active passive. 100% increase in earth chakra control. CP cost 3 sec. 75. Earth Waterfall Cutting Technique, active passive. Effects: 200% increase in earth chakra control, 300% increase power of earth chakra nature. CP cost 18 sec. 76. Fire Leaf Burning Technique. Effects: 100% increase in fire chakra control. CP cost 5 sec. 77. Fire Waterfall Separation Technique. Passive. Effects: 200% increase in fire chakra control, 300% increase in power of fire chakra nature. CP cost 18 sec. 78. I'm Ready to Die Stance, active LV. Effects: HP, CP, SP, MP of the user are restored to 50% for 20 seconds. 300% increase in effects of all techniques used during the 20 seconds activation period. All stats will gain a 20% boost for 20 seconds. Satisfied with the improvements, Daichi closed the panel and left for home. Author's note: since the last chapter was just on genjutsu stuff, and this chapter is just about evolving senses and stat update, I thought It was best I post these 2 chapters without any breaks. To be honest, this whole chapter feels like a giant stat update to me too. But since this will be the last skill update chapter for a while, I guess there is nothing wrong. We'll pick up the story in the next chapter. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 99. I Am Not Alone. Chapter 99 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hiruzen was in his office going over the various mission reports. There was a pile of documents on his desk, and he went through them as quickly as he could, while still memorizing all the relevant information. He quickly finished his work for the day, and his mind went to the conversation he had with Kensei. It has been a couple weeks since his chat with Kensei. His mind then drifted to young Daichi. Having him learn medical ninjutsu will be beneficial for the village. But who exactly do I assign to teach him without attracting any more attention to him? He could wait till he's Genin, but that's just wasting his potential. What should I do? He let out a sigh, and as he was pondering on how to proceed regarding everything, his secretary came in. Sir, Inoichi Yamanaka is here to see you. Send him in. The secretary left, and a blond, long-haired man who was the head of the Yamanaka clan came. Sir, I have what you asked for. Based on your specifications, I believe this should do. The Yamanaka then handed a scroll which the Hokage took. Thank you, Inoichi, and keep this to yourself. Yes, sir. The clan head left the office, leaving Hiruzen alone with his thoughts. One part of the problem is solved, but there are still several other factors that need to be in play. The bodies of the criminals who die at Hozuki Castle are burned in a chamber in the lower floors. Faking his death would be for nothing if he gets burned to ash. So I need another body, one with identical build to Isen. And I need the best medic nin to make the necessary changes so it's indistinguishable from Isen. Tsunade could do it, but she's roaming the country gambling and drinking. She won't set foot in this village. I don't think I can count on her, even if she is the best damn medic alive. At that moment, Hiruzen's eyes widened. Medic. She could be a perfect teacher for Daichi. With Daichi's learning curve, he could learn most techniques from her within 2 or 3 years. And since she's not in the village, Daichi will have to go along with her, and out of Danzo's sight. And with the protection of a Sannin, Kensei will be more assured of Daichi's safety. Daichi is in his 4th year. There are 3 more years before his class graduates. Gears turned in Hiruzen's mind, and he formed a plan. But he needed help convincing Tsunade to take on a student. If I hadn't known of Daichi's talents, I wouldn't have even considered this. I have no doubt Daichi will reach Tsunade's level before long. Having someone like that in the village is a boon to us. Hiruzen bit his thumb and went through several hand seals and slammed his palm on the table. Summoning Jutsu. A seal spread across the table, and then a small monkey around 60 centimeters tall appeared. Its chest and torso had black fur, but the rest of his body had silver fur. It was wearing a small coat with beautiful patterns that would attract most people. Hiruzen, you haven't called me in such a long time. The small monkey spoke. It had a deep voice that made it seem a lot older. Goji, forgive me. It's just that I've had a lot on my plate. Yes, I understand. You have a village to run. It's good to see you. You too. What's this about, Hiruzen? I know you wouldn't call me without a reason. Go on. What is it? I need you to track down Jiraiya, and I need you to deliver a message for me. Tell him to return to the village immediately, but not alert anyone of his presence. This is of utmost importance. What's going on? Is there any trouble? Let's hope not. I've put some things in motion, and I need the help of Jiraiya and my other wayward student. Goji nodded and didn't say anything else. The next second, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Goji should be able to track down Jiraiya in a day or 2, and depending on where he is, Jiraiya should be here within the week. Daichi and Kensei were sitting on their porch discussing several topics. I'm thinking about starting on the lightning change in chakra nature now, Daichi said, when the topic of his training came up. Kensei sighed, hearing the answer he expected. This kid doesn't know how to take it easy, and once he starts training, he'll go at it like a maniac, exhausting himself to the brink every day. and for the life of me, I can't understand why. Daichi, we need to talk. Daichi looked up in confusion at that. Why are you training so hard? Kensei asked the boy. I told you, I like training. I enjoy it. Daichi replied, and his confusion at the question was evident on his face. No, I get that. I know you like training, but lately you've been training like you have to, not because you want to. Using shadow clones and training to the point of total exhaustion. I want to utilize the time I have and make the most of my healing abilities, Daichi replied. You talk as if you're running out of time. Daichi, you have all the time in the world to get stronger. It's not a bad thing to slow down and get stronger at a slower rate. Daichi looked down at that. But what if I don't get strong enough and I meet someone stronger who has less than good intentions towards me? You'll have a capable jonin with you when you become a genin. You won't have to worry about something like that. Daichi thought about the enemies he would have to face in the future. His palms tightened on his knees. Kensei saw the signs of someone who was stressed and didn't even know it. He spoke in a gentle tone. What exactly are you afraid of, kid? Daichi was surprised at the question. He then slowly answered. The future. Hearing that answer, Kensei looked at Daichi in understanding. The future is a scary thing. For almost everyone, thinking about the future can be frightening. It'll be for different reasons, sure, but thinking about it is scary for everyone. For most civilians, it'll be how to put food on their family's plate tomorrow. For us ninjas, we worry if our next mission could be our last. For the Kages, they worry about the future of the village. For a father and mother, it's the worry of their child's future. Daichi looked up at his grandfather. Kensei looked at Daichi, and he had a gentle smile that he had never shown the kid before. I want you to keep this in your heart. Daichi, you are not alone in feeling that fear. It's a shitty feeling, but that's what it means to be human. What you can do, the only thing you can do, is accept it. Daichi's eyes widened as he heard the words. Kensei continued, I want you to stop all training and meditate for a while. I don't think even you're aware of your true fears yet, but I have a feeling that you'll find your answers if you meditate. Etch this in your heart. You will never be alone. Just as you look out for that baby Rio, someone else will have your back. Daichi had a tear fall from the corner of his eyes. He quickly wiped it off and smiled. Thanks, old man. Kensei smiled and nodded. Daichi took Kensei's advice. He spent the next several days doing nothing but meditation. Slowly, over the weeks, a change began to occur. In the academy, Daichi's friends noticed that Daichi was spending more time with them, playing around and having fun with them. During one of Daichi's deep meditation, he found the reason for his need to get stronger as quickly as he could. A lack of trust. Since the day I awoke, I felt that I could only rely on myself to survive. And with each passing day, this lack of trust only grew. I know Naruto and Sasuke would one day save the world from Kaguya, but I couldn't bring myself to trust that knowledge. I feared that I might do or say something that would create a different, darker future. All this time, I never truly trusted that they would become as strong as their future selves, because of my interactions. And not just Naruto and Sasuke, but Shikamaru and the rest as well. I always worried that my influence, my very presence, could have a negative impact on the future. So the faith I had in my future knowledge diminished day by day. And because of this lack of trust in my knowledge and in Naruto and the others, I trained to become as powerful as I possibly could. Because deep down I arrogantly believed that only I could save them. That only I could become strong enough to face the coming threats. Daichi, you will never be alone. Daichi remembered the words of his grandfather and inwardly smiled. I need to have faith in them. I don't need to bear the burden of the world on my shoulders. When the time comes, I need to have faith that they will be ready. I won't slack off and give up on my goals, but it's not a bad thing to slow down a bit once in a while. Daichi meditated for a few more hours and then let out a breath and slowly opened his eyes as he came to accept that realization. You have confronted and won against the insecurities that have been growing in you since the day you were awakened. Your mental fortitude has become stronger. You have achieved a brief enlightenment. Blessed! Wow! I feel so much better now. It feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Daichi got up and went to see Kensei. He saw the old man tending to the garden. Kensei heard the footsteps of his grandson and looked up. He noticed the change in Daichi's face. "I take it the meditation helped." "More than you know. I feel a lot better now." Kensei nodded at that. He then spoke. "Daichi, I want you to spend more time with your friends. Enjoy the simpler things in life. Work on those hobbies of yours, or pick up another one. And since we don't want to completely waste time, you can train one change in chakra this year." Daichi tilted his head. "Which one?" "Water. Train only the water nature, and take your time." "Why water?" "Some say that water nature has a calming effect on the mind," Kensei replied. "All right, I'll train just the water nature this year." Daichi agreed. He decided to spend more time on his hobbies and friends. Hiruzen was gazing at the stars through the window of his office. It was nighttime, and there weren't many people on the streets of the village. He had sent his guards away for the night as he waited for someone. As his eyes roamed the night sky, he heard someone speak. "Did you find something interesting up there, Sensei?" The Hokage smirked. "Have you ever looked up at the stars and wondered if there was something more up there?" Hiruzen then turned to his once student and asked, "When I was young, yes, but not anymore. We have plenty going on right here, after all." Hiruzen smiled at that. "How have you been, Jiraiya?" "I was in the middle of some delicate research when Master Goji showed up." One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, had a smirk as he answered the question. Hiruzen smiled at that. He was also a fan of Jiraiya's literature. "When is the next book coming out?" "Soon. I need some inspiration to finish the final touches." "I'm sure you'll manage. How is everything with Asuma?" Jiraiya asked his former sensei. Hiruzen's smile vanished and he looked down in sadness. "We haven't spoken in a while." "I'm sorry, old man." Jiraiya took out a pack and threw it to Hiruzen. "Your favorite tobacco." Hiruzen nodded his head, appreciating the gift. After a minute of silence, Jiraiya spoke. "What's this about, Sensei? Why did you drag me halfway around the world?" "I'm going up against Danzo and Orochimaru, and I might need your assistance in Tsunade's as well." The Toad Sage's eyes widened as he heard that. Hiruzen had a serious demeanor. "There is a lot I need to catch you up on." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 100, Kensei's Hate Chapter 100 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hokage Tower, Hiruzen's office. Jiraiya sat with his arms crossed across from his old sensei. He was still digesting the information he just learned. "So Danzo and Orochimaru are working together, huh?" Orochimaru isn't the kind of person who would do something for someone without gaining anything in return. Danzo is the same. Jiraiya wondered what their goals were. I'm sure neither of them trust each other, so what would they gain from this partnership? Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke. It doesn't matter what. The fact is they are working together. And my tolerance for Danzo has reached its limit. Jiraiya looked at his sensei. He saw anger on that face, but he also saw the feeling of betrayal that his former sensei tried to hide. He let out a sigh and asked, "So what now, sensei? I'll dig into Danzo's contacts and see if I can find something to use as leverage." Hiruzen shook his head. "No, I need you to handle the missions you currently have. We're in a very delicate situation. I need you to stay the course. I already have a few agents looking into Root and Danzo, and I'll have someone else handle Danzo's contacts at the daimyo court." Jiraiya was puzzled. "So if you don't want my help with Danzo, then what do you need? I know you wouldn't have summoned me here for nothing." "Yes, I do need your help. Not with Danzo, but with Tsunade." Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Are you recalling her to the village? Sensei, she won't agree to that. In fact, I'm pretty sure she'll demolish the whole place if you force her." "I'm well aware of her temperament, Jiraiya. And you have it backwards. I don't need her to return to the village. I want to send someone to her." "Who?" "A very talented child who I believe would make an excellent student. He's currently in his 4th year at the academy." The Toad Sage was astonished. He couldn't believe his sensei wanted Tsunade to take on another student. He was skeptical that his old teammate would take the Hokage up on that. "Tsunade already looks after Shizune. Do you think she'll take on another brat?" She will if I insist. I'm Hokage of the village. If I make it an order, then she'll have no choice. And besides, I have a feeling she'll want him as a student after she sees his talent for herself. You sure do have a high opinion of him. This kid must be quite special, Jiraiya said in a nonchalant tone. Hiruzen knew Jiraiya had no idea of the magnitude of Daichi's talents. He looked at this student and spoke. Jiraiya, this child completely mastered the Rasengan in 8 days. The smirk on the Toad Sage's face vanished. He was silent for a couple seconds and then suddenly started laughing. That's a good one, old man. I see you haven't lost your sense of humor. He laughed for a few seconds, but his laughter died down as he saw his sensei's serious expression. You're serious? Deadly. And it's not just the Rasengan. He mastered the first 2 steps of change in chakra nature of earth and fire as well. Hiruzen elaborated. Jiraiya's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Oi oi. Seriously? You better not be pulling my leg. Hiruzen knew he piqued Jiraiya's interest. I'm serious, Jiraiya. He showed me the Rasengan, and his grandfather told me he completed the nature training for earth and fire. Jiraiya got serious. Sensei, please tell me everything about this kid. His name is Daichi Hekima. The Hokage then explained how he met the child on top of the Hokage monument, the kid's talents displayed at the academy, his fight with the enemy spies and the display of Rasengan, and finally, about Kensei. Jiraiya leaned back in his chair and was immersed in his thoughts. This kid's talents, there is a possibility he is even more of a genius than Minato. Jiraiya then looked at the Hokage. If he's this talented, then why haven't you let him graduate? Having him stay at the academy seems like a waste to me. Hiruzen sighed. I know the academy won't benefit him much in terms of getting stronger, but he is still a child. It's best for him to grow up amongst his friends and let him enjoy the time he has. Least become like. Itachi? Jiraiya cut him off. Hiruzen only let out another small sigh, but didn't say anything. You know I've been thinking a lot about the massacre. Jiraiya had his eyes firmly fixed on his sensei as he spoke. How exactly did Itachi get away? As a matter of fact, how did he kill a whole clan without someone raising a ruckus? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and gazed at his teacher. I'm not sure how Itachi did what he did, but something like that won't happen again. Hiruzen's tone had a steely edge to it. Jiraiya looked at the old man and decided to drop the matter. He then focused on the information he learnt. So the child this Daichi kid helped turned out to be one of Orochimaru's experiments. That's how you got the identity of the spy, and you then sent your Anbu after him. And during Anbu's investigation into the spy, he discovered Orochimaru's involvement with Danzo. Wow. One could almost call that incident a lucky break. Yes, Hiruzen knew what his student meant. If it wasn't for Daichi, perhaps he would never have known about the existence of the spy until it was too late. What do you need me to do, Sensei? I need you to track down Tsunade, convince her to take the child as a student, or at the very least meet the boy. If she still refuses, then tell her it's an order from me. Jiraiya looked at the aging Kage for a few seconds, and then nodded. Hiruzen continued. There is something else. I also need her help with another matter. Jiraiya tilted his head and waited for his sensei to speak. I need her to create a corpse identical to a certain man. Who? Isen. Jiraiya was puzzled for several seconds before he recalled the name and face, and he was shocked. What? Sensei, he's in Hozuki Castle, and moreover his memories are wiped. What exactly do you need him for? I have my plans, and Isen is necessary for that. For the moment, that's all you need to know. Jiraiya didn't ask any more about that, as he knew his sensei would be tight-lipped about sensitive plans. Both of them became silent for several seconds. Jiraiya then broke the silence with a question. You mentioned Danzo having ties with people near the daimyo. Who exactly are you planning on sending to investigate people of the royal court? Hiruzen was silent for a few seconds. He took another puff from his lit pipe and let out a smoky breath a second later, and then answered. Kensei Yasaji. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. In hindsight, that's not a bad plan. He's an excellent strategist and investigator, and he's capable of reading people far better than most. He'll be able to uncover Danzo's connections if he puts his mind to it. But would he do it if Sensei asks? If I remember right, you and Kensei were not on the best of terms. I know you two got into a heated argument regarding his son. Jiraiya asked his teacher. Hiruzen nodded. His son Hotaru was talented. When he was a jonin, one of his missions went wrong and he took the blame. Danzo wanted him in the route and I allowed it. What exactly happened? He was leading a 4-man team. Aside from Hotaru, there was another jonin and 2 chunin. It was supposed to be an easy mission, but they were ambushed due to Hotaru taking a different route on his way back. He's the only one who survived. Jiraiya knew of dozens of such incidents throughout his life. Easy missions gone wrong, due to one bad choice. The village lost 3 capable ninja, and some wanted Hotaru to be held accountable. Danzo used this opportunity to recruit him into the route. Kensei was against that. He figured something was wrong with the whole picture and investigated. Now Jiraiya got curious. Kensei was an excellent investigator. Did he find anything? Hiruzen answered. A week after the incident with Hotaru, Kensei came to me and told me the whole ambush was a setup from Danzo, but he couldn't find proof. What? Yes. Kensei followed the trail of the attackers and came to this conclusion. But he didn't have solid proof of Danzo's involvement. But he did discover something else during his investigation. The 3 ninjas Hotaru had on his team were selling secrets to enemy spies. They were turned. When Jiraiya heard that, he came to a realization. What a minute. So due to that ambush, 3 traitors of the village were taken care of, and Danzo got a talented jonin as a subordinate. That's one hell of a coincidence. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. So in one move, the threats to the village were gone, and Danzo had another talented root ninja. And there was no evidence connecting him to the whole thing? Yeah, if you ask me, that sounds like Danzo's work. Jiraiya gave his thoughts. I didn't believe it at the time, or I didn't want to believe it. And Kensei went to Danzo and confronted him. I don't know what happened between them, but Hotaru sided with Danzo for whatever reason. After that, Kensei's dislike of Danzo turned into hate, and he also blames me for not helping him. Kensei and his son drifted apart after that, and years went by, and before Kensei could reconcile with his child, Hotaru, along with his wife, died in the Nine Tails attack. During the attack, Danzo ordered some of his root forces to attack the beast. Hotaru was one of them. Kensei blames Danzo for everything that happened to his son, and to a lesser degree he blames me as well. What a mess. What about now? Will he really help you if he still blames you? Jiraiya asked. I'm well aware that Kensei doesn't like me, but his hatred for Danzo is far greater. He's kept it buried, but it's still there. And you and I both know hate can be a very potent stimulus. He'll help me, but I need to convince him that Daichi will be safe. Jiraiya nodded as he understood the situation. So I take it that's another reason you're sending that kid to Tsunade? Keeping him out of the village and away from Danzo's grasp. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Does the situation with Aizen also have anything to do with this? Jiraiya asked, unsure if his sensei will answer him or not. Yes. Kensei was adamant about rescuing him. Hiruzen answered after a few seconds of silence. Jiraiya sighed. He thought about the whole thing and came to a conclusion. A prisoner can be released if the leader of their village sends an official request. But since you can't bring him back through official channels, you're planning on breaking him out. I see. So that's why you need a corpse. You need a double to fake his death. Indeed. I suppose there was no point in hiding it from you. How are you going to do it? I've come up with a plan. I'll speak to Kensei about it in the coming week and finalize it. In the meantime, I need you to track down Tsunade and tell her everything. Have her come to the Silverstone safe house at the capital in exactly a month from today. I'll have Kensei meet her there. Jiraiya, make sure she understands how important this is. The Toad Sage nodded. I'll handle it. Both of them sat in silence for a while after that. How is Naruto doing? Jiraiya asked. It's been difficult for him, but he's made some good friends recently. He's a lot happier these days. Jiraiya had a sad smile when he heard that. Minato and Kushina trusted me with their son. They made me the godfather, and I've let them down. No, I know how much you care for the boy. I know it pains you deeply to not be here for him. I'm the one who let them down. I'm to blame for his situation. I don't know how the information about him holding the Nine Tails got out to the public, but it is my responsibility. Jiraiya said nothing. He knew it wasn't his sensei's fault, but he couldn't bring himself to say the words out loud. They spend a few hours catching up, and Jiraiya apprised the Hokage of the current situations throughout the great nations. And sometime later, Jiraiya left the village as quietly as he came. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.